Hello everyone, welcome back to the channel. In the previous episode, he used modern knowledge to save a dying primitive tribe and led them towards civilization. We witnessed that after the protagonist Yibin traveled back to primitive society, he used modern knowledge to build schools, dig wells, repair hospitals, and even made war drums out of cowhide, pushing the Chinese tribe step by step towards the dawn of civilization. However, just as they were thriving, a pair of cold eyes peeked out from the depths of the jungle. The python tribe, ready to make a move. A tribal showdown is about to break out. Can Yibin lead the Huaxia tribe out of danger this time? The story is entering its climax. Part 2 is about to begin, so let's find out. Outside of Dragon City, the courtesan had just stepped onto familiar ground when she heard a strange rhythmic sound. Dong dong tap. Dong dong dong. She knew immediately that this sound wasn't something an ordinary person could produce. She couldn't help but laugh. This noise was probably because City Lord Yibin had come up with something new. After all, everyone in Dragon City knew that only the City Lord liked to create strange and bizarre mechanical devices. The tribesmen were already used to it. Every time he brought something, it might seem strange on the surface, but it was actually very useful. This time, she had only gone to the Stone Tribe to collect some resources, but she hadn't expected to encounter so many wandering tribes along the way. She was soft-hearted and took everything she could, and as a result, the team turned into a rescue team. Now, there were many new faces in the team, and each of them was leading a blue ox behind them. As soon as they approached Dragon City, the soldiers guarding the city became nervous. These soldiers were all new recruits and did not recognize the Oiran. Seeing a large group approaching, they immediately became alert. Especially when he saw the blue bulls, he became extremely alert and quickly blew the horn. The sound shook the whole Dragon City, and even the people on the training ground were startled. The sound of the ox horn was deep and powerful, far stronger than the goat horns used before. Not only did it carry far, it also boosted the morale of the soldiers. Without the arrival of the City Lord, how could Dragon City have achieved such a high level of war preparedness? Hearing the horn sound, Heinyo was the first to rush up the city wall. He took a closer look and breathed a sigh of relief. "The courtesan is back!" he shouted, and ordered the city gates to be opened and the drawbridge lowered. As the city gates opened, the whole city erupted in excitement, especially the wanderers brought back by the courtesan. They were filled with astonishment, looking at the tall and neatly built city as if it were a miracle. After all, the place they originally lived in was in ruins, without even basic defenses. This group of people were originally refugees fleeing for their lives, and were picked up, one by the courtesan along the way. The enemies they spoke of were mysterious beast-controlling enemies from the Million Mountains. They controlled a variety of wild animals, including cheetahs, packs of wolves, and even unknown beasts. According to an old primitive man, this ability wasn't possessed by everyone and required special training. At this moment, a guard hurried into the Ministry of Works and reported to Yibin nervously. "City Lord, there are a lot of unidentified people outside." Yibin, believing it was an enemy attack, immediately dropped his tools and rushed out. Black Panther and Li Wang also quickly arrived. Li Wang did not dare to neglect and quickly gathered at the training ground with his personal guards and 2,000 female soldiers. In his heart, as long as Yibin was in danger, he would never retreat. This loyalty was just like Su Chu's loyalty to Cao Cao. In Yibin's heart, Li Wang was not only a capable general, but also a brother who had been through thick and thin with him. At this moment, the soldiers on the training ground were lined up in neat rows, but they did not carry any weapons. Black Panther quickly explained, "City Lord, you once ordered that soldiers not to carry weapons unless absolutely necessary." Yibin was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. "The enemy has already come to our door, and we're still following procedures?" He immediately issued an order. "If anyone attacks from now on, go to the armory and collect your equipment immediately. No permission is needed." Then, pointing at Black Panther, he said, "The armory will be under your management from now on. In the event of war, simply open the door and distribute weapons. Some rules are for safety, but true safety requires flexibility." Black Panther stood at attention and replied, "Understood. If there is an emergency, I will equip the entire army immediately and swear to keep Dragon City safe." This attitude made Yibin very satisfied. He nodded and said, "Now start distributing weapons." Just as Black Panther was about to attack, Black Bull came down from the city wall, panting, and shouted from a distance. "City Lord! The courtesans are back, and they brought quite a few people with them." Hearing this, Yibin was startled and quickly waved his hand to stop Black Panther. "Since they're courtesans, there's no need to issue weapons." When the soldiers heard that the courtesan had returned, they all showed joy, as if welcoming a relative. The courtesan was going to the Stone Tribe, and everyone knew that although it was a trip to obtain resources, it was also full of dangers. Especially the new recruits, when they saw the tall and mighty figure of the Oiran, their eyes were filled with awe. In the aesthetics of primitive people, a powerful woman like the Oiran was a well-deserved, tribal goddess. However, if you ask Yibin what he thinks, she is the reincarnation of Li Kuei. It's not that she is dark, but that kind of majestic physique is really not to be underestimated. Soon, the courtesan led the female warriors into the training grounds in formation. They were fully equipped, wearing bamboo armor, holding spears, with bows and arrows at their backs and quivers at their waists. The female soldiers marched in unison, the earth seeming to shake with every step. Although they were women, their aura was no less than that of any man. What was even more outrageous was that each of them was leading a blue ox, and on the backs of these blue oxen were bags full of iron ore. A rough calculation shows that with over 1,000 cattle, each weighing at least 500 kilograms of ore, that's a total of 500,000 kilograms. This is equivalent to achieving iron ore freedom, which is a leap forward for Dragon City. The group in the middle walked slowly, each one gaunt and with tangled hair, looking like savages from the mountains, suffering from long-term malnutrition. Their clothes were tattered, their faces covered in dirt, and they looked like refugees struggling to survive, as if they had just managed to escape death. Behind them stood Yibin's personal guard, a 100-man force, uniformly clad in black iron armor, each armed with a uniquely shaped bow. These were no ordinary bows, but rather a type of repeating compound bow unprecedented in this era, capable of firing 7 arrows at once, in a fraction of a second. How could these savages, having escaped from the mountains and forests, have ever seen such a sharp weapon for a moment? They were all stunned, their eyes filled with fear and awe. Just then, the courtesan walked into the group, and Yibin immediately greeted her with a smile on his face. "You've worked hard this time. Did you get a good harvest?" Seeing the city lord personally come to pick her up, the courtesan's heart was filled with joy, as if all her efforts had been recognized, and the satisfaction she felt almost overflowed from her eyes. For a woman, the greatest happiness is to have her beloved man see the sweat and perseverance she has put into serving the tribe. The courtesan whispered, "City Lord, I have something important to tell you." Yibin nodded and smiled. "Go ahead, tell me now." The courtesan didn't speak directly, but turned to introduce the savages behind her. "This is our Huaxia City Lord, the most important figure in our tribe." After hearing the courtesan's words, the group of people knelt down without hesitation, their eyes filled with gratitude. If the courtesan hadn't taken them in, they would have died in the wilderness. They had even eaten tree bark during their escape, so it was a miracle that they survived. Seeing this, Yibin quickly waved his hand to stop them. "We Chinese don't pay attention to these etiquettes. Everyone, please stand up and speak." He glanced at everyone and his tone became serious. "Can you tell me what you have been through?" An elderly primitive man stepped forward, his expression filled with sorrow. "Lord City Lord, our tribe originally lived deep within the Baiwan Mountains. But recently, a group of strange people arrived, with patterns painted on their faces and accompanied by ferocious beasts. They broke into our tribe for no apparent reason and even killed our leader." The primitive man continued, "Those people were extremely brutal. They bit every old man and child they saw, and even took the women away. All of our people were either bitten to death or bled to death. The only ones who managed to escape alive are here." He pointed at the Oiran and said, "It was because we met her on the road that we didn't die on the way." The Oiran nodded and said, "That's exactly what happened. We saved them along the way." After hearing this, Yibin's expression became solemn and he whispered to himself, "These primitive people with wild beasts, could they be the legendary animal tamers?" But as soon as this thought came to his mind, he shook his head. How could primitive people tame animals when they couldn't even get enough food? He suddenly asked, "You said just now that each person brought a few beasts with him? Why not a group?" The primitive man explained, "Only those with patterns on their faces brought beasts with them, and each person had about a few beasts with him." "Wait," Yibin interrupted him. "You mean, how many wild beasts can one person control?" The old primitive man nodded. "Yes, especially the leader, he can command 5 beasts at the same time." After saying that, he raised one hand and gestured the number 5, his tone full of awe. Yibin frowned. This ability was unimaginable in the primitive era. He couldn't help but continue to ask, "Can others do this?" "Not everyone can. The primitive man shook his head. Only those leaders with painted patterns can lead beasts. Everyone else can only carry weapons. Do you know who those people are? Or what their names are? The one who can command 5 beasts said that they are from a place called the Beast Tribe. They came here this time to rob women. As the primitive man spoke, his tone became heavy. We 5 tribes originally lived at the foot of the mountain and did not invade each other. But this time the enemy was too numerous, and we could not resist at all. Many people died, and most of those with scars on their faces were wearing wolves. Yibin frowned and asked, "How many people are there in total? How many of them brought battle pets?" The primitive man glanced at the group brought by the courtesan, then at the blue ox moving stones, and whispered, "About the same number as the people you see now." "You mean, their number is about the same as ours, and the number of their battle pets is similar to the number of blue cattle?" "Yes, yes, yes," the primitive man said, nodding frequently. Yibin began to calculate in his mind. "So, how many people are there in your 5 tribes combined?" The primitive man pointed at the slaves and said, "The people in each of our tribes are about the same as these." Yibin took a quick look and saw that there were about 500 slaves, meaning that the 5 tribes had about 2,500 people. He couldn't help but complain in his heart. 2,500 people were beaten to the ground by more than 1,000 enemies and their war pets. Isn't this too vulnerable? But what he didn't know was that the Beast Tribe used the tactic of defeating them one by one, giving them no chance to unite and resist. And these primitive people who escaped were actually quite capable. After all, those who could survive in the wilderness were no ordinary characters. In primitive society, people who were too weak could not survive to this day. Those who can stand here are all tough people who have endured. Yibin took a quick look and made a rough estimate of the number of people. There were probably over 1,000 people in this group, but there were less than 300 women, and the rest were almost all men. There was only one older person, the primitive man who had initiated the conversation with Yibin. He looked to be in his 40s. He was about the same age as Director Wu, but his face looked much older. This is probably due to poor living conditions, malnutrition, and prolonged fatigue. Those refugees who are not well fed or clothed naturally look older. Yibin looked at the group of people and asked, "Are you willing to join the Huaxia tribe?" After hearing what he said, the people present nodded in agreement without hesitation. For them, as long as they can survive and have something to eat, even if it means changing their identities, they have no complaints. Their current life is just like that of stray dogs, displaced and sleeping in the open. Sometimes they could eat one meal but not the next. If they made a mistake, they might starve to death on the street. Not to mention the future, they didn't even know where to go tomorrow. Now Yibin offered new hope. When he asked them if they were willing to join Huaxia, they immediately nodded in agreement. Who would refuse a chance to live? Yibin continued, "Joining us means your original tribe will cease to exist. From now on, there will only be China. Our totem is the dragon. For us, the dragon is the head of all creatures and represents faith. From now on, you can only believe in the dragon. It's not just a pattern, it's the spiritual symbol of our people. As long as they see the dragon totem, others will know you are from China and a descendant of the dragon." Some hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded in agreement. Under the weight of life, they had no choice. Seeing that everyone accepted, Yibin immediately announced solemnly, "Since you have become a member of the Huaxia tribe, from today on, we are a family. The first rule of Huaxia is equality between men and women. Regardless of gender, everyone has equal status here." He emphasized this point for a reason. In the world before his time travel, the law generally favored protecting women, sometimes to an extreme degree. In that society, everyone in the world taught people how to love women, but no one taught them how to love men. In that reality, capital controlled many things, but ultimately had to obey the authority of the state. Capital controlled women, and women, in turn, influenced men. This logic permeated almost the entire society. Yibin remembers countless men who turned against their parents for their families and wives. Even those with higher education still made astonishing decisions. From a young age, Yibin was taught to respect his teachers and be filial to his parents. As children, they all aspire to repay their families through hard work. But as they grew up, reality became harsh, and their ideals gradually faded. Some people, after getting married and experiencing unhappiness, blamed their parents, seemingly forgetting that their parents also fought for their lives. Even more ironic is that some women, even after becoming mothers themselves, show no respect for their husbands' parents. Yibin recalled the chaos of that world with grief. He didn't want the world he saw to repeat the same mistakes. So, he planned to impose institutional constraints. In this new world, a clear family structure must be established. Parents are the elders, children are to support them, and the family is the smallest unit of society and cannot be underestimated. Ideals must be instilled through education, and institutions must be protected by law. At the very least, parents should know that raising children is not just about continuing the family line, but is also a responsibility and mission. Otherwise, all talk of filial piety, etiquette, and morality would become a joke. At this time, the elderly primitive man asked cautiously, "Lord City Lord, what do we need to do every day after joining the Huaxia tribe?" He saw the hands and feet of the slaves not far away were chained, and he couldn't help feeling uneasy, fearing that he would end up like that. Yibin noticed his expression, glanced at the chained slaves, and immediately understood what he was worried about. He shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and hurriedly explained, "Don't worry, those people are not you. They are our enemies, brought back after being defeated. They are just following our instructions and helping the tribe do what they can. They are not being mistreated." After hearing this, the primitive man and his companions behind him all breathed a sigh of relief. They knew they didn't have much fighting power, and if they really fought, they would probably be defeated in the blink of an eye. The might of the Huaxia tribe had already instilled awe in them. The moment they entered the city, they were stunned by the sight before them. The city was so vast beyond their imagination, almost like an entire mountain looming before them. They had never seen such a magnificent human structure before. In the minds of primitive people, this kind of building could not possibly be man-made. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not believe it even if they were beaten to death. What surprised them even more were the weapons in the hands of those soldiers and the uniform equipment they wore. To them, it was the embodiment of high technology, completely beyond their comprehension. The group of wanderers brought back by the courtesan stood in front of the Dragon City gate, looking at the tall city walls before them, and felt an indescribable sense of peace in their hearts. They had never expected that the Huaxia tribe would not be so xenophobic, and would even treat them equally. From wandering to belonging, this feeling of true acceptance is a warmth they haven't experienced in years. Where once it was difficult to even find a hot meal, now, as long as they stay here, they can have enough food, clothes, and a place to stay. For these primitive people, their needs were simple. Simply having enough to eat and a bed to sleep in was enough to satisfy them. Compared to the people of their previous lives on Earth, such a life was nothing, but in this era, it was their greatest dream. Yibin knew they were exhausted from the journey, so he asked the courtesan to take them downstairs to rest and arrange for them to take a bath. These people were dusty, and their hair was tangled and full of lice, so to prevent infection, they had to have their hair cut and washed. After they were cleaned and replaced with new ones, they would be assigned accommodation. Even though the rooms were tight, they had to find a way to accommodate them. That afternoon, Shui and the others who had gone out to the market also returned safely. There were more than 100 people who had come on this trip with an important mission. Yibin was a little worried that they might run into trouble on the way. After all, this land has never been peaceful. As soon as Shui saw Yibin, his eyes were filled with unconcealed excitement, and he shouted, "City Lord, we missed you so much!" He also brought news that the White Tiger leader was talking about Yibin, complaining that he hadn't been to the market for a long time. Yibin nodded and smiled, promising, "I'll go when I have time." But in his heart he was already beaming with joy. He wondered if Baihu would turn hostile when he found out he was the one who opened the new market. After all, no matter the era, competitors were enemies, and taking advantage of others was like making an enemy. On this primitive continent, the solution to grudges is often simple: whoever has the bigger fist has the final say. Seeing Shui's excitement, his mouth stretched almost to his ears, Yibin took the opportunity to ask about their journey. Especially the timely warning sent by carrier pigeon before the Taobai Alliance's last attack, which has always been on his mind. Shui said that they were helping merchants build wooden houses at the market that day when they suddenly overheard two people talking and mentioned the Huaxia tribe. He immediately became alert and overheard the news that the Taobai Alliance was planning an attack. He immediately tied the message to the leg of a pigeon and released it. Worried about any accidents along the way, he released several pigeons in succession, hoping that only one would be delivered safely. Seeing Shui's serious expression as he spoke, Yibin could sense his nervousness and sense of responsibility. Whether a tribe is strong depends not only on its strength but also on whether its members truly consider it their home. Only when the tribe becomes everyone's common root will people be willing to step forward in times of crisis. The so-called shared honor and disgrace, a shared destiny, is exactly the sense of tribal belonging that Yibin wants to foster. Shui was one of the first people to follow Yibin, and they had worked their way up from a few dozen people to a tribe of tens of thousands. The elders of the Shui tribe were considered the foundation of the entire Chinese nation. Shui had just finished speaking when he suddenly seemed to remember something. His eyes lit up and he quickly added, "By the way, City Lord, we help the people in the market build houses. and we collected more than 50 goats from each one. Yibin was stunned when he heard this and blurted out, "How dare you say that? Aren't you afraid of being beaten to death?" But Ashui didn't care and said with a smile that those people were simply rushing to let them repair it. It turned out that ever since their wooden huts appeared at the market, all the merchants were jealous. When the wind and rain came, those huts made of branches leaked and leaked. How could they compare to the solidity of a real wooden house? Although primitive people were ignorant, they were not stupid. They knew what was good. Once they had tasted convenience, they could never go back. Yibin nodded with emotion. It turned out that these people weren't just talking big, but they were actually capable. So he asked again, "So how many goats did you bring back this time?" Shui's face lit up with pride, and he puffed out his chest as if he had accomplished a significant task. "We've traded all the goats we earned for slaves. They're all in the training grounds, waiting for the city lord's inspection." Yibin was surprised to hear this news. These people were really capable. The courtesan had just brought back a few hundred people, and Shui had added another batch, so the tribe's population had surged. Population was productivity, and with so many new members, the Huaxia tribe's potential was huge. Yibin laughed excitedly and said directly, "Let's go to the training ground. I want to see your results." Shui was also very excited. Being reviewed by the city lord himself was an honor that every member of the tribe dreamed of. In fact, in Yibin's heart, these old tribesmen are his original confidants. Regardless of their merits and demerits, they are the most important in his heart. They don't need to deliberately show off because they have long become the most indispensable part of China. When everyone entered the training ground, the scene before them stunned Yibin and his followers. No one had expected that Shui could train the slaves so neatly, arranging them like a regular army. What's even more exaggerated is that this group of slaves numbered over 2,300 people. Yibin also took a deep breath. How long had it been? How did Shui and the others do it? According to market prices, 2 male slaves could be exchanged for at least 1 goat. However, these 2,000 people were worth at least 1,000 goats. The food consumption associated with such a large population was even more staggering. For an ordinary tribe, even 50 sheep at once would be impossible, let alone 1,000. Many people thought it was just 1,000 sheep. But those who truly understood the world understood what it meant. The fact that Shui and his group, with only 10 people, could pull off such a feat in the middle of a market was nothing short of a miracle. Normally, a tribe of 40 or 50 people might not be able to catch a single goat even if they went hunting all day. If the wooden house hadn't caused a sensation at the market, who would be willing to trade dozens of sheep for a house? Many people may be dissatisfied. When Shui and his team built the wooden house, didn't the primitive people learn from them? Of course, there would be people watching, but the key problem is, they had no tools, so even if they learned, it would be useless. If primitive people wanted to chop down a tree, they couldn't just bite it, kick it, or throw stones at it, right? Shui and his people had iron knives, iron tools from the Huaxia tribe, which was an advantage that other tribes simply didn't have. Some people might say, "Why not just borrow it?" But does anyone really do that? For example, if someone suddenly asked you to borrow their sports car, even if they've done business with you a few times, would you lend it to them? For Shui and his companions, the iron sword was more precious than a sports car, even as valuable as life. In the Stone Age, an iron sword was like owning a gun in modern society. Those who mastered this weapon were practically invincible in primitive society. Therefore, the iron knife was not something that could be borrowed casually. It was a strategic resource, and the lifeline of the tribe. Some may think this metaphor is exaggerated, but in this world, the most valuable thing isn't gold or silver, but the right to survive. Possessing an iron knife is like possessing a trump card for absolute self-protection in peacetime. Just like in the real world, those who were deceived into going to northern Myanmar knew the danger but dared not resist. Why? Because the other party had guns, so they could only swallow their anger. So stop calling those who were deceived stupid. Sometimes, the choice to surrender is because the other party holds the power over life and death. Shui and his men's iron swords were their lifeblood. Furthermore, there were rules in China that if an iron sword was lost or misplaced, the consequences would be severe. The worst-case scenario was that one could be reduced to slavery. It was precisely because of this rigor that Shui and his men were able to gain a foothold in the market and monopolize the wooden house construction business with iron tools. You know, thick old trees like those are simply not something that stone tools can handle. For ordinary primitive people, facing old trees is like facing an insurmountable barrier. No matter how many sheep they have, they can't buy a wooden house. So Shui's feat of bringing back more than 2,000 slaves directly marked him as a great man in Yibin's mind. Once Shenwu City was completed, he would definitely transfer Ah Shui there to take up an important position. In primitive society, talent was hard to come by, especially in business. Yi Bin's heart was filled with joy. He felt so happy to have such a capable person. He immediately declared that the mission had been completed brilliantly. After the new market is built, Ah Shui will be the general manager, and the other 9 people will assist in management. This is not only a promotion, but also a high level of trust. For a tribe, the market is like a money bag, and the profits can support the entire tribe. Yi Bin entrusted the market to them, which is equivalent to handing over the tribe's lifeline to them, which shows the level of trust he has. People should be given the best possible use of their talents and resources. Talented people should be given opportunities to be used. Upon hearing the appointment, Ah Shui's eyes welled up, and he was so moved that he almost cried. He pledged his loyalty to Yi Bin on the spot, vowing to live up to Yi Bin's trust and give his all. He said, "As long as the city lord gives the order, we will try our best and not let you down." Yi Bin nodded with satisfaction, but he also knew that there were more difficult problems waiting for him. Recently, the courtesan brought back over 1,000 slaves, and now Ah Shui and the others have brought back over 2,000 more. Dragon City is clearly overwhelmed by the sudden influx of so many people. Therefore, the next step is to quickly relocate and screen them. Yi Bin stood on the platform, looked at the densely packed crowd, and solemnly announced, "I don't care what your previous identities were. Since you have come to China today, it is fate. I am willing to give you a chance to start over. As long as you are willing to join Huaxia, you will be members of our Huaxia clan from now on. But since you have become one of us, you must abide by our rules. These rules will be taught to you every morning and evening during your subsequent training." When the slaves finished listening to Yi Bin's speech, they were all moved to tears, and a glimmer of hope finally appeared in their eyes. Imprisoned, abused, and driven like animals, they had never imagined that one day someone would truly accept them. They had never had enough to eat since they were captured, and slept in the open air at night. Many people could not survive more than a few days when the cold wind blew. In primitive tribes, food is life. The tribesmen themselves could not eat enough, let alone share a mouthful of soup with the slaves. Most slaves could only pick wild fruits, chew tree bark, and even scoop water from mud pits to drink every day, just to survive. They didn't care what they ate, as long as they could survive. Eating grass and drinking muddy water was not important. At this moment, when Yi Bin said that they could join Huaxia and obtain the status of a clan member, how could they care about the rules? If they were asked to go to the battlefield now, they would nod without hesitation. In the past, they were forced to fight as cannon fodder, but now it was different. They saw a glimmer of hope. Once people have faith, they are willing to fight for it even if the road ahead is difficult. Yi Bin was well aware of this truth. Using an inspiring statement and promising a secure future was enough to galvanize the fighting spirit of all the slaves. As long as you join Huaxia, you will be able to live like your fellow tribesmen, with food, clothing, and a home to return to. After he finished speaking, he pressed down with his mighty hand, and the noisy training ground immediately quieted down. Most of these slaves were exhausted, and many had only managed to make it this far through sheer willpower. Ah Shui had traded the goats for these slaves during the last few days of the market, and had only fed them once during the journey. That meal, for the slaves, was the most decent they had eaten in years. Along the way, they gritted their teeth and persevered, relying on one sentence. "When we get to China, we will be able to eat hot meals." Even if their stomachs were aching and their feet were covered with blisters, they did not stop. The primitive people's obsession with life never needs too much explanation. In fact, Ah Shui is not a stingy person, but they have used up all the goats in the slave trade and the dry food they can bring is really limited. The soldiers who came to meet them hadn't prepared much food, relying on hunting and gathering along the way to survive. Many slaves didn't even have a sip of broth, and could only gnaw on grass and drink stream water to quench their thirst. It was under such difficult conditions that they walked step by step to the gate of the Huaxia tribe. They did not come for enjoyment, but for survival, and they used up their last bit of strength. Yi Bin saw this and felt indescribable emotion in his heart. He immediately sent someone to the cafeteria to pass on the message. "Tell Hong Duo to make more fish soup and kill a few more goats, so that they can have enough to eat." Hearing the word eat, the slaves who had been trying not to cry could no longer hold back their tears. They had never imagined that someone would kill a sheep and cook it just for them. This kind of treatment was something they had never dared to imagine in their dreams. In this era, being able to treat slaves as human beings is a great blessing in itself. After arranging the food, Yi Bin continued, "From now on, you are part of China. I will organize you into regular troops." He glanced at the scene. These slaves were almost all men, and with the group brought back by the courtesan, there were about 3,000 in total. The Chinese army was organized into regiments of 1,500 men each, which was enough to form 2 new regiments. Then he was in a dilemma. Who should lead the 2 regiments? He thought for a moment, then shouted loudly, "Black Panther Ah Shui, step out!" The 2 immediately ran out and stood in front of Yi Bin, still a little confused. "Black Panther will pick 1 regiment to lead first, and Ah Shui will be in charge of the remaining regiment." Yi Bin made a decisive decision and instructed that starting tomorrow, the 2 of them would lead the team in daily training. Ah Shui panicked and said hurriedly, "City Lord, I've never led so many people before." Yi Bin smiled and said in a relaxed tone, "Don't be afraid, you can practice with Black Panther. If you have any questions, just ask him, or ask Black Bull, or ask me." Ah Shui nodded heavily. He understood that the City Lord was giving him the opportunity to practice his ability to lead a team. Although he had never led a regular army, the Black Bull and Black Panther beside him were his old brothers. In fact, they were all original elders, who came from the Luo Shui tribe together. Back then, the Luo Shui tribe consisted of only a few dozen people, and the hunting team consisted of only 7. Now, several of them have become battalion commanders. They are the core backbone of China's development to this day. After arranging the organization of this batch of new recruits, Yi Bin handed the follow-up matters to Black Panther and went to the Ministry of Works to check on the progress. Over 20 days had passed since the construction of the new market began. First, Xuefeng led the team to start work, and then Mu Zhan escorted slaves to reinforce the team. He himself had brought over 1,000 people with him, so there were currently around 3,700 people gathered there. This force was enough to undertake the construction of a new city. Yi Bin had already instructed Xuefeng to prioritize building the city walls, with the buildings to come later. Xinwu City's location, nestled in the Python Plains and open on all sides, necessitated a strong defense. The Python tribe was able to survive here because they had the support of the Taohai Alliance. Outsiders dared not touch them until they made a mistake, offending Yi Bin. That momentary misstep led to their demise, and now a new city is being built on the same site, a fate they sowed. Yi Bin had a plan to build Xinwu City long ago, but he never had the chance to implement it. In the past, the Huaxia tribes had a hard time even protecting themselves, so how could they have the extra energy to build a market? Without sufficient strength, even if you open a market, you'll ultimately be serving others. Every market requires the support of a powerful tribe. Tribes without strong backing simply can't sustain it. Even if you open a market, it won't last more than a day. Why don't the Firebird tribe and the Taohai Alliance hold markets? Although the Firebird tribe is powerful, it has a large salt mine for exchange and simply doesn't have the extra manpower to manage a market. Their military strength was limited, and holding a market would simply not be enough to divert their attention. Moreover, with such a tribe constantly at war and without any security guarantees, who would dare to go to the market to trade? Primitive people fear death, so who would be willing to risk their lives to exchange supplies? Unless it meant their own death, no one would be foolish enough to go to an unsafe place. The Taohai Alliance was even more brutal, specifically robbing women from other tribes, killing men, and taking their food and wealth. Would anyone dare to trade with them? It would be sheer damnation. It was in this way that Yi Bin took advantage of the greed of the Taohai Alliance and unexpectedly defeated the Blood Wolf tribe. Although the battle was difficult, the price paid by the Huaxia tribe was minimal. In this area, the Xuanwu tribe had the most markets. Their subordinate tribes also opened their own markets. For example, Xian Air's caravan and Baihu's market were both affiliated with the Xuanwu tribe. With such a strong protective background, they could trade with confidence. No matter where they went, no one dared to touch them. After all, anyone who did would be doomed. Yi Bin's decision to open the market now was opportune. The Firebird tribe and the Taohai Alliance had just fought a great battle, and he had also incorporated the Blackwater tribe and the Eagle tribe. Now was the perfect time to build the market. By the time the enemy reacted, the Huaxia tribe would have already established a firm foothold. Once Xinwu City was completed, Yi Bin wouldn't be afraid even if the Taohai Alliance attacked. He had Dragon City as his backing, and the old city could also serve as a base. No matter how hard the enemy fought, the Huaxia tribe would persevere. Longqing and Laoqing had already reclaimed vast tracts of land, and by June and July, the crops would be plentiful. A few days ago, Luoxi's school was back on track. She and other teachers studied with Yi Bin, training their own students during the day. The school now has several hundred teachers, most of whom can teach lower-grade courses, but there are no qualified second-grade teachers yet. Luoxi and Yu are the only teachers currently qualified to teach second grade. To improve their teaching skills, they study every night under Yi Bin's personal guidance. Yi Bin had high expectations for them, especially Luoxi, whose learning ability and work attitude were outstanding. The school facilities were already in place, with desks, chairs, and benches. The next step was to wait until the teachers had accumulated sufficient knowledge before officially starting classes. The following days passed quickly. Yibin still got up and washed up on time, and Luoshi still brought him breakfast. The two chatted casually for a few minutes while eating, and then each went about his own business. Today, Yibin and Li Wang and his group arrived at the Ministry of Industry, one of the most important departments of the Huaxia tribe. Next to it was the Ministry of Justice, and next to that was the hospital. The school and the cafeteria were also closely connected. The cafeteria underwent demolition and reconstruction during this period. The newly rebuilt cafeteria is much larger than before, with a 3-story structure and a more spacious area. The new cafeteria adopts an open-plan design with a long chopping board inside, where staff are responsible for cutting and cooking. The long tables in the restaurant can also accommodate hundreds of people at a time. The second and third floors of the canteen have also been expanded, and they still have long tables and long benches to make it as convenient as possible for soldiers to eat. In the past, it was very inconvenient for soldiers to eat. Every time they went to the canteen, they had to squat outside to eat, just like the older generation. But now, the canteen can accommodate thousands of people at the same time, solving the soldiers' eating problem. Many soldiers eat quickly, and as soon as some people finish eating, the next person can sit down. Yibin established a rule in the mess hall. Every soldier had to clean up after eating. Any soldier caught littering or wasting food would be recorded and severely punished. There were 2 types of punishment. One was being banned from the mess hall for 2 days, and the other was being thrown into the slave quarters and doing hard labor for 10 days. In the slave area, the food and drink were the same as those of the slaves, and no one was allowed to be picky about food. Today, the canteen serves tens of thousands of people every day. Although there were regulations that only core members could enter the cafeteria, such as doctors, soldiers, teachers, officials from the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Justice, etc., these people added up to tens of thousands of people, and with the addition of thousands of newly recruited people, the number was even larger. The Huaxia tribe had already expanded into 8 regular regiments, plus the female reinforcement regiment of the courtesan, for a total of 10 regiments. Each regiment had an average of over 1,000 people, with some even exceeding 3,000. In addition, there was Yibin's personal guard and a battalion of kingly. The daily food consumption of these people alone was an astronomical figure. Aside from core executives like Yibin, who enjoyed a good meal, everyone else basically just had a large vat of stewed soup with mushrooms and wild vegetables. Fish and mutton soup were the main ingredients, and while they tasted good, the portions couldn't be too generous. Yibin stipulated that everyone could drink plenty of soup, but not eat too much meat. The reason was very practical. The crops were not yet ripe. The total population of the Huaxia tribe was now approaching 30,000. Excluding slaves, there were still about 24,000 people. Assuming 5 kilograms of food per person per day, that meant a total of 120,000 kilograms of grain would be consumed daily. Adding in the 3,000 slaves, each weighing 3 kilograms, that's nearly 130,000 kilograms of food. If converted to meat, an adult goat weighs about 300 kilograms, meaning 400 sheep would have to be slaughtered daily. Fortunately, the fishing team was able to land a good number of large fish daily, which somewhat alleviated the pressure on the ranch. The tribal ranch currently had over 90,000 mutton sheep. As for the blue cattle, Yibin was determined not to move them. They had to be kept for heavy labor or combat. In addition, fast-breeding animals such as rabbits, chickens, and wild boars can also be used to supplement the food. In summary, the tribe consumes about 200 sheep, several hundred kilograms of large fish, as well as mushrooms and wild vegetables every day. It was common to be short of meat, but there was plenty of soup, ensuring everyone's strength and training needs. More importantly, the tribe's population wasn't concentrated in one place. In the old city, there were over 2,100 Canadian slaves, and they had their own fishing team. The farm also had over 1,000 people, also equipped with a fishing crew, and was self-sufficient. The remaining people were mostly concentrated in Shenwu City and Longqing. Shenwu City had around 3,700 people, brought there by Zhuifeng and Muzhan. Dragon City, on the other hand, has a population density of 20,000 people, making it quite dense. Yibin plans to build over 1,000 two-story houses after the old city is renovated, accommodating up to 20,000 people. However, this is an ideal scenario. In reality, the arrangement would still be based on a couple sharing one room. Building a city was only the first step in Yibin's plan. Currently, this area was too dangerous. Not only was there the Firebird tribe, but there was also the Taoai Alliance, and even rumored to be an enemy called the Beast tribe. Without a city wall, there would be no sense of security. Yibin planned to clean up the entire area and settle it down completely. When that day came, the Chinese people would be able to freely build houses outside the city and live a more stable life. He envisioned a future where a map of China would be drawn. All the areas covered by the map would be Chinese territory. As long as this map existed, there would be no other tribal names, only the Chinese tribe. All lands will be unified under the Huaxia tribe, without division and chaos. Ultimately, Yi Bin's goal is not to be a tribal leader, but to establish a real country. To strengthen his combat capabilities, Yi Bin arranged for the recently crafted cowhide war drums to be brought into the training grounds. He personally led Li Wang and the others there to prepare for a major drill. At this time, He Niu was holding a green flag, commanding the soldiers to line up and march forward in an orderly manner with wooden spears. With every step the soldiers took, they shouted, "Kill, kill, kill!" The entire training ground was filled with the sound of killing. These new recruits had only been in the Huaxia tribe for a little over 10 days, and their daily routine was to train besides eating. Yi Bin's mission was very clear: train as hard as possible and not rest until they had trained. Some thought he was too harsh, but in these troubled times, not actively becoming stronger was a death sentence. Other tribes were still struggling to make ends meet, so how could they find the energy to train? The Huaxia tribe had a stable food supply, and the soldiers were well fed and warmly clothed, so they should strengthen their training. Eating well gave them the strength to train, which was the most basic rule of survival. Yi Bin knew that peace and stability wouldn't last long, so he had to seize every minute and let everyone practice until they developed muscle memory. Only by training the body to react instinctively would they avoid panic on the battlefield. Despite the large number of Huaxia tribesmen, few had ever fought in a war. Most were former refugees or slaves. Before joining, they were emaciated, having only eaten full meals for a dozen days, and their bodies had yet to recover. Although the food was much better than before, it would take time to grow from emaciated to strong. Today, the most critical factor for soldiers is no longer physical fitness, but the rapid development of muscle memory. Only by turning combat movements into instinct can they unleash powerful combat power on the Rio battlefield. Yi Bin said nothing more, and walked straight through the crowd, steadily approaching He Niu's side. Seeing the city lord coming, He Niu immediately and consciously gave up his seat. This small gesture made Yi Bin very satisfied. A perceptive subordinate will always be more favored by the leader than a dull follower. Yi Bin whispered to He Niu, "Tell the soldiers to stop training first. I have something important to announce." "Understood." He Niu immediately raised the red flag in his hand. On the training ground, all the soldiers stopped at almost the same time and stood in neat rows. The Chinese army used 4 colors of flags: green for advance, red for stop, black for retreat, and white for cavalry. It was these flag signals that kept the vast army organized during training, preventing chaos. In the past, when the army was small, orders could be passed on through shouting. But now, the Chinese army has expanded to 10 regiments, each with over 1,500 men, for a total strength of over 15,000. If so many soldiers were commanded solely by shouting, the battlefield would be in chaos. Therefore, the system of flag signals and flag bearers became crucial. During battle, Yi Bin would be accompanied by a dedicated group of flag bearers, who would relay all orders to various battlefield areas. Each area would be followed by multiple layers of flag bearers, ensuring that even amidst a vast army, there would be no confusion about orders. The battlefield is ever-changing, and a single mistake can result in massive casualties. A true leader isn't just about shouting slogans, but about making the most effective decisions at critical moments. Those high-ranking officials who lack the necessary skills but crave the spotlight are often the culprits of untold harm. Every misjudgment they made was paid for with the blood of countless soldiers, yet they never reflected on their own mistakes. In their eyes, the soldiers who died in battle were simply incompetent. In primitive minds, the strongest prevailed, leading to individual warfare and a lack of coordination. Black Bull raised the red flag high, and all the soldiers froze. This was the result of repeated training, a reflexive memory long since formed. Black Bull's training was extremely strict. Even if a brother made a mistake, he would be whipped on stage. In the first few days, people were beaten every day, but soon everyone understood the rules and dared not to mess around anymore. When Yi Bin was away, He Niu was the temporary military commander. He had 50 personal guards, while He Bao had over 30 guards. Both were Yi Bin's earliest confidants. Black Panther, in particular, had once saved Yi Bin's life. One night, shortly after arriving in the Yellow River Valley, the Wolf King and his pack of wolves suddenly attacked the tribe. Yi Bin was unaware at the time, but Black Panther's quick eyes and hands, wielding his spear, saved him from the attack. Although the battle was short, Black Panther has since become one of Yi Bin's most trusted men. Even if they don't have the ability to lead troops for the time being, Yi Bin is willing to invest in training them. Today, Yi Bin brought a strange object, a huge cowhide drum. When the soldiers saw the drum, they all talked about it, wondering what it was used for. Black Panther couldn't help but ask, "City Lord, what is this drum used for? It doesn't look like a weapon." Black Bull also came over and looked at the drum carefully, with a puzzled look on his face. "City Lord, what is the use of this thing?" The surrounding warriors were all captivated by the massive cowhide drum, their eyes fixed on it. Curiosity is human nature. Even high-ranking figures like Black Bull and Black Panther couldn't help but wonder about the origins of this thing. Seeing everyone's curiosity, Yi Bin stopped playing it safe and pointed at the cowhide drum. "This is called a war drum," he said. "As the name suggests, it's an important tool used on the battlefield." He explained that this war drum was not simple, it possessed a special power. Everyone listened with even greater amusement, each wondering, could a drum have special powers? Black Panther and Black Bull exchanged a glance, their confusion growing even more intense. They simply couldn't fathom what a drum could possibly be good for. Was the City Lord deliberately joking? But this was unlike Yi Bin's style. He never wasted time on a fight. Just as everyone's curiosity was overflowing, Yi Bin called Li Wang beside him and said, "Come, beat the war drum for everyone." Li Wang had only recently come into contact with this drum, and at first he was confused. But after trying it for himself, he was completely blown away. He raised his hand and struck the drum, and a dull dong echoed throughout the training ground. The sound was powerful and deep, even louder than a horn, shaking people's hearts. And the most amazing thing was that this sound seemed to awaken the passion and fighting spirit in the blood, making people unable to help but clench their fists and eager to rush to the battlefield immediately. Boom, boom, boom! The deep, rich beat of war drums echoed through the training grounds, instantly hushing the previously bustling crowd. The drumbeats gradually quickened, the tempo gathering pace. Everyone was energized by the beat, their blood boiling. At that moment, the soldiers felt as if they were on a real battlefield, surrounded by a dense mass of millions of soldiers. They were clad in iron armor, holding spears, and the sharp spear tips flashed with a cold light, which made people feel a chill. The drumbeats echoed endlessly, like a death horn, and the entire battlefield seemed frozen. The armies before them stood face to face in silence, the air seemed frozen, and only the sound of the drums roared in their ears. Boom! 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 The rhythm grew faster and faster, and the warriors seemed to have fallen into another world. They seemed to see with their own eyes the piles of corpses, and crows circling in the sky, sniffing the blood and waiting for a feast. Everything before my eyes was so real that I could even feel the soldiers' despair before dying. Just as the two armies were about to engage in battle, the sound of war drums abruptly stopped, and the training ground instantly returned to silence. The soldiers were as if awakened from a dream, one by one returning to reality from the illusion, their faces filled with shock. Everything they had just experienced was like being on the battlefield themselves, and the shock was long-lasting. The City Lord didn't lie to us! This thought surged in their minds. This kind of war drum not only aroused blood, but also aroused a strong desire to fight, making even the most timid soldiers' blood boil. Yi Bin had been standing on the stage, watching the soldiers' performance, and he had already formed a judgment in his mind. From the moment the drums sounded, everyone seemed like a different person, their eyes burning with fighting spirit. If the soldiers had no fighting spirit, then the army, no matter how many people there were, would be nothing more than a mob. This war drum is the catalyst for your fighting spirit! Yi Bin shouted to everyone, his voice resounding. As soon as the drum sounds, no matter where you are, your fighting spirit will burst forth. It will make you fearless and invincible. What you just felt is the best proof of that. He shouted to everyone. How about this war drum? In response, he was shouted in unison. Good, good, good. On the training ground, thousands of people responded in unison. The sound was earth-shaking, and made everyone on the stage excited. Especially the King Li and his entourage. Although they only had 150 personal guards, they were the strongest force in the tribe. Despite their small number, each of them was well equipped and equipped with a composite repeating bow. In this world of cold weapons, cavalry combined with long-range firepower is a truly overwhelming force. Some might question, how can 150 men defeat 2,000? The problem is, these aren't ordinary soldiers. They're highly trained cavalry, capable of running and shooting at the same time, offering exceptional maneuverability. If the enemy fled, the cavalry would pursue them at a speed far exceeding that of the infantry, and if they caught up, they would be slaughtered. If the enemy chose to engage head-on, the firepower of the composite bows would be enough to render them unable to move. Infantry encountering cavalry was a one-sided massacre, especially since these cavalry were armed with magical weapons. Looking at the tens of thousands of people before him, King Li couldn't help but sigh. He had never dared to even think about it before. From a small tribe of a few hundred people to a tribe of tens of thousands today, the speed of change was shocking. Black Bull and Black Panther didn't react much. After all, they had been leading the training for the past 10 days. Throughout the training grounds, Black Bull and Black Panther were at the front, followed by the regimental commanders, and then the ordinary soldiers. It was clear at a glance who was leading and who was the grassroots fighter. The hierarchy was clear. Yi Bin, standing high up, looked calm. He had seen this scene too many times. Military parades on Earth often involved hundreds of thousands of people, and he was already accustomed to this kind of scene. At this moment, He Nio suddenly asked, "City Lord, do we have to bring this war drum into battle?" Yi Bin answered without hesitation. "Of course, we have to bring it to battle and training too. It's not only a tool to boost morale, but also a magical tool to improve efficiency. Especially on the battlefield, the sound of drums can get people's blood pumping. This is the ideal state for fighting. Other tribes still don't understand what drums are for, but we can already use them to increase our combat effectiveness." As soon as the words fell, the soldiers shouted again. "The City Lord is mighty! The City Lord is domineering!" They have realized that the war drum is not a toy, but a weapon of war. For these primitive people who have just entered civilized society, everything new is a treasure. They are like a blank slate, eager to learn everything and willing to try everything. In the Huaxia tribe, as long as there is no shortage of food, there is time for them to train. All of this is to prepare for the future war. Once Old City and Shenwu City are fully built, a large number of soldiers will be needed to garrison them. Training now is to avoid bloodshed in the future. After all, these people are originally guerrillas, lacking discipline and execution. To completely reform them, they must undergo forced training. If you don't use harsh measures, not only will they not obey, but even basic commands will be difficult to follow. Therefore, the length of training time must be flexibly adjusted according to current needs. Just like Special Forces training, they train for 1 or 2 months without a single day off. They train from morning till night, without interruption, and even if they are physically exhausted, they grit their teeth and persevere. For the newcomers now, Yi Bin made it clear that they must undergo strict training from morning to night. The tribe provides food, but this is conditional, and no one will give you everything for free. Even children know this. If you want to enjoy the benefits, you have to work accordingly. These primitive people initially found it difficult to adapt to this high-intensity training, but when they thought about the pain of hunger, they soon accepted it. In the past, they were always hungry, but since joining the Huaxia tribe, they have been able to eat full meals every day. For them, no matter how hard the training is, it is better than starving. Yi Bin's method is simple. The tribe provides you with food, and you must train for the tribe and protect the tribe. Although training is hard, without food, it will be even more desperate. People in every era have different rules for survival. Just like in Yi Bin's home country, the state provides salaries for the military, and the soldiers protect the state. In the Huaxia tribe, although there is no direct salary, being able to eat and wear warm clothes is already the most basic guarantee. Every bite of food the warriors ate was actually their wages. If they left the tribe, they might be captured by other tribes, taken to the market, and become commodities for exchange. For these slaves, being able to eat their fill every day was already a blessing. More importantly, when they were together, with a collective strength, who would dare to bully them? To outsiders, they were a large group, but in their own eyes, they were just a few scattered soldiers. Yi Bin was like a powerful magnet, drawing these people together to form the Huaxia tribe we know today. Without Yi Bin, this group would still be scattered and fighting, unable to unite as a whole. Starting today, Yi Bin announced that the tribe would train specialized drummers. The drummers' mission was to train alongside the warriors, and the drumbeats would be the rhythm of battle. Only those with good physical fitness and strong strength can serve as drummers. This position is not something that everyone can do. After hearing this, Black Bull and Black Panther immediately agreed. "Don't worry, Lord, we will select a drummer as soon as the training is over." Yi Bin nodded with satisfaction and continued. "You have been training for more than 10 days. Now let me check your results." He Nio immediately responded. "Yes, City Lord." He walked up to the platform and began to give orders. "Now all teams line up," Black Bull shouted. "Wolf Fang, Black Snake, Eagle, Golden Fire, Heiqing, Oren, Ah Shui, Black Panther, all team leaders except Mu Zhan, assemble immediately." Black Panther and Black Qin responded. "Yes," and then commanded their respective troops to march out. Black Bull continued. "Wolf Fang, Black Snake, Eagle, you 3 regiments, as spearmen, immediately stand behind the sword and shield soldiers and wait." As soon as the order was given, the soldiers of the 3 regiments sprang into action. In a short time, the 3 regiments had neatly integrated into the team. Then He Niu shouted, "Jinhua, Shui, you 2 regiments, as archers, immediately stand behind the spearmen and wait." "Yes." The 2 men immediately commanded their respective teams to quickly take their positions. Soon, the 2 archery regiments were also in place, and the entire training ground was in neat formation. "Oiran, your reinforced regiment, the largest in number, stand firm as ordered." He Niu continued his command. The Oiran's reinforced regiment consisted of over 3,000 men, the largest of all the regiments. They were responsible for protecting Dragon City, and while they didn't often go out to fight, they participated in these collective training exercises. The training requirements were rigorous. Even the slightest mistake by any team would disrupt the entire formation. To maintain order during training, leadership and organizational skills were crucial. Without command flags, it would be impossible to maintain effective command over a force of tens of thousands. Without flags, orders could only be conveyed by shouting, but how far could the sound travel? If orders were not communicated during a battle, the worst-case scenario would be that a group of people would just fight randomly, and they might even miss the order to retreat. This was a training exercise involving tens of thousands of soldiers, and the command flags played a crucial role. Each flag bearer was responsible for a specific area, ensuring the swift and accurate transmission of battlefield commands. Generally speaking, the distance between the flag bearer and the soldiers was no more than 200 meters. Primitive people lacked cell phones and were not afraid of nearsightedness, so this distance was perfectly adequate for them. And there is not just one flag bearer, there are usually more than a dozen flag bearers present, each holding a flag of a different color. Unless someone is blind, no one can see it. When all the teams were ready, He Niu raised his green flag high and waved it in the center of the training ground. The flag bearer in the middle saw the order and immediately raised his green flag as well, quickly conveying the signal to each soldier. The warriors moved in unison, like a giant chariot in motion, advancing in unison. With each step forward, they brandished their weapons, the swords and shields slashing and blocking in one smooth, seamless movement. The spearmen simulated a charge into the air, as if the enemy was real. The archers in the back row also drew their bowstrings tight. Although they had no arrows, their movements were standard and efficient. Some might wonder, why draw the bowstring in the air? Actually, this is a training method been specifically arranged to help everyone develop muscle memory. On the real battlefield, these movements, already memorized by heart, will be the difference between life and death. At this moment, the war drums sounded again, the deep beats seeming to strike directly at the soul, instantly igniting the blood of the soldiers. Everyone's movements became more powerful, and the sound of the uniform beating was full of murderous intent. The drumbeats grew faster and faster, and the soldiers gradually entered a state of ecstasy, as if they were born for battle. Yibin arranged this large-scale training not only to hone their skills, but also to hone their battlefield adaptability. In primitive society, warfare was about speed, ruthlessness, and accuracy. Once the enemy was defeated, they could easily turn around and flee. At this time, traditional battle formations became useless, and the archers in the rear were useless. Therefore, Yibin envisioned a mobile formation, where archers could quickly advance through shield soldiers and spearmen. This way, even if the enemy fled, they could continue to suppress them, allowing the formation to flexibly respond to changes. If the enemy counterattacks, the shield soldiers and spearmen will immediately step in to protect the archers in the rear. In large-scale combat, victory is never achieved by simply standing in a row. Flexible formation changes are the key to victory. Especially in this era, whoever masters the tactics will have the initiative on the battlefield. In daily training, archers still mainly focus on actual combat shooting, and only practice empty shooting during group training. This kind of bow training is mainly about practicing, proficiency, and speed. A qualified archer must be able to draw the bow quickly and fire continuously. On the battlefield, every additional round of arrows fired meant more casualties for the enemy. Winning a war never relies on a single technique, but rather on the coordination of the entire army, the coordination of arms, and unwavering conviction. If soldiers are untrained, not only will they lack coordination, but they will also lack discipline on the battlefield. Few tribes on the continent can afford to train around the clock like the Huaxia tribe. This is because other tribes simply cannot afford the daily food consumption of tens of thousands of people. China's ability to sustain this system relies on a diverse food supply system. One of the most important pillars is the existence of the fishing fleet. A few large fish, a pot of fish soup, mushrooms, and wild vegetables each day can feed dozens of soldiers. The ranch provides a daily supply of mutton and pork, primarily for protein. Don't underestimate this vast river. In its resource-rich primeval days, it could easily have supported hundreds of thousands of people. Let alone tens of thousands of soldiers, even if the number doubled, as long as the allocation was reasonable, they could still have enough food and water. In ancient times, the fishing industry was never just a sideline. It could support the people and even more so the army. The women in other tribes had a daily routine of herding and gathering fruit. Although the amount of fruit they gathered each day was not much, they could still secretly eat a few. In primitive society, harvested resources belonged to the entire tribe. Embezzlement was a serious crime. Women caught stealing food faced beatings at best, and even death at worst. There was no room for negotiation. In primitive society, the clan leader valued authority above all else. If even women disobeyed orders, the patriarch's authority would crumble. Therefore, in order to consolidate his leadership, any act of defiance against power must be severely punished. After 2 hours of training, Hainyo waved a red flag and ordered all teams to stop. But a strange problem arose. Many soldiers began to look around and couldn't find their original teams. This simulated training involved multiple arms interweaving in formation, particularly archers weaving through the front rank of infantry. While this wasn't a problem at first, the soldiers started to become confused as the training progressed. Some people were separated, completely separated from their respective teams, and the scene gradually became chaotic. If this happened on a real battlefield, there would be only one result: death. Because each squad's formation is independent and tightly coordinated, suddenly inserting an outsider would become a burden. For example, if an archer suddenly appeared in a sword and shield team, how could they coordinate? Not only would they disrupt the other team's tactical deployment, but they would also disrupt the overall rhythm of their own team. Don't underestimate such details. Every deviation in action on the battlefield can affect the course of the battle. At this time on the training ground, many soldiers were still searching for their squads, appearing to be in a state of panic. The large-scale formation maneuvering just now, while improving their mobility, also exposed a flaw in the corps' coordination. While the entire corps appeared organized on the surface, it was actually already shaky and could collapse at any moment. Yibin walked up to Hainyo and asked calmly, "What do you think of the effectiveness of this training?" Hainyo was a genuine primitive man and naturally could not see the tactical details. He felt that the training was very exciting and morale was high, and he was actually quite satisfied. He smiled and said, "City Lord, I think this training was very good." Hainyo believed that the soldiers' coordinated movements and high spirits were the hallmarks of successful training. He was even a little proud because, under his leadership, the soldiers had performed beyond their normal capabilities. Yibin stood on the platform, looking at the teams on the training ground, his face not looking good. Hainyo had been expecting the city lord to praise him, but when he saw the expression on Yibin's face, he suddenly became nervous. Is there something I didn't do well?" Hainyo asked cautiously, a hint of uneasiness in his tone. Yibin didn't beat around the bush and said bluntly, "Look for yourself, what's the formation of the soldiers like?" Hainyo quickly glanced at the training ground. Sure enough, the formation had already been scattered. Some people looked around, while others stood there in a daze. There was no discernible team structure at all. If it were a battlefield, this kind of chaos would be a disaster. Black Panther also noticed the problem. He said in a deep voice, "City Lord, the battle formation is completely disrupted." Hainyo felt a cold sweat break out on his back after hearing this. As the division commander, this was his responsibility. How could he allow such a thing to happen? The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became, and his face gradually paled. Seeing this, Yibin didn't blame him. Instead, he said earnestly, "The fact that you're aware of the problem means you're making progress. The key is that we must learn to identify and solve problems." Black Bull and Black Panther asked at the same time, "So, how do we solve this problem now?" Yibin knew that this was indeed a gap in their knowledge. How could there be any systematic military theory in primitive society? Even getting them to understand the significance of military formations was difficult enough. Yibin gave an example. "It's like asking a group of farmers to repair an aircraft carrier. Do you think they can do it?" For Hainyo, the concepts of army, formation, and tactics were all new. They had never been exposed to such knowledge, let alone knowing which troops should be used in which formations. Yibin fell into deep thought, and suddenly his eyes lit up. He clapped his hands and said, "I've got a solution." "What solution?" Black Bull and Black Panther asked in unison. Yibin said nothing more and immediately asked Hainyo to find some dry animal hides so he could demonstrate the technique. Although Hainyo was full of doubts, he immediately agreed. "Yes. I'll go right away." He quickly left the training ground and headed towards the Ministry of Works, still confused as to what the animal hides had to do with the chaotic formation. But he understood that the city lord's order must have a deeper meaning. As Hainiel walked quickly, he sighed in his heart. From a small team of more than a dozen people to an army of more than 20,000 people now, the development of this tribe has exceeded all his imagination. Being able to command tens of thousands of troops in battle was already a rare existence in this era. Apart from Yibin, there was no other person in the entire primitive world who could achieve this. Despite the massive strength of those super tribes, they had virtually no training system and relied primarily on primitive instincts to fight. The Huaxia tribe, on the other hand, was different, with clear systems and rigorous training, far surpassing other tribes. Hainiel rushed to the Ministry of Works and quickly found Old Man Xiong. After briefly explaining the situation, he was given several thick animal hides. He quickly returned to the training ground with the hides in his arms, only to find Yibin whispering with several regiment leaders. The group leaders nodded rapidly, their faces filled with sudden enlightenment. Hainiel handed the hide to Yibin, who took a piece, examined it for a few moments, and immediately began trimming it. He pulled out the iron knife he carried with him and began cutting neatly into the hide. Soon, a simple hide flag was complete, clearly marked with symbols. This was exactly what Yibin had envisioned for the League flag. Each combat group has its own unique flag, allowing soldiers to instantly identify their unit by simply looking at it. For example, a team dedicated to wood warfare could have the character wood marked on their flag, allowing them to quickly identify their unit even in a chaotic battle. Yibin envisioned these regimental flags as the key to resolving battlefield chaos. Previously, orders were conveyed using command flags, but now, with regimental flags as identification markers, soldiers could accurately return to their formations. This not only resolved battlefield chaos but also laid the foundation for subsequent military expansion. Yibin personally cut out more than a dozen flags, each of uniform size, looking neat and tidy. These flags were made of animal skins, which, while strong, were not flexible enough and were a bit stiff. He laid the finished flags neatly on the ground and then wrote different words on each flag. For example, the Black Panther flag had Panther written on the front and Huaxia on the back. Then he found a wooden stick, punched a hole in the corner of the flag, threaded a rope through it, and tied the flag firmly to the pole. When everything was assembled, he held up the Black Panther flag and couldn't help but sigh in his heart if only there was cloth. Animal hides were too thick and heavy to wave easily, so if they really wanted to make a useful set of military flags, they would have to rely on cloth. But he also knew that in this primitive era, everything had to be done slowly and there was no rush. Since crossing here, he'd focus most of his energy on military development, leaving him with no time to think about life. He always said, "First survive, then talk about development. If you're not even sure if you'll have food to eat tonight, how can you even talk about the economy?" This also reminded him of the Xuanwu tribe, a seemingly low-key but extremely powerful tribe. They never participated in wars, yet they always stood firm, which showed that there were masters behind them. In the primitive world, anyone who could clearly see the situation and make choices was definitely not simple. For a moment, a terrifying thought flashed through Yibin's mind: could there be a time traveler in the Xuanwu tribe? But he quickly dismissed this conjecture. Xuanwu's weapons were too backward, and their clothing was all animal skins. If there really were time travelers, how could they not have popularized iron, bronze, and even silk? Of course, it wasn't ruled out that the other party, like him, prioritized military development and temporarily ignored other technologies. But on closer inspection, this possibility was too small. A time traveler wouldn't be so foolish as to only focus on business, right? Thinking of this, Yibin suddenly had an idea. That's right! Why is the Xuanwu tribe sitting on the Daoyutai? Are they deliberately letting other tribes fight? If the Firebirds and the Taotai continue to fight, then the true winners are the Xuanwu, right? If this logic holds true, the Xuanwu tribe is no longer a silent force, but rather a force behind the scenes. The more he thought about it, the more terrifying it became. He even said in his heart, "These people are too insidious. You know, the Firebirds and the Taotai are both super tribes. One has salt mines, and the other has manpower. The two sides fought for years over a salt mine, sending soldiers to die every day. How could this be justified? This kind of war, which harms both sides and does not benefit the other, should have been stopped long ago by wise people. But the leaders of both sides were no fools, so why didn't they cease fighting? The only explanation was that someone didn't want them to stop. As long as these two giants didn't stop fighting, no third party in the region could intervene. And this third party was none other than the Xuanwu tribe. Yibin's forehead broke out in a cold sweat as he thought about this. He had almost seen through the entire situation. The more he recalled what had happened before, the more certain he became of his guess. The timing of Bloodfang's exchange for the bronze knife from Xuanwu was exquisitely perfect. This suggests that Xuanwu had already grasped the movements of the Firebird and Tao Tai, and possibly monitored the entire situation. Even more terrifying is that they may even have noticed the movements of the Huaxia tribe. However, in their eyes, the Huaxia tribe is too weak to be worth mentioning. This is precisely why Xuanwu is too lazy to take action, because no matter how much the ants struggle, they cannot threaten the giants. Yibin took a deep breath, suppressed his wild thoughts, and sighed softly. No matter how much I guess it's useless, he muttered to himself. No matter how cunning the enemy was, as long as he was strong, no matter how others plotted, it would be useless. He knew that no matter how deep the conspiracy was, it could not defeat the real power. He continued to work on his flags, eventually completing over a dozen unique battle flags. The flag for Muzhan had the character wood, the flag for Heiqin had the character diligence, the flag for Langya had the character lang, the flag for Heishi had the character snake, the flag for Xionging had the character eagle, and the flag for Heibao had the character leopard. The flags for Black Ox are inscribed with Niu Juifeng, Huakui, Jinhua, and Ashui. Each flag has its leader's codename on the front, and the characters Huaxia on the back. No matter which regiment went out to battle, the waving of the flag made it clear that it was the Chinese army. In this era, there was no such concept as a national flag. The military flag was a symbol of status. In the minds of these primitive people, whether they could survive every day was uncertain, so how could they have time to study flags? They only cared about two things: staying alive and having enough to eat. If you are bitten by a wild beast or chopped by an enemy, you will never see the next day. In this land, there is no legal system and no army to protect you. There is no peace here, only the barbaric rules of survival. The bigger the fist, the more law. Blood, violence, hunger, even cannibalism. This is the reality. Chapter 215 Training ends. Yibin put up the finished flag. One flag was issued to each regiment. Except for Juifeng and Muzhan, every other regiment commander received a flag. The regiment commanders raised the flags. There are now 9 flags on the training ground. They are respectively ox, leopard, flower, diligence, snake, eagle, wolf, water, and fire. Each character represents a regimental commander. When Hei Nio is present, all the senior leaders of the regiment must obey Hei Nio. When Hei Nio is not present, all the senior leaders of the regiment must obey Hei Bao. If both of them are not here, all the team leaders fight on their own. No matter which team leader they are, their job levels are the same. Generally speaking, team leaders will not be arranged together. The courtesan was holding a large banner. He asked in confusion. City Lord, we can't fight with this thing. At this time, the other captains also immediately followed suit. Yes. City Lord. This big flag also wastes a person's manpower. The person holding up the big flag can only hold up this big flag. This person can't do other things at all. Hear everyone's discussion. Yibin was also at a loss whether to laugh or cry. For them, it would be better to waste this person's fighting power. It would be better if he killed a few more enemies. You guys, don't rush to deny it, just listen to what I have to say. First of all, the role of the Avenue flag cannot be compared with the combat effectiveness of a single person. On the battlefield, one person can be missing at any time, but the Avenue flag cannot be missing. This banner is for you. It is a kind of honor. Let me give you an example. The Jinhua team, no matter who they go out to fight, you can defeat your opponents every time. After a while, your name, Jinhua, will be spread. The next time you go out to fight, others will know that you are Jinhua from the Huaxia tribe as soon as they see your flag. Another point is that you are not holding up a big banner. It is an identity, this flag. It represents your honor when you raise this flag. It means that behind you stands our Chinese tribe. No matter who wants to touch you, they must consider our Chinese revenge. Each of these flags represents the entire regiment. This is your honor. When you go to the battlefield in the future, each flag will have its own honor, and you need to fight for this honor. Do you all have confidence? Yes, yes. Yes, yes. After listening to Yibin's explanation, everyone was excited. The big flag in the commander's hand represented the honor of the entire regiment. No matter how many enemies were killed in the future, it would all be related to this flag. Yibin pressed down with his big hand. Everyone fell silent. This Avenue flag has one last function. From now on, every Avenue flag must be held by a strong man. This person is called the flag bearer. The flag bearer has only one function. That is to lead the army. Wherever the regiment commander and his men go, the flag bearer must follow and must never leave the regiment commander's side for even a step. Flag bearer, the flag in your hand represents the position of the regimental commander. Its function is to tell the soldiers the specific location of your regimental commander. The battlefield is too complicated. If you are not careful, you will fall behind. What should you do at that time? On the battlefield, if you lose your team, it is equivalent to losing your life. At this time, there is a big flag leading the way. The soldiers just need to follow the big flag of their captain, and they can keep up without falling behind. The soldiers listened to Yibin's explanation. The smart people immediately realized that what the city lord meant was to follow the flag. Wherever the flag went, the leader would be there. This means that a reorganized team is all around the leader? Yibin shouted to everyone. Is there anyone who hasn't understood yet? Many people didn't understand what was said yet. Just as they were about to walk out, they were stopped by their companions. Those who understood immediately began to explain. Yibin, watching everything in the audience. A hint of joy flashed through my heart. It seems that there are still some smart people among these people. It took about 10 minutes or so. The entire training ground immediately fell silent. Yibin asked again. Did everyone understand? The soldiers answered immediately. I understand. I understand. Okay, let's train again. Yibin waved the green flag in his hand. When the soldiers saw the green flag, they immediately advanced forward. Yibin kept changing the command flags. The soldiers cooperated very well. With the big flag, the soldiers would not get lost. For example, the Langya group. Wherever Langya went, the flag bearer followed closely. When the soldiers behind him saw the commander's flag, they all followed. The same goes for the other groups. Wherever the regiment commander goes, the soldiers follow. The regiment commander's flag is the soul of the entire regiment. As long as the commander's flag does not fall, the soldiers will not fall behind. No matter where the commander goes, the soldiers will follow closely behind. Commander, I will not fall until the flag falls, and I will not fall until the commander falls. Ha ha. Yibin was very satisfied with this training. None of the soldiers fell behind or got separated. The soldiers of each regiment looked at the regiment commander's flag. As long as their eyes were not blind, they would not lose the team. Yibin waved the red flag in his hand. The soldiers all stopped after receiving the order from the flag. Everyone's face was wet with sweat. It was around March at this time. This kind of weather, under normal circumstances. The weather is cool all the time, and even if the sun comes out, it won't be too scorching. The current special training is also for the soldiers, so that they can integrate into the Chinese environment as soon as possible. Now, the entire Huaxia tribe is in dire need of troops and men. After the 2 cities are built, these people in the Huaxia tribe will be divided into 3 groups to be stationed there. Whether it is the old city, the current Dragon City, or the Shenwu City in the market. All of them require a large number of soldiers to guard them. In the future, no matter which city is in danger, the 3 cities can reinforce each other. In the days to come, every city will have its own independent system, and every city will have a city lord. After the area is thoroughly cleared, factories can be built. At that time, the Huaxia tribe will break away from the entire collective model and eventually move towards a family model. In other words, China's army, which is composed of countless families and uses taxes to support it, has entered a new era. That is, that kind of dynastic era. These things are still a bit too far away from the current Chinese tribes. After the soldiers stopped, Yibin said to everyone, I am very satisfied with your training mission this time. Some people may have questions? City Lord, why do you want to train us? There are also some people who are thinking that we can defeat the enemy even without any training. People who think like this are very stupid. The times are progressing and technology is developing. If you don't make progress, you will be replaced by others sooner or later. At that time, you women and your loved ones will become playthings of others, and you will be killed by others. Living off the land is the most terrifying behavior. I know that many people in this tribe are thinking about one thing: we Chinese are very powerful, and we are not afraid of any tribe at all. In fact, it's not wrong to have this idea. But I want to tell you all that humans are the smartest beings. Everyone's brain can be used to invent and create, and can also be used to do research. Remember, strength is not permanent, but wisdom is absolutely invincible. Chapter 216 The Peaceful World in My Heart. After Yibin finished speaking, you could hear a pin drop on the entire training ground, and the soldiers' heads were filled with a bunch of question marks. What the city lord said makes a lot of sense. However, no one can understand. Talking about ideals to a group of primitive people is like playing the lute to a cow, isn't it? Yi Bin carries the memories of his previous life. He also had his own opinion that the last dynasty in his previous life was due to a series of reasons such as backward natural economy, political corruption, etc., which led to the country's army having no combat effectiveness. When faced with foreign invasion, they can only be beaten and cannot fire any shells. It is truly a tragedy for a nation that a country can be so corrupt. I tell you all this to tell you one thing. No matter it is a tribe or a powerful country, the tribesmen must be motivated. Don't think that training is useless just because the tribe is strong. You all should remember this. The stronger the tribe, the more it needs to move upwards. The army is the body of the tribe, and ideas are the soul of the tribe. You generals are the skeleton of the tribe, and the warriors are the flesh and blood of the tribe. It is because of your existence that the tribe exists. Only then can we form a strong tribe. This is why we need to train. Only by becoming stronger today and stronger tomorrow can the Chinese tribe become stronger and stronger. Black Bull, and a series of generals. All shouted loudly. City Lord mighty? The Chinese tribes are mighty. We must strengthen training to protect our Chinese tribe, our loved ones, and our brothers and sisters. At this time, the soldiers' eyes were red with excitement. The city lord let them know the significance of their training, why they had to undergo training, and what they would do after completing the training. The tribes in this world are all large collective models, unlike individual families. In this collective society, everything in the tribe belongs to the entire tribe. Yi Bin's purpose in training them. It is to protect the tribe and to protect everyone's home. Most of these Chinese warriors are slaves. They have lost their homes once. Now everyone can eat well and wear warm clothes. This is a huge blessing for these soldiers. If the Huaxia tribe was destroyed because of training, the soldiers will never forgive themselves. Yi Bin stood on the high platform, looking at everyone below. Seeing the excited expressions of the soldiers, Yi Bin knew that every word he said touched the scars in the soldiers' hearts. Many people here had their tribes destroyed and their relatives killed, and they were reduced to slaves. For the soldiers, this is a pain that they will never be able to erase. Now, the city lord has given them a second chance to survive. Although the training is very hard for the soldiers, this little hardship is nothing compared to protecting the Huaxia tribe. Yi Bin said loudly again. Starting from tomorrow, we will send a regiment out for patrol every day. This is our territory. If we find any outsiders invading, we must blow the horn immediately. After the patrolmen on the city wall hear the horn, they must immediately notify their superiors. The soldiers all agreed. Yes, City Lord. The group leaders also agreed in unison. Yes, City Lord. Yi Bin remembered something and continued. Black Bull. After the training is over, the soldiers must be notified that everyone must go to school and study for an hour. Let the warriors go to school in batches, as the number of people in the Huaxia tribe is too large. If all of them went there, the school would have no room to accommodate them. After the soldiers finished their studies and returned, each dormitory would elect a representative, who would then give a 1-hour lecture. In short, just one sentence. Let the soldiers become familiar with the Chinese language as soon as possible. They will need to be able to read and write for many things in the future, otherwise they will not be able to do anything. Schools are now free. In the future, the tribe will no longer be a collective, but will be divided into several levels. At that time, if a peasant family wants to go to school, they will have to pay a certain amount of remuneration to the school. Hei Niu seemed to understand what he said, but not quite. City Lord, why won't the tribe be collective in the future? Also, why do we have to pay for studying in school, and what is this remuneration? What Hei Niu said? The question was raised, revealing the thoughts of all the top executives. Everyone was curious as to why the collective would be gone, and why there was still compensation, and what was it? Everyone was discussing it privately. City Lord, what did you just say? I don't understand. Yes. I didn't understand either. Listening to the discussions of these group leaders, Yi Bin said to everyone with a smile. Everyone, please be quiet. As for the things I just said, they are still very far away from us. What we have to do now is the most important thing. As for the collective ethnic group, it will come to an end no matter what era it is. Black Panther said. Mayor, I don't quite understand what you said. But I believe that the City Lord will lead us to become stronger. We will follow whatever the City Lord does. Yes. We must follow. Everyone immediately expressed their opinions. They said that China was as powerful as it is today because of the City Lord. We all believed in the City Lord's decision. As long as we followed the City Lord, There would be endless food and no one would dare to bully us anymore. Looking at his men. Each of them is full of confidence in themselves. How can I let them down? Yibin suddenly became full of heroic spirit. He waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, my fellow tribesmen, I will definitely lead you to a clear path. By then, no one will starve to death, and no one will freeze to death. I will lead all of you to create a peaceful and prosperous era, so that all the people in the tribe can have enough food and clothing, the children can go to school, and the elderly can have a place to retire." The people who were closer to Yibin had their blood burning, and what they wanted was actually very simple. They can eat and drink enough every day, and there is no need to worry about safety when going out. No matter where they go, they can see that peace. This kind of scene can only be found in Yibin's hometown. The people there can eat and drink enough every day. Not only can they eat their fill, but they can also waste a lot of food. None of them have to worry about being killed when they go out, except for some hateful human traffickers. That country is indeed safe. How does one say this? It is the safest country in the world. No matter where you are, there is no country that is that safe. Even if children go out, they don't have to worry about being killed. On the other hand, in primitive society, if you go too far and happen to run into other tribes, those tribes that are easy to talk to will not bother with you. If you encounter the Taoai Alliance, you will probably have no choice but to become a slave. "City Lord, we all believe in you," Langya said. "City Lord, I really hope that day will come sooner. Langya's tribe will be destroyed, and all the tribesmen will be captured. If he hadn't met Yibin, he might have died long ago." The high priest had already made up his mind. No matter what happens this time, as long as Langya returns to the tribe, he will kill Langya. Chapter 217 Black Bull and the Others' Worries. Everyone was imagining in their minds what the peaceful and prosperous era that the city lord talked about would look like. "Soldiers, your training today was really excellent. It is an honor for everyone in the tribe to have you. I hope you will not be afraid of hardship or fatigue during training. The sweat you shed today will be rewarded doubly on the battlefield in the future. Train more in peacetime and bleed less in war. Everyone, remember, the stronger you become, the safer the Chinese tribe will be." Okay. Don't worry, City Lord. We must train well, for the tribe and for ourselves. The soldiers in the training ground were all very excited. Speaking from their true feelings, they said all kinds of things, all for the Huaxia tribe and for this hard-earned life. Just when Yibin was about to disband, suddenly he remembered something and said to the people around him, "During your training, do you have to read the military regulations every morning and evening?" The team leaders all looked at each other, and Black Panther said to Black Bull, "City Lord, we follow your instructions and read out the military regulations every morning and evening." Now almost all the soldiers have memorized them, and several regimental commanders have all nodded in agreement. Black Panther wanted to say something. "This morning, when we came for training, the military regulations were not read out. It just so happened that Heinyo was doing other things this morning. The highest-ranking people in the entire training ground were him and these regiment commanders." Since Heinyo has answered, the others naturally nodded as well. If the city lord knew about this, he would definitely scold them to death. "All right," Yibin shouted to everyone. "I declare that today's training is over and everyone is now dismissed." When the city lord said to disband, the soldiers were like students. At this time, the training ground was just like students finishing school. After each training session, it was time for the tribe to have dinner. This was also designed in advance by Yibin. Yibin stopped Heinyo, Heibao and Huakui and told them that the soldiers must be equipped with cowhide drums in their future training, and that the regiment commanders and soldiers who went out on patrol every day must bring their own flags. Several people nodded quickly. "Okay, City Lord. During training tomorrow, I will definitely arrange all the tasks assigned by the City Lord," Heinyo said. He continued, "City Lord, it has been more than 10 days since we last came back. Veterans like Heinyo can still easily grasp some basic numbers. Yibin's requirements for them were also very harsh. Whether in the past or now, he required the tribesmen to learn writing from Luoshi after completing their training. Even a rough guy like Heinyo can do some simple math and write a few Chinese characters of the Huaxia tribe." "What's wrong?" Yibin looked at Heinyo and asked. "City Lord, we have so many warriors in our tribe who stay in the tribe to train every day. If this continues for a long time, won't our food consumption be a bit too high? So I suggest that the tribe send a group out hunting every day, so that the tribe's food consumption can be reduced." He used to be a leader, and the biggest headache for him every day was the food problem. There are at least more than 20,000 people in the entire Longqing now. With so many people staying in the tribe to train every day, if this goes on for a long time, the tribe will be bankrupt. This is also the problem that Hainyo is most worried about. After hearing Hainyo's concerns, Yi Bin smiled. He had carefully considered this matter before he came back. For a tribe of more than 20,000 people, the food consumption is indeed terrifying. But all this was already within his expectations. The current consumption would be repaid by Shinwu's city in the future. If he wanted to defend Shinwu's city, he needed a strong army. Otherwise, let alone defending the city, even the market would not be able to continue operating. These are all unknowns. What Hainyo sees is completely on a different level from what he sees. Hainyo was worried about the present situation. If his fellow tribesmen ate all the sheep, how would they survive in the future? Hainyo was almost anxious to death about this problem. As the commander of the tribe, he had to consider the tribe. If that day really came, he would take his warriors to rob other people's tribes. After hearing what Hainyo said, Black Panther and the courtesan showed a trace of worry on their faces. The current Huaxia tribe is no longer the Huaxia tribe of the past. All the people added together are a huge number. But now, the total number of people in the Huaxia tribe is so large that they can't even count it. As for how many people there are, no one knows at all. In their eyes, the Huaxia tribe now has as many people as ants. These people still have something to say. Yi Bin stretched out a hand, interrupted them directly, and then spoke to the three of them. I had already figured out what you were all worried about before I came back. The food of our Huaxia tribe is different from that of other tribes. Most of their food is barbecue. If everyone eats barbecue, how many people can be fed by a goat weighing several hundred kilograms? Have you ever thought about this question? Freshly slaughtered mutton will lose a lot of water after being roasted at high temperature. 10 kilograms of mutton will only weigh 6 or 7 kilograms at most after being roasted. An adult can finish even a small amount. As a result, the amount of food consumed every day is an astronomical figure. Even if there are more cattle and sheep, it is not enough for those people to eat. But our Chinese tribe is completely different from them. We have several sources of food, the most important of which is our fishing team. There are more than 500 people in the fishing team every day, and the big fish they catch every day can feed many people. Also, our foraging team members can collect fruits every day and bring back several ox carts of fruits. In the primitive people's diet, fruits can be regarded as staple food. Although they cannot eat their fill, at least they will not starve to death. For primitive people, being able to have something to eat is already a great happiness. As for whether you can eat your fill, it is not important at all. If you want to feed the tribesmen, you need to eat a lot of food. For a tribe, it is good enough to survive. Yi Bin continued. Also, there are nearly 100,000 sheep on our Chinese ranches. Every time we slaughter goats, we pick the old ones, the ones with health problems, then the rams, and finally keep some for breeding. Yu and his men will keep those ewes, and they will give birth to many lambs next year. They can also eat wild boars, chickens, rabbits, etc., and give them to the tribesmen in appropriate amounts. None of these are the most important. The four people were walking along the road, and suddenly the three courtesans asked, "What is important?" The three of them actually spoke at the same time, as if they had discussed it beforehand. Yi Bin was amused by their appearance. He uttered a few words softly. Chapter 218 Potential Danger. Clay pot and stewed meat. A lot. Large tribes also have clay pots, but the food they cook is completely different from that of the Chinese. Some people would say, they all use water to cook food, so what's the difference? Although they all use clay pots to stew meat, the stewing methods were different. In the large tribes, they did add a lot of water when stewing the meat. However, how much water should be added, how much salt should be put in each pot of meat, how much wild vegetables should be added, and what is the approximate proportion of the meat? Many people would say that they are all primitive people. As long as they have food to eat, they are happy. Could they be picky about food? Our ancestors left us an old saying. Soup without salt is worse than water. A normal person would rather drink water than soup without salt. Even if they are primitive people, they would not drink soup without salt. Moreover, in primitive tribes, even if you are a large tribe, salt is very precious. The reason why the Huaxia tribe dares to waste salt so much is because Yi Bin and others have their own channels to obtain salt. Under normal circumstances. First, how much water should be added to the large ceramic pot, how much ingredients and meat should be added, and how much white salt should be added. Yi Bin had discussed these things with Hong privately. Why, the warriors of the Huaxia tribe would be very happy even if they were drinking broth, because the broth was added with precious white salt, some wild vegetables, and a few large pieces of mutton. The soldiers all ate with their mouths full of oil. In the canteen of the Huaxia tribe, there are professional tribesmen who serve meals. The number of pieces of meat each person gets is planned in advance. It is impossible to eat more or steal food. Inside the cafeteria, just like a pharmacy where Chinese medicine is boiled, there is a long row of stoves, and on top of each stove there is a huge ceramic pot. These huge ceramic pots were all designed by Yibin himself. The raw materials used in each stove are processed large coal blocks. Every time when cooking was done in the canteen, the long row of stoves would be burning red with fire, and the huge earthenware pots on the stoves would be filled with stewed fish soup, mutton soup, and pork soup. When the soldiers went to eat, the women in the canteen would serve the rice in a clay pot. Everyone who came to get the rice had to bring their own bowls and chopsticks, otherwise they would not be able to eat. This model is just like the cafeteria on Earth. The people in the queue are responsible for getting the meals, and the cafeteria staff are responsible for serving the meals to the people in the queue. Of course, that kind of situation won't happen. You may scoop out a large spoonful of food, but when you pour it into your bowl, only a little is left. The meals that Hong and the others received were all exactly the same. The first soldier got a few pieces of meat, and the rest of the soldiers got the same. There was no more or less. The broth in the cafeteria was free and could be continued for a long time. As long as you can finish it, no matter how you drink it, the women will help you get it for free. The food in the cafeteria is nutritious and will be consumed until you can't drink it anymore. Soldiers can receive a fruit every time they eat. Along the way, Yibin explained the diversity of food and how to use the least amount of food to feed the soldiers. As for achieving meat freedom, it will take some time. Although the current Huaxia tribe is not short of food, Yibin will not eat it to his heart's content. Maybe, one day in the future, there will be tens of thousands more people. When there are a lot of people, it means that food will be consumed quickly. As the lord of the Huaxia tribe, he must think long term. No matter what, it's just one sentence. Only with food can we support the army. If there is not enough food, no matter how many people you give you, they will all starve to death. Only with food can we have people, not only with people can we have food. How much food does the Huaxia tribe consume every day, and how much food can it harvest every day? Yibin remembered all of this in his heart. As for the fact that Heinyo could still think of these things, he was also very pleased. This at least proved one thing: he was not the only one who contributed to the Huaxia tribe. A strong tribe not only needs a powerful army, but also a group of like-minded brothers. In Yibin's heart, Heinyo and his group are his brothers in life and death. Yibin, after you have sorted out your ideas, said to the people around him, our food problem is not the most important thing at the moment. What we need now is a well-trained army. Once the market opens, there will be many people watching our market. Especially the Xuanwu tribe, we know too little about their situation. When the news of our opening of the market reaches their ears, we don't know what will happen. The Oiran said curiously. City Lord, we open our own market. What does it have to do with the Xuanwu tribe? They open their market, and we open our market. There is no conflict between our two tribes. At this time, Black Bull said to Black Panther. Yes, City Lord. What does it have to do with the Xuanwu tribe if we open our own market? We have never had any conflicts with their tribe, and they won't make things difficult for our Huaxia tribe, right? Yibin smiled bitterly. Then, he looked at the distant sky and said lightly, in this world, once you touch upon someone else's interests, there is no need to meet at all. From the moment we opened the market, we and the Xuanwu tribe are destined to be enemies. Our current situation is even more dangerous than the Firebird tribe. We only had one enemy before, but now we have two, and both are very powerful enemies. The three people were confused after hearing this. Heinyo said anxiously. City Lord, there is another enemy there. Isn't our enemy the Taobai Alliance? To Heinyo, I have never offended you. You and I are not enemies at all. Primitive people have very simple thinking and they don't have any scheming. In their hearts, as long as they can eat their fill every day and have children at night, they are already very satisfied. As for how to scheme against others, that is something that only the wise people in the tribe do. This is also the reason why super tribes will become stronger and stronger, while small tribes will find it difficult to survive. In every super tribe, there will be some powerful people, and the wisdom of those people is very advanced. For example, the Huaxia tribe was almost extinct before Yibin came. Even if it had not been destroyed by the wolf tribe, it would have been destroyed by other tribes in the end. In primitive society, being weak is your fault. If you are weak, I can beat you, steal your women, and steal your food. Heinyo, after listening to Yibin's explanation, I was thinking all the way, the Huaxia tribe obviously did not offend the Xuanwu tribe, but why did the city lord say that we are destined to be enemies? Yibin's words. Success shifted the three people's attention to the issue of tribal safety. For them, nothing was more important than the safety of the tribe. They were all elders of the tribe. They were chased all the way by the wolf tribe. Finally, under the leadership of Yibin, they successfully arrived at the Yellow River Valley. In this place, another city was built and the first ranch of their own was established. He also had his own team, which eventually grew to a few hundred people, then to a few thousand people, and even now, the tribe has tens of thousands of people. Chapter 219 Rainy Season. The next morning, it started to drizzle outside. Neo came to Yibin early in the morning, and there was a knock on the door. "Who is it?" Yibin said vaguely. "City Lord, will you continue training today?" Neo stood outside the door, his body already wet by the rain. Morning is the coldest time of the day, and it is drizzling outside. I heard it. It was the voice of Black Bull. Yibin immediately got up, put on his animal leather shoes, and walked quickly to the door. The moment he opened the door, Yibin was dumbfounded. "Hey Neo, what are you doing?" Outside, it was drizzling and he was standing at his outer door, his animal skin clothes all soaked by the rain. Yibin said hurriedly. "Come in first and talk about it. In the future, if there is a situation like this, you can make the decision yourself. You are now a division commander and you can make decisions on matters within the tribe. There is no need to report everything to me," Yibin said. While pulling Neo, he quickly walked towards the stove. Nowadays, almost all the Chinese tribes burn coal. Whether it is Yibin or other high-level leaders of the tribe, they all burn coal in their stoves. Neo said with a smile. "City Lord. Don't worry, it was much worse back then. At that time, there was no food in the tribe. Even if it was raining heavily outside, I would still lead my people to the mountains to hunt." Neo, talking about the past, had a smile on his face. Perhaps in his heart, although he didn't have enough to eat at that time, he could be with his people every day. Perhaps at that time, Luoshi's mother was not dead yet. Yibin suddenly said. "Have you ever thought about finding another woman?" Neo was a little confused by the question. Neo had thought about this problem before, but at that time, the Luoshui tribe was either short of food or on the way to find food every day. As the leader of the tribe, he had to put his people first no matter what he did. Temporary. Return. I haven't thought about this yet. Yibin also asked curiously. Why? Neo looked deeply at Yibin in front of him, and then spoke word by word. I wanted to see what the city lord was talking about, the peaceful and prosperous era, what it would look like. In Neo's heart, what Yibin said directly gave him fantasy. He didn't expect Neo to say that. I laughed in my heart. Neo, a rough guy, is also a staunch believer. Don't worry. As long as we become strong, that day will not be too far away. Black Bull nodded firmly. Just then, Luoshi walked in with a bowl of broth. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Neo roasting by the fire. Father. Why are you here? All your clothes are wet by the rain. It's raining so hard outside. Why did you come to Brother Yibin's place? Brother Yibin? Neo repeated softly. Luoshi looked at Neo curiously, then spoke to the two of them. Yes. It's Brother Yibin who asked me to call him that. I thought, there's nothing wrong with it, so I just kept shouting. What's wrong? Father. Yibin also said embarrassedly. I am a little older than Luoshi. Let her call me Brother Yibin, there seems to be no problem with that, right? Although Neo did not object. But calling his daughter like that in front of the girl's father is indeed a bit too much, right? For primitive people. They had never heard of words like brother and sister, let alone the word brother, which was only used by couples when they were together. No matter how thick-skinned Yibin is. I also feel a little embarrassed. After all, Neo is Luoshi's father. Conversations like this between a brother and sister should only be used when there is no one around. Neo said quickly. Nothing. There is nothing. Yibin felt that the atmosphere was a little awkward. So, he immediately said to Neo. You haven't had breakfast yet. How about eating something together? Yibin quickly took the food and put it on the table. Luoshi also sat down. During this period, she had breakfast with Yibin. Neo immediately waved his hand and said, I have some other things to do, so I turned and walked out the door. Women in primitive society. There is no such thing as shyness. For them, as long as the man is one they like, having a meal together is a very normal thing. As for the relationship between father and daughter, it is only slightly stronger than that of ordinary people. Only in super tribes can there be the kind of affection between father and daughter. The larger the tribe, the higher the level of civilization. Yibin took out a spoon. He served Luoshi another breakfast, and then served himself a bowl. As for why is meat for breakfast? For primitive people, being able to eat meat is already very good, no matter whether it is in the morning or in the evening. The current Huaxia tribes do not have their own millet, and the rice in the fields are still green seedlings. I want to eat porridge in the morning. We have to wait until the rice is ripe. The rice ripening season is generally around June and July. So, if Yibin really wants to drink porridge, he has to wait until around June or July. Now Yibin can only adapt to the local customs. How is your school? Speaking of school, Luoshi immediately perked up. The school was established for her by Yibin, and she also liked this job very much. She didn't know how to read before, so she couldn't feel the joy brought by the words. That feeling of teaching and educating people. It's really beautiful. Every time she gave lectures to those female teachers, she felt a sense of accomplishment. Luoshi couldn't put it into words, but she just seemed very impressive. Everything is fine. These days, we have trained many teachers, and some talented teachers are now able to teach second grade. Yu has also made great progress, and she can now teach third grade. Yibin was also surprised. Why is the progress so great in the month? Luoshi said immediately. Of course, Yu goes home every night and studies until very late. Yibin seemed to have discovered something. Do you also study late at night? Luoshi said hesitantly. Yibin, you don't have to think about it to know that after they go back home at night, they all study hard. One is the principal of the school and the other is the vice principal. If they can't learn well themselves, how can they teach other teachers? Yibin didn't blame them either. After all, everyone is doing this for the tribe. No matter how capable each person is, as long as they have a heart to contribute to the tribe, Yibin will be very happy. But he still said something. At night, don't stay up too late, study and rest properly. Seeing Luoshi didn't reply, Yibin asked in a fake, unhappy tone. Did you hear that? Seeing that brother Yibin was angry, Luoshi immediately nodded in agreement. No. I must go to bed earlier next time. Yibin finally smiled, and soon finished his breakfast. Yibin and Luoshi had a brief chat again. I'll go to old man Xiong first. You should go and take care of your business early. Okay. Brother Yibin. Yibin remembered something else and immediately told Luoshi. Yesterday afternoon, while at the training ground, I issued an order. Luoshi asked curiously. What command? Chapter 220 Chicken Soup of Primitive Society. Yibin said with a smile. From now on, all the Chinese people will go to school in the afternoon. Luoshi was startled. So, everyone? Luoshi started to stutter. Although she couldn't count how many people there were in the Huaxia tribe, she knew a specific number. So many people coming to a school at the same time? She didn't even dare to think about it. How could so many people possibly fit in? Yibin saw her worry. So he said with a smile. You guys can do this first, and see how many people can fit in one class. The class time will be decided by you as the principal. Each class will last about an hour, which is the time for 2 meals. The first group of people, after they finish their studies. Then arrange the second group of people, and then the third and fourth groups, and finally all the tribesmen will have finished learning. At the end of each get out of class, your teacher will select the students with the best academic performance from each dormitory. Then they will go to the dormitory and explain for an hour. I will arrange people to patrol. Anyone who does not follow the requirements will be starved for 2 days. Luoshi let out a sweet laugh. Giggle. Soldiers, training is already hard enough, and you still ask them to study. Forget about studying, they still have to study in the dormitory after they go back. When he said this, Luoshi rolled his eyes at Yibin. I thought to myself, you are really a scoundrel. Yibin smiled but didn't say anything. Then, he walked out the door, left his room, and went directly to the Ministry of Industry, even though it was drizzling outside. But Yibin's room had the best location in Longqing. After a while, he arrived at the high priest's place and saw Yibin's arrival. The high priest burst into tears and said with a look of grievance. City Lord. I thought you had abandoned us, and I actually burst into tears after saying that. Woo woo woo. This was the first time for Yibin to encounter such a thing. Seeing the high priest crying so sadly, he was completely stunned. Yibin thought to himself, you are a grown man, why are you acting like a little woman? I was too busy recently, but I really haven't forgotten you. After saying this, I secretly glanced at the high priest. Hearing Yi Bin's words, the high priest immediately became happy and said excitedly, "As long as the city lord has not forgotten us, I, an old man, will be very happy." As he said this, the high priest was about to cry again. Yi Bin stopped him immediately. "High priest, I have something important to tell you. Do you remember the position I gave you?" "What's the big deal?" "Position? Mayor, you said yours. I am the director of the foundry department, but I asked other people, and they all said that there is no such department." After saying this, the high priest was about to cry again, etc. Yi Bin interrupted him immediately. "Just because I didn't have it before doesn't mean I don't have it now. I'll take you to a place now." The high priest immediately perked up. "Where to go?" Yi Bin grabbed the high priest, and the two of them walked towards the Ministry of War. After about 10 minutes, the two of them arrived at the gate of the Ministry of War, one in front and one behind. The tribesmen outside, seeing that it was the city lord coming, immediately reported to Old Man Xiong. After a while, Old Man Xiong came out and saw Yi Bin walking towards the Ministry of War. Old Man Xiong said with a smile, "City lord, it's raining so hard, why did you come here?" As he said this, he was about to walk towards Yi Bin. Seeing what Old Man Xiong did, Yi Bin immediately stopped him. "Old Man Xiong, it's raining heavily outside, so don't come over." Hear the words of the city lord. Old Man Xiong felt as happy as if he had eaten honey, but he still said it. Even the city lord isn't afraid of heavy rain, so what's there for an old man like me to be afraid of? Although he said so. But Old Man Xiong still stood there without moving, holding a piece of animal skin in his hand. When Yi Bin came over, Old Man Xiong immediately put it on Yi Bin. The high priest standing by looked at Old Man Bear with disdain. I thought to myself, this old man is really good at flattering people. He says no with his mouth, but is his body honest? What the high priest couldn't stand the most was people like Old Man Bear, who had completely forgotten about him. He himself was still crying in front of Yi Bin. The high priest would never admit to this matter even if he was beaten to death. The two old men looked at each other. Old Bear looked at the high priest with disgust. The high priest also looked at Old Man Bear with disgust. Although it was the first time the two met. But it didn't affect them competing for favor with the city lord. Yi Bin glanced at the two of them. I was very curious, wondering if they knew each other, so I asked them, "Do you two know each other?" "Don't know. Don't know," the two old men said immediately. Yi Bin introduced with a smile, pointing to Old Man Xiong standing beside him, saying, "This is the minister of the Ministry of Industry and the Ministry of War, and also my elder." When Old Man Xiong heard Yi Bin say that he was his elder, he felt as happy as if he had eaten honey. Yi Bin pointed to the high priest again. This was the high priest of the Golden Wing tribe and now the director of our Huaxia. The two old men responded. Is this considered a greeting?" Yi Bin felt that his introduction was completely redundant, and he coughed lightly. "So, we are gathered here today because of something very important?" Hear Yi Bin say something important. The two old men immediately put on smiling faces. After the two looked at each other, their expressions immediately darkened. "Good job. It would be a waste of your talent if you don't go to act. You had a smiling face just now, but now you have a horse face. You really can control your expressions so well." Yi Bin kept complaining about the two old men in his heart. But his hands did not stop at all. Yi Bin pulled the two old men and walked directly into the gate of the Ministry of War. This matter was related to the future of our Huaxia tribe. They both heard it was so serious. Immediately, they put aside their dissatisfaction with each other and said anxiously, "City lord, what's so serious?" The high priest also said anxiously, "Yes, city lord. What's so serious? Let's go to the ironworks first, and I'll tell you in detail then." When he heard the word, iron forging room, Old Man Xiong immediately looked at the high priest with a wary look on his face. Only a few people were qualified to enter the iron forging room of the Huaxia tribe. Seeing the meaning in Old Man Xiong's eyes, Yi Bin said to him with a smile, "Don't worry. The high priest is one of our own." Hearing Yi Bin's words, "We are one of them," the high priest wanted to cry out loud. Yi Bin was thinking, you have lost your high priest tribe, and now you have betrayed the Tao Ai alliance. Even if I let you go back, where can you go back to? But Yi Bin spoke words of great righteousness, which made the old man beside him very excited. The high priest immediately came out to show his loyalty. "City lord, I am willing to sacrifice my own life for China. Even if I am asked to die immediately, I will not frown." Yibin stepped forward and supported the high priest. Seeing how excited he is, what if he loses his balance and falls? I just said something poisonous. I didn't expect that there would be such a big reaction. The high priest in primitive society also liked to drink chicken soup. Yibin was laughing wildly in his heart. Ha ha. Chapter 221 China's Iron Coin. 3 people came to the iron smelting room. Yibin said to Old Man Xiong, I am now making a special model, and the things produced by this model can be used in the market. What? The 2 old men asked anxiously. Yibin explained to the 2 of them. This thing is called iron coin, and its other name is coin. What is money? Looking at the surprised expressions of the 2 people, Yibin couldn't help laughing. Money is currency, it is a product of the future. Let me give you an example. Old Bear wants to buy something now, and you, the high priest, are the seller. Under normal circumstances, Old Bear will take the supplies to your stall to exchange them. Yes or no? No. Yes. Yibin's words confused the 2 old men, and in the end they both said yes. What I am going to say next is the key point. If Old Man Bear wants to exchange 100 blue cows, according to the market price, 40 goats are exchanged for 1 blue cow, so to exchange 100 blue cows, he will need 4,000 goats. Yes or no? No. Yes, yes. The 2 old men don't know how to count at all, and whatever Yibin says is what they do. Old Bear, when you go to exchange for the blue ox, you need to bring 4,000 goats. Isn't it very inconvenient to bring such a large group of goats? This time, both of them turned around at the same time. Now I am here. I have several kinds of iron coins here. The first kind of iron coin is number 1. They are the same size as the end of chopsticks. Then, there's the second type of iron coin, followed by the third type of iron coin, and the fourth and fifth types of iron coins. The fifth type of iron coin is the largest, about the size of a thumb. Iron coin, what is its function? The high priest couldn't help but ask. Yibin smiled and said that this question hit the nail on the head. Iron coin number 1 represents 1 goat, iron coin number 2 represents 10 goats, and iron coin number 3 represents 20 goats. The number 4 iron coin represents 30 goats, and the number 5 iron coin represents 40 goats. Now, here comes the crux of the matter. After our market opens, we will set up a bank. The functions of the bank are as follows. It can exchange iron coins for customers. Let me give you a simple example. Old Man Bear comes to the bank to exchange iron coins. At this time, you brought 1,000 goats. If you exchange them for number 1 iron coins, Old Bear could get 1,000 of them. If you exchange them for number 5 iron coins, he could get 25 of them. In other words, the iron coin in Old Bear's hand represents 1,000 goats. From now on, you can use this iron coin to buy things of equal value in any market in China. If you are worried that the iron coin will be useless, you can go to the bank to exchange it for the corresponding goats before leaving. The 2 old men pondered for a long time. Finally, Old Bear said, What if they don't exchange? Yibin said with a smile. This is too easy, we will arrange some of our own people. Let them go to each stall to exchange things, and use iron coins. Once they discover the benefits of iron coins, they will naturally follow suit. At that time, we will just sit back and wait to collect the money. Yibin didn't say anything else. In the future, all coins will be used in iron coins. To withdraw 25 large iron coins, you will need to pay 1 smallest iron coin, which is a goat. This can be considered as a handling fee. As for some other things, we have to wait until the iron coins are issued. There is no need to rush these things. The most urgent task now is to make the iron coins as soon as possible. The requirements for the iron coins are that they must be thin and small. Iron is a very precious thing for this primitive society. Yibin, we will not use too much iron to make a large number of iron coins. One day in the future, the iron coins will still be replaced, perhaps by paper money. These things depend on China's technology. After listening to Yibin's explanation, the 2 old men were full of admiration. City Lord. You are too, Yibin said unhappily. If you can't find the words, don't say anything. The 2 old men were smiling awkwardly. Our iron coins will have the word Huaxia on them. I will also leave some secret codes, which I will tell you later. You must remember that what we said today must not be known to a 4th person. Don't worry. Okay. The 2 old men immediately agreed. High Priest, as the director of the foundry, every time you issue an iron coin, you will need to take back the corresponding chips. What are the corresponding chips? The High Priest began to feel dizzy. Yibin said directly. That is to say, if you send the bank one number 5 iron coin, you need to receive 40 goats, or something of the same value. The high priest understood immediately. Okay. City Lord. Old Bear, you manage it together with the high priest. Those materials exchanged back need to be agreed upon by both of you before they can be put into the warehouse. If the tribe needs it, I will send someone to get it. Every time the warehouse is opened, you two need to be present in person. As for the animals that were exchanged, they will all be sent to the ranch and handed over to you for unified management. Do you understand what I say? I understand. City Lord. The two of them looked at each other, this time without any other emotions. The task assigned to them by the City Lord was too important. The High Priest never dreamed that the City Lord would trust him so much. His whole body was shaking with excitement. This is really a big deal. Yibin thought of something else and said to the High Priest. The 100 people I assigned to you are to escort the iron coins. You can only tell one person at a time, and that person will deliver it to the bank. 20 people are needed during the process, and no one can act alone. Once discovered by me, you will be taken directly to the Ministry of Justice and beheaded. The two old men were so frightened by Yibin's words that they broke out in cold sweats. It's no wonder Yibin is too cautious. This is the bank of the Huaxia tribe. I don't know how much profit this department will make in the future. If we relax at the beginning, there will be no need to open the bank in the future. Also, each iron coin issued must be matched with the same materials. Once I find out that you are cheating me, you will hear the consequences I just described, and military law will be ruthless. Although this task was difficult, it was also very dangerous. Both of them smiled helplessly and then quickly agreed. Okay. City Lord. This time, the iron coin mold used was different from the previous ones. Yibin and his two colleagues designed it for a long time, and finally decided to use black mud and wood ash to burn a special mold. With the current technology, no one will be able to weave it even after 400 or 500 years. The most important thing is the refining of iron, a high-tech product. Yibin would not let it spread. Even if it gets out, don't blame yourself for being cruel. Either you all surrender to me, or I will wipe out your entire clan. This concerns the life and death of the Huaxia tribe. No matter who he is, Yibin will not agree. The method of refining iron must be mastered by the Chinese people. Some things have to be unique. If you can't be unique, then let them disappear forever. Chapter 222 Issuing Iron Coins. Yibin directly made 5 iron coin molds, and each iron coin mold was completely different. Among them, some very small details were told to the two old men. This is also a way to prevent counterfeit currency. Although it is a little bit redundant, it is still necessary to keep an eye on it. Each iron coin mold leaves a small mark that is invisible to ordinary people. The 3 people worked together for a whole day, and by the evening, they finally made hundreds of samples. Yibin picked up a number 5 iron coin and looked at it back and forth in his hand. Yes, it is a bit like the 1 yuan coin on Earth, but it is thinner. Such a small piece of iron coin can be exchanged for 40 goats in the future. In this primitive society, a kind of currency suddenly appeared. For the people of this world. This is a brand new transaction model. Once this model is promoted, it will be enough to subvert the entire primitive society. Once the function of iron coins becomes known, it will definitely be very popular. Yibin made a few more iron hourglasses. Each iron hourglass is made with an iron lid. When you need to use it, cover the bottom of the hourglass with the iron lid. After all the fine sand on it has leaked out, it is equivalent to 1 hour. Old Man Xiong and the high priest looked at Yibin in shock. Everything the city lord made was surprising. The appearance of these things was enough to change the entire primitive society. The high priest stammered. City lord, what is the use of this thing? It looks weird in shape. The high priest holds one in each hand, and Old Bear also holds one and looks at it. Old Bear said curiously. City lord, why does this thing have a small eye in the middle? Is this for drinking water? Yibin was speechless. What kind of weirdos were these two? But then again, this iron hourglass did look a bit like a wine cup. The sand leaking out was large at the top and bottom, but very small in the middle. The most important detail is that the upper and lower ends of the hourglass can be covered with iron lids. After all the fine sand on top has leaked out, turn the iron hourglass over and cover the other end of the hourglass with the iron lid. This way, you can use it repeatedly. Every time the hourglass ends, it means the class is over. This thing is called an hourglass. It has many uses, such as in schools, hospitals, and military training. It is a timer, and each time the hourglass ends, it means an hour has passed. As for how to judge an hour, Yi Bin also relied on some feelings. Although there would be a difference in time, it would not be too big. Yi Bin's next step was to start making a sundial. With a sundial, we can get the exact time. Now the function of the hourglass is mainly psychological, and it can also serve as a timing function. After listening to Yi Bin's explanation, the two old men stared at each other. What Yi Bin said was too profound. They only understood one time. As for the other times, the two old men had no concept of them at all. What is time? Yes. City Lord. What is time? The two old men were like curious babies, their eyes full of desire. This? For a moment, Yi Bin didn't know how to answer. Time? It is a kind of multidimensionality. For example, when we speak now, every time we speak, it is a component of time. That is to say, from the last second I started speaking to now, a total of 3 seconds have passed. The few seconds in between. It is a form of time, and like everything in life, it can be analyzed by time. The two old men were dizzy after hearing what they heard. Old Man Bear said immediately, City Lord, let's not talk about time for now. I feel a little dizzy just listening to it. The High Priest also said, Yes. Not to mention the time, I felt a little dizzy just listening to it. This thing is too complicated. For two old men, it is more tiring than working all day. Okay. Let's not talk about time. Old Bear, please help me pack up all these iron hourglasses. I want to take them to school. The school in Luoshi has 3 floors, each floor has 6 rooms, and the rooms are divided into front and back. Each room can teach 70 or 80 people at the same time. Their study is not like on Earth, where everyone has a desk and a bench. But in the Huaxia tribe, there is only a long row of benches in each classroom. All the tribesmen sat down below. The teachers held a piece of animal skin covered with words, and in their hands they held a white chalk, and wrote all the content that needed to be taught on the entire blackboard. Then teach word by word. The entire classroom was filled with densely packed figures. The teachers did not have a fixed number of people. As long as you could squeeze in, you could sit down and study. At the most crowded times, there could be more than 100 people. There are more than 100 people in one room, and there are about 2,000 people in 18 rooms. All the people in Longqing together are just over 20,000. The school was already packed with people at this time. Because Yi Bin personally gave the order yesterday afternoon, all members of the tribe must receive cultural training starting from this afternoon. No matter whether you are a man or a woman, as long as you are a member of the Huaxia tribe, you must all receive training. Those who do not come to study, once they are caught by the patrol, then congratulations, you will get a slave medal. And it's lifelong. In the Huaxia tribe, Yi Bin's dictionary means eliminating anyone who disobeys orders. This kind of person will only affect everyone, so once they are caught, they will never be tolerated. What happened last time is still vivid in my mind. This incident happened on the battlefield. All of his clansmen disobeyed his orders. As the city lord, he might as well just lie down. Therefore, he was very disgusted with people who disobeyed orders. Generally, Yi Bin would catch and deal with such people one by one. If he let them go, the entire Huaxia tribe would be corrupted by this evil trend. By then, not to mention managing the tribe, no one around you will obey you. Therefore, education should start from childhood and development should start from the root. If this is fine and that is fine, but time has passed and you want to discipline them later, it will be too late to say anything by then. As the saying goes, there is no order without rules. Why is today's society so orderly? It is because the country has laws. What are laws? Laws are the rules of a country. If you don't comply, the police will definitely give you a pair of platinum bracelets and provide you with free meals. So, no matter which world you are in, you must follow the above rules. Yi Bin brought a few people and went directly to the school gate. When the female teachers of the school saw them, they immediately went in to inform Luoshi. Everyone knew that Luoshi was the city lord's woman. Luoshi received the news and immediately walked out of the school. When she saw Brother Yi Bin coming from afar, a happy smile appeared on her face. Brother Yi Bin, why are you here? Chapter 223 Iron Hourglass. I brought you something good, Yi Bin said with a smile. What good stuff? Show it to me quickly. Luoshi looked anxious, like a mouse seeing rice. His beautiful eyes were full of greed for good things. Yi Bin took Luoshi's hand and walked directly into the school. Li Wang followed closely behind them. The soldiers in the school kept greeting Yi Bin. City Lord. City Lord, you are here. Jinhua, seeing Yi Bin coming over, immediately stepped forward to greet him. City Lord. Are you here to study too? Everyone's eyes turned to Jinhua. Everyone in the tribe knew that the culture they were learning was taught by the city master. Jinhua, I feel like I said something wrong. Yibin kept grinning foolishly and said, City Lord, that's not what I meant. The expression on his face was uglier than crying. He saw Jinhua's embarrassment. Yibin said to Jinhua with a smile, Come and help me, and give some affirmative responses to the soldiers around. Hello? Everyone, you must study hard. If you don't understand something, feel free to ask the teacher. Okay. City Lord. The people around nodded in response, saying, Don't worry, City Lord, we will definitely study hard. Yibin said to everyone with a smile. Everyone, let's go to the classroom and study first. Black Snake, Eagle and others immediately nodded and said with a smile, City Lord, let's go study now. Go! Don't make trouble in class, otherwise I will punish you severely later, Yibin said with a smile, and kicked Black Snake before leaving. Black Snake was kicked by Yibin, but he was not angry. Instead, he was smiling. Don't worry, City Lord. We will definitely not cause trouble. If anyone dares to cause trouble, I, Black Snake, will be the first to deal with him. Ha ha. Yibin was amused by the Black Snake's appearance. Okay. I will teach you how to maintain public security in the school from now on. If there are any problems in the school, I will come directly to you. Black Snake, his chest was thumping. Don't worry, City Lord. If anyone dares to cause trouble in school, I will chop him to death with one knife. When Black Snake spoke, there was a murderous aura on his body. Yibin would never doubt that if someone caused trouble in school, Black Snake would really kill him. Yibin said seriously. Remember, don't kill people indiscriminately. If anything happens, arrest them first. Then, it was handed over to the Ministry of Justice for processing. Even if the soldiers made mistakes, there were military regulations to deal with them. In the Huaxia tribe, killing people indiscriminately was prohibited. The tribe had its own rules and corresponding criminal laws to deal with those who made mistakes. After being educated by Yibin, the Black Snake immediately became obedient in the Huaxia tribe. These people are all new members of the tribe who joined later. What they fear most is the City Lord. Although the City Lord is not very old, his methods are very powerful. Luoshi saw that Yibin had become serious. She immediately shook her little hand, which was still held by Yibin. Suddenly, there was movement in the hand. Luoshi must have felt that he was being a little too fierce, so he shook his little hands to remind himself to calm down. Yibin's expression softened as he tried to persuade Black Snake. We are all one family. If a clan member makes a mistake, a simple education will suffice. As for kicking them a few times, these are acceptable. If the situation is more serious, they will be arrested and sent to the Ministry of Justice. City Lord, I will do as you say. Yibin's behavior just now really scared him. No one in the entire Chinese tribe dared to offend the majesty of the City Lord. Black Snake naturally noticed Luoshi's little movements just now. After all, he was the patriarch of a large tribe. This kind of basic observation of people's words and expressions was his basic skill. Black Snake looked at Luoshi and nodded to her gratefully. Luoshi saw the look in Black Snake's eyes and gave a kind smile. Yibin naturally saw all of this. The soldiers all saw Luoshi's rescue just now, and they instantly developed a great liking for the City Lord's wife. This is the character of the soldiers. They will remember those who have helped them. The warriors will remember those who have hurt them, and if they have the chance in the future, they will definitely kill all the enemy's tribesmen. Okay, everyone, go study. After Yibin finished speaking, everyone left. As for the little man who was still holding Luoshi's hand, no one paid any attention to them. In Luoshi's heart, as long as brother Yibin was happy, nothing else would be a problem. Li Wang and 6 or 7 of his personal guards have always been following Yibin. Li Wang has long been accustomed to the leader's behavior. He has even seen the leader secretly kissing Luoshi several times. At this moment, Yu came down from the 2nd floor. The first thing she saw when she came down was Luoshi and Yibin. Yu walked over quickly and hugged Luoshi's other arm tightly with both hands. As for them holding hands, Yu saw it at the stairs on the 2nd floor. Yu was already used to things like this. Seeing the two girls being so close, Yibin also smiled and then began to speak to Yu. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to hug our Luoshi like this? Luoshi and Yu looked at each other, and the two girls giggled happily. Yu said with a smile. I do. Giggling. Yu smiled for a while, then looked at Yibin unhappily and said, I want to hold your Luoshi in my arms. Besides, Sister Luoshi is willing to let me hold her. What's it to you? After Yu finished speaking, her cherry lips almost turned up to the sky. Luoshi was afraid that Yi Bin would get angry, so he immediately spoke between the two of them. Okay, how old are you two? Then he turned to look at Yi Bin and said, Didn't you say you had something good for me? Brother Yi Bin, what good thing is this? Hearing that there was something good, you immediately came to Yi Bin. Then he said to Yi Bin in a wrong tone, City Lord, what good stuff is this? Can you please take it out and show it to me? Looking at the two girls in front of me, they looked pitiful. Yi Bin stopped teasing them and immediately ordered Li Wang to take out everything in the bamboo basket. After hearing the leader's order, Li Wang asked someone to take out the things. Yi Bin picked up an iron hourglass from the bamboo basket and handed it to Luoshi. The two girls took the iron hourglass and looked at it with great curiosity. Luoshi asked in confusion, Brother Yi Bin, what is this thing used for? Why does it look weird? Is this for drinking water? Yi Bin's face was covered in cold sweat. I thought to myself, how did you know it was something for drinking water? Does this thing really look like a kettle? You also said? Yes. City Lord, is this for drinking water? Even if it is used for drinking water, why is there a small hole in the middle? Could it be that this thing is broken? When Luoshi heard that something was wrong, she immediately looked at her brother Yi Bin and said nervously, Brother Yi Bin, is this thing broken? Yi Bin was sweating in his heart. But he smiled and said, How could this thing be broken? It just looks like this. It has a nice name, called the hourglass of the passing of time. Luoshi said to himself, Time is passing by like an hourglass. This name is indeed quite nice. But why is it called an hourglass of the passing of time? Chapter 224, Ringtones of Primitive Society. Because it is a timer. Timer? What is this thing? No one, including Li Wang and the others, could understand it. Everyone was wondering what this timer was for. Yi Bin took out the sifted fine sand from a pottery jar, covered the bottom of the iron hourglass with a tin cover, and then placed the iron hourglass on a table. All the prepared fine sand was poured in. The fine sand was slowly sifted out using a bamboo-woven winnowing basket. Finally, after some baking and shaking back and forth with animal skins, all the slightly larger fine sand is cleaned out. The fine sand left is the same size as dust. Some people may be curious, do the current Chinese tribes have the technology to make iron hourglasses? I can only say that Yi Bin really knows how to make this thing. To make an iron hourglass, you can use mud as a mold and make an hourglass with wood first. Then saw the wooden hourglass in half with a saw, and then slowly carve the wooden hourglass with a small iron knife. In this way, the wooden hourglass is completed. Prepare another piece of mud, then put the separated wooden hourglasses directly into the mud, then merge the wooden hourglasses together, and finally wrap the outside of the wooden hourglasses with another layer of mud. After the mold is slightly dry, prepare a thin blade, use the blade to cut the mold, take out the wooden hourglass, and then close the mold. Finally, molten iron is poured on the top of the mold. After the molten iron cools down, the mold is opened and a complete iron hourglass is made. As for the thin blade, there is no need for further explanation, right? Even if you hit it with a hammer, you can still break off a very thin blade. Yi Bin, after pouring the fine sand in, the fine sand began to flow down. As time passed, the fine sand also slowly flowed away. Everyone saw it for the first time. Luoshi, Li Wang, Yu, and others were also staring at it seriously. It was the first time for them to see it, and they all had a strong interest in this hourglass. Luoshi asked first, Brother Yi Bin, what on earth is this iron hourglass used for? Yi Bin said in a very arrogant tone, This iron hourglass is for you to use in class. Every time the hourglass runs out, it means the class is over. During this period, you teachers can take a 20-minute break. Yi Bin took out another hourglass. This iron hourglass was not as big as the previous one. According to Yi Bin's estimation, it would last about 20 minutes. After Yi Bin finished speaking, he took out a large iron plate and a long iron rod. Everyone looked confused. Yu was suddenly startled. Luoshi was just a little curious. She didn't believe that Yi Bin would hit anyone. In Luoshi's heart, brother Yi Bin loved her very much. Li Wang was a man who had been to the battlefield. He had no reaction at all to such a small iron stick. As for the leader hitting him with the iron stick, Li Wang didn't have to worry at all. He followed the leader and went through life and death together on the battlefield. The two of them were friends who had risked their lives for each other. Even if Yi Bin wanted to hit him, Li Wang would not dodge. As long as the leader was happy fighting, it didn't matter if he got beaten. Yi Bin said with both anger and laughter, What are you all thinking about? This is a bell for the start and end of get out of class. It rings 5 times during class. Each knock is 5 times, and at the end of get out of class, there are 5 knocks, and each knock is 3 times. Let me show you how. Yibin hung up the iron plate. There was a chopstick-sized hole in one corner of the iron plate, with a rope hanging in the middle. After the iron plate was hung up, Yibin took a small iron rod and started knocking it directly. Ding 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 ding. Ding 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 ding. This is the bell for class, and then the bell for the end of get out of class rings. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. This was the bell for the end of get out of class. The sound of the iron plate was very loud. Everyone in the classroom poked their heads out. They were all very curious about the sound just now. Yibin glanced at them, and everyone immediately retracted their heads. The city lord's majesty cannot be offended, and no one dare to offend him. Yibin continued. When you go to class, you must tell your tribesmen that the sound of the iron plate ringing 5 times each time, is the beginning of class. The sound of the iron plate ringing 5 times, 3 times each time, is the bell for the end of get out of class. Both girls looked surprised. With this thing, it is much more convenient for them to go to and from get out of class. As for Luoshi and you, why don't they go to the classroom to teach? Because they teach 2nd and 3rd grades, and none of the current members of the tribe can attend 2nd and 3rd grades. As for teaching 1st grade, there are naturally other female teachers. You have to eat 1 bite at a time and learn 1 word at a time. If you teach the tribesmen directly, they won't even recognize the knowledge of 2nd and 3rd grade. This is how you learn things. Start with the ones with fewer strokes, and then move on to the more complex ones. The same is true for mathematics. Start with 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Only when you have mastered the previous knowledge can you better learn the later knowledge. It is impossible to eat a big fat man in 1 bite, unless you are a genius among millions. Luoshi and you both took an iron rod to try it out. The 2 girls had a lot of fun. For them, no matter what Yibin invented, it was something they had never seen before. Just like this piece of iron plate, in the hands of 2 girls, they are having fun playing with it. No matter whether it is Luoshi or you, they are both girls around 14 or 15 years old. A girl of this age on Earth is still a junior high school girl. Yibin couldn't stand it anymore. So, he reminded the 2 of them that they were both very old. One was the principal and the other was the vice principal, and they should take the lead and be steady and not act like children. You said unhappily? I am just a child, and your Luoshi is also a child. After saying this, he put down the iron rod with an unhappy look on his face. A sound came out of his mouth. Snort. When you are not around, I will hit you with an iron rod every day. Let's see what you can do to me then. Luoshi couldn't bear it any longer, so he gently touched you with his arm and winked at her. Yibin saw all of this. He sighed helplessly. As for these 2 girls, he really couldn't scold them, let alone hit them. Not to mention Luoshi, she was his future woman, and you couldn't beat her either. Putting aside the relationship between her and Luoshi, Yu's father is a regiment leader. If he beats someone's daughter, Heichin will be heartbroken. As for this relative, he can only turn a blind eye. Seeing that Yibin was not happy, Luoshi immediately took his big hand, his eyes like peach blossoms, just like Luoshi's current appearance. Yibin was no longer angry. Li Wang stood not far away and watched the show from beginning to end. He didn't want to get involved in the chief's private affairs at all, because every time he did so, he would ruin the chief's good deeds and make the chief angry. I'm sorry for disturbing the chief and Luoshi's good time last time. In the end, he was disliked by the leader for several days. Li Wang himself knew that if others disturbed the leader, I guess he had been thrown into coal mining by Yibin a long time ago. Chapter 225 Making Candles. After dinner in the evening, Yibin returned to his room. The moment he opened the door, the room was dark. Yibin was very familiar with his room. He walked in as usual. The little wolf cub in the dark saw that it was his master who had returned. So, he immediately stepped forward to greet him. Yibin didn't think too much about it and walked forward. Because the little wolf cub could see at night, it quickly walked to Yibin's feet. Yibin was in a very happy mood today. Not only did he make the iron coin, he also made the school hourglass and solved the problem of going to and from school. In this day, he accomplished 3 important things. This is definitely great news for Yibin himself. In the past, Yibin was only thinking about how to develop the tribe, and never paid attention to the affairs within the tribe. In addition, the conditions of the tribe at that time did not allow him to develop the internal culture of the tribe. Suddenly, there was something under my feet. Yibin didn't pay attention and fell to the ground. His whole body fell into the darkness. The little wolf cubs on the ground screamed. Woo 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 woo. Ah. It hurts so much. The whole room was filled with the screams of people and wolf cubs. Yibin was in pain all over his body from the fall. He kept cursing. What is that made me fall? Yibin has never fed the little wolf cubs since he brought it back. He only stays in this room at night when he goes to bed. Usually, Luoshi comes to help him feed it. The little wolf cubs are also very human-like. Although their owner does not feed them, in the hearts of the little wolf cubs, Yibin is their owner, because only Yibin sleeps in this room. The little wolf cubs cried out with a look of grievance on their faces. They thought to themselves, "We came here with good intentions to welcome you, master, but you stepped on us when you came back." There was also a little wolf cub who was directly pressed under Yibin and almost died. Hearing the cries of the wolf cubs coming from under him, Yibin reached out to touch them. Only then did he remember that he had 3 or 4 little wolf cubs in his room. Yibin immediately took out a tinder, opened the lid, and blew at the tinder. After a while, a beam of fire lit up in the room. I give up. It would be better if I had a candle or a light. Oh, candles? How could I have forgotten about this candle? Now the entire tribe is pitch black as soon as night falls. Except, there's a fireplace in every room. There is still a little fire. Yibin is busy all day long, and things like the stove going out are common. Every time Luoshi comes, she helps him light the stove, and so do Li Wang and the others. Suddenly, a large group of people came running over in a hurry. They heard the leader's screams and thought that the leader was in danger. Li Wang was walking in front of the crowd with a pair of hammers in his hands. Chief. Are you okay? Chief, where are you? There was a hint of crying in Li Wang's voice. In Li Wang's heart, the leader was the most important person in the world. In this world, the person who treated him the best was the leader. Li Wang had just returned to the room. Then he heard a scream coming from Yibin's room. Without thinking, Li Wang picked up a pair of big hammers and walked towards Yibin's room. The people who came together, as well as some senior executives in the surrounding area, had rooms closest to Yibin. Yibin screamed just now, and they also heard it. Hey Neo and the others all had weapons in their hands. If something really happened to Yibin, then they simply couldn't imagine what the future of the Huasha tribe would be. Everyone shouted together. City Lord! City Lord! The courtesan immediately lit the alcohol torch. When the firelight illuminated the area, a surprising scene occurred. Yibin was holding a little wolf cub, and his big mouth was kissing the little wolf cub directly on the forehead. Yibin was very angry about what had just happened. But as soon as he touched the little wolf cub under his body, the anger in his heart disappeared immediately. The little wolf cub came over to greet his master. As a result, he stepped on his own foot and found a little wolf cub under his body. Even though the little wolf cubs were being pressed down by him like this, they had no intention of attacking him, which showed that in the little wolf cubs' hearts, Yibin was their real master. These canines will attack immediately if someone approaches unless they truly recognize their owner. Li Wang, He Neo and his group walked up quickly. They helped Yibin up and let him sit on the bed. They saw that blood was still flowing from Yibin's forehead. This scared everyone. The loud commotion outside immediately alerted all the senior officials. When they learned that the city lord was injured, Dean Wu took the disinfection tools and walked over quickly. In everyone's mind, the safety of the city lord is more important than anything else. The courtesan looked at Yibin's room and found it was pitch black. She immediately guessed the reason. It must be because the room was too dark, and the city lord stepped on the little wolf cub again, and as a result, he accidentally fell directly to the ground. This happened in every room in Dragon City. Everything is made of cement paint, even the floor of the room is made of cement. Yibin swore secretly in his heart. Tomorrow, we must make candles. There are many materials for making candles, such as paraffin wax, rosin wax, and vegetable wax. There are many varieties of plant wax. The most common ones are soybean wax and Chinese tallow tree. Its fruits can be used to extract many things, and the Chinese tallow tree is also easy to find. There is also the birch tree. The bark of the birch tree can also be used to extract wax oil. In a word, there are really too many materials that can be used to extract wax oil. Yibin will not introduce them one by one here. As for how to make wax oil, it is very simple. For example, just peel the bark of the birch tree and then boil out all the molecules in the bark. Finally, set the boiled wax oil aside for later use. Prepare some small bamboos. Then saw the bamboo into sections. After sawing, put them all into water. There is an important point here. The water cannot submerge the bamboo. The water here only serves to cool it down. To make candles, you also need cotton wicks. Prepare some cotton, then make the cotton into cotton thread. After the cotton thread is ready, Then put it in the wax oil and start soaking it. After soaking is completed, take out all the soaked cotton threads. The last step is to pour the prepared wax oil in one by one. There is one more thing to do as a prerequisite, which is to put all the cotton threads into the bamboo tube one by one. Once the wax in the bamboo tube takes shape, you can split the bamboo tube. At that time, take out all the candles inside. When you want to use it next time, just light it with a fire stick and the candle will burn. It will be a very ordinary candle. It can probably burn for 4 or 5 hours. Of course, this depends on the size of the candle. Generally, a larger candle will burn longer, while a smaller candle will burn shorter. Chapter 226: Finding Materials to Make Wax Oil. What happened tonight shocked everyone. Yibin did not blame anyone. He was helped to the bed by everyone. Dean Wu personally applied medicine to him, and after disinfecting the wound, he was simply bandaged. You all go back. I'm fine. Seeing that everyone had no intention of leaving, Yibin could only continue speaking. We still have training tomorrow, so go back and rest early. Everyone nodded in agreement. City Lord, we will go back first. You should also rest early. If you need us for anything, just shout outside. Seeing everyone's concerned look, in Yibin's heart, there was a warm current flowing from head to toe, throughout his whole body. This feeling of being cared for was really comfortable. Wait until everyone leaves. Yibin looked at Li Wang, who was standing in the room, motionless. He knew Li Wang's little thoughts very well. It must be Li Wang himself who felt that way as the captain of the personal guard. The stove in the room was not checked properly, which caused the leader to fall and hit his head when he came back. For Yibin, these were all trivial matters. Li Wang, why don't you go back? I stayed to protect the leader. If it weren't for my carelessness, you wouldn't have been hurt. This is all my fault, King Li. Yibin was also helpless. Isn't it just a fall? Li Wang is too stubborn. He actually blames himself for such a small thing. This also directly illustrates one point, that Li Wang's loyalty to him can stand the test of time, unlike those other villains who say one thing in public and another in private. Okay. You go back first. I have something to do tomorrow, so come with me and take a walk in the forest outside. I will make something good for you tomorrow. What good stuff? Li Wang said with a look of curiosity. Since the leader said so, it must be a good thing. Li Wang still has great faith in his leader's abilities. No matter what the chief made, they had never seen anything like it before. Everything in the Huoxia tribe was thought up by the chief, from the iron tools in the past to the large cities later. All of this refreshed the cognition of everyone in the tribe. In the end, he really said all the good things he could. Li Wang slowly returned to his room. Before he left, Yibin was still trying his best to comfort him, asking Li Wang not to blame himself too much. When Yibin woke up, it was already the next morning. The sunlight shone directly onto Yibin's bed through the crack in the door. He touched his forehead and suddenly felt a pain. Yibin took a breath. It hurts so much. Today, I must make candles. Once I have candles, I can make some money at the new market. I am such a money grubber. Now, I am still thinking about how to make money, Yibin said to himself, and smiled helplessly. He has been in this world for so long, but this is the first time he has been injured. He really fell to death last night. Yibin, the first thing to do when you get up. When I wash my face and brush my teeth, there is a big wound on my forehead, so I dare not wet the wound when washing my face, for fear that the wound will come into contact with raw water, which will be troublesome if it gets infected. As soon as Yibin opened the door, he was frightened by the scene in front of him. Many people were standing at the door, with concerned eyes, and they all wanted to look at him from head to toe. I just found out about Luoxi this morning. When she heard that Yibin was injured, Luoxi's eyes were swollen from crying. If she wasn't afraid of disturbing Yibin's rest, she would have wanted to go in immediately. The moment the door of the room was opened, Luoxi was the first to rush in. Before Yibin could react, there was another person in his arms, and it was a woman. When he heard the crying sound coming from his arms, he knew who the girl was. Could it be anyone else besides his Luoxi? What's wrong, silly girl? Am I okay? Look at me, I'm fine all over. Yibin turned around steadily to show that he was fine, and then used his big hand to touch Luoxi's hair. A not very soft feeling was transmitted to Yibin's hand. Yibin was thinking that he must make the soap in a few days and then give Luoxi a surprise. Girls will definitely like this kind of high technology. Yibin was reserved with everyone for a while, ate the breakfast brought by Luoxi, and then teased Luoxi a few times. Finally, the girl's face turned red, and she said to Yibin, "You should be careful at night in the future. Also, I come to help you take care of this stove in your room every day. After Luo Shi finished speaking, he walked straight into the school. Seeing the little girl disappear, Yi Bin felt as happy as if he had eaten honey. Li Wang, let's go to the mountains now. Okay. Leader. Li Wang agreed. He then said to the dozens of people around him, Go and notify the guards and ask them to bring all their equipment. The guards immediately nodded in agreement. Li Wang thought about what happened last night all night long. From now on, we must protect the leader closely and not let him get hurt again. Looking at Li Wang, who looked like he was worried about something, Yi Bin said jokingly, Are you thinking about women? Tell me who you like, Chief, and I'll help you get her? Listening to the leader's speech, Li Wang's old face turned red. Could it be that the leader and others knew that he liked bamboo? This is impossible. Didn't you tell anyone? Moreover, he only had a secret crush on Zhu, and he never said anything extra to Zhu. Zhu is a tall and thin girl. Perhaps because she has been with the leader for a long time, Li Wang's own aesthetic sense has also changed. Seeing that Li Wang didn't say anything and his face was still a little flushed, it must be that what he said came true. Yi Bin, it was like discovering a new world. Li Wang, you actually have someone you like? Yi Bin immediately began to ask. Tell me about it. I will definitely help you marry her. If someone else gets there first, you won't have anywhere to cry. Tell me quickly, which girl in the tribe is it? Upon hearing that it was going to be snatched away, Li Wang immediately became nervous and spoke hesitantly. Yes. Yes. Who is it? You better speak up quickly. I was so anxious that I almost died. At this moment, a group of guards came over, and each of them was fully equipped. Chief, he was injured last night. These personal guards all felt extremely guilty. As the leader's personal bodyguards, they had failed to protect the leader. Even their captain hadn't slept the entire night. Leader. Leader. The royal guard shouted respectfully to Yi Bin. Now that everyone was here, Yi Bin put away his playful mood and spoke loudly to everyone. Walk. Set off. When leaving the city, Yi Bin rode his phantom cloud, Li Wang also rode his warhorse, and every member of the royal guard rode a black warhorse. After Yi Bin left the city, then he said loudly, Our goal this time is the distant mountains. Yi Bin whipped Phantom Cloud lightly on the boat with the whip, and Phantom Cloud ran away quickly. Li Wang, with his personal guards, quickly chased after Yi Bin. This time he must protect the leader well. Chapter 227 Quarrel. The war horses galloped all the way, and wherever they passed, a cloud of dust rose on the ground. Looking from a distance, it gives people the feeling of thousands of troops. The dust floating in the sky alone is shocking. Li Wang, riding his warhorse, quickly came to Yi Bin. Leader. What are we going to look for this time? Yi Bin said with a smile. Find some materials that can be used to refine wax oil, such as birch, razor wax, paraffin, and some other materials that can be used to refine wax oil. As long as they can be used to refine wax oil, bring them all back to me. Li Wang pondered for a moment. Chief, I don't recognize any of the things you mentioned. Yi Bin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. When I see it, I will tell you immediately. Now we have to hurry and get to the mountains as soon as possible so that we can find those materials. Yi Bin gave up the nearby hill and walked directly towards the distant mountains. Yi Bin still had an impression of the appearance of birch trees. Birch trees are generally white in color, and their juice is said to be drinkable. Of course, this is just what Yi Bin saw in the videos he watched every day when he was on Earth. It also said that there were only a dozen days of collection time in a year. Yi Bin had no interest in the sap of the birch tree. What he wanted was the bark of the birch tree, paraffin wax, beeswax, and a kind of Chinese tallow tree, which could also be boiled into wax oil. The fruit of the Chinese tallow tree is white and covered with a layer of black skin. When the fruit is fully ripe, the black skin on the outside will automatically explode, revealing the white fruit inside. The fruit of this plant is also very easy to identify. As for whether you will make a mistake, this question is even simpler. As long as they look a bit similar, pack them all up and take them home. When the time comes, try them one by one. Ha. Can it be produced? The goal this time is not just to extract wax oil. There is another thing that is also very important in Yi Bin's mind, and that is the tung oil tree. The fruit of the tung oil tree can be used to extract tung oil, which has many uses. Its biggest function is to prevent corrosion and moisture, and it can also prevent insect bites. Especially for wooden products, it has a very big effect. Yi Bin, if he wants to build a navy, he needs warships, and to build large warships, he needs a large number of trees. What Wood fears most is corrosion, rot, and insect bites. After tung oil is extracted, this series of problems will no longer be a problem. Tung oil has another function. As long as you apply it on wood, it will have a good waterproof effect. This kind of waterproofing is not like glue. It only plays an auxiliary role. Suddenly, a group of people came from the front. City Lord. City Lord. Among the group of people, there was a burly leader who walked straight towards Yi Bin. This person is none other than the regiment commander, Xiongyi. It just so happened that their regiment was out on patrol today. Eagle was already tall, and his fat body was even more frightening. In primitive society, if someone could eat to become a fat man, he would at least be a commander. Ordinary members of the tribe do not have such living conditions. Those who can eat to such a figure are people with certain status and power in the tribe. For these regiment leaders, Yi Bin arranged much better food for them than for ordinary soldiers. After all, they were at the regiment leader level. Even if the Huaxia tribe was poor, they would not lack this little food. Yi Bin, leading the personal guards, stopped not far from the eagle. Look, there is a flag next to the eagle. On the front of the flag, there is a big word eagle, written on it. The word is so majestic and domineering. Just at this moment, Zhu, when she heard Yi Bin's voice, she immediately ran over and said a little embarrassedly, "City Lord, I want to discuss something with you." "What's the matter?" Yi Bin asked in confusion. Zhu hesitated for a moment, but finally mustered up the courage to speak. The City Lord said, "We have already collected all the fruits in the Yellow River Valley. I want to take the women of the tribe to collect fruits outside the city." In the past, Yi Bin had told them that this area was too dangerous, and asked the collection team not to go out to collect, but only to collect in the Yellow River Valley. At that time, the total number of the Huaxia tribe, both men and women, did not exceed 1,000. At that time, there was a large area of fruit trees in this valley, and the fruits from these trees were enough for the people in the tribe to eat. But now it is different. The population in the tribe has increased to a terrifying number. These people consume a lot of food every day and also need to brew some fruit wine. These fruit wines are used to make alcohol bombs, which are military supplies of the Huaxia tribe. Now, all the fruit trees in the Yellow River Valley have been harvested by Zhu and the others. The women also have certain feelings for their tribe, and they also want to contribute their own strength to the tribe. After listening to Zhu's explanation of the whole process, Yi Bin felt a headache. He really didn't want to agree to Zhu and the others' request. The situation outside Longcheng was still a little uneasy. Suddenly, Li Wang said anxiously, "No. You can't go out to collect." Everyone looked at Li Wang strangely. The city lord hasn't said anything yet. What can you, a captain of the personal guard, do? Zhu and the others all looked at Li Wang with anger on their faces. They also wanted to do their part for the tribe. As a result, it was ruined by this bald man. For Zhu and the others, not only did you, a bald man, not only did you not help, but you also made sarcastic remarks. Zhu's not-so-high chest was heaving up and down with anger. She stared straight at Li Wang with a pair of angry eyes. The city lord had said before that in the Huaxia tribe, there was no distinction between men and women, and everyone had equal status. The women in the collection team regarded Li Wang's previous behavior as a provocation. Zhu said to Li Wang on his warhorse, "I am speaking to the city lord. As a captain of the personal guard, what right do you have to order me around?" Regarding the position division of the Huaxia tribe, Yi Bin also talked about it in the tribe. For example, Zhu's position is similar to Li Wang's. They are both at the captain level. And those group leaders are all at the captain level, but the titles have changed. King Li was speechless after hearing what Zhu said. He talked for a long time but didn't say a word. What do you mean by me? We don't need your personal guards to interfere in the affairs of our collection team." Yi Bin also had a face full of cold sweat. Zhu is usually very gentle, but I didn't expect that she has such a fierce side. He immediately stopped Zhu and Li Wang and asked, "What are you two doing?" "Everyone is here for the Huaxia tribe. If there is anything, you can discuss it properly and don't quarrel at every turn. You are all captains of your own side, so you don't have to worry about being laughed at by your tribesmen if you quarrel in front of the crowd." The eagle immediately turned its head away. I thought to myself, your quarrel has nothing to do with our group. Xiongming acted as if it had nothing to do with me. For the soldiers below, the captain and the others were arguing, but we, the team members, didn't dare to go over and wipe their mouths. Whether it was the royal guards or their collection team, the members on both sides looked at each other. Yi Bin, he really couldn't bear to watch it anymore. "Both of you calm down. We are all from the same tribe. Is there anything we can't talk about calmly?" Chapter 228 Encountering a Python. Li Wang originally wanted to care about Shu. As a result, because of his straightforward character, he offended Shu. Yi Bin also noticed something. He didn't expect that a big man like Li Wang would like a thin woman. A woman with a figure like Shu would be considered a pretty beauty in today's society. Yi Bin said to Zhu, "You can go out to collect, but only within the range of the patrol group. If you exceed this distance and I discover you, you will not be allowed to leave Longqing." After listening to what the city lord said, Zhu was also very happy. In the girl's heart, the city lord was the most powerful man. That woman didn't like strong men. The city lord said this to her, which meant that she was still very important in the city lord's heart. In Zhu's heart, she had already determined that Yi Bin had taken a fancy to her, otherwise why would he care about her? In fact, in Yi Bin's heart, he would care about any woman in the tribe. Because women are a vulnerable group, they certainly cannot be treated roughly. As for treating the men in the tribe, Yi Bin does not have that much patience. Zhu wanted to argue a few more words, but when she saw the city lord's serious expression, she immediately gave up the idea. She was able to become the captain of the collection team, which meant she was not stupid at all. For something like this, the most basic observation of words and expressions, Zhu can still distinguish them clearly. All right. We only collect data within the patrol area to ensure we don't go too far. Hear Zhu's assurance. Yi Bin and Li Wang both breathed a sigh of relief. If they went too far and encountered danger, this group of women would probably be wiped out, and by then it would be too late for Yi Bin to regret. Yi Bin took out a cow horn and put it directly in Zhu's hand. He then gave Zhu some serious instructions, saying that if he encountered danger, he should blow the horn in his hand immediately. Zhu happily took the cow horn and put it in his mouth to blow it, and the cow horn made a dull sound. Woo woo woo. Yi Bin didn't expect that bamboo could actually be used to blow a cow horn. This was really unexpected. Women in primitive society were really not easy to deal with. Eagle, when you patrol, try to expand the range as much as possible. As long as you hear the sound of the cow horn, immediately bring reinforcements. No matter how many enemies are on the opposite side, you must ensure the safety of the collection team. Yes. City Lord. We will definitely protect the safety of the collection team. Eagle's chest was pounding. This is an opportunity to perform in front of the City Lord. He must not let the City Lord down. This is related to his future. As long as he performs well in front of the City Lord, he will definitely be valued by the City Lord in the future. Very good. Then you continue to patrol. Yi Bin gave Zhu a few more instructions, telling them not to go too far, to put their own safety first, and to blow the horn immediately if they met a stranger. Zhu nodded obediently. Zhu felt as sweet as if she had eaten honey, and was very touched by the City Lord's concern. For her, there had never been a man who cared about her like Yi Bin. City Lord. Let's go collect nearby. After Zhu finished speaking to Yi Bin, he led a collection team of more than 500 people and walked into the forest. Li Wang's eyes were fixed on Shu, who was walking away. Yi Bin turned around and happened to see this scene. Now he was sure that Li Wang liked Zhu 100%. He felt that the look of love in his eyes could not deceive anyone. Cough cough. Yi Bin coughed twice. After hearing the leader's voice, Li Wang came back to his senses. Seeing that the leader was staring at him, Li Wang suddenly panicked. He thought that the leader must have discovered his behavior just now. As long as he refused to admit it, even the leader could not do anything to him. Li Wang looked like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. No matter how you asked me, I just say I don't know. Seeing Li Wang's expression, Yi Bin knew that it was useless to ask. Yi Bin shouted to the guards. Set off. Yi Bin took the lead, and Li Wang and the others followed closely behind. About 4 hours later, Yi Bin and the others arrived at a big mountain. There were an astonishing number of big trees here, and countless plants growing on the ground. Yi Bin himself didn't recognize many of the plants. His main purpose this time was to find materials for making wax oil. No matter whether it was dense wax or other waxes, as long as the plants could be used to extract wax oil, he would pack them all up and take them back. The primeval forests here have more resources than the entire earth, and each tree here is as big as a bucket. The royal guards advanced along the way. Whenever they encountered a branch blocking their way, they would simply cut it down with an iron knife. Wherever the royal guards passed, a large path was cut out. Suddenly, a python rushed out. Since the guards were wearing iron armor, the python opened its mouth wide and bit one of the guards directly. The guards next to him picked up an iron knife and chopped at him. That huge python weighed about 200 or 300 pounds. If a person encountered it, he would probably be in trouble today. However, the royal guards had more than 100 people, and they were all veterans of the battlefield. They did not take ordinary danger seriously at all. When everyone's attention was focused on the python, deep in the forest, there was a larger python, its eyes fixed on the guards. Seeing that his younger brother was injured, Li Wang picked up a pair of hammers and rushed directly towards the python. The team members launched a crazy attack on the python. The python's scales were very hard. This kind of python is not like the pythons on Earth. The pythons here have a big mouth with 2 sharp fangs, which is very scary at first glance. The scales on the python's body are like mirrors, and they look black and shiny at first glance. Every time the iron knife hit it, it would make a crisp sound. Ding 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 ding. Bite. There were crisp sounds coming from the python's scales. Every time the members of the royal guard launched an attack, a crisp sound was heard. The member of the personal guard who was bitten let out screams. The python's sharp fangs had penetrated the armor, and a trickle of blood flowed from the shoulder of the personal guard. The bite force of the python exceeded Yi Bin's imagination. He didn't expect that a python would bite through the armor he invented. This had never happened before, and today was the first time such a thing happened. This made Yi Bin, who was not far away, almost pop his eyes out of shock. The destructive power of this python was really terrifying. Yi Bin immediately took out a burst of shooting at the giant python in front of him. As soon as the first arrow was shot, the second and third arrows followed. The iron arrows were very fast and hit the python's head in the blink of an eye. The python let out a scream. For this python, the head is its weakest part because it has eyes on it. Now this big python has a person in its mouth. To this python, what it is biting is as hard as iron. Of course, it was biting iron. The arrows made a few crisp sounds. Ding ding ding. Something unexpected happened. The iron arrow was actually bounced off. Yi Bin cursed. Oh my God! Chapter 229 Giant Python. Suddenly, the grass behind Yi Bin moved. A pair of cold eyes stared at Yi Bin not far away. Supergiant pythons like these living in primitive society are all masters of hunting. At this time, all the guards were attacking the python, and no one noticed the giant python in the grass behind them. Its cold eyes shot directly at Yi Bin's back. I suddenly feel so cold. Yi Bin shuddered and felt like he had fallen into an ice storage. He looked up at the sky. At this moment, the sun in the sky was scorching the earth like a flame, but Yi Bin felt as if his body was frozen by ice. Just when everyone was at a loss, Li Wang walked quickly to the python. He held an iron hammer in one hand. Li Wang's iron hammer was like a meteor hammer, with iron spikes on it. The python also noticed this bald man. The aura of Li Wang was so terrifying that even this powerful python showed a hint of fear. Seeing that the iron arrowheads were useless, the royal guards drew out their iron swords and rushed directly towards the python. The python weighed only about 300 pounds, and each royal guard weighed 100 to 200 pounds. Hundreds of people surrounded it together. Although the python's scales are hard, they cannot withstand a large number of people. Seeing that the iron knife could not hurt the python, some of the guards immediately used the back of the knife. Although the back of the knife was not sharp, it made the python suffer terribly when it hit it. The python opened its mouth in pain, and the injured guard was immediately pulled out by his teammates. Yi Bin stood at the back of the crowd, as the guards wanted to protect him. Li Wang quickly squeezed through the crowd and smashed down with a big hammer. Bang! The scales on the python's head were directly broken by Li Wang's iron hammer. The iron spikes on the hammer directly penetrated the python's scales. The python was hit by the hammer, and could no longer tell east from west, south from north. Yi Bin sighed in his heart. Li Wang is indeed Li Wang. There is no ferocious beast that cannot be dealt with by his iron hammer. And the veterans brought by Li Wang are all fearless and brave. Even though they know that the python is very powerful, no one retreats. Even the injured guard, after escaping from the python's mouth, simply sprinkled some medicine powder and immediately joined the battle with an iron knife. When Li Wang struck the python with the first hammer, the python knew it was no match for his opponent, and it instinctively wanted to escape. But Li Wang would not give it a chance, and he kept hammering it down with the big hammer in his hand, one hammer after another. The guards around held the pythons tightly. The pythons were held by 30 or 40 people and could not move at all. The weight of an adult is about 130 to 150 kilograms. Besides, the personal guards are the elites of the tribe, and they are all selected by King Li himself. Weaker warriors are not in King Li's eyes at all. The personal guards he selected are all tall, mighty, and domineering. The average weight of each person is about 200 pounds. 30 or 40 people gathered together, like a small mountain. The python was pressed down tightly by the crowd and did not even have the strength to move. Li Wang seized the opportunity and smashed the python's head down with the hammer in his hand again and again. The python's head was beaten into a bloody mess. Li Wang had no intention of stopping, and everyone was attacking the python. Yi Bin stood behind the crowd, completely unaware that danger was approaching. In the eyes of the giant python, Yi Bin was like an ant. The python weighed about 700 to 800 kilograms. It was twice as big as the python that everyone was besieging. Its two sharp fangs were fully opened, and it slowly crawled out of the grass. Yi Bin touched the back of his neck and the cold feeling became more and more intense. At this time, the giant python has stood up completely, and the tongue in its mouth is shaking rapidly. Friends who know snakes know that this means the giant python is about to launch an attack. Suddenly, a huge shadow appeared in front of Yi Bin. The snake head on the shadow was still spitting blood and its tongue was sticking out. Yi Bin's first reaction was to hide quickly. He was no longer the rookie he used to be. Having been in this world for such a long time, Yi Bin has experienced battles of all sizes and is quite sensitive to danger. Not far from him, there was a big and rugged tree. Without thinking, Yi Bin rushed over and quickly hid behind the tree. At this time, the giant python also launched an attack. Although the giant python was huge in size, its speed was not slow at all. The giant python opened its bloody mouth and bit Yi Bin's back directly. When Yi Bin saw the shadow of the giant python, he didn't dare to stay for a second. In that 1 or 2 seconds he pounced forward and the giant python bit him. If Yi Bin had been 1 or 2 seconds slower, he would have been eaten by the giant python. The commotion behind them was very loud, and King Li and his personal guards all reacted quickly. At the same time, a question came to everyone's mind. Oh no, the city lord is in danger behind. Li Wang smashed down the last hammer and quickly walked towards the position where Yi Bin had just been. He was cursing himself to death in his heart, asking why he didn't leave a few personal guards for the city lord. Li Wang looked back, but Yi Bin was nowhere to be seen. It's over. This was what Li Wang was thinking. No wonder the leader was eaten by the giant python. The eyes of Li Wang and his men turned blood red in an instant. The royal guards rushed directly towards the giant python. If this giant python dared to eat our city lord, then don't blame us for fighting to the death. Li Wang was extremely fast. He held a pair of hammers in his hands and rushed towards the giant python quickly. At this time, the giant python was like a small snake in the eyes of Li Wang and his men, and they did not take it seriously at all. For the royal guards, if the city lord is dead, what is the point of them going back? How will the tribesmen of the tribe view them? In the eyes of the royal guards, they had forgotten the danger. King Li didn't even think about it, and just threw an iron hammer over. His iron was solid, and the weight of the hammer was about more than 100 pounds. In addition, the force of the hammer when it was thrown out directly weighed more than 1,000 pounds. When the giant python saw Yi Bin hiding and was about to launch another attack, Li Wang's big hammer flew directly towards him. The giant python is quite sensitive to danger. When it sees the big hammer flying towards it, it immediately tries to dodge, staring at the flying hammer with its huge snake eyes. The iron hammer left Li Wang's big hand and spun rapidly in the air. It was about to hit the giant python, but the python immediately crawled to the side, and the iron hammer hit it with a bang. A big tree behind the giant python was directly broken by Li Wang's hammer, and the tree broke with a loud bang. Bang! The big tree was smashed and wood chips flew everywhere. Especially the middle part, which was directly blown up by the hammer. The power of Li Wang's hammer was enough to seriously injure the giant python. Chapter 230, Battle with the Giant Python. Li Wang's eyes were already red. He doesn't care about the giant python. As long as you dare to hurt the leader, no matter what kind of monster you are, King Li and his personal guards will fight with you for your life. Although the giant python was very ferocious, it was alone. The python that had just been killed had already been beaten to death by Li Wang and his men. Even the brains of that python had been smashed out by the hammer. The scales on its head were broken beyond repair, and it was impossible to tell whether the blood or the flesh on its head was flesh or blood. Looking around, it looked like a pile of mud. In just a few breaths, Li Wang arrived in front of the giant python. He had a big iron hammer in his hand, which he was dancing with vigorously. When the giant python saw Li Wang coming, it hit him with its tail. When Li Wang saw a tail coming towards him, he picked up the hammer in his hand without saying a word and smashed it directly. The tail and the hammer collided with each other, and both sides were knocked back more than 10 meters. The scales on the giant python's tail were directly broken by the hammer. The giant python let out a cry of pain. Li Wang also felt uncomfortable. The recoil force just now made his hands numb, and his body trembled slightly. However, there was no fear in Li Wang's eyes. Yi Bin also calmed down. He saw the scene just now. Li Wang fought with the giant python, and neither side gained any advantage. The royal guards also surrounded them, and hundreds of people surrounded the giant python. Yi Bin shouted loudly to Li Wang. Li Wang, I'm fine. Don't fight it head on. This beast is too ferocious. If we attack it forcefully, we will definitely suffer casualties. Everyone heard Yi Bin's voice. Li Wang and his personal guards all breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the city lord was not injured, everything else would not be a problem. Li Wang walked over quickly. Chief, I'm so glad you're okay. There was a slight tremor in Li Wang's voice when he spoke. He was so glad that the leader was okay. He would never dare to leave the leader again. His mission was to protect the leader. If the leader was gone, Li Wang would have no face to live on. City Lord, are you okay? Chief, are you okay? Those veterans on the battlefield all called Li Wang the leader, and as for the newcomers who joined later, they all called Yi Bin the city lord. At this moment, everyone on the battlefield looked at Yi Bin. The guards said they were everywhere. It's great that the leader is okay. As long as the city lord is fine, I will agree immediately even if it costs my life. Listening to the concerned voices of the guards, Yi Bin was really touched. These people were his personal guards. They were really not afraid of death at the critical moment. It was absolutely impossible for the personal guards to say that they were not afraid of a giant python weighing more than 800 pounds. Although the guards were all afraid, no one retreated. In the hearts of the guards, their own safety was above everything else. As long as they were injured, they would dare to fight you to the death. Yi Bin quickly responded to everyone. Don't worry everyone, I just spotted this giant python and quickly dodged it. The giant python was very aggressive. The scales on its tail were directly broken by Li Wang, and the giant python's eyes immediately turned red. It wanted to kill these humans. For this giant python, eating a few people was nothing. In primitive society, ordinary people did not dare to enter the mountains, and it was easy to encounter wild beasts in the mountains. Unlike Yi Bin's hometown, there is nothing in the mountains there. At most there are some wild boars or something. It is impossible to see tigers, leopards, and black bears. In addition to some primeval forests, there are also some places protected by humans where you can see some ferocious beasts. As for those famous mountains, there are some high mountains where you can't even see the shadow of ferocious beasts. But it was different in primitive society. As long as you went out, not to mention in the mountains, you might encounter wild beasts even at the foot of some mountains. For the ferocious beasts in primitive society, everywhere is their battlefield, and people like primitive people are their prey. The giant python was surrounded by people, but it didn't show any fear. This giant python had eaten humans before, and it had a very clear understanding of humans. Whenever it encountered humans before, as soon as the giant python crawled out, the humans would flee everywhere. In the eyes of the giant python, these humans are all the same. No matter how many people there are, they will not be its opponents. Except for the bald man with a hammer, no one else is to be feared. The giant python twisted its body, looking for some weak humans to attack. At a glance, the giant python saw that they were all tall people. Except for the weak human Yi Bin, the others were not easy to mess with. Yi Bin was far away from it, and the bald man was right next to the weak man. The giant python was still a little afraid of Li Wang's iron hammer. The previous blow had broken all the scales on its tail. The python's tail still hurts a little. The royal guards were all wearing iron armor, which emitted some dazzling light under the sunlight, causing the giant python surrounding them to almost forget to attack for a moment. At this moment, the giant python stared at Yi Bin with its huge eyes, as if the two had a life-and-death feud. Yi Bin was also wondering why the giant python treated him as a soft persimmon. Yi Bin had a good idea in his mind. That is the only part of the python's entire body that is the most vulnerable. That's right. As for the giant python's eyes, just attack its eyes first. After the giant python becomes blind, it will be slaughtered by these people. Yi Bin shouted loudly. Attack its eyes first. Some of the guards heard the city lord's call and immediately took out the compound bows on their backs. Yi Bin had shot several arrows before, and the iron arrowheads hit the giant python's scales, but all of them bounced back. After seeing this, the team members all gave up using the continuous compound bows and switched to fighting with iron swords, especially Li Wang's big iron hammer. Every time he hit the python twitched in pain. I heard the weak human shouting. The giant python also launched an attack, biting the nearest guard around it. These guards had been prepared. The moment the giant python attacked, the guards hid behind a big tree. This is the primitive society in the mountains, where old trees as big as buckets can be seen everywhere. The guards are standing not far from the trees. As long as the giant python launches an attack, the others will immediately launch an attack as well. The giant python bit nothing. This giant python was not like the ones on TV. The giant pythons on TV were as fast as light. The giant pythons in reality would only increase their speed to the extreme when launching an attack. Unlike the giant pythons on TV, which can kill people with one drop of their tails or break people into two with one bite, giant pythons only have two sharp teeth, so how can they bite people in half? The way they eat is to swallow people directly. Even if a giant python bites you, at most there will be two huge bloody holes. As for biting a person in pieces, that is absolutely impossible. The giant python's attack missed, and it quickly swept out with its tail. Giant pythons like this one already have a bit of intelligence, and a certain degree of wisdom. They will be afraid of the strong, and they can eat the weak. Chapter 231 Killing the Giant Python. The giant python's tail was very big, and it swept out directly, and the guards who were relatively close were knocked away instantly. The guards kept slashing, and the giant python's scales were crackling. Ding 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 ding. Bang bang bang. Some people hit the python with big rocks, and some people chopped it with the back of an iron knife. Anyway, no matter what method was used to make the giant python suffer, they used that method to hit it. The giant python was like crazy and bit one of the guards directly on the thigh. Oh! The personal guard let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. All the teammates surrounded the giant python and held it down tightly. The giant python weighed only about 800 kilograms, and the weight of a personal guard was about 180 to 200 kilograms. More than 150 people surrounded and attacked together. Each person weighed 180 kilograms, and 100 people weighed 18,000 kilograms. No matter how ferocious the giant python was, it could not withstand so many people. The guards were all wearing iron armor, so even if they were bitten by a python, at most 2 bloody holes would be left. The guards at the back took out the compound bows from behind and shot arrows directly. All the arrows were aimed at the giant python's big eyes. The giant python was protected by scales all over its body, and its eyes were its only weakness. Kingsley looked at his personal guards who were unable to subdue the giant python for a long time. The iron hammer in his hand was creaking as he gripped it. If he had not been afraid that his leader would be injured again, Kingsley would have gone up and hammered it long ago. At this time, the giant python was held by more than 100 people. It was pressed to the ground and moved around. Some guards kept chopping at the snake's head. The giant python struggled hard in pain. The giant pythons here are also made of flesh and blood. They can bleed and are afraid of pain. The giant python bit the guard tightly, and no matter how the guard chopped, the giant python refused to let go. The giant python probably also felt that it would be difficult to leave alive today. The humans it had eaten before would immediately run away as soon as they saw it, but the humans it met today were all fearless of death. The giant python was held down by more than 100 strong men. It didn't even have the strength to move at this moment. The fierce battle just now had consumed too much of its energy. When Li Wang saw that the giant python was controlled, he couldn't help but hit it with the hammer in his hand. "Chief, I'll go and deal with that giant python." Yi Bin nodded and reminded Li Wang not to be careless and to be careful of the beast's counterattack before death. He must take care of his own safety. Li Wang agreed. "Chief, don't worry. This beast can't hurt me." After Li Wang said that, he quickly rushed towards the giant python, and the big iron hammer in his hand made a creaking sound. When the guards saw their captain coming, they immediately made way for him to come in. When the giant python saw Li Wang coming, all the scales on its body stood up. Its fear of Li Wang was deeply ingrained in its bones. The giant python tried to break free from the control of the guards, but the guards did not give it the chance. Captain Li Wang came over. The guards used all their might, and the giant python was held tighter by everyone. It was even impossible for it to lift its head. Li Wang was not going to tolerate the giant python. He quickly came to the side of the giant python and raised the big iron hammer in his hand. The hammer emitted a cold light under the sunlight. The hammer was made of pure iron. If the giant python was hit by one hammer, it would probably suffer a concussion. The giant python struggled hard, but was still held tightly by the guards. It couldn't escape at all. It was controlled by more than 100 guards. Even if it was a giant python weighing more than 800 kilograms, it would not be able to escape. These guards are all veterans of the battlefield. Their team combat ability and coordination of skills are first class. Li Wang jumped forward, raised the big iron hammer high, and smashed it hard on the giant python's head. Bump! The giant python was beaten dizzy, which also aroused its ferocity. The strength of the giant python instantly increased 5 or 6 times. The guards on the giant python were instantly thrown away by this force. Ah! Those guards who were thrown out fell heavily to the ground, screaming in pain. The giant python hated Li Wang so much that there was endless anger in its eyes. The giant python ignored other people and attacked Li Wang directly. Li Wang's size was 3 or 4 times smaller than that of the giant python, but Li Wang was not afraid at all. Yi Bin was anxiously watching. He took out the compound bow behind him and fired a round of continuous shots at the giant python's eyes. The giant python's attention was all on Li Wang at this time. The giant python would never forgive Li Wang for his behavior. The heavy blow of the hammer just now had stunned the giant python. The giant python's head was still a little dizzy. It is also a flesh and blood body. It was hit by thousands of pounds of gravity. Even if it was a giant python, it could only barely withstand the damage of the hammer. If it were a human, it would probably have turned into a pile of meat paste. The arrows hit the giant python's face, making a series of impact sounds, but not a single arrow hit the giant python's eyes. Yi Bin's action completely angered the giant python. The giant python stared at Yi Bin intently. The body was crawling quickly, and all the guards around the giant python were knocked away by the giant python. Li Wang jumped and directly avoided the giant python's tail. When the giant python's tail missed, it wanted to break out quickly. The guards around also quickly pulled the bowstrings, and shot arrows one after another from the compound bows in their hands. Although the giant python would not be injured, it would still feel a sharp pain when the iron arrows hit its body. The giant python roared again in unbearable pain. The giant python was already large in size, and now it opened its bloody mouth. Yi Bin immediately seized the opportunity, quickly pulled the bowstring of the compound bow in his hand, and shot directly into the giant python's mouth. The firing rate of a continuous fire compound bow is more than 10 times faster than that of an ordinary bow. Inside the continuous fire compound bow, there is something like a magazine, which can hold 7 arrows. Every time the bowstring is pulled, an iron arrow can be shot out. Yi Bin shot 7 arrows, and each arrow hit the giant python's mouth. Before the giant python could react, the arrows had already grazed into its flesh. 3 or 4 arrows hit the giant python's brain. Blood and brain matter flowed out of the giant python's mouth. The giant python was hit by an iron arrow in its mouth, and it rolled on the ground in pain. At this time, King Li and his personal guards all seized the opportunity. King Li swung his tail like a dragon and used his strength to smash the iron hammer. The iron hammer in King Li's hand seemed to have life and smashed directly on the top of the giant python's head. This time the force was so great that the scales on the giant python's head were directly smashed to pieces, and blood splattered on the faces of the people around him. Li Wang's own face was also dyed red with blood. The guards held iron knives and kept chopping at the giant python's head. King Li hit it with hammer after hammer. The giant python wanted to struggle one last time, but as the hammers continued to fall, the giant python was breathing out more than breathing in. Seeing that the situation was settled, Yi Bin breathed a sigh of relief. It was really thrilling just now. If he had been a second slower, his chest would have been bitten through by the giant python. The 2 sharp teeth of the giant python were deeply imprinted in Yi Bin's heart. Chapter 232 Tung Oil Fruit. All the guards collapsed to the ground. Li Wang picked up his hammer and looked at the injured team members. He was a big and rough guy and really didn't know how to treat them. At this time, Yi Bin collected some medicinal herbs. He came to the injured guards and ordered Li Wang and others to remove all the armor of the 2 guards. The 2 were bitten by the giant python and needed to stop the bleeding immediately. Fortunately, there was armor protection. Although the teeth bit through the armor, the wound was not particularly deep. After resting for 10 days or so, it was almost healed. Yi Bin applied the crushed herbs directly on the wounds of the guards. These herbs were used to stop bleeding. After the herbs were applied, no blood was seen flowing from the wounds of the 2 guards. Li Wang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then he said to Yi Bin, "Chief, if you hadn't shot this giant python, it would have been ready to escape. This giant python is too powerful. If it weren't for the guards fighting to the death, we really wouldn't have been able to stop this big beast." Yi Bin, he was called the giant python beast before. As a result, Li Wang learned the lesson. Now he also kept calling it a beast. He felt so happy. This time he killed 2 pythons, one of which was a giant python. The scales of the 2 pythons looked similar. Yi Bin estimated that they should be together. Although the giant python's scales are hard, it is also made of flesh and blood. It is still easy to kill it as long as you attack from the inside. It took the guards more than an hour to decompose the 2 giant pythons. As for the 2 giant python skins, Yi Bin also kept them. This giant python skin is a good thing. If it is made into a set of armor or put on the back of a warhorse, it will be a nightmare for the enemy. Yi Bin said to several guards. You guys should pack up these 2 giant python skins and put them away for me. After we return to the tribe, send the python skins to Old Man Bear. I will then make a set of armor for him. The guards nodded in agreement. Okay. City Lord. Yi Bin made 2 more stretchers. The Chinese tribe never had the habit of abandoning teammates. For Yi Bin, a modern man, carrying 1 or 2 wounded people was not an easy task. All the cut-up python meat was taken away by the guards. The 2 pythons together weighed more than 1,100 kilograms. For these 150 personal guards, it was just a matter of a few pounds of meat per person. After what happened just now, everyone became alert. The 2 giant pythons were so terrifying. If Yi Bin hadn't brought so many people with him, they would have become the pythons' lunch long ago. King Li and several bodyguards said, Chief, this forest is too dangerous, let's go back first. Yi Bin said to everyone with a smile. Generally speaking, where such ferocious beasts appear, there will be no danger around. If I am not mistaken, this must be the territory of these 2 giant pythons. We just accidentally entered the territory of the giant pythons. That's why they targeted us. Now these 2 giant pythons have been killed by us. In other words, this area is now very safe. Even if there are other ferocious beasts, they would have been killed by the giant pythons long ago. Everyone listened to Yi Bin's explanation. Only then did they breathe a sigh of relief. The 2 giant pythons just now were really too scary. Although only 2 guards were injured, the hearts of the other guards were still pounding. No matter how good the quality of these guards is, they cannot suppress the fear in their hearts. Otherwise, they are all wearing armor, so who would dare to rush forward without caring about their lives? Isn't that like thinking your life is too long? Yi Bin calmed himself down and set off again with his personal guards. This time, Li Wang had learned his lesson. No matter where Yi Bin went, he would follow him. At the same time, there were 20 or 30 more personal guards around Yi Bin, who were there to protect him closely. This time, Yi Bin walked for about an hour. Suddenly, in the woods ahead, I saw many fallen tung oil fruits. The fruits of this tung oil tree usually ripen in August and September. When the tung oil fruits are ripe, they will begin to fall off slowly. After falling off, these tung oil fruits will fall under the tung oil tree. Even after a long time, tung oil can still be extracted. Tung oil fruit looks like a whole garlic. They look a bit like garlic, but only the tongue nuts inside can be used. There is also a layer of shell on the outside that can provide good protection. The leaves of the tung oil tree are like a beautiful peach heart. The tung oil tree, also known as the tung oil tree, is a deciduous tree and a natural preservative with a good bactericidal effect. The tree has a somewhat smooth, gray bark, thick, hairless branches, and round drupes that are about 5 to 9 millimeters in size. This kind of tree is basically very common in Yi Bin's hometown. When he saw the tung oil tree for the first time, Yi Bin immediately recognized it. This tung oil tree was one of the goals of his trip this time. The guards all brought a lot of animal skin bags. These animal skin bags are used to store wax and paraffin. Now we haven't found any wax, but we found a tung oil tree first. Under the tung oil tree, there are densely packed tung oil fruits. Most of the fruits that fell from the tung oil tree were corroded. Yi Bin came under the tung oil tree and picked up another tung oil fruit. Then, he squeezed it hard. The shell of the tung oil fruit was easily crushed, revealing the black fruit inside. Yi Bin squeezed it hard with his hands, and a trace of tung oil immediately flowed out of the tung oil fruit. Yi Bin was immediately overjoyed. He shouted excitedly, "This thing can still be used. This thing really can be used. Ha ha. Great. Now we can finally build a boat." King Li and his personal guards were all looking at the frantic Yi Bin from afar. They didn't know what the leader was holding, but looking at the leader's current appearance, they knew it must be a good thing. Yi Bin shouted to everyone, "Pick them up quickly. Pack up all these tung oil fruits on the ground and bring them all back to me. Even if there is only one left on the ground, you have to pick it up for me." The guards all responded loudly. "Okay, City Lord." Except for the 2 wounded men, everyone else participated. Yi Bin took the lead in picking up the trash. There were at least thousands of tung oil trees nearby. This place could be a primitive society, where neither trees nor anything else has been cut down. This area was so big that the guards kept picking fruits. Li Wang always followed Yi Bin. No matter where Yi Bin picked up fruits, Li Wang would also pick up fruits there. Yi Bin was really at the point of laughing and crying. Li Wang was too dedicated to his duties. In fact, in Yi Bin's heart, Li Wang was the person he trusted the most. The trust he was talking about was the kind of person he could rely on for life and death. Li Wang is his own Su-Chu. No matter when, as long as Li Wang is by his side, Yi Bin will feel safe. In a short while, they had picked up 300 or 400 animal skin bags. With more than 100 people picking fruits together, the speed was naturally amazing. Even if each person picked up 2 bags, there would be 148 people. That would be 296 bags. The guards tied all the tung oil fruits they picked up to the backs of their war horses, while they themselves chose to lead the horses forward. It probably took about an hour or 2 to collect the tung oil fruits on the ground. All of them were swept away by the guards. Chapter 233 Birch Tree. Yi Bin waved his hand. Keep going. The personal guards led their war horses and shuttled through the forest. Li Wang and high-ranking officials such as Yi Bin all walked in the middle of the crowd. The personal guards who were leading the way in front each held a large iron knife in their hands. A path was opened up for the people behind to walk on. The forest in primitive society was like this. Because no one had walked here for many years, the branches and countless weeds in it had covered the entire primitive forest. One of the targets this time has already fallen into Yi Bin's pocket. The remaining materials to be found are wax and birch. Of course, paraffin wax, Chinese tallow tree seeds, etc. can also be refined into wax oil. In the forests of primitive society, there are good treasures everywhere. Yi Bin and his friends found a lot of good things along the way. Among them is 9-leaf ginseng. The effect of this 9-leaf ginseng is extremely rare. Its efficacy is derived from the ginseng. Even in the previous life on Earth, 9-leaf ginseng has never appeared. Then someone might ask, how did Yi Bin know about 9-leaf ginseng? As for this question, anyone who lives near the mountains knows that ginseng is an extremely precious thing. It is impossible to find wild ginseng without chance. The most easily recognizable part of ginseng is its leaves growing on the outside. Generally speaking, ginseng has only a few leaves. The most common ginseng leaves are more than 3 or 4. When there are 5 or 6 leaves, it is the limit of ginseng. Most of the leaves grown by ginseng are dark green. As time goes by, the leaves of ginseng will also change. The most important feature is that wild ginseng will not grow together. After harvesting a wild ginseng, Yi Bin couldn't suppress the smile on his face. This legendary good thing could bring the dead back to life. Although it is a bit exaggerated, it cannot be denied that the efficacy of 9-leaf ginseng is a life-saving medicine for women who suffer heavy bleeding during childbirth. Yi Bin wrapped up the 9-leaf ginseng and put it in his arms like a treasure. They continued to move forward and saw a lot of hornets in the middle. There must be honey or something in the nests of these hornets, but it was too dangerous. At this moment, a birch forest appeared not far away. Yi Bin's heart suddenly became excited. He urged his guards to hurry up. Yi Bin had been impatient for this kind of birch trees. The white birch tree has a characteristic: its trunk is all white, and there is also an interesting phenomenon. The white birch trees are almost all from the same root. There are 2 or 3 trees together, there are 5 or 6 trees together, and even more exaggeratedly there are more than 10 trees together. So, birch trees are easy to identify, as they almost all grow in the same area. As long as you can find a tree, you can find a group of birch trees. This is also one of Yi Bin's goals. With these birch trees, there will be no need to grope in the dark in the Chinese tribe in the future. Yi Bin touched his forehead again. Oops. It hurts so much. It's all my own fault. I never took this issue seriously. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fallen like this. Yi Bin led his personal guards and walked quickly towards the birch trees. Although there were many birch trees in this area. However, Yi Bin would not do such a thing as killing the chicken to get the eggs. This group of birch trees will still be of great use in the future. Li Wang, take some people to peel the bark. Remember, only a small part of each birch tree can be peeled off, otherwise the birch trees will die. If we only peel a small part, the birch trees will not die due to serious injuries. King Li and his personal guards all agreed immediately. Okay. City Lord. Chief, I will take people to collect them right away. Li Wang was as happy as a child. Li Wang and his guards had heard a little about this group of birch trees from Yi Bin. They said that the bark of these birch trees could be used to extract some kind of wax oil, but Li Wang and his guards did not know the specific extraction method. In the minds of the Li Wang people, difficult technical work like this was something the leaders should worry about. People like them only needed to contribute manpower and effort. As for those technical jobs, even if Yi Bin asked them to do them, they didn't know where to start. It would be better for them to do some physical work. Everyone was busy for an afternoon, and each of them carried 2 large bundles of bark on their shoulders. Each person carried at least 400 kilograms. For these guards, carrying something weighing more than 400 kilograms was still bearable. These people were the strongest men in the tribe. Bin originally wanted to rush back to the tribe overnight, but it was too late and there was no moonlight tonight, so the whole forest was pitch black. Bin then instructed Li Wang and the others to start making a fire and cooking on the spot. When the royal guards go out, they carry tinder with them. This is also a tribal custom. No matter who goes on a long journey, they will bring some tinder with them. The materials used to make this kind of fire striker are very simple. You only need some cotton and some other things to make a complete and easy-to-use fire striker. The guards lit more than a dozen bonfires and grilled most of the giant python meat that they had killed in the afternoon. About half an hour later, the aroma of barbecue wafted through the primeval forest. Li Wang tore off a piece of roasted python meat and quickly came to Yi Bin. The giant python meat was roasted over a high fire, sizzling with oil. The aroma of the meat filled the air, making people's appetites grow at the mere smell of it. The piece of roasted meat in Li Wang's hand was the best piece of meat on the giant python. Yi Bin was thinking under a birch tree. He was thinking about how to transplant all these birch trees back to the tribe so that he wouldn't have to travel far. After all, it was still quite dangerous in the primeval forest. "Chief, please eat something first." After hearing Li Wang's voice, Yi Bin stopped thinking about this problem for the time being. Transplanting these birch trees is a huge project, and it is still difficult to accomplish with the current strength of the tribe. The first one is the problem of transportation. The second is that it requires a large amount of manpower and material resources. No matter which method is used, it is not something that the current Chinese tribes can do. Spending such a huge amount of money just to make some candles is really a foolish act. Yi Bin, as the lord of these three cities, must always put the overall interests of the tribe first no matter what he does, and cannot do anything unnecessary. As a result, the entire tribe was brought down. He took the barbecue from Li Wang's hand, put it in front of his nose and smelled it. The strong meaty aroma of the barbecued python meat made Yi Bin's mouth water. Whether in his previous life or this life, it was the first time for him to eat snake meat. Yi Bin took a bite of the giant python meat and felt that it tasted quite good. "Li Wang, you should go eat barbecue too." "Okay, leader." Li Wang quickly agreed. After fighting for an entire afternoon and peeling tree bark for several hours, everyone was already starving. If it weren't for the tribe's rules, Li Wang would have started eating long ago. Seeing that their leader had eaten, the guards picked up the giant python meat on the fire and began to eat it bite by bite. Although they were very hungry, they still put their leader first in the tribe. Chapter 234 Giant Scorpion Tribe. At night, Yi Bin arranged people to patrol. No matter where, patrols are a standard feature of China. It is also a good habit. Patrols can avoid many dangers and are also the last line of defense for the tribesmen. Perhaps, this is still the territory of the giant python. There will be no danger at night. The dark primeval forest gives people a feeling that it can swallow everything. If more than 10 bonfires had not been lit, Yi Bin and the others would not have been seen at all. Anyone who could spend the night in the primeval forest was not an ordinary person. Nothing happened overnight. A ray of morning sunshine shone on everyone's faces. Perhaps it was because of the sunshine that everyone slowly woke up. Yi Bin rubbed his hazy eyes and felt a ray of sunshine shining on his eyes. At this moment, a voice called out in my ear. "Chief, should we set off?" It was Li Wang who called him. Li Wang got up early in the morning. He was worried about Yi Bin's safety. After all, this was in the primitive wilderness, not in his own tribe. What if he encountered any ferocious beast? That would be really bad luck. Although there are many of them, everyone would be afraid of those ferocious beasts. We can't let the royal guards fight monsters every day just because they have a large number of people, right? After everyone has finished breakfast, they return to the way they came. This road opened by the iron knife was also very easy to identify. The road was lined with branches cut by the iron knife. As long as everyone followed the road, they could reach the foot of the mountain in a few hours. Looking at the pockets on the backs of the war horses and the bark carried by the guards, Yi Bin couldn't help but feel excited and happy. From now on, the Huaxia tribe will no longer be afraid of the dark at night. The journey back this time was very smooth and there was no danger. The 2 injured guards also recovered very well. In the morning, Yi Bin changed their medicine. In primitive society, the most feared thing was wound infection. Once a wound was infected, it was really very dangerous. At the very least, it would cost you half your life, and at the worst, you would go to the king of hell. Fortunately, Yi Bin found the right herbs, otherwise the consequences would be very serious. Although the python's teeth are not poisonous, there will still be some bacteria remaining on the teeth. As long as the wound is not infected, everything else will not be a problem. Suddenly, the sound of cow horns was heard in the distance. Yibin ordered his personal guards to put down all their belongings and left a dozen people to guard. The remaining more than 100 people all rode their war horses and ran in the direction of the ox horn sound. Yibin rode on the phantom cloud and ran quickly in one direction. Li Wang led more than 100 people and followed Yibin at a very fast speed. Wherever the war horses passed, a cloud of dust was raised on the ground. The patrol group of Longqing also heard the sound of cow horns in the distance. Today's patrol group was Jinhua. He immediately led the entire group of soldiers to reinforce in the direction of the cow horn sound. Jinhua arranged 2 people to return to Longqing immediately to report the news. In case too many enemies came, the regiment he led could still resist them temporarily. Zhu brought more than 1,000 women to collect fruits in a dense orchard. She discovered this area yesterday afternoon. Because she brought fewer people yesterday, the fruits she collected were even less. For a tribe of more than 20,000 people, collecting a few hundred baskets of fruit is simply a drop in the bucket. If it wasn't too late yesterday, she would have brought people back again. Early this morning, Shu gathered more than 1,000 women, brought more than 100 camels, and more than 300 blue cattle. Finally, the courtesan was also sent more than 100 female warriors to protect Shu's collection team along the way. After the collection team arrived at the orchard, they began collecting on a large scale. Everything was going well, and the women in the collection team also started working. The women were still the same as before. While collecting, they chatted about tribal gossip. Suddenly, a group of primitive people rushed out. There were at least several thousand of them, and each of them carried a long stone spear. There were also some tall primitive people, each holding a giant stone axe in their hands. The sudden appearance of this enemy scared Shu and the others. At this time, a female warrior stood up. She was a deputy general of the Oiran and was trained by the Oiran herself. The woman's name was Huayun, and this name was given to her by the Oiran. Huayun is also a tomboy, and her body's shape is no less than that of the Oiran. Her weapon is a spear. After discovering the enemies, she immediately gave orders. Blow the horn quickly. The 2 female warriors agreed. Yes. Yes. These 2 female warriors were also the people Huayun valued the most. They took off the ox horns from their waists, put them in their mouths and started blowing, and the ox horns made a huge sound. Woo 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 woo. All the female warriors had formed their battle formations. As Huayun finished speaking, the more than 100 female warriors all stood in a row. This was the Chinese long snake formation, and it was also a formation commonly used by warriors. After the formation was set up, Huayun said to the members of the collection team, "You all should retreat quickly. We will hold off these enemies." Zhu did not hesitate. As a team leader, she knew the seriousness of the matter. The collection team had no training and no weapons. Even if they all stayed, they would be of no use. There is nothing I can do except to hold back. As for the collected fruits, it is already late, and the most important thing is to save my life. Zhu shouted to the gathering team. Everyone in the gathering team threw away what they were holding and immediately retreated towards the tribe. Then they spoke to Huayun. "You must be careful," Huayun said to Zhu with a smile. "Don't worry. You go first. Even if we can't defeat them, we can temporarily stop them. I estimate that it won't be long before the tribe's reinforcements will arrive." Zhu nodded heavily. "We will definitely bring reinforcements," and after saying that, he left with the collection team. The group of primitive people on the opposite side immediately became anxious when they saw Shu and the others trying to escape. These were a large group of women. If they could capture them all, the tribe leader would definitely be very happy. Suddenly, a primitive man spoke. "Commander, look, that primitive man is pointing at Huayun and her group." The commander cursed angrily. "What are you looking at?" The commander's eyes are all on the collection team. There are more than 1,000 people in the collection team, and they are all young women. The leader is named Blood Scorpion. He also comes from a large tribe. His tribe is a large tribe called Giant Scorpion, which is also a large subordinate tribe of the Xuanwu tribe. The purpose of Blood Scorpion's visit this time is to inquire about the Huaxia tribe. Their chief said that recently the Huaxia tribe has a tendency to become bigger. The one from the Xuanwu tribe is already a little restless. Once the Huaxia tribe starts to rise, there will be 4 super tribes. The first is the Firebird tribe. The second is the Taohai tribe. The third one is the Xuanwu tribe. The fourth one is probably the Huaxia tribe. Chapter 235. Huayun and the others are in danger. This time, the purpose of his visit was to find out about this Chinese tribe. But Blood Scorpion is a man who loves women. In his eyes, the Huaxia tribe was nothing. If the patriarch had not asked him to come, with Blood Scorpion's character, he would have just ordered 1 or 2 guards to lead people to flatten the Huaxia tribe. However, the patriarch had already given the order, and Blood Scorpion had no choice but to obey. So I have no choice but to go there in person. Unexpectedly, as soon as we arrived in this area, we ran into Zhu and his collection team. This made Blood Scorpion very happy. His biggest hobby was playing with women, and his way of playing was a little different from that of normal people. Those who understand will naturally understand. The Blood Scorpion originally wanted to launch a sneak attack, but was discovered by Hua Yun's guards, who immediately reported it to Hua Yun, which led to the scene just now. Hua Yun had already arranged the formation and was waiting for the enemy to attack. The female warriors took out the bows and arrows from their backs and were ready to shoot. Hua Yun gave orders to the female warriors. Everyone prepared to shoot. When Blood Scorpion saw the women running away, he immediately became anxious. These people were his prey, so how could he let them escape like that? This time, Blood Scorpion brought nearly 2,000 people, all of whom were elites in the tribe. Each of them was very tall, and it was obvious that they came from a large tribe. The Blood Scorpion roared angrily. With just a small number of people, you think you can stop so many of us? Blood Scorpion sneered and saw a mighty woman. This woman was none other than Hua Yun, who was commanding the battle. Men in primitive society regard tall and mighty women as goddesses. Although Blood Scorpion is a little perverted, he still has certain needs for that kind of love in women. He licked the corner of his mouth. Just like looking at prey, he just looked at Hua Yun from afar. Xuexia couldn't wait to have his hands on this top-notch woman. He said to the guards around him. Go straight over and grab that tall woman for me. I want to enjoy her. Ha 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 ha. Women! I must catch you. Blood Scorpion let out a sinister laugh. He really couldn't wait to see the woman in front of him. The 2 guards of Blood Scorpion, with more than 2,000 people, went straight to kill Hua Yun and the others. One of these guards was called Dashan and the other was called Dashi. They were both the right-hand men of Blood Scorpion, and they were also the guards of the clan leader. As for why he is next to the Blood Scorpion, it is because the Blood Scorpion has another identity. He is the son of the chief of the giant scorpion tribe. Otherwise, why would the Blood Scorpion be so arrogant? Looking at the enemy rushing towards her, Hua Yun was a little afraid, but as a female warrior of China, the responsibility on her shoulders was to defend her tribe. The enemy was getting closer and closer. Hua Yun was no longer afraid at this time. She thought of a woman in her heart. This woman was also her idol and their immediate superior. She was the most beautiful woman in the Huaxia tribe and the leader of the female warriors. The courtesan taught them every day that as a warrior of the Huaxia tribe, they had the responsibility to die fighting for the tribe. Even if the enemy was very powerful, they had to fight to the last man. Even if we die fighting for the tribe, the tribesmen will remember us. The greatest honor for a warrior is to die on the battlefield, instead of thinking about how to escape or beg for mercy. Hua Yun also noticed the fear of the female warriors, and she said while pretending to be calm. Fellow soldiers, the Huaxia tribe is behind us, and our reinforcements are on the way. As long as we can hold off the enemy, I believe our main force will arrive soon. After listening to Hua Yun's encouragement, the female warriors all exuded a strong fighting spirit. Although they were all women, their leader, Hua Oren, did not pity them. Every time they trained like men. Many women cried. They didn't understand why China had warriors but needed a group of women to train. The Oren never answered these questions from the female warriors. She would only repeat this sentence every time she trained. The more you sweat during training, the less you bleed on the battlefield. This was what Yi Bin taught her. The Oren kept it in mind and repeated it every time she trained, for fear that one day, even she herself would slack off. Hua Yun was trained by the Oren under this kind of intensity, and the more than 100 people led by Hua Yun were also trained by the Oren, the leader, under this kind of intensity. It can also be said that they are the guards of the Oren. The enemy army has begun to charge. Blood Scorpion stands at the back of the crowd to supervise the battle. This is his usual style, otherwise he would have been hacked to death. Although Blood Scorpion is a bit arrogant and domineering, he is extremely cautious in his actions. Dashan and Dashi were commanding an army of more than 2,000 people to charge. Usually in larger battles like this, Dashan and Dashi would be behind the army and personally command them to fight. The commander in primitive society played the role of a military governor when commanding a battle. As long as the superiors ordered him to charge, the soldiers under him had to charge, otherwise they would be killed by the military governor's troops. Dashan pointed at Hua Yun and the others and told them to disperse those women. In the eyes of Dashan and Dashi, the more than 100 people including Hua Yun were so scared that they could not walk in this primitive society. Not yet, women have become martyrs on the battlefield. The warriors of the giant scorpion tribe were getting faster and faster. Huayun was also calculating in his mind that the effective killing range of the double-blade bow of the Huaxia tribe was about 100 meters. As for whether you can shoot the enemies on the battlefield from 100 meters away, it depends on the luck of the enemies. Primitive people don't wear clothes, especially male warriors. They usually wrap themselves with a piece of animal skin. I don't need to explain in detail which part of their body is covered, right? The arrows of the Huaxia tribe are all equipped with iron arrowheads, and can basically penetrate the enemy's body as long as the enemy is not thick-skinned. Huayun raised his hand, and the female warriors also pulled the bowstrings, waiting for Huayun's order. Huayun estimated the distance in his mind. As long as the enemies on the opposite side entered the attack range of the bow and arrow, Huayun would immediately order the arrows to be shot. Kill. Catch them. If you catch that tall woman, the commander will reward you handsomely. The person who spoke was Dashi. He was different from Dashan. Dashan was a more cautious person. No matter what he did, he would choose a more stable and safe way. The more than 2,000 people led by Dashi could already see Huayun's face clearly. He was a person who liked to show off. Since the commander liked this woman, he would help the commander catch her back. At that time, as long as the commander is happy, he will reward him with 3 or 4 women. No matter in which society, men are born to like women. Chapter 236 The Oiran's Deputy General Huayun. Huayun's heart was pounding non-stop. The enemy has arrived at the predetermined location, and now is the best time. Huayun no longer hesitated and waved her hand at a group of female warriors. Shoot an arrow. Shoot an arrow. These female warriors immediately released the bowstrings in their hands, and more than 100 arrows were quickly shot at the enemy opposite. The iron arrows cut through the air and shot directly into the crowd opposite. Dashi rushed to the front of the crowd. Because he wanted to be the first to achieve merit, as a qualified lackey, he had to learn to please the leader. As long as the leader wanted something, Dashi would do his best. This is also why Blood Scorpion attaches so much importance to Dashi. He also gave the army to Dashi for command. Dashi and his men knew nothing about the shooting range of Chinese bows and arrows. In their opinion, as long as they had more people on their side, other things would not be a problem. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When the arrow fell, there was a scream from the crowd. An iron arrow pierced through Dashi's arm, and the team members around him fell one after another. Ah! Save me. I don't want to die. People in the crowd fell one after another, and the screams and wails of the warriors continued to echo on the battlefield. For the people of the giant scorpion tribe, this kind of weapon was something they had never seen before. Dashi screamed. Ah! It hurts so much, what on earth is this? Huayun gave the order again. Shoot an arrow. Shoot an arrow. Another round of arrows rained down, flying rapidly in the air. Dashi and his group only saw a dense mass of black spots in the sky, which shot into the crowd in the blink of an eye. There was another scream from the crowd. Oh! Another 50 or 60 people fell in this round of arrow rain. The warriors of the giant scorpion tribe were all dumbfounded. Many of them stood still, unable to move forward or backward. Save me. My legs are injured and my stomach is bleeding. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Seeing the enemies on the opposite side were all in disarray, Huayun was so excited that she didn't know what to do. For Huayun herself, this is her first time in actual combat. She is very proud of herself for achieving such a result. Blood Scorpion was so shocked by the scene on the battlefield that he almost felt like an egg could fit in his mouth. Dashan came over to report immediately. My Lord Commander, the enemy's weapons are too powerful. I suggest a temporary retreat, otherwise there will be heavy casualties. Blood Scorpion kicked Dashan in the face. I don't care what method you use. I only want that woman. Looking at the murderous eyes of the Blood Scorpion, Dashan's heart was pounding with fear. The Blood Scorpion leader in front of him was really a killer. More than a dozen of his tribesmen had died in his hands. Dashan didn't dare to doubt it at all, he said tremblingly. Commander, don't worry. I will definitely capture that woman and then you can play with her as you please. Blood Scorpion laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha. Dashan, you are the person I value most and the smartest person I have. Please don't let me down. Ha 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 ha. Listening to Blood Scorpion's cold laughter, Dashan's scalp was tingling. The happier the commander laughed, the more it showed that he wanted to kill someone in his heart. Dashan didn't dare to hesitate any longer. He took more than 100 generals and walked towards Dashi and his men. Those soldiers who wanted to escape were ordered to be killed by Dashin. The role of the generals was to intimidate everyone. All those who fled from the battlefield and those who retreated in battle were under the jurisdiction of the governor. As long as the commander gave the order, the warriors of the tribe had to charge forward without fear of death. As soon as someone is found retreating, the governor's army will kill you immediately. Otherwise, your retreat will lead to the defeat of the entire battlefield. As the old saying goes, one bad apple spoils the whole barrel. Hua Yun went from being panicked at the beginning to being calm and composed now. This is how people are. As long as you kill the first person, you won't care about killing the second and third person. Hua Yun is like this. In the past, it was all simulated training, but in actual combat like today, she was just a girl on the bridge. The female soldiers fired 6 or 7 rounds, and more than 300 or 400 enemies fell. The enemy's casualties were still increasing. Dashi pulled a soldier over and stood directly in front of him. After the arrow fell, Dashi was not hurt at all. He seemed to have discovered something and started laughing. The tribesmen around him thought that Dashi was scared silly. It was already so late, and Dashi was still grinning foolishly. Because of his behavior just now, many people stayed away from him. The man that Dashi caught had been pierced by multiple arrows. In the last round of Rain of Arrows, the giant scorpion tribe lost another 70 to 80 people. The blood scorpion brought more than 2,000 people with them this time. After the last round of charge, they had already lost 400 to 500 people. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that we didn't even touch the other person's clothes, but we lost so many people. Although the giant scorpion tribe is a large tribe, so many people died in just a few minutes? Blood Scorpion, I still feel a little sad. But for the sake of that woman, Blood Scorpion can accept even more casualties. When a man's hormones are running high, he will lose his normal rationality. This is what Blood Scorpion is like now. There is only Hua Yun in his eyes. As long as he can get the woman opposite him, nothing else matters. No matter which dynasty or era, there are countless kings who lost their territory for a woman. Especially those who have high status, like the current Blood Scorpion. His father is the patriarch of the tribe, and he himself is also a leader. As long as Blood Scorpion likes someone, no matter if it is a woman or an object, he has never failed to get it. The soldiers were preparing to retreat, and Dashin quickly joined the crowd and shouted to everyone. You are divided into 3 teams, with this many people in each team. Dashin gestured with his hands and said that in primitive society, there was no concept of numbers. Except for Yibin's Huaxia tribe. As for those primitive people in the local tribes, they didn't know anything like numbers. They used their hands to gesture, just like cutting tofu in a supermarket. The mountain directly divided this large group of people into 3 teams. The first team attacks from the left, the second team attacks from the right, and the third team attacks from the center. After the tactics are arranged, Dashin then ordered Dashi. You lead your men to attack from the middle, and I will lead my men to attack from both sides. Dashi was very dissatisfied with Dashin's arrangement, and he cursed at Dashin loudly. Why, you don't attack from the middle yourself, but asked me to attack from the middle. We both know this. The team in the middle is the most dangerous. Dashin sneered. Commander, I have been given command of the army. If you have any comments, you can give them to the commander. Don't forget that this idea was mine. You now have only 2 choices. The first is to obey, and the second is to refuse. Dashi also sneered. What if I choose the second one? There was a hint of murderous intent in Dashin's eyes, but he still spoke with a sneer. Refusal is retreat. I can kill you right now. The commander beside Dashin had already clenched his weapon. This scene happened to be seen by Dashi, who immediately said with a smile, I will lead my men and launch an attack from the center. Recently, many fans have been urging me to update more, and many fans have even put up tickets for urging me to update more. It's not that Beiqing is unwilling to write more. Beiqing is also an office worker. When he gets off work in the evening, it is almost 9 o'clock. It is really not easy for me to write 2 chapters every day. Tonight, I will update a chapter for my fans, as a way of thanking all my brothers and sisters for their support. Chapter 237 Circular Battle Formation. Hua Yun has been observing the entire battlefield. He saw more than 100 people rushing into the opposite battlefield. After about a few minutes, the formation on the opposite battlefield changed. The original large group of enemies was divided into 3 large and small squadrons. There are about 400 to 500 people in each squadron. This really stumped Hua Yun. With her first combat experience, she couldn't cope with the current situation at all. Several female warriors shouted, Deputy Captain Hua Yun, the enemy is divided into 3 parts. How should we deal with it next? Hua Yun hesitated for a moment. Finally, he gave the order. Everyone is divided into 3 groups. From now on, you can shoot freely. Free shooting is the most helpless shooting for the Huaxia tribe. Only when the warriors are in desperate situations will they choose this way of shooting. Hua Yun and the others have already reached this point. The enemy is already large in number, and is now divided into 3 formations, which means that the female warriors need to form a formation of 33 people. Moreover, the enemies they faced were 15 times more numerous than theirs. Looking at the enemies rushing towards them, Hua Yun gave one last order. All female warriors obey orders. All the female warriors responded. We are all here. When the enemy gets close, he immediately throws away the bow and arrow in his hand and uses the iron spear to fight. Yes. Yes. The female warriors responded quickly. At this point, they are no longer scary. Although the warriors are all women, their combat awareness is no less than that of any team of men. Zhu led the gathering team and walked quickly into the tribe. At this moment, Yi Bin appeared with the cavalry. When Zhu saw that it was the city lord and his men, he burst into tears in an instant. City lord, please go and rescue Hua Yun and the others as soon as possible. Yi Bin didn't have time to ask who Hua Yun was. He pulled Zhu onto his warhorse and spoke to Zhu anxiously. You gave directions on horseback, and Zhu immediately nodded in agreement. Okay. City lord. The city lord goes straight from this side. Yi Bin had no time to hesitate. He shouted to the guards, Everyone follow me! Yi Bin rode on the phantom cloud and quickly rushed towards Hua Yun and the others. Li Wang followed closely behind Yi Bin. As a qualified guard, his responsibility was to protect the leader well. As for whether primitive people would be jealous, probably not, right? In primitive society, it was very common for more than a dozen men to be with one woman. The person Li Wang likes is Zhu, and this is something only he knows. Although Yi Bin had guessed it before, he still couldn't confirm it. As for Zhu being on Yi Bin's horse, Li Wang didn't care at all. If this happened in modern times, Li Wang would have fought Yi Bin to the death. The speed of the warhorse was getting faster and faster. Soon, a large number of enemies were seen besieging Hua Yun and the others. Yi Bin said to Li Wang, Let the guards use the warhorse iron chain formation. The so-called iron chain formation is 2 people, each riding a warhorse, and then 2 of them, each pulling one end of the iron chain, and then quickly rushing towards the enemy. The noise made by the warhorses was so loud that everyone on the battlefield noticed Yi Bin and his group. At this time, the distance between the enemy and Hua Yun and the others was less than 20 meters. Hua Yun was still there, continuing to command the battle. Sudden. The sound of horse hooves was heard near the orchard. Hua Yun and the female warriors all looked at each other. This was the sound of war horses from the Huaxia tribe. The city lord and his men had come to rescue us. Sure enough, a boy and a woman sat on the leading black horse. The woman was Zhu from the gathering team, and the boy was their city lord Yi Bin. The female warriors instantly felt hope again. Someone shouted loudly, Our reinforcements are coming! Our reinforcements are coming! The sudden appearance of the troops startled Blood Scorpion, Dashan and the others, but when they saw the number of people on the opposite side, Blood Scorpion burst into laughter again. There are only a few of you here, are you all here to die? Ha 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 ha. It really makes me laugh to death. There are still more than 1,500 people in the Blood Scorpion group, while Yi Bin and his group only have more than 140 people. Even if Hua Yun and the others are included, there are only more than 240 people. For the Blood Scorpion group, these people are just here to die. After listening to Yi Bin's arrangements, Li Wang personally led the charge. The Warhorse Iron Lock formation was divided into 15 groups, each consisting of 2 people. Their goal was to break up the enemy's formation. After 5 rounds of Iron Lock formation attacks, the enemy was almost dispersed. At this time, the guards began to shoot in bursts on the battlefield. Each guard had a continuous compound bow, which could hold 7 arrows. Each shot they make only takes a few tenths of a second. As long as the enemies are dispersed by the iron chain formation, the rest will be left to the guards. Cavalry versus fleeing infantry, isn't that like an eagle catching chickens? Killing people is just like a joke, there is no pressure at all. The warriors of the giant scorpion tribe didn't take the cavalry teams seriously at all. Dashan and his men's goal was to capture Hua Yun and the others first. Then, deal with those who have mounts, Hua Yun immediately shouted loudly. Everyone immediately put on their bows and arrows and switched to using iron spears to fight. Yes, yes, yes. The female warriors quickly carried out Hua Yun's orders. The first rule of the Huaxia tribe's military regulations was to obey orders. These military rules had been engraved in the minds of all the warriors. As long as the superiors give orders, the soldier's first reaction will be to obey immediately. No matter when you are, as long as the superiors give orders, the soldiers must obey immediately. Everyone formed a circle, and with Hua Yun's order again, the female warriors immediately formed a circle, like the circular formation, square formation, straight formation, spear formation, sword and shield formation, and bow and arrow formation. Yi Bin has included them in the training. The formation Hua Yun is using now is the circular formation that Yi Bin taught them. In the current situation, the circular formation is the best formation. Hua Yun stands in the middle of the circular formation and can better command them. This scene left Dashan and Dashi dumbfounded. What the hell was this? It was Dashan who reacted first. Warriors of the giant scorpion tribe charging forward. Kill him for me. Following Dashan's order, the 300 or 400 people in the front rushed forward directly. In their minds, they were just dealing with a group of women, and such a small number of women at that. The warriors of the giant scorpion tribe never took them seriously. They had only one target, and that was Hua Yun in the circular formation. She was the woman the commander specifically wanted. No matter what the cost, warriors of the giant scorpion tribe must capture that woman for me. The mountain screamed desperately. Everyone, rush in and capture that woman. The female warriors were all wearing bamboo armor. They were more eager to fight against the enemies around them. The 400 or 500 people led by Dashi rushed towards the circular formation in an instant. Hua Yun shouted to everyone. Bayonet. The circular formation was like a hedgehog, with iron spears stabbing out from it. All enemies who approached the circular formation fell in a pool of blood. The warriors of the giant scorpion tribe never wore animal skins. As primitive people, they only wore animal skins around the body below the waist. The sharpness of the iron spearhead was something the surrounding enemies had not expected. They held stone spears in their hands and were about to rush towards Hua Yun's circular formation. Regarding this aspect of weapons, the iron spears designed by the Huaxia tribes are all upgraded versions after being lengthened. Their effective killing range is beyond the enemy more than 2 meters away. Recently, many fans have been urging me to update more, and many fans have even put up tickets for urging me to update more. It's not that Beiqing is unwilling to write more. Beiqing is also an office worker. When he gets off work in the evening, it is almost 9 o'clock. It is really not easy for me to write 2 chapters every day. Tonight, I will update a chapter for my fans, as a way of thanking all my brothers and sisters for their support. Chapter 238 News about Jifeng. The stone spears of primitive people were probably about 1.5 meters long. The iron spears of the Huaxia tribes are about 2 meters and 23 meters long, which gives them a small advantage when charging into battle. As the saying goes, an inch longer is an inch stronger. At this moment, the enemy cannot get close to them. Anyone who came within 2 meters of the circular formation would be mercilessly assassinated by the iron spears. The stone spears held by Dashi and the others were really too short. Every time, whenever a soldier approached, he would be pierced into a plug by the iron spears in the circular formation, and blood would spurt out like water. Dashi and the others were so angry that they kept circling around the circular formation. The circular formation was like a tortoise shell. No matter how the people around attacked, they could not break their formation. Hua Yun thought to himself, the city lord did not lie to us. The royal guards were quickly attacking the crowd. Since there was still a certain distance between the two sides, Dashan arranged a squadron to resist the cavalry of the royal guards. In Dashan and the others' minds, the other side only had such a small number of troops, while the number of people they sent to resist was 3 times as many as theirs. As for whether they won or lost, Dashan was too lazy to think about it. For such an obvious question, the warriors of the giant scorpion tribe had no idea how much they had experienced. Seeing that he couldn't capture Hua Yun, Dashi immediately became anxious. This group of women was really too difficult to deal with. The warriors of the giant scorpion tribe kept attacking the women, and every time they attacked they were beaten back. Why is Dashan so anxious? I originally thought that it would be easy to capture the enemy, but it turned out that almost half of the soldiers on my side have died. If the fight continues like this, all the soldiers I led will die here. Blood Scorpion was getting a little restless. The warriors of the giant scorpion tribe were beaten back time and time again. He saw it all. What kind of tribe was this Huaxia tribe? Even their group of women have such strong fighting power. There was a sudden change on the battlefield. The royal guard cavalry led by King Li rushed towards the crowd that was blocking them like lightning. In just one encounter, the more than 500 people from the giant scorpion tribe who were blocking them were torn to pieces like pieces of paper. The royal guards formed 5 groups of war horses and iron chain formations. Each group had 2 members. After the first group of iron chain formations finished charging, more than 500 people who were blocking the way fell down directly. The warriors of the giant scorpion tribe let out screams. "Oh! I was dragged away by something. Save me." There was chaos on the battlefield. The 4 groups of war horses and iron chains coming from behind pulled forward like harvesting wheat. Wherever the rows of iron chains passed, the soldiers fell down one after another. The guards behind the warhorse iron chain formation picked up the compound bows in their hands. Every time they pulled the bowstring, a giant scorpion warrior would fall down. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Blood splattered everywhere. There was a lot of wailing. The war horses advanced rapidly, not giving the enemy any chance to breathe. After about 2 minutes, there were less than a dozen people left to block the attack. Anyone who was dragged to the ground by the chain formation was either shot to death by the guards or trampled into a pulp by the galloping war horses. The blood and flesh on the horses' hooves dyed the grass red. Wherever the war horses passed, no one could survive. In Li Wang's heart, anger has taken over his reason. These people dared to touch the woman he liked, which Li Wang could not tolerate. As for Zhu getting on the leader's warhorse, King Li could still turn a blind eye for the time being. After all, for Li Wang, the leader is the most important man to him. Although he has a secret crush on Zhu, this crush is only in his heart, and the two of them do not have a substantial relationship. Just at this moment, Jinhua came with a reorganized regiment. Jinhua shouted to the warriors. "Kill! Kill them for me. They dared to come to our China to steal women. Then all of them will stay here, right? Anyone who dares to let an enemy go will be skinned alive by me after this battle." Jinhua was also a patriarch before. Ever since being subdued by Yibin, his personality has become a little more restrained, but this is only the case when he is in front of Yibin. Jinhua is always very irritable in front of other people. How many men who can sit in the position of patriarch are good men and women? Jinhua had a big bald head and there were 2 people standing beside him. One was holding the flag of the road and the other was a flag bearer. The 2 of them followed Jinhua, one on his left and one on his right. Yibin also saw the golden fire. Gold fire. Suddenly, someone called him, and Jinhua looked around again. I was still cursing in my heart. Who the hell was so bold as to bring people here and run wild in our Huaxia tribe? City Lord? Mayor, why are you here too? Jinhua walked quickly towards Yibin, his mouth full of joy. City Lord, when did you come back? Yibin said with a smile. On our way back to the tribe, we heard the sound of cow horns nearby, and we immediately brought people over. These people are really fearless like newborn calves. I really don't know how to write the word death. If they dare to come to my Chinese territory to cause trouble, then let them all stay. Okay. City Lord. This is a chance to show off in front of the City Lord, and I must seize this opportunity. The reorganized regiment led by Jinhuadai is all wearing iron armor, and the weapons in the hands of the soldiers are all iron spears and iron swords. The cavalry on the battlefield is as easy and simple as cutting wheat. The giant scorpion warriors who were so arrogant just now have now lost more than half of their men. Wherever the cavalry passed, there was no one standing, and the ground was covered with corpses. The blood scorpions finally began to get scared. Zhu said in Yibin's ear. City Lord, how many people are there? Yibin looked in the direction of Zhu's finger, and saw several people. One of them was sitting on the back of a deer. The man was very tall and was wearing a bear skin. There was a sinister light in his eyes. Yibin said to the guards around him. Capture all those men, especially the man on the deer's back. I want you to bring him here alive. Several bodyguards around him immediately nodded in agreement. Leader. Rest assured. We must bring him back. 4 bodyguards, riding on black war horses, quickly charged towards Blood Scorpion and the others. The guard beside the Blood Scorpion said. Commander, someone is coming to kill us. Another guard shouted. Take the commander away quickly. When Blood Scorpion saw the cavalry on the battlefield, they were like demons walking out of hell. Wherever they passed, no one stood up. Blood Scorpion, he was really a little scared. What kind of existence was this Huaxia tribe? Also, why can they control the gale? In the primitive people's cognition, the war horses ridden by the royal guards are the gale on the northern grasslands, and the gale in the Blood Scorpion's mouth is the war horse ridden by the royal guards. Blood Scorpion cursed angrily. This damn Huaxia tribe is actually related to that tribe. The tribe inside the Blood Scorpion's mouth is a big tribe in the northern grassland. Do they all have their own methods? Even if they caught Jifeng, very few of them were tamed. Many of the Jiafings in the tribe were trained from a young age. Recently, many fans have been urging me to update more, and many fans have even put up tickets for urging me to update more. It's not that Beiqing is unwilling to write more. Beiqing is also an office worker. When he gets off work in the evening, it is almost 9 o'clock. It is really not easy for me to write 2 chapters every day. Tonight, I will update a chapter for my fans, as a way of thanking all my brothers and sisters for their support. Chapter 239 Reinforcements arrived. The guard said anxiously. Commander, shall we go? Watching, the giant scorpion warriors on the battlefield were killed by the cavalry of the Huaxia tribe. Wherever the cavalry passed, there was blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Although Blood Scorpion is a bit arrogant, he is definitely not a fool. He has certain means to become the leader of the tribe. It was probably too late to withdraw the soldiers at this time. Blood Scorpion bit his black teeth, and immediately made up his mind. He said to the guards around him, "You go over and block them." After Blood Scorpion finished speaking, he left riding an animal that looked like a moose or a deer. If Yibin was closer, he would definitely be able to recognize that Blood Scorpion's mount was a moose. Don't underestimate this kind of moose, they weigh about 800 or 900 kilograms. The 4 guards saw Blood Scorpion riding a monster and trying to run away. In the eyes of the guards, the thing Blood Scorpion was riding was a monster that looked like nothing. If you asked them to name it, wouldn't that be embarrassing for the primitive people? 6 or 7 guards were left behind to block the Blood Scorpion's escape. The 4 guards looked at each other, with a sneer on the corner of each of their mouths. The leading guard gave an order. Prepared to shoot them. Hearing the captain's order, the other 3 guards immediately picked up the repeating compound bows hanging on their horses' backs, and galloped forward quickly. The 6 or 7 guards who were blocking their way were trembling slightly all over. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More than 10 arrows were shot at 6 or 7 people. For these guards, the continuous firing compound bow was too unfamiliar. They had never encountered such a situation in the battles they had experienced before. The sound of breaking wind was heard. Ah! The screams of 5 people rang out simultaneously on the battlefield. Dashin immediately said to the people around him, "Withdraw. Retreat quickly." In fact, there was no need for Dashin to say anything. The warriors of the giant scorpion tribe had already begun to flee in all directions. This was how primitive people fought. When they couldn't win, they would just start running for their lives without any orders from their superiors. For this primitive man, as long as they can survive, other things are not important at all. As for discipline and military regulations, sorry, they don't have any. In the primitive people's thinking, if you can beat someone, you will fight hard. If you meet someone you can't beat, you will just run away. As for whether he will sell out his teammates, that is not something this group of people can worry about. As long as they can survive, the life and death of their tribesmen does not seem to be that important. Regardless of the era, the human race as a large group is relatively selfish. A unit wants to form combat effectiveness. It is necessary to enforce discipline, abide by laws and obey orders. Even if there are 1 or 2 very powerful people, as long as they come to the battlefield, they will eventually become nutrients for this battlefield. Guan Yu was so powerful, but why did he lose in Maiqing? No matter how powerful and brave a person is, what can he do in the end? Guan Yu's failure had a lot to do with his personality. He was arrogant and looked down on all the heroes in the world. He only had eyes for his elder brother Lu Xuanda. But Guan Yu's martial arts skills are definitely that of a top general. The soldiers of Jingzhou he led are also a group of fierce soldiers. This is also related to Guan Yu's military discipline. Guan Yu's military discipline is very strict. The reason why he is arrogant is that he has the capital to be arrogant. Guan Yu himself is very powerful and has 50,000 to 60,000 soldiers under his command. In the society at that time, Jingzhou, guarded by Guan Yu, was the strongest fighting force. Although the troops led by the Blood Scorpion number more than 2,000, they are just a motley crowd. In primitive society, these people are a relatively elite fighting force, but in front of the Huaxia tribe, they are just a group of chickens and dogs. Why do you say that about them? The warriors of the giant scorpion tribe, apart from having some advantages in numbers, are not comparable to China in any other aspect. For example, when it comes to weapons, the Huaxia tribe has iron tools, while the giant scorpion tribe uses stone tools. The Huaxia tribe has armor, while the giant scorpion tribe is shirtless. The Huaxia tribe has battle formations, while the giant scorpion tribe fights alone. The gap between the two sides is huge. There is one point, the advantage in numbers can make up for it, and China also has weapons such as bows and arrows. There is also a battlefield meat grinder. China has a highly mobile cavalry squad. Perhaps many people think that it is just a squad of more than 150 people. What decisive role can it play on a real battlefield? Then you are totally wrong. Although China has only more than 150 cavalrymen, these 150 people can decide the outcome of a battle. If both sides have tens of thousands of people fighting, and at this time, a cavalry squad comes out to kill, they all use the iron chain formation of war horses to drag them quickly. As long as the cavalry enters the battlefield, it will be a devastating blow. Once the iron chain formation begins to drag, the opposite battlefield will fall down like wheat being cut. The cavalry and the soldiers behind them will also take advantage of this situation to launch an attack. At this time, once the army begins to advance, the victory or defeat on the battlefield will be like a scale, and will directly tip towards the other side. A tribe with cavalry versus a tribe without cavalry is a complete dimensionality reduction attack. It's like you are holding an iron knife and the other person is holding a rifle. With such a gap, the chance of winning is almost zero. Dashi immediately came to Dashin. What should we do now? Dashin is the smartest person in the tribe, which is one of the reasons why he can stay with Blood Scorpion. Otherwise, with Blood Scorpion's personality, he would have killed Dashin long ago. Both Dashin and Dashi have their own strengths. Dashin is timid but has a good brain. Dashi is brave in combat but has only brute force. Hua Yun saw that the time had come, and she shouted to the female warriors around her. Sisters. The city lord has come to rescue us, and the reinforcements from Captain Jinhua have also arrived. Now everyone must obey my orders. Charge out, everyone! Kill! Kill, kill, kill! The female warriors quickly launched a counterattack. Hua Yun took the lead and rushed out in one step. The female warriors quickly followed. More than 100 female warriors stood in a row. They cooperated with each other, holding iron spears in their hands, and quickly moved back and forth in the enemy crowd. Every time they instigated, a large amount of blood would be drawn. Seeing the bravery of the women, Dashin immediately shouted to the giant scorpion warriors. Retreat quickly! Retreat quickly! The warriors of the giant scorpion war tribe didn't need Dashin's calls at all. They had already fled, and now the battlefield was filled with giant scorpion warriors. They were like a group of headless flies. Wherever there were no people, there would be giant scorpion warriors. Dashin, Dashi and the others quickly chased in the direction that the blood scorpion fled. When they came, there were more than 2,000 of them. Now when they were fleeing, there were less than 300 or 400 people around Dashin and his men. Yubin saw that they all fled. He immediately shouted towards the battlefield. Everyone, start capturing slaves. Anyone who throws away their weapons or surrenders voluntarily should be tied up. If you encounter anyone resisting, immediately draw your weapons and do not give the enemy any chance to survive. After Jinhua received the order, he immediately led his men into the battlefield, Jinhua shouting as he ran. The city lord has given orders. All enemies who voluntarily lay down their weapons will be tied up. If you encounter enemies who resist, just show your weapons and give them a quick death. After a while, all the soldiers on the battlefield received the order. The soldiers responded immediately. Receive. We must carry out the mission. Chapter 240. More than 10,000 people came to support. Suddenly, the voices of tens of thousands of people were heard from the surrounding woods. Kill! Kill all enemies. These people were the ones notified by Jinhua. When she heard that there were enemies, the courtesan immediately became restless. One of her lieutenants and more than 100 guards were all in the collection team. She was the only one who felt the most distressed about the soldiers she brought with her. The courtesan immediately summoned the entire group and went to Black Panther to collect equipment. After receiving the news, the other group leaders also immediately summoned their own groups, and quickly came to Black Panther to collect equipment. After receiving the news, Heinyo quickly mobilized his troops and headed straight for the outside of Longqing. China has a total of 10 regiments, Heinyo said to He Bao. You are inside Dragon City, leading a regiment of Langya to defend the city. Black Panther also knew the urgency of the matter, so he immediately agreed. Okay. Division Commander. Now, the city lord is not in the city, and Longqing must leave an elder to guard the city. No matter what happens, there must be someone who can calm the situation. Obviously, Black Panther is the best candidate. Black Bull yelled. Set off. There are 8 regiments together, and next to each regiment leader, there is a person holding the avenue flag. They are the flag bearers of the entire regiment, and the soul of the entire regiment. No matter where the avenue flag goes, the position of the regiment leader is there. The courtesan took her people and set off first. The 7 groups led by Heinyo quickly walked towards the fruit forest. Shu from the collection team told Hainyo and the others yesterday afternoon that their collection team had discovered a large fruit forest. Shu also pointed out the location to Hainyo and the others. So the 7 reorganized regiments headed in one direction as soon as they left Longqing. The courtesan was very worried about Hua Yun. Hua Yun had no combat experience. If the number of enemies was too large, Hua Yun would not be able to cope with it at all. Every time she thought of this, the courtesan quickened her pace. While she was hurrying on her way, she spoke to the guards around her. Get the whole team running. Yes, yes. After receiving the order from the courtesan, several female guards around her immediately came to the middle of the team and shouted to all the female warriors. The leader has orders. Hurry up and get on your way. The female warriors all agreed loudly. Yes, yes. Just when the battle was about to end, the Oiran and Hainyo's tens of thousands of people all came to the battlefield. The more than 10,000 people led by Hainyo were still in the woods, but their voices had spread throughout the battlefield. Hearing the dense shouts of killing all around, Hua Yun was shaking with excitement. Is this what it feels like to have a backer? Huaxia tribe, this is the Huaxia tribe. Hua Yun kept repeating in her heart that she had thought she would die today and was determined to die, but even if all of them died in battle, she would tear off a piece of the enemy's flesh. When Hua Yun was about to despair, the city lord arrived with a cavalry. The cavalry was unstoppable and no one was left alive wherever they passed. At that time, Hua Yun was so excited that tears were about to flow. If she hadn't been surrounded by enemies, she really wanted to find a place and have a good cry. She thought that was it. Suddenly, Jinhua led a reorganized regiment and quickly rushed out of the woods. It was not until this moment that Hua Yun realized that the Huaxia tribe was a whole, and no matter what danger they encountered, the Huaxia tribe would not abandon them. The city lord will not abandon you, the warriors will not abandon you, and all the people in the Huaxia tribe will not abandon you. This is the confidence from a big tribe. In future battlefields, soldiers will fight bravely. Because the warriors have a common backing, and that backing is called the Huaxia tribe. This is also the confidence of the Chinese people. The personal guards led by King Li went straight after Dashan and his men. When Dashan and Dashi escaped, they took more than 300 or 400 people with them. This was something that King Li could not tolerate. He knew that the leader liked slaves, so he wanted to capture all the escaped enemies. When the time comes, they will be tortured sooner or later. If you dare to touch the woman he likes, isn't that like an old man eating arsenic and seeking death? The remnants of Dashan's defeated troops were no match for the cavalry. About 5 minutes later, the personal guards led by Li Wang quickly caught up with them. This time, the guards did not shoot arrows. These people were already scared out of their wits. Now they only needed one round of attack from the war horses and iron chain formation to basically capture all the remaining defeated soldiers. King Li said to the guards around him, "Use the war horse iron chain formation to attack," and several guards around him immediately agreed. "Yes, team leader." The guard pointed at the people behind and said, "The 4 of you use the iron chain formation to attack and keep these people here. If you let anyone go, you will be punished with 10 military sticks when you return." Hear the guard boss speak. The 4 bodyguards immediately rushed towards the fleeing enemy. They worked in groups of 2, pulling an iron chain and rushed into the crowd. When they saw the cavalry coming, Dashan and the others were so scared that they broke out in cold sweats. Many warriors of the giant scorpion tribe knelt down on the spot and shouted loudly, "Don't kill us, please don't kill us. I don't want to die." These people had been frightened by the cavalry on the battlefield just now. Now they were filled with deep fear. The 2 groups of guards saw many people kneeling in front of them, and the 4 of them looked at each other. They directly bypassed the kneeling people and quickly chased the people in front. Many giant scorpion tribe warriors saw that it was useful for their tribesmen to kneel down. They also knelt down immediately. The giant scorpion tribe is now just a group of remnants. They have lost their will to fight and all they want is to survive. This is how it is on the battlefield. As long as one side begins to collapse, it will basically suffer heavy losses. If you are lucky, at most 1/3 of the troops will be reduced. If you are unlucky, the entire army will probably be wiped out. The Blood Scorpion and his men had no idea about the Huaxia tribe, and had never sent anyone to inquire about it. Their blind arrogance made them look down on everyone. In the battles that Blood Scorpion had experienced before, he always crushed his opponents, which also developed a habit in him. That is, he was arrogant and refused to listen to other people's advice. Otherwise, if it weren't for his arrogance, more than 2,000 soldiers would not have ended up like this. As the leader of the tribe, Blood Scorpion has been addicted to women for a long time, and his body has been almost hollowed out by women. The giant scorpion's forehead was covered with sweat. He rode on the back of a moose and quickly fled in one direction. After dealing with the blocking enemies, the 4 guards quickly chased after the blood scorpion. In the eyes of the cavalry, the running speed of the moose was like the difference between an adult and a child running. Do you think a child can outrun an adult? For these 4 people, being able to capture a great commander with their own hands is a symbol of honor, and also their future military achievements. As for whether the blood scorpion will escape? Such a great achievement, no matter who it is given to, will make every effort to capture him. He is a great commander, not an ordinary little person. Blood Scorpion is not only a commander, but also the son of the chief of the giant scorpion tribe. Chapter 241 Capturing Slaves. The courtesan saw Hua Yun and the others counterattacking, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Hua Yun did not disappoint her. How could the soldiers trained by her, the courtesan, die so easily? Seeing their heroic scenes, the courtesan felt really proud. She wanted to shout to everyone. These are the soldiers led by my courtesan. Even if we are outnumbered, they can defeat the enemy and will never bring shame to the Huaxia tribe. Women can also protect the tribe and fight in the battlefield. At this time, this battlefield was tightly surrounded by 8 reorganized regiments. The giant scorpion warriors in the center of the battlefield all threw away their weapons and looked around nervously. The first one to appear was the otaku, and next to her was a female flag bearer who was holding a large flag with the word Kue written on the front. On the back of the avenue flag, the 2 big words, Huaxia, are written, and there is a dragon painted next to Huaxia. The second leader to appear was Black Snake. There was also a flag bearer beside him, holding a flag with the word Snake written on the front. On the back of the avenue flag, the word Huaxia is also written, and there is a dragon painted next to it. The third leader to appear was an eagle. There was also a flag bearer beside him, who was also holding a large flag in his hand. The word eagle was written on the front of the flag. On the back of the avenue flag, the 2 big words, Huaxia, are also written, and there is also a dragon painted next to it. The 4th regiment commander who appeared was Langia. The reorganized regiment he led was the one led by Black Panther. Since this reorganized regiment was formed not long ago, Black Bull asked Langia to lead it out for practice. The regiment that Langia led before was left in Longqing by He Niu, and He Bao was temporarily the regiment leader. As long as He Bin was not in Longqing, He Niu was the boss of Longqing. There was also a flag bearer standing next to Langia, holding a flag in his hand. The word wolf was written on the front of the flag, and the word Huaxia was also written on the back of the flag, with a dragon painted next to it. The 5th leader to appear was Shui. There was also a flag bearer beside him, holding a flag with the word Shui written on the front. On the back of the avenue flag, the word Huaxia is also written, and a dragon is drawn next to it. The 6th leader to appear was He Qin. There was also a flag bearer beside him, holding a large flag in his hand. The word Qin was written on the front of the flag. On the back of the avenue flag, the 2 big words, Huaxia, are also written, and there is also a dragon painted next to it. The 7th leader to appear was Jinhua, the first to arrive. At this time, Jinhua was capturing slaves on the battlefield. There was also a flag bearer beside him. No matter where Jinhua went, the flag bearer would follow him. Jinhua's flag of the Great Tao was the most eye-catching presence on the entire battlefield. The flag of the Great Tao was flying everywhere on the battlefield. When Hua Yun saw Jinhua's flag of the Great Tao, she and the 100 guards around her immediately moved over. They came to rescue us, and now that the war is over, we should go and thank them. After all, we all make a living in the same tribe. Since the regiment led by the Oiran was 2 reorganized regiments combined, the Oiran herself led 2 of the 8 regiments on the battlefield. Now in Longqing, in addition to the reorganized regiment led by Black Panther, there was also a battalion left by Li Wang. In order to rescue Hua Yun and more than 100 people, the Huaxia tribe actually sent out 8 reorganized regiments. Each reorganized regiment had about 1,500 people. The fact that 8 regiments were dispatched at once was enough to show that the Huaxia tribe attached great importance to its people. When Yibin saw 8 groups coming, he immediately felt a sense of pride in his heart. This was the Huaxia tribe that he had created. In the primitive society, his Huaxia tribe was the only tribe that had such cohesion. Yibin rode on the phantom cloud and quickly came to the center of the army. Shu had never seen such a scene before. She sat on the back of the phantom cloud, holding the animal skin clothes on Yibin's body tightly with her small hands. He Niu and 6 other captains led more than 10,000 warriors and charged in directly from the outskirts of the orchard. These tied-up giant scorpion warriors were so frightened that they didn't even dare to raise their heads. From then on, there was another terrifying tribe in their hearts. Huayan said to Jinhua and the others. Captain Jinhua, thank you for your timely rescue, otherwise we would all die here. The female warriors around her also came over and expressed their gratitude to Jinhua and the others and praised them for their abilities. What men can't stand the most is being praised by a bunch of women. Under the praise of Huayan and the others, the brothers of Jinhua's regiment almost showed off their muscles. At this moment, Yibin came over riding on the phantom cloud. Jinhua, Huayan and their group hurriedly walked towards Yibin. Huayan was so excited that her whole body was shaking. When they were in the most dangerous moment, it was the city lord who arrived first with his men. In the hearts of Huayan and her friends, the city lord was the most handsome man. Jinhua said excitedly. City lord. What should the slaves do with these? Huayan also came up immediately, and spoke to Yibin nervously. City lord. Huayan is not like the Oiran. The number of times Huayan has seen Yibin can be counted on one hand. But the Oiran is different. When she wants to see Yibin, she can come to Yibin at any time. If Yibin makes her unhappy, the Oiran will look at him with contempt. Seeing Huayan's nervous look, Yibin spoke in a soft tone. Are you not hurt? Huayan and the other female warriors were all shaking their heads excitedly. For the female warriors, they were very touched that the city lord could bring people to rescue them. No matter which tribe it is, the patriarch will not come to rescue people personally, let alone a group of women from the tribe. Especially in today's situation. Yibin didn't know how many enemies there were, but he still rushed over quickly. In Yibin's heart, as long as they were members of the Huaxia tribe, no matter who was in danger, he would come to support without hesitation. Yibin said to Huayan with a smile. What's your name? Did you bring all these people here? Huayan nodded immediately. My name is Huayan. These female warriors were all trained by the regiment commander. Flower Cloud? Yibin murmured softly. Who gave you this name? Huayan replied immediately. It was given by our team leader. She said she was called the Oiran, so she named me Huayan. I am now the deputy general of the Oiran team leader. This courtesan can even give names to others. Not only does she call herself the Oiran, she also calls the girl next to her Huayan. But really, this name is quite nice. The Oiran, Huayan. When you hear these two names, don't they sound like the names of a pair of sisters? It seems that the courtesan's book was not read in vain. Seeing Yibin talking to himself there, Huayan said cautiously. City lord, is there anything wrong with my name? After hearing Huayan's question, Yibin calmed down and said with a smile. No. I just feel that your two names sound like those of sisters. Huayan said embarrassedly. Our team leader said that from now on in the tribe, the team leader and I will be sisters. Chapter 242 Enemy's Name. When the 7 reorganized regiments gathered together. The orchard was already full of people. They saw Yibin standing in the middle of the battlefield, with a large flag with the big word, fire, written on it. They were all from the Huaxia tribe, and they were all very familiar with this great flag. In the entire tribe, the only one who had this great flag was Jinhua. The battlefield was covered in dense piles of corpses. At a glance, there were at least 800 or 900 people, many of them shot to death, their bodies still rubbed with countless arrows. Some of these people were shot dead by Huayan and her team, and some were shot dead by the royal guards. In addition to these dead people, more than 300 or 400 people escaped, and the rest were all captured by Jinhua. As for those who escaped, Li Wang and his men have already gone after them. I believe it won't be long before Li Wang brings them back. In Yibin's mind, since they are already here, there is no need to rush back. Seeing 6 regiment commanders coming with more than 10,000 people, the person walking in front was obviously their division commander Heinyo. As for the people behind Heinyo, Yibin knew who they were without even looking. Each of them has a big flag beside him, and on top of each flag, there is a big word. On the back of their flags, there are 2 unified words. China. City Lord. City Lord, why are you here? When did the City Lord come? The team leaders who came over greeted Yibin enthusiastically. Heinyo walked forward even faster, and came to Yibin's phantom cloud. City Lord, you are not hurt, right? Yibin smiled. He greeted everyone one by one. He let you get down from his arms, and you got down from phantom cloud's back. Just like Huayan walked over quickly, Zhu's eyes were immediately wet with tears. Huayan, thank you so much. If you hadn't stopped the enemy, everyone in our collection team would have been captured by the enemy. Huayan said with a smile. When we left the house, the leader told all of us that no matter what danger you encounter, we female warriors will do our best to protect you. after listening to Hua Yun's words. No matter whether it was Zhu, Jinhua, or Yi Bin, everyone seemed to have something ignited inside their body, the courtesan said proudly. Hua Yun, you are all great. It didn't bring shame to our group. Looking at the sweaty courtesan, Hua Yun felt very uncomfortable. The group leader must have run all the way here in a hurry to save them. With such a captain, Hua Yun felt that it would be worth it even if they all died in battle. Listen to the leader's praise. A line of tears flowed from the corners of Hua Yun's eyes. No matter where Hua Yun goes, he will never bring shame to China. Yi Bin felt that he was actually moved by a group of women. He felt that he should say something. Yi Bin took over the conversation. You are all my Chinese people, no matter whether you are men or women, as long as you encounter danger, China will always stand behind you. If you want to steal the women of China, unless all the Chinese men are dead, as long as there is still a man with a penis, he must die before the women. The mission of us Chinese men is to protect the tribe and the women behind us. Yi Bin's passionate speech. The women here were so moved that they were crying and snotting. All the women in the group of the Oiran were crying with excitement. It seemed as if something was shrouding their hearts. They didn't know at all that this thing was called a sense of security. It was Yi Bin's words that gave all the women a sense of security. Today, all the warriors of China are mobilized for more than 100 women. Even if you look at any other tribe, there is no such great cohesion. The military discipline of the Huaxia tribe is strict. The warriors train together every day and have long developed deep feelings for each other. The soldiers shouted excitedly. The city lord is mighty. China is mighty. As for why they shouted like that, it was of course Hang Niu and the others who took the lead. The female warriors also shouted loudly. The city lord is mighty. China is mighty. Looking at the excitement of the crowd, Yi Bin knew that his speech was a success. Whether modern or primitive, they all like to drink one thing, that is chicken soup for the soul. No matter what era it is, this soup is loved by a large number of people. Yi Bin, what he just said is not chicken soup for the soul. These words are more of a belief, making everyone believe in China, just like the temples on earth. When a person is at a dead end, isn't the first thing he thinks of how to solve the problem? The first thing he thought of must be the illusory gods and Buddhas. In fact, this is a kind of belief, because when people are most desperate, only the faith in their hearts is their last resort. Yi Bin's words. Many warriors understood one thing, that is, no matter what time it is, the Huaxia tribe will not give up on you. Even if there are only 1 or 2 people, Huaxia will do its best to save you. At this moment, someone in the crowd shouted loudly. The cavalry returned. Look, the cavalry is really back. The soldiers' excited voices rang out from the crowd. This was the first time that the Chinese army had gone out for a large-scale battle since its establishment. Although 6 regiments did not participate in it, their actions have proved everything, especially the patrol regiment. Their emergency response and temporary combat arrangements were very good. Li Wang walked at the front of the crowd, riding a war horse, with rows of slaves tied up behind him. Among them was a man whom Yi Bin had seen on the battlefield. He was the son of the chief of the giant scorpion tribe. Also, a leader of the giant scorpion tribe. After a while, King Li brought a group of slaves and came directly to Yi Bin. One of the guards said that the city lord was the commander-in-chief of this group of people. Yi Bin nodded to his guards. Well, you did a great job this time. Thank you, city lord. In today's Huaxia tribe, most people will say thank you. This is also the most basic etiquette. Luoxi teaches these etiquette in school, which is also what Yi Bin requires. Since he wants to develop a civilized tribe, these basic etiquette are things that every Chinese person must know. Only when a tribe has civilization will it begin to progress slowly. What is your name, and what is your position? My name is Li Hu, and I am our captain's personal bodyguard. Yi Bin immediately looked at the courtesan, and then immediately looked at Hua Yun. The Oiran said unhappily. City lord, why are you looking at us? Only the courtesan could be so tough. Hua Yun beside her wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. The captain was really too tough. He was the city lord of our China. Yi Bin said somewhat embarrassedly. Did you and Li Wang discuss this privately? Li Wang was also confused. Chief, I have never discussed anything with the head of the Oiran group. You must believe me. Shut up. Shut up. Yi Bin and the courtesan actually told Li Wang to shut up at the same time. The courtesan doesn't want to have anything to do with King Li. Yi Bin felt that Li Wang and the courtesan were hiding something. He had previously acted as a matchmaker for the two of them, but was despised by the courtesan. Now the two of them were having an affair in private. Otherwise, how to explain the two names Huayun and Li Hu? Li Wang said angrily to the Oiran. Why do you want me to shut up? Chapter 243, Improving the Quality of the Entire Clan. The courtesan looked directly at Li Wang with cold eyes. I told you to shut up, and you have an objection? The Oiran is the elder of the tribe, and her status is second only to Hainyo. When Yi Bin and Hainyo are not around, many matters of the tribe are handled by the Oiran. In the entire tribe, the courtesan only takes orders from two people. The first is her old leader Hainyo, who is also the commander of the Huaxia tribe. The second person is naturally Yi Bin. Yi Bin is their city lord and the man most admired by the courtesan. Since Yi Bin appeared, the Lu Shui tribe was renamed the Huaxia tribe. In the past, the tribesmen were not able to eat enough, and there were only dozens of people in the tribe. Ever since Yi Bin became the leader, the tribesmen no longer lacked food. The tribe has grown from dozens of people to more than 20,000 people. All of this was done by the city lord Yi Bin. Therefore, in the heart of the courtesan, apart from these two people, no matter who else in the tribe she didn't care. Li Wang is just the captain of the personal guards. Compared to her, the top courtesan, Li Wang was just a rookie. The women were all enlightened. It turns out that our team leader is so powerful? Li Wang also knew that although the courtesan was a woman, she was also a veteran. The king of power is the same in the tribe. In the entire tribe, the only ones who could give him orders were Yi Bin and Hainyo. In the eyes of outsiders like Yi Bin, the Oiran and Li Wang were like a couple who were angry with each other. In order not to embarrass Li Wang, Yi Bin said to the courtesan with a smile. You too, the deputy general beside you, Hua Kui, is called Huayun, and the guard beside you, Li Wang, is called Li Hu. Tell me, was this discussed privately? I don't. The two people spoke at the same time. The Oiran, let's not talk about this topic anymore, she immediately said to Yi Bin. City Lord, can I kill all these people? All the slaves were shocked. How could this unbelievably beautiful woman have such a cruel heart? Oiran, I know you are angry, but I still need to keep these people, especially the man in Li Hu's hand. He is the escaped Blood Scorpion. Under the continuous shooting of Li Hu's compound bow, how could Blood Scorpion have the courage to escape? After seeing the courtesan, the greed in Blood Scorpion's eyes could no longer be concealed. The courtesan's figure and body shape seemed to be even stronger than Huayun's. For these primitive people, the courtesan is a goddess-level figure. It's a pity that Yi Bin really can't appreciate her, otherwise he would have. Seeing the look in Blood Scorpion's eyes, the courtesan understood it all too well. When men look at women like this, there are only two purposes. The first is to possess them, and the second is to possess them for a long time. How could the courtesan tolerate him, so she kicked him directly. Ah! The Blood Scorpion let out a scream. Everyone was terrified, and all the men covered their private parts. This woman was too cruel. The kick she just made had directly broken the Blood Scorpion into pieces. Yi Bin also wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. It turned out that the courtesan had such a violent side. No wonder Li Wang was afraid of her. Who would dare to be with such a violent woman in the future? What if she kicked you like this when you were sleeping at night? When the men thought of this scene, they felt that their brothers were not safe. Although the courtesan was their goddess, they had to enjoy her with happiness. Just that kick she just gave had broken countless men's hearts. Yi Bin thought it was almost done. So he said to everyone, Jinhua, you take the people to take the slaves back first, and the other warriors, take all the fruits left over from the collection back to me. As for the fruits on the trees, leave them to the collection team to digest slowly. Everyone agreed immediately. This is an order from the city lord. In the Huaxia tribe, what Yi Bin said is like an imperial decree. For the warriors, although the city lord is not very old, in their hearts, the city lord is the reincarnation of a god. Yi Bin instructed Li Wang Dao again. You take your men over there and bring back all the tung oil fruits and white bark. When we came to rescue, Yi Bin asked his guards to abandon everything and only left a dozen people there to guard it. Now that the enemies have been dealt with, it's time to transport those things back. They worked so hard to get them back, and they even risked their lives. If Yi Bin hadn't reacted a little faster, he would have been killed by now. Li Wang agreed. Then he reacted and said, Chief, won't you come with us? Yi Bin shook his head at Li Wang. He looked at the group of slaves again. There were some people among them, especially the one who was kicked by the courtesan. This person must know a lot of things, so he had to interrogate him thoroughly. Wait until everyone returns to the tribe. Yi Bin asked the courtesan to bring those people over. They almost killed Huayun and the others. It was the best thing to let the courtesan bring those people over now. After the interrogation, Yi Bin would give them an explanation. Soon, people were taken to the training ground. Any major events in the Huaxia tribe had to be handled on the training ground. This was also to let everyone see that no matter whether it was a good thing or a bad thing, the tribesman should have the right to know. Otherwise, he would become a dictator. This kind of ruling method would not last long no matter what era it was in. Yu Bin did not intend to be a dictator. What he wanted was a tribe ruled by law. As long as they are in the tribe, whether men or women, everyone is treated equally. No male dominance or female inferiority is allowed. As long as the tribesmen are in the Huaxia tribe, they must abide by the rules of the Huaxia tribe. Xuexia, Dashan and a few others were brought to the training ground by the courtesan. They were surrounded by men and women, all of whom were members of the Huaxia tribe. They had heard the news a long time ago that these people wanted to capture the women of the gathering team. As a result, they were blocked by Hua Yun and others. Finally, the city lord and his men arrived in time, and Captain Jin Hua also brought his men to kill them. Finally, under the siege of everyone, these foreign enemies were all captured. When Blood Scorpion and the others saw so many people in Dragon City, their hearts almost jumped out of their chests. No matter who encountered this situation, they would be trembling with fear. Being watched by more than 20,000 people, that kind of visual impact, and the sense of oppression coming from all around. This is not something a group of prisoners can endure. Dashan and Dashi were trembling all over, but Xuexia was a little better off. His lower body was broken by the kick, and for a normal man, there was no happiness in his life anymore. The women looked at Blood Scorpion with eyes full of pity and anger. He dared to come to our China to capture women, and it was very merciful not to cut him into pieces. If she hadn't known that Blood Scorpion was still useful, the courtesan would have killed him with a single blow. After everyone arrived, Yi Bin stood on the high platform of the training ground. The tribesmen saw that the city lord was about to speak, and the soldiers in the training ground and the women around them all fell silent. Yi Bin nodded with satisfaction. His fellow tribesmen had such awareness, and he felt proud to be the city lord of all of them. He said in his heart, "This is me, the Chinese tribe that I brought up, the me from another world. I didn't disappoint you, did I?" Chapter 244, Mountain Raccoon 9 Snake Tribe. Is something wrong with Lord Juefeng? Juefeng was inspecting the city wall when suddenly a voice shouted, "What's going on? Why are you so nervous?" A guard said hurriedly, "There is a large group of people coming towards our city. How should we respond now?" Juefeng said to Mu Zhan, who was not far away, "Captain Mu Zhan, take our people and go to the top of the city wall to take a look." Hearing Juefeng's shout, Mu Zhan immediately brought his people over and shouted to everyone, "Everyone, take up your weapons and follow me to the top of the city wall." At this time, the sound of ram's horns was blown on the city wall. When the soldiers heard this sound, they knew that the enemy was coming. At this moment, Black Shark and Hun Yu also heard the sound of the ram's horn. The two old men were no longer unfamiliar with the sound of the ram's horn. In the past month, several groups of people came to attack them. In the end, they were all captured and made slaves. On the 10th day after Juefeng arrived here, he had already built the city walls around it. Although it was not a complete wall, it was enough for them to use. The moat outside the city wall was also dug by themselves. Although there was no water in the moat, even if it was a deep pit, it would not be easy for the enemy to break in. Now more than 500 storefronts have been built in Shenwu City. These storefronts were all designed by Yi Bin. As for the drawings of the storefronts, they were also brought by Captain Mu Zhan. When Hein Niu got the blueprint, he immediately handed it to Mu Zhan, and then Mu Zhan led 1,000 people to this python plain. Juefeng and Mu Zhan came to the top of the city wall to observe. This month was their 5th attack. The previous attacks were blocked by Juefeng and his men, and many of their slaves were captured. There are more than 2,000 slaves in Shenwu City now. Mu Zhan brought 1,000 slaves here before, and then he captured a lot of slaves. These people captured by Juefeng were the ones who took the initiative to attack the city. Mu Zhan cursed loudly. This Mountain Raccoon 9 Snake Tribe is really endless, right? The so-called Mountain Raccoon 9 Snake Tribe, Mountain Raccoon refers to a tribe in the mountains. They are also a super large tribe. According to the captured slaves, their entire tribe lives in the Great Baiwan Mountains. There are many ethnic groups there. The ethnic groups in the mountains all consider themselves as ethnic groups, unlike the tribes outside, which all name themselves after animals. Just like the Firebird tribe, their ancestors seem to be an immortal firebird. That's why it was named the Firebird tribe. As for the Taotai tribe, it was also the name of a ferocious beast. As for the Xuanwu tribe, they all named their tribes after ferocious beasts. In addition to the Huaxia tribe, the reason why Huaxia is named Huaxia is because of Yi Bin. Yi Bin came from Huaxia on Earth, so he was named Huaxia. Mountain beaver refers to a ferocious beast that looks like a cat or a fox. An adult mountain beaver is about 1 meter long, with a pointed head, black skin all over the body, and no hair on its body. The body shape of the mountain beaver is like that of a cheetah. When they run, their speed is twice that of an ordinary cheetah. The mountain beaver also has 4 claws, and their claws are very sharp. Anyone injured by their claws will be disemboweled at best, and die on the spot at worst. Mountain beavers have sharp teeth. They are not only fast beasts, but also natural hunters. Mountain beavers, as a kind of ferocious beast, love to eat meat the most. They like to eat meat, whether it is human flesh or animal meat. Under normal circumstances, a big black bear cannot beat a raccoon. The big black bear is a power-type player, and the speed of the raccoon is something that the big black bear cannot understand. Their speed can easily beat the big black bear. Just say it. When a beaver attacks a black bear, it just needs to rush to its back quickly and then bite it with its 2 claws. The black bear's skin is as soft as tofu, and the beaver's mouth is also very powerful. Once it bites, it can easily tear off a piece of meat. Beavers have the same skills as snakes. Once they bite through the skin, whether it is a human or an animal, the whole body will lose consciousness in about 2 minutes, just like being anesthetized. As for the rest, the beaver will eat you bite by bite, just like its second brother in Africa. When they eat their prey, the prey is sentient. Nature is so cruel. No matter what animal it is, they all have their own nemesis. Although beavers are very powerful, they have a shortcoming. A liquid is secreted on their skin, which makes their bodies look like they are coated with wax, giving them a shiny feeling. But it is this kind of liquid, once it comes into contact with a forest fire, the flames will burn madly on them like glue until no more liquid can be secreted from their bodies. Once beavers run out of liquid, their lives are over. The remaining ones are the 9 snakes, which refer to 9 subordinate tribes, namely, the black snake tribe, the golden snake tribe, the white snake tribe, the poisonous snake tribe, the green snake tribe, the flower snake tribe, the blood snake tribe, the arrow snake tribe, and the water snake tribe. Each of their names represents a large ethnic group, especially the arrow snake clan. They are good at controlling arrow snakes, which are the size of an arrow. When they attack people, they can shoot out like arrows. The saliva of this kind of snake is highly poisonous. Even if an elephant is bitten by it, it will probably go to heaven. These tribes all live in the Million Mountains. They all raise a kind of guardian snake, which lives around the tribe. Each of their tribes has its own way of controlling the snake. It doesn't mean that every one of them can control snakes. Only those who can make strange noises can control those different snakes. Another thing is the number of snakes. The number of snakes controlled by those people is limited. Generally speaking, one person can probably control more than 30 snakes. Such a person is like a great witch. There are not many people in a tribe. Among the 9 snake tribes, there are only 2 or 3 people in each tribe. As for their other tribesmen, they were no different from ordinary warriors. They all used weapons to attack the enemy. It was not like what everyone thought, that they would release snakes to bite people while fighting. It's like a super tribe, with high priests and great witches. Doesn't it sound intimidating? The great witch can use witchcraft, and the high priest can communicate with gods. These things sound scary, but does the great witch really know witchcraft? High priest, can you really communicate with the gods? These are what the tribesmen think in their hearts. The same is true for the 9 snake tribes. Each of their tribes has 1 or 2 great witches or high priests, or snake-controlling high priests. Or they may be the great snake-controlling wizard. No matter what they are called, they are among the most prestigious people. Generally in the Million Mountains, people like them who can control snakes are called psychics in their tribe. It roughly means that they can control some living creatures, and this power is given by God. In primitive society, witches were beings who could communicate with gods. As for whether it is really possible to communicate with the gods or just pretend in front of the tribesmen, I will not explain this cultural history in detail. Zhuifeng saw a man. He was the psychic wizard of the Black Snake clan. The 2 sides had fought each other last time, and in the end they used alcohol bombs. That fire burned them back. Chapter 245, Xuanwu Clan. Mu Zhan's heart trembled. He was still very afraid of this old man. I heard from the slaves that this old man is a psychic wizard from the Black Snake clan. The city wall of Shenwu City is about 5 meters high. There are 3,700 people in Shenwu City, and more than 1,000 slaves were captured. Currently, there are about 5,000 people in Shenwu City. The first thing Zhuifeng built was the 4 walls of Shenwu City. This was also Yubin's request. Zhuifeng always carried out the requirements of the city lord 100%. It was precisely because of this that they were able to defend Shenwu City. Otherwise, with just these people, they would have been driven back to Longqing long ago. Any single tribe of the mountain raccoon 9 snakes had more people than the people of Shenwu City. Suddenly, the psychic wizard came forward and shouted to Juefeng on the city wall. I have something to tell you. Juefeng replied immediately. Why do you want to attack our Huaxia tribe? It seems like we had no hatred between us before? The psychic wizard said unhappily. We don't have any hatred, but you shouldn't hold a market here? Juefeng replied with a smile. We are holding a market here, so it seems that there is no conflict with the ethnic groups in your Baiwan Mountains, right? The psychic hesitated. As long as you withdraw from here, we will not harm any of you, nor those tribesmen you captured. The warriors around him wanted to say something, but were immediately stopped by the psychic wizard. Mu Zhan said with disdain. This is our Chinese city. Why do you want us to leave? Don't think that we are afraid of you just because you have more people? At this time, another old man came out, holding a few animal skin pictures in his hands. He looked at Mu Zhan and others with a smile and said, As long as you don't open the market, we can leave. Juefeng asked curiously. We are holding a market here, so it doesn't seem to conflict with you, right? The old man replied with a smile. I am the great shaman of the Xuanwu tribe. As long as you don't hold the market here, from now on, if you come to our Xuanwu tribe to trade, we will provide you with a satisfactory place. It turned out to be the Xuanwu tribe, Juefeng muttered softly. The city lord said before that the Xuanwu tribe is also a super tribe. They do not participate in any wars. Their tribe is full of caravans traveling everywhere. But why are they targeting our Huaxia tribe this time? How could Juefeng, a primitive man, understand that a business world is like a battlefield? If Huaxia wants to open a new market, won't that cut off other people's source of income? For the Xuanwu tribe, this is intolerable. If the Huaxia tribe's market opens here, how will their Xuanwu tribe support its people? The two old men, Black Shark and Hun Yu, have already sent many people to spread the news of the opening of the new market. These people they send out will notify each tribe one by one. In primitive society, there was no communication and messages could only be transmitted on foot. This was also the task Yubin gave to the two of them once Shenwu City opened. It is imperative that all the tribes within a radius of 1 or 200 kilometers know this good news. The two old men are both high priest level figures. In a large tribe, the high priest and the high witch are the most intelligent beings, and their life experiences are also very rich. At this moment, the two old men, Black Shark and Hun Yu, also came to the top of the city wall. They walked quickly to Juefeng's side and immediately looked at the old man below the city wall. Black Shark was shocked and pointed at the old man. You! Aren't you the great witch of the Xuanwu clan? Juefeng asked curiously. Isn't he from the Xuanwu tribe? What? Another member of the Xuanwu tribe appears? Black Shark quickly explained the matter. The Xuanwu tribe you know is actually composed of a large ethnic group and a super tribe, just like our Huaxia tribe. Huaxia has Dragon City and Old City, and now there is a new city here. Outsiders only know that there is the Xuanwu tribe, which is just one of them. Within the Xuanwu tribe, there is another ethnic group, a super tribe, and a Xuanwu caravan. They are the Xuanwu clan, the Xuanwu tribe, and a Xuanwu caravan. Among them, the Xuanwu caravan is the weakest, followed by the Xuanwu tribe. Above the Xuanwu tribe are their Xuanwu clan. It was the first time for Mu Zhan and his friends to hear the word ethnic group. Mu Zhan anxiously asked Haisha what the word ethnic group meant. Even Hun Yu and the others on the side looked over with curiosity. Black Shark continued to explain to everyone. I have only heard of this ethnic group. The ethnic group is a name above the super tribe, and it is also an existence above the tribe. An existence above the tribe? Everyone was confused. What on earth was this thing? Are there any other requirements for becoming an ethnic group? Black Shark thought for a while and decided that if he wanted to rise to a large tribe, the members of the entire tribe must surpass the super tribe. A super tribe would have about this many people. Black Shark pointed at all the people in the city and gestured several times. Juefeng, Mu Zhan and others all took a deep breath. How many people were there? A picture appeared in everyone's mind. For Juefeng and the others, this was something they dared not even think about. With so many people, how much food would be needed? An ordinary super tribe could not feed so many people, right? The old man saw that someone recognized him, so he smiled and said to Black Shark and the others, since some of you know me, you know the ethnic group behind me. For us, your Huaxia tribe is too weak. As long as you promise not to hold a market on this plain, and pretend that everything that happened to us before never happened, what do you think? Black Shark, Han Yu and the others all looked at Juefeng. Even Mu Zhan and the others on the side looked at Juefeng nervously. In this city now, Juefeng had the highest position. Juefeng's eyes were determined. This was the task assigned to him by the city lord. If they retreated like this, would the city lord dare to use him in the future? When the old man saw that no one answered, his face immediately turned ugly. Given his status in the tribe, being able to speak to this group of people was already a great honor for them. He didn't expect that this group of people would be so ungrateful. After figuring out the problem, Juefeng shouted to the old man under the city wall. We will not retreat. As for the market of our Huaxia tribe, that is up to our city lord to decide. As for you, just go back to where you came from. The psychic wizard next to the old man said angrily. Great wizard Jishuan, just let me lead our men to charge forward. Jishuan directly stopped the psychic wizard. We brought too few people this time. I looked carefully and found that if we want to take down this hill-like thing by force, we need at least this many people. Jishuan made a series of quick gestures to the soldiers behind him. As for what they meant, only the two of them knew. Hello brothers and sisters, Beiqing wrote a short story, which has been reviewed in the evening. The theme of the short story is urban cultivation literature. Brothers and sisters who like urban literature can take time to read it. 18 years on the mountain, a sword breaks the sky. Chapter 246 Yibin's Little Thoughts. Jishuan glanced at the city and said to the guards around him. Hui ethnic group. Several guards immediately agreed. Yes. Master Wizard. The guard walked quickly to the back, shouting loudly as he walked. Everyone returns to their tribe. Yes, yes, yes. All the warriors around agreed. The order given by the captain of the guard was the order of the wizard. In primitive society, there was a phenomenon that the larger the ethnic group, the more afraid their people were of the gods. Everyone on the city wall looked at each other with curiosity. Mu Zhan was the first one who couldn't help but say, What are they doing? Isn't it said that the Xuanwu tribe is more powerful than the super tribe? Why did they just leave like that? Black Shark sighed deeply, and everyone looked at him in confusion. Han Yu seemed to have noticed something, and he immediately spoke to Black Shark. Brother Black Shark, are you worried about them? Will you bring more warriors next time? Black Shark didn't say anything else, just nodded slightly. Juefeng also thought of this problem. This matter was too complicated, and he needed to send a pigeon message to the city lord immediately. Juefeng said to the guards around him, Go to Longqing and send a pigeon to tell the city lord the news here. Remember to release 2 more pigeons. This is a critical moment, and nothing can go wrong. Yes. Master Chasing the Wind. The guard agreed and quickly ran to a room where many pigeons brought by Longqing were being fed. The guard was the most literate person here. He wrote a line of crooked small words on a piece of animal skin. The general meaning was that there was danger at the market, and the city lord needed to come over. Ah! Don't hit me now. I'm going to tell you now. The blood scorpion is tied to a wooden stake, and several soldiers are whipping it. Every time the soldiers whip it, a blood mark will appear on the blood scorpion's body. Dashin and Dashi were also beaten black and blue, especially Dashin, who was timid and cowardly by nature. Apart from being smart, he was really useless for anything else. Dashi was quite brave. He had already been hit by an arrow and now he was whipped. There were already hundreds of wounds on his body. Blood Scorpion had never suffered such hardship before. He grew up in the giant scorpion tribe. No matter whether it was his tribesmen or the enemies he had encountered in the past, they all let him slaughter them at will. People like Blood Scorpion are just like a rich second generation. The rich second generation in primitive society is not comparable to the rich second generation on Earth. Although Blood Scorpion is the son of the patriarch, he is still much braver than ordinary members of the tribe when fighting outside. This time, he hit a big wall. Whether in terms of weapons or the quality of the soldiers, China was not on the same level. When it comes to weapons, China has bows and arrows for long-range shooting. When it comes to the quality of the soldiers, China's soldiers receive training every day. When the warriors fight, they are like a bulldozer. The warriors of the giant scorpion tribe, after they go to the battlefield, fight with their own strength. They have no coordination or team combat at all. As for being captured by the Huaxia tribe, it was actually not surprising at all. If he had not encountered the cavalry, he might have had a chance to escape, but there are not so many ifs. What happened has happened. Yibin said with disdain. Speak up. Which tribe are you from and who sent you here? If you dare to deceive me, I don't mind chopping off your legs. I advise you to think it over carefully. Yibin doesn't believe this Blood Scorpion at all. He didn't know why, it was just a hunch that maybe people like Blood Scorpion were just too vicious. The blood scorpion's mouth was full of blood. He lowered his head and didn't dare to look at Yi Bin. His body was trembling slightly. He used to look at others like this, but now it was finally his turn. The severe pain from his lower body made blood scorpion's face as pale as paper. He organized his thoughts and told Yi Bin everything about how he came here. We are from the giant scorpion tribe, a subordinate tribe of the black tortoise tribe. Our purpose of coming to your Huaxia tribe this time is to inquire about your situation. As a result, I ran into your collection team. I couldn't help but order them to be captured. I didn't expect that your collection team had such powerful means. My father is the chief of the giant scorpion tribe. As long as you can let me go back, I will persuade my father not to attack your tribe again, and will never be your enemy again. Yi Bin didn't believe a single word that Blood Scorpion said. As for the name of the tribe he mentioned and the instructions of the Xuanwu tribe, this should be true. When people are most afraid, they will show their backing to the enemy. In this way, we can achieve the effect of deterring the enemy. This may be the plot in many videos? He Neo and his men, who were not far away, were also interrogating Dashan and his men. These people were all high-ranking members of the giant scorpion tribe, and they had been exposed to much more things than ordinary warriors. Soon, the results of their trial came out. He Neo told Yi Bin all the results of the trial. After listening to He Neo's words, Yi Bin could be sure of one thing, that is, the Xuanwu tribe took action. It seems that the news of the Huaxia tribe opening a market has reached their ears. Yi Bin has long been prepared for the possibility of touching the Xuanwu tribe's cake. I wonder how Zhaifeng and the others are doing now. When the courtesan saw that all these people had finished interrogating them, she immediately started to have some thoughts. She had always remembered how they had hurt Hua Yun and the others. According to her own thoughts, since these people were no longer useful, she might as well send them off together. City Lord, can you let me handle them? Yi Bin originally wanted to agree, but when he thought that Blood Scorpion was the son of a clan leader, he immediately changed his mind. Instead of letting the courtesan deal with it, it would be better to exchange some necessary supplies with the giant scorpion tribe. For the current Chinese tribes, no matter what supplies they have, such as cattle and sheep, both are fine. We can expand the warehouse of the Huaxia tribe. As the saying goes, no matter how small a fly is, it is still meat. No. The Oiran asked with a puzzled look on her face. Why not? City Lord, haven't you already examined it? Yi Bin could only patiently tell the courtesan, even if you kill them all now, what benefits can you get? If we use them in exchange, wouldn't the benefits we get be greater than now? The courtesan was a primitive person, so how could she understand what exchange was? She only understood one thing: since you dare to come and rob women, then leave them all here, right? The courtesans were confused. What did this city lord mean by exchange? Who was he going to exchange with? For the courtesans, they had already caught the person, so how could they exchange with him now? Seeing the confused look on the courtesan's face, Yi Bin guessed that she didn't understand, so he said to the courtesans, "You will know it when the time comes." Yi Bin winked at Li Wang. "You throw them into the slave area first and let them live with the slaves for a while." "Okay. Leader." Hello brothers and sisters, Beiqing wrote a short story, which has been reviewed in the evening. The theme of the short story is urban cultivation literature. Brothers and sisters who like urban literature can take time to read it. 18 years on the mountain, a sword breaks the sky. Chapter 247 Candle Success. City Lord, did we succeed? Old man Xiong said excitedly. Open it quickly and let me see it. Yi Bin ran over in a hurry. Although the wax oil extracted from birch trees is relatively simple to say, it is not the case at all in actual operation. Just now, Yi Bin thought that he could just boil it in boiling water, but he tried 3 or 4 times and all failed. On the last try, he finally succeeded in extracting the wax oil. If you want to extract wax oil from birch trees, you must understand these steps, otherwise it will be difficult to extract it successfully. Although wax oil can be extracted from the bark of birch trees, you also need to have your own operating methods. This is the same principle as boiling Chinese medicine. If you use ordinary medicinal materials and boil a large pot of water, what good effect can the boiled Chinese medicine have? The same goes for the birch bark. Yi Bin had boiled it directly in water before, but the boiled birch bark only produced a thin layer of wax on the surface of the water. Later, Yi Bin finally understood a truth. Then the whole piece of birch bark cannot achieve that effect at all. The only way is to process the birch bark again, and then crush and grind it again. Finally, put the processed birch bark in a large ceramic pot and boil it over high heat. After the wax oil floats up, use a container to scoop up all the wax oil. After the wax oil is boiled, the final step of making it into wax is carried out. Yi Bin and Old Man Xiong and others prepared many small bamboo tubes. Each small bamboo tube was filled with a cotton thread soaked in wax oil. Then pour the prepared wax oil into the bamboo tube one spoonful at a time. When the wax oil tank is full, place this pile of small bamboo tubes directly into a ceramic pot filled with water. This will have a cooling effect. The wax in the bamboo tube can be quickly solidified, which greatly improves the speed of producing finished products. Only by making candles scientifically can we save time and effort. Old Man Xiong used an iron knife to split a bamboo tube. The moment the bamboo tube was split, a white candle appeared in front of Old Man Xiong. Although he had never seen a candle, he had heard the city lord talk about candles every day in the past few days, so Old Man Xiong was sure that this was the candle the city lord was talking about. Old Man Xiong held the candle and kept saying that he had succeeded. Hearing Old Man Xiong's excited voice, Yi Bin walked over quickly. He also split a small bamboo tube, and a white candle fell directly in front of him. This was the first time Yi Bin saw candles when he came into this world. It reminded him of his childhood when there was a power outage at home and his grandparents would light candles. At that time, Yi Bin was only about 8 or 9 years old. Yi Bin took out a tinder and blew on it gently a few times. Immediately, a flame came out of the tinder. At this time, Old Man Xiong also came over, and everyone else in the room also gathered around. Hey Nio asked curiously. City Lord, can this thing in your hand really burn at night? Others also asked with doubt. Yi Bin did not answer them. It would be better to let a group of primitive people see it with their own eyes than to reason with them. There is a saying that goes, no matter how good others say it, it is not as good as seeing it with their own eyes. Yi Bin placed the lit tinder directly on the top of the candle, where there was ignitable cotton thread. The flame continued to burn the cotton thread, and soon the cotton thread on the candle was ignited by the tinder. This really can be ignited, Black Panther said in disbelief. Everyone else in the room seemed to be petrified. To them, the fact that humans could use fire was already amazing. However, the city lord can not only use fire, but also make fire burn out of thin air. In the cognition of the courtesans, fire must be accompanied by wood, otherwise it is impossible to burn. In this way, without using wood, the fire can be retained. This has exceeded everyone's cognition. It's like a rocket on Earth. Before the rocket goes into space, if someone tells you that what I created can fly directly into the sky, do you think anyone would believe it? Yi Bin asked everyone to close the door. After the door was closed, the entire room was illuminated by candlelight. In the minds of Heinyo and the others, this thing called a candle would only burn for a short while at most, but as time passed, the room was still brightly lit, and the candle continued to burn. God. This must be the work of God. The high priest knelt down and spoke tremblingly about something about God. Yi Bin really wanted to kick him. He risked his life to go to the primeval forest. I finally brought back some tree bark that can be used to make wax, but the high priest, a charlatan, said it was a manifestation of the gods. For Yi Bin himself, I paid such a huge price, and with just one sentence, you pushed the credit to the gods. Everyone, listen to what the high priest said. It turned out that the gods had begun to appear. Just when Heinyo and the others were about to kneel down, Yi Bin could not bear it any longer. He extinguished the candle and spoke to the high priest. Now do you want God to show me a miracle? The room suddenly fell into darkness. How could the high priest make the gods appear? He immediately shouted to Yi Bin. City Lord, please make the gods appear. I'm going to show up, you big-headed ghost. Yi Bin quickly opened the door, kicked the high priest out, and said to the high priest outside the door, Are you still outside looking at the gods? Bang. Yi Bin slammed the door shut and then lit the candles. Everyone then realized that there were no gods at all. All this was done by the city lord and they were almost deceived by the high priest. Li Wang said at this time, I don't trust anyone else but you, the leader. Everyone else looked at Li Wang with disdain, and everyone was cursing in their hearts. Since you trust the leader, why didn't you say anything just now? At this moment, Old Man Xiong also stood up with a smile, and said a little embarrassedly, In fact, I only trust the city lord. Everyone looks at me with contempt. I have seen shameless people before, but this is the first time we have seen such shameless people like you two. Outside the door, there was a knock from the high priest. City lord, I only trust you. At this moment, everyone in the room burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. City lord, we only trust you. Hey Neo and the courtesan all followed suit and started talking. The whole room was filled with laughter from everyone. Hello brothers and sisters, Beiqing wrote a short story, which was approved last night. The theme of the short story is urban cultivation literature. Brothers and sisters who like urban literature can take time to read it. 18 years in the mountain, a sword breaks the sky. Chapter 248, Burning Glass. Hey Neo suddenly asked a question. City Lord. What is this candle? How should the tribe distribute it in the future? Yes. City Lord. It's impossible to distribute one to each member of the tribe, right? Everyone was talking at once, saying that candles were really too precious. The current Chinese tribes did not have such luxurious conditions, and the bark they brought back this time was not enough to make many candles. Yibin thought for a moment, then spoke to everyone. How about this? Anyone with a position above the captain level can come to the Ministry of Works every day to receive a white candle. As for other people in the tribe, they will be distributed to the tribesmen when there are more candles in the tribe. Old Man Bear was the first to agree. I agreed with the city lord's opinion, and the others nodded in agreement. For people like them, I don't know whether others have candles or not. As long as we have candles, it's enough. People are relatively selfish. No matter what era it is, whenever something good happens, the first person they think of is always themselves. Yibin, it's not that we don't want to give it to our tribesmen, it's just that our current tribe really doesn't have the conditions for it. Only about 3,000 candles were made this time. Many people think that 3,000 candles are already a lot, so why not give them to the tribesmen? There are more than 20,000 people in the Huaxia tribe. Even if there are more than 3,000 candles, how can everyone use them? If everyone uses it together, it can only last for one night at most. After one night, what will the Huaxia tribe do? After everyone had discussed it, it was already dark. The courtesan, Hey Neo and the others all took a candle back home. As for how many candles Yibin took himself, this question should be asked to Old Man Xiong. Anyway, when Yibin came back, he was holding a small bamboo basket in his arms. If I was not mistaken, the small bamboo basket should be filled with candles. Old Man Xiong did not dare to show any dissatisfaction with the city lord's behavior. If someone else dared to take so many candles, Old Man Xiong would make the person who took the candles get out of the Ministry of Works even if it cost him his life. A very strange phenomenon occurred in the tribe tonight. Usually, the tribe was pitch black at night, but tonight the tribe was different from the past. Mainly the rooms of the captains and some group leaders were illuminated by a beam of fire, and each of their rooms was as bright as day. Women like this new thing the most. It is the first time for them to see a candle that can be lit without firewood. It is really curious. You kept looking at the candle on the table. This was really incredible to her. Sister Luoxi, how do you say this candle is made? I really want to open the city lord's head and take a look. Luoxi immediately became anxious and asked, what are you talking about? You finally reacted and said a little embarrassedly. Sister Luoxi, I really didn't mean that. What I meant was, how did the city lord come up with the idea of using tree bark to make candles? In the entire Chinese tribe, I think the city lord is the most powerful. Hearing you praising Yibin, Luoxi's heart felt as sweet as if she had eaten honey. Women are all like this. As long as it is a man they like, they will not allow others to say a bad thing about him. If someone says something good about him, she will be happier than if someone praised her herself. Many people went to bed very late tonight. For the new thing called candles, these captains and group leaders were like children who had found a toy. Many of them spent the whole night looking at it. It was not until the next morning that everyone slowly fell asleep. The sound of horns rang out on the training ground. All the captains today had panda-like dark circles under their eyes. Yibin got up early in the morning, ate the breakfast brought by Luoxi, and went straight to Old Man Xiong. What he was going to make today was a telescope for use on the battlefield. In order to make a telescope, he had to burn the glass first. To make glass, sand, limestone and borax are needed. As for obtaining borax, there are several ways to do so. The formation of borax requires the following conditions. For example, natural borax can generally be obtained in salt lakes, especially those that are dried up and contain boron salt lakes, from which a large amount of borax can be obtained. The current Chinese tribes do not have the conditions to obtain borax, so they can only settle for the next best thing. There are too many impurities in the sand, so they can only add some limestone when dissolving the sand. Although the magazine cannot be completely removed, Yibin has his own way. As for removing impurities, the experiment can be carried out in the afternoon. Yibin asked Li Wang and others to transport some sand to the Ministry of War. As for himself and Old Man Xiong, they were preparing to make glass. City Lord, what is this glass you are talking about? What is its function? Old Man Xiong asked curiously. Yibin smiled. There are so many uses for glass. Glass can be used to make windows, bottles and other things. The most important thing is that glass can also be used to polish convex and concave lenses. A normal piece of glass can only play a transparent role. If two pieces of glass are polished into a convex lens and then polished into a concave lens, Then, make a telescopic barrel. The telescopic barrel can be replaced by a bamboo tube or other things. It mainly plays a shrinking effect. After the bamboo tube is made, the lens can be installed. Chief, I have brought the sand you requested. Li Wang and his men had not yet arrived when the sound had already come in. Yibin asked Old Man Xiong to open the iron smelting furnace and bring the limestone that had been prepared in advance. After everything was done, the next step is to officially start firing. After Li Wang entered the door, he quickly came to Yibin's side. He was holding a bamboo basket in his hand, which was filled with a whole basket of sand. Li Wang, put a spoonful of sand in first. Hearing the leader's order, Li Wang quickly scooped a spoonful of sand and poured it directly into the iron melting pot. The moment the sand was poured in, Yibin quickly covered the furnace and instructed the guards beside him to pull the bellows quickly. If you want to melt the sand, you have to keep heating it. The melting point of sand is 1500 degrees. Because the furnace is a sealed space with only a few small holes for ventilation, and the bellows under the furnace were whirring as they were pulled by the guards. The flame in the furnace is getting bigger and bigger. It is impossible to make glass in one go. The production of glass requires several steps. If all the impurities in the sand cannot be removed, even if the glass is fired, it will be blurry and completely unusable. Only by removing all the impurities in the sand can the glass made be truly used by the tribesmen. Hello brothers and sisters, Beiqing wrote a short story, which was approved last night. The theme of the short story is urban cultivation literature. Brothers and sisters who like urban literature can take time to read it. 18 years in the mountain, a sword breaks the sky. Chapter 249 Glass burning successfully. About half an hour later, Yibin opened the furnace himself. The furnace was red inside, and the air waves emitted from the furnace made it impossible to breathe. A terrifying high temperature was emitted around the furnace. Everyone was forced back by the heat wave, and Old Man Xiong even took several steps back. Old Man Xiong was the oldest person in the room, but it was not Old Man Xiong's fault. The temperature of the furnace was simply too high. Yibin ignored them. He took the limestone beside him, scooped a spoonful with a small spoon, and then quickly put it into the iron melting pot. The limestone can lower the melting point of the sand. It can play a very good role in melting sand. When the tribe finds borax in the future, it will be able to make glass better. After the limestone is put in, use a small iron rod to stir it. This stunned everyone on the side. Old Man Xiong asked in confusion, "City Lord, what is this you put there? Is this what you are talking about?" Yibin put the limestone in his hand directly in front of Old Man Xiong. This is limestone, which can lower the melting point of sand and make the sand melt better. Only the melted sand can be closer to glass. After hearing what the leader said, Li Wang quickly responded. "Chief, didn't you say that once the sand melts, it will become real glass? Why is it only closer now?" Yibin also patiently answered Li Wang's questions. After the sand melts normally, it looks like a pile of stream mud, but the melted sand will contain a lot of impurities. This impurity will affect the quality of the glass. Only repeated melting can produce pure glass. Only this high-purity glass can be used to make military telescopes. After hearing Yibin's explanation, everyone in the room was confused. Things like melting point and purity, for primitive people, isn't this knowledge like talking about heavenly books? Yibin was talking so excitedly that everyone in the room felt overwhelmed. Li Wang kept scratching the back of his head to indicate that he didn't understand, and the other people in the room were no better. Looking at the expressions of the crowd, Yibin wanted to kick them to death. They were the ones who asked him to explain, and now they were the ones who didn't understand. It seemed that all he had said was just talking to a bunch of cows. About half an hour later, Yibin opened the iron melting furnace again. This time, a sticky mass appeared in the iron melting pot. Yibin picked it up with an iron rod and was able to pull out threads. He remembered that a book in his previous life said that after sand was melted, it would become like this. Yibin immediately took out a convex lens mold and poured the melted sand directly onto an iron plate. At this time, the sand looked like a piece of syrup. Yibin quickly pressed the mold of the convex lens onto the syrup. The sand at this time was very soft. No matter what kind of mold you take out, as long as you wait for the syrup to cool down, the glass inside the mold will be the shape you want. While Yibin was operating, he told Li Wang to dig a spoonful of sand into it, and then told his guards to pull the bellows quickly. After the piece of glass cooled down, everyone gathered around curiously, and Yibin was also full of anticipation. Isn't there a saying that goes like this? The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Yibin carefully picked up the mold. After it was completely dry, a piece of not very transparent glass appeared in front of everyone. Old Man Xiong, Li Wang and the others all stared at the glass with curiosity. To these primitive people, glass was a sacred object, even though this piece of glass was just an ordinary semi-finished product. But it does not affect their admiration. It's amazing. This is really amazing, Old Man Bear said in disbelief. He saw with his own eyes that the city lord put a spoonful of sand in it, and after it was burned in the iron furnace, what came out was a translucent object. This refreshed everyone's three views. Although they didn't know what this was, it must be related to the glass that the city lord mentioned, a personal guard asked stutteringly. Chief, is this glass? It's really beautiful. Yibin nodded to the guard. Yes, this thing is a piece of glass, but it is not a complete piece of glass yet. Real glass is transparent. This thing now is at most a semi-finished product. Li Wang asked a little anxiously. Chief, how can we make a real piece of glass? Yibin also shook his head, and then said to Li Wang. I don't know whether it will succeed or not. Everything depends on God's will. Soon the sand in the iron melting furnace melted again. Yibin poured out all the paste in the iron melting pot, broke the original piece of glass, and put it back into the iron melting pot. This made Old Man Xiong and others beside him heartbroken. They all thought that the leader was such a spendthrift that he actually smashed such a good piece of glass. Old Man Xiong kept muttering in his heart. Pity. What a pity! Li Wang also said with a look of regret. Such a beautiful piece of glass turned into pieces just like that. Yibin shook his head helplessly at everyone's reluctance. In today's Huaxia tribe, many things are not available ready-made, so Yibin can only burn it twice more to see if he can remove the excess impurities. After all, this is a primitive society, not the earth where Yibin was born. There, a piece of glass only costs a few dollars, but in this world, a piece of transparent glass requires the resources of the entire tribe. During this firing process, Yibin added some limestone in the middle, and the firing time was also extended by more than an hour. There is a reason why it took so long to fire. Yibin, you want to use this primitive method to improve the purity of the glass. The longer the firing time, the fewer impurities there will be in the glass. Some people will say, why don't you just fire it for a month? The longer time mentioned here refers to an appropriate time, not a day or a month. The control of time also requires a certain amount of experience. Finally, after about 3 or 4 hours, and with some other operations in between, Yibin carefully opened the furnace. The same wave of heat came, forcing everyone back a few steps. Yibin took out the iron melting pot, and quickly took out a convex lens mold. He then poured the paste in the iron melting pot directly onto an iron plate, and told Li Wang to press the mold on it. Everyone has experienced this kind of operation more than 10 times. Li Wang was operating it the whole time, and so was the Old Man Xiong next to him. If the glass is really successfully produced, the task of producing glass will be taken over by Old Man Xiong's factory. Yibin's current task is to teach Old Man Xiong. After the glass cooled down, everyone looked nervous. They had failed many times before, and if they failed again this time, they would have to wait until tomorrow noon. Li Wang shouted loudly. Chief, come and see, this time the glass is really transparent. Li Wang picked up the glass in the mold and handed it directly to Yibin. At once, everyone in the room gathered around. Yibin turned the glass to the ceiling and a happy smile appeared on his face. Ha 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 ha. I fired the glass. Chapter 250 Finished Telescope. Old Man Xiong said to Yibin. Can the city lord show me? Yibin handed the piece of glass to Old Man Xiong and ordered his guards to increase the flame. Since the first piece had been burned, the second and third pieces would not be far away. The glass fired here is not the same kind of glass on Earth. If you want it to be so clear, the lenses need to be processed and polished. As for how to polish a piece of glass, there is no need to explain further. Even if you make a hand-cranked tachometer, you can still grind lenses. Yibin remembers that when he was on Earth, he needed to use grinding discs to grind glass. As for the polishing disc, you can make it yourself. To make a polishing disc, you need processed wool. Then, place the simple wool sander on a hand-cranked machine. Just turn the machine quickly, and the wool sander will also start to rotate. Perhaps, the polishing effect is not very good, but the advantage is that there is plenty of time in primitive society. If Yibin cannot polish it in 1 day, he will do it in 2 or 3 days. As long as he can polish the lens, everything else is not a problem. Everyone worked hard for a whole day and finally made more than 10 pieces of glass. Yibin called on Old Man Xiong to join him, and the two of them worked until late at night. Finally, around 12 o'clock in the evening, they finished. Yibin took out a hand-cranked grinder. The principle of this grinding is also very simple. It uses 2 hand-cranked machines and glues the fine wool on one end with glue, The sticking here refers to the fine wool and the wooden wheels together. In the middle of the two wooden wheels, a woven hemp rope is used as a belt, and the end without the wool is made into a wooden handle. As long as someone turns the handle, the two wooden wheels will rotate rapidly, and the wooden wheel covered with fine wool will also rotate rapidly. At that time, put the lens on it for grinding. It is estimated that it will not take long to grind out a pair of concave and convex lenses. The convex lenses and concave lenses made by Yibin are all made with grinding tools. After simple polishing, the lenses will be like a water mirror. At noon the next day, Yibin, Old Man Xiong and others made a telescopic barrel with a bamboo tube. Finally, Yibin polished the lenses himself. After the concave and convex lenses were polished, he fixed the two concave and convex lenses on the front and back sides of the bamboo tube. After everything was done, Yibin took the bamboo tube telescope and placed it on his left eye, then he said directly, "It's a national quintessence." "Oh my God! Isn't this too clear?" Afterwards, he adjusted the distance of the bamboo tube. Yibin estimated in his mind that this bamboo tube telescope could probably see clearly at a distance of more than 1,000 meters. The normal person's naked eye could only distinguish between male and female at a distance of 50 or 60 meters. It's hard to see clearly if it's farther away. Now you know how powerful this telescope is, right? Being able to distinguish males and females at a distance of more than 1,000 meters was already considered a divine artifact in primitive society. When everyone heard the city lords say this, they felt like they were being scratched by a cat's claws. Old Man Xiong couldn't help but say, "City Lord, can you let me see this?" Yibin was very happy. He would naturally not refuse Old Man Xiong's request. Li Wang and the others also looked eager. Looking at their expressions, Yibin couldn't help but laugh. "Want to see it?" Everyone nodded repeatedly. Old Man Xiong was even more experienced. He walked over quickly, took the telescope from Yibin's hand, and immediately put it on his right eye. A clear picture came from the telescope. Old Bear uttered an exclamation. This. How is this so clear?" After hearing what Old Man Xiong said, Li Wang and his personal guards who were pulling the bellows came over with anxious looks on their faces. If the leader had not been still here, Li Wang and his men would have rushed to rob it long ago. After Old Man Xiong finished looking at it, he passed it to Li Wang and the others to look at. The telescope was passed from one person to another in everyone's hands. After looking at it, the guards were all shocked by this little thing. Li Wang simply couldn't let go of this telescope. With this telescope, he could take a peek at his little sister. Cough. Everyone in the room wanted to have a telescope of their own. Of course, they didn't really want to see the little sister. With a telescope, they could seize the initiative in advance whether they were fighting or doing other things. Just say it. You are still a few miles away when others have already discovered you. At this time, others will set up an ambush in advance, and when you come to them, they will probably report to the King of Hell. Old Man Xiong seemed to have thought of something again, and he asked Yibin curiously, "City Lord, this telescope is indeed very good, but it has no other use except for seeing farther?" Yibin patiently explained to them. The greatest use of this telescope is on the battlefield. Think about it, when two sides are fighting in a valley, the side with the telescope can make deployments in advance. The party without a telescope can only slowly walk into the encirclement of others. For you, it is a thing that can see farther, but for those who know how to use it, it is a treasure that is priceless. After listening to the city lord's explanation, many people thought of themselves holding a telescope on the battlefield. The guards were very excited just thinking about the casualness of being able to control the life and death of others. No matter what era a man was, he wanted to show his prowess on the battlefield. Men's thinking was very simple. Being able to hold a pen and not die was every man's dream. After everyone had finished watching, Yibin said to Li Wang, "Take these guards and stay in the iron smelting room to make glass. You have personally experienced all the processes just now. If you still don't understand something, you can come to the Ministry of Industry to find me and Old Man Xiong. The iron smelting room belongs to the Ministry of War, but now the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Industry are both under the jurisdiction of Old Man Xiong." "Okay. Leader." Li Wang didn't react at first. After Yibin and Old Man Xiong were about to leave, Li Wang said to Yibin anxiously, "Chief, what are you doing at the Ministry of Works?" Yibin didn't even turn his head and left a message to Li Wang. "Go to the Ministry of Works to build wooden boats." Li Wang wanted to ask something else, but Yibin and Old Man Xiong had already walked far away. Along the way, Yibin held a telescope and looked at the mountains or other women in the tribe when he had nothing to do. Cough cough. Please don't get me wrong, Yibin was really just looking at women. As for things he shouldn't have looked at, Yibin definitely didn't even glance at them. Old Man Xiong looked at the telescope in the city lord's hand with envy in his eyes. He secretly made up his mind that after the city lord finished his work, he would make a nice telescope for himself. Right. It must be better looking than the one owned by the city lord. Seeing Old Man Xiong's absent-minded look, Yi Bin knew why. It must be Old Man Xiong who had taken a fancy to his telescope, but was too embarrassed to ask for it. He could only comfort himself in his heart. Chapter 251 The First Wooden Boat. After the two arrived at the Ministry of Works, Yi Bin instructed some tribesmen to carry some wood over. This time he would definitely build a few wooden boats. Old Man Xiong didn't understand the city lord's behavior. City lord, why do you want them to carry wood here? Build a wooden boat. Yi Bin responded casually, and asked Old Man Xiong to take out the saw and everything else. If you want to build a large wooden boat, you must first prepare some main beams. The main beams are indispensable for the construction of a wooden boat. The main beams are equivalent to the skeleton of the wooden boat, and the wooden boards are the flesh and blood of the wooden boat. After a while, the tribesmen brought a lot of wood. Yi Bin took out a cotton thread, prepared some lime powder, added some clean water and stirred it until the lime powder became like stream mud. After all this was done, Yi Bin put the cotton thread in again, and then tied the other end of the cotton thread to an iron nail. After the cotton thread was covered with lime mud, Yi Bin took the cotton thread out again. He came to a piece of wood and hammered the end with the nail directly in front of the wood. He then stepped behind the wood. After everything was done, Yi Bin quickly pulled the cotton thread. Boom! With a slight sound, the cotton thread popped out a straight line. Yi Bin looked at Old Man Xiong and others on the side and said, "Take the saw and follow this white line to saw the wood into pieces." After hearing Yi Bin's instructions, the tribesmen immediately started to act. Yi Bin drew white lines on each piece of wood, and the tribesmen sawed the wood piece by piece. After about an hour, all the wood was sawed into pieces. Old Man Xiong and his group were also exhausted and sweating. Yi Bin asked Old Man Xiong and his group to get some nails. Old Man Xiong had prepared a lot of these nails because they were really useful for carpenters. Things like putting two wooden boards together into one are easy to do in front of a big iron nail. In the past, when Old Man Bear and his companions wanted to put two wooden boards together, they would drill a small square hole on the wood. After the small hole is drilled, a small square wooden block will be made and then hammered in, so that the two wooden boards are fixed. But after Yi Bin invented the iron nail, Old Man Xiong initially disliked Yi Bin for wasting iron ore. But after seeing Yi Bin use it, Old Man Xiong completely fell in love with this iron nail. No matter what kind of wood it is, as long as a few nails are hammered in, the wood will fit together tightly. For Old Man Xiong and his men, with nails in the Ministry of Industry, no matter what tools they make, their efficiency will be several times higher than usual. Old Man Xiong brought his men and brought a bamboo basket of large iron nails. Each nail was as long as a finger, and about the same size as disposable chopsticks. "City Lord, why does that wooden boat you mentioned need so many iron nails?" For Old Man Xiong, so many iron nails could be used to build hundreds of ox carts. Although he didn't know what the wooden boat was used for, his heart bleeds when he thought of his iron nails. Look at how stingy Old Man Bear is. Yi Bin was both angry and amused. Isn't it just a few big iron nails of yours? Is this the expression they all have? Yi Bin nodded in response, and then said to Old Man Xiong and the others, "This is the first time I've made a wooden boat. Fortunately, I saw my neighbor make one when I was a child. At that time, the wooden boat made by my neighbor was very small. It can seat about 3 people, but Yi Bin has memorized the process of making a wooden boat in his mind. If you want to make a wooden boat, you have to make the skeleton of the boat. Only after the skeleton is made can you nail the wooden boards on it." Many people are curious. Since wooden boats are spliced together, won't they leak? In response to this question, of course wooden boats leak. Then some people will ask, why does Yi Bin still build wooden boats if they leak? Because this time, Yi Bin and his team found a large number of tung oil fruits in the forest. After taking out the tung oil fruits and boiling them over a high fire, they could get a kind of cooked tung oil. Tung oil, cotton and hemp are the things that can prevent wooden boats from leaking. Hemp can be injected into the gaps in the boat, and the same goes for cotton, until the gaps in the boat are filled. After all the hemp fibers inside the wooden boat have been beaten, mix tung oil and cement, and apply the mixed putty to the outside of the hemp fibers of the wooden boat. Once the putty dries, the wooden boat will no longer leak. Yi Bin called on his clansmen for help. The wooden boat he wanted to make this time could accommodate at least more than 100 people. If Yi Bin's family did not live in the countryside, he really would not know how to make a wooden boat. Yi Bin first spliced the main beams of the wooden boat together. As for how to splice them together, it has to do with iron nails. With iron nails, no matter whether you have a female or male wooden board, you can splice them together perfectly. Not that they are mutually exclusive. Ha ha. After the skeleton of the wooden boat is completed, the wooden boards can be installed on the boat. Some people will start asking questions again. The wooden boards are so hard and so thick, how to install them? This question is indeed quite difficult. The front of a wooden boat is different from the back, and the middle of the boat is very large. If you want to fix the wooden boards there must be a certain amount of width, otherwise the boards cannot be installed. Although the wooden board is not very thick, Guanping absolutely cannot bend it with brute force. As long as the external force is too great, the board will break in the middle. If you want to bend a wooden board, there is only a primitive way. Yibin looked at the wooden boat's frame and nodded with satisfaction. Now the only thing left was to put planks on the boat. Putting planks on a wooden boat is a technical job. If you want to force planks onto a wooden boat, you can only break them off piece by piece. Wood is not elastic, and only very thin planks can be slightly bent. But for wooden boats, the planks are too thin and it won't work at all. Yibin ordered his tribesmen to heat all the planks at high temperature. Once the planks are heated, they can be temporarily bent. After the planks are bent, a wooden clamp is made to clamp them. There are more than hundreds of people in Old Man Xiong's factory, and baking wooden boards is not a one-person job. Old Man Xiong followed Yibin the whole time, fearing that he would miss anything. He knew that the city lord was teaching him that when the city lord went out in the future, things like wooden boats would be manufactured by their Ministry of Industry. Those who can watch here are all selected by Old Man Xiong, and these people are also the ones Old Man Xiong trusts the most. After the tribesmen have baked the wooden boards, they will be sent to the door of the Ministry of Industry, and then Old Man Xiong will arrange people to take the wooden boards in. Ordinary people cannot touch these core things. The wooden boards that have just been heated are the most elastic. Yibin asked Old Man Xiong and others to hold them down, while he picked up the iron nails and nailed them in one by one. Around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the wooden boat was finally completed ahead of schedule. Yibin asked someone to bring some tung oil fruits. After the tung oil fruits were brought, Yibin began to boil them in the Ministry of Works. Chapter 252, Juefeng's Request for Help. Yibin asked someone to prepare 2 large iron plates. The prerequisite for boiling tung oil is to press the tung oil first. How can you boil tung oil if you don't squeeze out the tung oil first? Yibin ordered Old Man Xiong and the others to open the tung oil fruit and take out all the tung oil seeds inside the fruit. These tung oil seeds were placed directly between 2 iron plates, and then the tribesmen applied pressure. The liquid that finally flows out is the tung oil that Yibin wants. This kind of tung oil is raw tung oil, and he wants the tung oil to achieve the best effect. It needs to be boiled over high heat. There are some tricks to boiling tung oil. If the tung oil is boiled too long, it will become very sticky. If the tung oil is boiled too lightly, the effect will not be so good. In fact, this thing is the same as frying steamed buns. If the fire is too high, the steamed buns will be burnt, and if the fire is too low, the steamed buns will not turn golden brown. Anyone who knows how to cook can make tung oil. Yibin left the task of squeezing tung oil to the tribesmen, and he himself came to the wooden boat. Yibin picked up a small hammer and an iron file, and evenly stuffed the hemp fibers into the gaps of each wooden board. Then, he continued to beat it in little by little until the gap was filled with hemp and cotton. Old Bear followed suit, and the other tribesmen on the side also started to do it. 20 or 30 people surrounded a wooden boat. With everyone's efforts, the gaps in the boat were finally filled with hemp and cotton. Yibin walked around the boat again. He could not be careless about this matter. Yibin nodded slightly. He was very satisfied with the efficiency of these people. Old Man Xiong's vision of people was no worse than that of the courtesan. It was true that everyone had his own expertise. The wooden boat is almost ready, and now it's time to boil tung oil. Yibin came to the place where the tung oil was pressed. The tribesmen were still squeezing the tung oil hard, and lines of oil were constantly flowing under the iron plate. Good. You guys did a great job. Yibin gave them affirmation. When these people heard the city lord's praise, each of them blushed with excitement. Old Man Xiong was also very happy when he saw Yibin praising them. He selected these people one by one, and he put a lot of thought into each of them. If the city lord was not satisfied with them, Old Man Xiong would immediately replace them all. Since there was a stove in every room, Yibin instructed several people around him to lift the tung oil in the ceramic jar directly onto the stove. After about 10 minutes, a puff of clear smoke came out of the tung oil jar. Yibin took a long wooden shovel and started to boil the oil in the ceramic jar himself. After boiling for more than 10 minutes, Yibin felt that it was almost done. The freshly boiled tung oil cannot be used immediately. Some people may ask, why can't it be used immediately? Yibin will quietly tell you that the temperature of freshly boiled tung oil is too high. If you want to use it quickly, you can use cold water to cool it down. The cold water here does not mean pouring cold water into the tung oil. Instead, scoop the very hot tung oil into a small ceramic jar, and then place the small ceramic jar in a cold place. This will have a good cooling effect. Yibin asked someone to lift the ceramic jar down, and he scooped out a large spoonful of tung oil. The temperature of the tung oil quickly dropped. After the tung oil was completely cool, Yibin started to make putty. The method of making putty is to mix tung oil and cement together until it becomes like a paste, and then apply the mixed putty evenly on the outside of every piece of linen and cotton. After the putty was mixed, Yibin applied a layer of putty on each nail hole and the joints of the wooden boards. After all this was done, the entire wooden boat was completed. Finally, the entire wooden boat was repainted with tung oil. Yibin always feels like something is missing? That's right. Sail. Yibin's behavior just now scared Old Man Xiong and the others. City Lord, what is a sail? This sail uses the principle of wind to allow the wooden boat to move on its own, so there is no need for human paddling. What is paddling? After listening to Yibin's explanation, Old Man Bear became even more confused. Yibin did not explain anything further about paddling to Old Man Bear. If you explain it to a primitive man, will he understand? Yibin thought for a few seconds. Old Bear, go find some large pieces of animal hides. Remember, they must be large and intact. Also, prepare some twine or something. Okay. City Lord. Old Man Xiong brought a dozen people and walked quickly into the warehouse of the Ministry of Industry. After about 20 minutes, Old Man Xiong and his people came to Yibin quickly with bundles of animal skins. Yibin asked them to spread out the animal skins, and asked them to bring some iron needles and thread the hemp rope through them. He wanted to sew all the animal skins into one big piece. After the animal skins were sewn, Yibin hung the sail directly on the main beam of the wooden boat, and tied many ropes on the sail to adjust the power of the sail. After everything is completed, Yibin plans to launch the wooden boat tomorrow. Someone will ask? Why not go in the water now? First, it's already dark. Second, the tung oil has just been applied, and the putty at the joints hasn't dried completely yet. Suddenly, the courtesan came in hurriedly. All the people in the Ministry of Industry knew the Oiran, so naturally no one dared to stop her arrival. If an ordinary person came in, he would have been stopped by the people outside the door. As soon as the courtesan entered this place, she was stunned. What on earth was this thing in front of her? Why, never seen it before? City Lord. It. Seeing the courtesan's surprised look, Yibin took the initiative to introduce this thing. It is called a wooden boat, which can accommodate about 100 people and can sail freely in the river. In the river? Can it go into the river? The courtesan was so shocked that she could hardly utter a complete sentence. Only then did Yibin react. Why are you in such a hurry? Is there something you want to talk to me about? Oh. That's right. The courtesan immediately explained that Jaifeng had sent back 2 small pieces of animal skins, and the contents inside were the same. She must have been worried that something might happen, so she released 2 pigeons. Show me. Yibin said hurriedly. He took the small animal skin from the courtesan's hand. The content on the small animal skin was very simple, saying where there was danger in the new market. There was also a word, Xian, written on the small animal skin. There was a knife drawn behind the word, Xian, which roughly meant that the Xuanwu tribe was going to attack the new market. Yibin didn't quite understand what it meant, but this was the general meaning. Juifeng wanted him to send people to reinforce. There was no word, urgent, on the small animal skin, which meant that the situation was not very serious. Yibin had told the soldiers before that if an emergency occurred, the word, urgent, must be added on the small animal skin. This also means that this matter is extremely urgent. Chapter 253 Yibin's Plan. Seeing that Yibin had finished looking at the small animal skin, the courtesan immediately began to ask questions. City Lord, when will we send reinforcements? Yibin thought for a moment, and gave the courtesan some instructions. I have released several members of the blood scorpion we captured. After they go back, they will tell their chief the news here. My request is that their chief bring 5,000 goats in exchange. The Oiran immediately said anxiously. City Lord, are you really going to let that person go? Yes. Any questions? Yibin replied calmly. The courtesan became angry instantly, with tears in her eyes. This man almost killed Huayun, and now the city lord wants to let him go. For the Oiran, the city lord did not treat these female warriors as his own tribe members. She bit her lips tightly, and looked at Yibin stubbornly. Seeing the courtesan's expression, old man Xiong wanted to say something to Yi Bin immediately. She knew the courtesan's character well. If the city lord really did this, the courtesan would really hate him for the rest of her life. Yi Bin immediately interrupted old man Xiong. Seeing the courtesan looking aggrieved and with a hint of anger on her face, Yi Bin was really angry and amused. He really couldn't bear this female man who was like Li Kuei. Yi Bin shook his head helplessly. Don't worry, I will definitely avenge you, but not now. I have something to say to you, make the best use of people and things. After we have used up the blood scorpions, we can then give them to... Yi Bin made a beheading gesture. After hearing what the city lord said, the courtesan, old man Xiong and others all breathed a sigh of relief. If the city lord insisted on letting them go back, although the courtesan would not dare to stop him, she would be alienated from Yi Bin from then on. This is what old man Xiong and the others don't want to see. Yi Bin is not really that stupid as to offend his own people for an outsider. He wants to use the blood scorpion to fish and wait for those people to bring the news back. The chief of the giant scorpion tribe will definitely bring people here to take revenge. At that time, they will definitely bring a large number of cattle and sheep, and Yi Bin will bring a group of people to ambush them halfway. The primitive people had never experienced kidnapping before, and Yi Bin had set a historic precedent for them in his attitude towards the giant scorpion leader. Yi Bin didn't even have to think about it. The clan leader would definitely not use sheep to redeem people. Instead, he would bring a large number of men and horses. At that time, he would conquer the Huaxia tribe in one fell swoop and then rescue his son. Yi Bin had thought about it a long time ago. When the leader of the giant scorpion tribe comes, there must be no less than 5,000 people. With so many people marching, they must bring a lot of cattle and sheep. Look at Yi Bin, he's just grinning there. The courtesan, old man bear and others were all confused. What happened to the city lord? Was he possessed by a ghost and couldn't figure it out? City lord, are you okay? The Oiran asked with a worried look on her face. Yi Bin finally reacted. He coughed lightly to cover up the embarrassment. He then told the courtesan old man Xiong and others about his plan. After everyone had finished listening, Yi Bin smiled and said to the courtesan, as long as the chief of the giant scorpion tribe dares to come over, we will definitely destroy them all. They can come to our door on their own, so why should we go to find him in person? The courtesan, old man bear and others. They all nodded heavily. Yi Bin suddenly thought of something. He took out a telescope from his arms and handed it directly to the courtesan. Put this thing in front of your eyes and take a look. Old man Xiong looked at Yi Bin with disdain. He cursed in annoyance, and said what was the use of this thing. It turned out to be just for pleasing the courtesan. If he had known this, old man Xiong would have snatched it away long ago. The courtesan was of course very happy that the city lord could give her something. She quickly took the telescope and put it in front of her eyes. A clear picture came from the inside of the telescope. The courtesan screamed in fright. Ah! How come this person is so big? It turned out to be the Oiran, looking at a member of the Huaxia tribe. The telescope was almost thrown out by the courtesan. Seeing that something was wrong, Yi Bin immediately caught the telescope that was about to fall to the ground. This scene scared old man Xiong and his companions. This telescope was a valuable item. If it was broken by the courtesan, old man Xiong and his companions would be sad for more than a month. After the courtesan calmed down, Yi Bin handed the telescope back to her. This thing is called a telescope. It can see clearly people and things thousands of meters away. With this telescope, he can deal with the enemy very well. The Oiran asked curiously. How does this thing deal with the enemy? Yi Bin was speechless. The IQ of primitive people is really worrying. Don't you think that with this telescope, you can discover the enemy's route in advance, see the number of enemies, and their food and supplies so that you can prepare for an ambush in advance? After hearing what Yi Bin said, the courtesan's eyes immediately lit up. It turned out that this telescope was so useful. It really is true that listening to your words is better than reading for 10 years. The courtesan glanced at Yi Bin, and seeing that Yi Bin didn't notice her, she snatched the telescope and immediately stuffed it into her arms. Yi Bin, old man Xiong and others were all stunned by the courtesan's behavior. The courtesan wanted to leave here after stealing the telescope. As for the matter of chasing the wind, the city lord would naturally handle it. As for the matter of the giant scorpion tribe, since the city lord had a plan, they would just be responsible for its execution. Etc. Yi Bin immediately called out to the courtesan. What's wrong, city lord? The courtesan hugged her chest tightly, fearing that Yi Bin would snatch her treasure away. To the courtesan, the telescope belonged to her, and not even the city lord could take it back. Yi Bin and old man Xiong looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. The two men really had no way to deal with the courtesan in front of them. For Yi Bin, The courtesan was also a very important member of the tribe. The Huaxia tribe would still need the courtesan's help in the future. Yi Bin said unhappily. Tomorrow you take 50 people, let Hein Yo take 50 people, and let Li Wang take 50 people. Together we will push this wooden boat directly into the river outside. After the wooden boat is launched, I will teach you how to sail the wooden boat. The courtesan and others were stunned. Isn't this wooden boat too big? How can such a big wooden boat be pushed into the water? Yi Bin's words directly burned everyone's CPU. For Old Man Xiong and others, can this wooden boat that is as big as a big house really be pushed into the water? The courtesan and some people from the Ministry of Works all spoke with a look of doubt on their faces. What kind of wooden boat is this, the city lord? Will it really not fall into the water? After all, in the minds of the courtesans, they had never seen such a big thing floating on the water. Chapter 254. The first wooden boat is launched. Early in the morning, Hein Yo, the courtesan and others all gathered at Yi Bin's door. Luo Shi came to Yi Bin's door with a bowl of stewed mutton as usual. Seeing Luo Shi coming, the courtesan walked forward to greet him with a smile. Luo Shi, are you here to deliver breakfast to the city lord again? Luo Shi was just about to speak when she heard the voice of the courtesan. She smiled and replied to the courtesan. Sister courtesan, why are you all here? Father, why did you bring people here? Li Wang smiled and nodded at Luo Shi to show that they had already greeted each other. At this moment, the door of the room opened from the inside. Seeing the people standing outside, Yi Bin remembered something and said to Hein Yo and the others, Wait a minute, I'll go back and get dressed. What Yi Bin called wearing clothes was actually just a piece of animal skin. Luo Shi said to the courtesans, Why don't you come in first? Okay. Without hesitation, everyone followed Luo Shi into Yi Bin's room. The room was divided into 3 floors. The first floor was where Yi Bin rested, and there were second and third floors, but almost no one went up there. Yi Bin is busy like a top all day long. How can he have the time to tidy up the second and third floors? Many people will say, isn't there a shortage of houses in Longqing now? Why didn't Yi Bin share some space for others? To answer this question, we have to talk about the imperial palace in the previous life. The palace was so big at that time, but no emperor had ever allocated some of it for the common people to live in. Just like Yi Bin's house, the house can be uninhabited, but it cannot be given to clan members to live in casually. The house is not only a house, it also represents the rights of the city lord. After Luo Shi put down her breakfast, she shouted towards the room inside. Brother Yi Bin, come out quickly for breakfast. While asking everyone to sit down, she served Yi Bin a bowl of meat soup and asked Hein Yo and the others considerately, Have you all finished your breakfast? Everyone nodded repeatedly. Have eaten, the Oiran said with concern. Sister Luo Shi, you have to take care of the city lord every day, and also go to school to manage and teach writing. It is very hard throughout the day. You must also take care of your health. Thank you, Oiran. Luo Shi was very happy about the courtesan's concern. They used to be from the same tribe, which was called Luo Shui tribe. After Yi Bin came, the name of the tribe was changed and there were more people in the tribe. Every time they think of this, Luo Shi and the others feel filled with emotion. Have you all had breakfast? As soon as Yi Bin walked out of the bedroom door, he saw everyone in the room. Luo Shi saw Yi Bin coming out and immediately came to Yi Bin and said, Brother Yi Bin, eat something first. Looking at the 2 portions of food on the wooden table, Yi Bin knew that they were prepared by Luo Shi. He pulled Luo Shi to sit down together and talk to everyone while eating breakfast. I want the people you bring. Have you brought everything? The Oiran and Hein Yo nodded immediately. Don't worry, City Lord, those people are outside now, waiting for your order. Li Wang also spoke loudly. Chief, I have prepared all the 50 people you asked for. Yi Bin was still very satisfied with the ability of several people to do things. Today was a good day, and it was also the day when the first wooden boat of the Huaxia tribe would be launched. After the 2 finished breakfast, Yi Bin said hello to Luo Shi, and took Li Wang and his party to the old man Xiong's factory. While walking, Yi Bin saw Jin Hua and others, and Yi Bin immediately called them. Gold Fire. Hearing the city lord calling him, Jin Hua immediately walked over happily. Seeing Jin Hua and the others coming, Yi Bin said to the people around him that a large number of people would be needed when the wooden boat was launched, and everyone should go training together then. City Lord, you called me? Jin Hua had a silly smile on his face. If someone who didn't know him saw him, they would think he was very honest. He looked like a simple-minded fool. Yi Bin patted Jin Hua's shoulder. Walk. I'll take you to see something good. I guarantee that after you see it, you won't even be able to walk. What good stuff? Jin Hua and the others' curiosity was completely aroused by Yi Bin. After everyone arrived at the Ministry of Industry, they looked at the big thing in front of them. Jinhua and the other soldiers all stood there in a daze. To Jinhua and the others, this thing in front of them was like a big house. But unlike the house, this thing seems to be able to move, but the house cannot be moved. Just when everyone was stunned, Yibin said to everyone, "This thing is called a wooden boat. It can sail in the river. The power source of the wooden boat is two ways. The first way is wind propulsion, and the second way is human paddling." After listening to the city lord's explanation, Li Wang and Jinhua immediately asked, "City lord, what is a wooden boat? Also, what is wind propulsion, and what is this human-powered paddling?" In response to the two people's questions, Yibin simply said something. "You will know it when the time comes. Li Wang, take your men to find some big logs. Jinhua, take your men to the warehouse and get some more animal skins. Remember to be quick." "Yes." Both of them agreed and walked quickly into the distance. Suddenly, Old Man Xiong and his friends came over. "Lord, what do you want the big log for?" Yibin smiled mysteriously and said to Old Man Xiong and the others, "You will know in a while. The tribesmen have become accustomed to Yibin's methods." After a while, Li Wang and Jinhua and his friends all came back. Yibin also ordered everyone to wrap the animal skins around the big logs. His purpose in doing this was to prevent the bottom of the wooden boat from colliding with the big logs unnecessarily. In order not to damage the bottom of the wooden boat, Yibin asked everyone to wrap the outside of the logs with animal skins. Everyone was curious about why the city lord used animal skins to wrap the large logs on the ground. Although everyone was very curious, no one asked more questions. After the logs on the ground were wrapped, Yibin asked people to lift the wooden boat up together. After the wooden boat was lifted up, Yibin immediately gave instructions to everyone. Let them push the wooden boat from the back. Every time the boat moved forward a short distance, Yibin would ask people to quickly move the large log at the back of the boat to the front. Since the wooden boat was manufactured in the backyard of the Ministry of Industry, there were no thresholds or anything like that when it was pushed out. As they moved forward, everyone in Longqing soon knew about it. After all, it was difficult for such a big guy to remain unnoticed. All the soldiers on the training ground turned their eyes over. Since they had not received any orders from their superiors, the soldiers could only stay where they were and train. Black Panther stood on the high platform of the training ground. He had seen this big guy a long time ago, but they were still training. As a manager, he still understood this little rule. Although the soldiers were all very curious, no one ran over to watch. Yibin was still very satisfied with the soldiers' discipline. These soldiers now have been reborn. Wait until the wooden boat arrives at the river. Yibin immediately stopped everyone. He quickly climbed onto the wooden boat and threw down a large bundle of ropes from the top of the boat. The other end of the rope was tied to the beam of the boat. "Brothers, if you have nothing to do, please come and urge me to update more." Chapter 255, Training the Navy. Although everyone didn't understand why the city lord left a bundle of ropes, no one asked. At this time, who would care about the ropes? The length of the wooden boat is about 35 meters, the width is about 5 meters, and the total height is about 45 meters. Since there were nearly thousands of people involved in building the wooden boat, Yibin was only responsible for the main processes, and he was also supervising everyone at other times. Only after the wooden boat was completed did Yibin return to his room to rest. 3 wooden steps were installed on one side of the big wooden boat to facilitate the soldiers' movement up and down. After Yibin finished all this, he quickly got off the wooden boat. When Hei Nio saw Yibin coming down, he immediately came to Yibin's side. "City Lord, what kind of big wooden boat is this? Can it really sail on the water?" The courtesan, Old Man Bear and the others all looked at Yibin nervously. After all, in the primitive people's cognition, they had never seen anything that could walk on the water. It's like if someone told you that an airplane could fly into the sky. Why did no one believe it at that time? Instead, people only believe that airplanes can really fly into the sky after seeing it with their own eyes. This is the case with today's courtesans, because they have never seen it before. You suddenly told them that wooden boats can travel on the water. Aren't you telling them that in the future world, people can fly into the sky? If Yibin hadn't said this, Hei Nio and the others would have beaten people up a long time ago. Aren't they treating them as fools? Seeing everyone's worry, Yibin patted Hei Nio's shoulder and said, "Don't worry. You will know in a moment. Now everyone listen to my orders and start pushing the wooden boat down." Everyone came to the back of the wooden boat. When the soldiers heard the city lord's order, they all pushed hard. The wooden boat slowly moved into the water, and everyone's heart was in their throat. The front of the wooden boat was launched into the water, creating a large splash. Everyone continued to exert force, and the wooden boat moved into the water little by little. After all the wooden boats were launched into the water, something surprising happened. The wooden boat really floated up. Yibin asked Li Wang and others to pull the rope. After the wooden boat was pulled over, everyone looked at Yibin. Everyone thought to themselves, the city lord must not let us go up. Yibin didn't care about that. He shouted to He Nio and the others. The three of you, each of you take 50 people up. Yibin looked at He Nio, Hua Kui, and Li Wang. The three people who were seen all swallowed their saliva. What kind of wooden boat is this? It doesn't look like a fun thing at first glance. Since the city lord had given the order, the three people still climbed up. Seeing their hesitation, Yibin set an example for them and quickly climbed up the wooden stairs. The three of them immediately became a little uneasy when they saw that the city lord had gone up. After Yibin came up, the first thing he did was to go to the hold, which was the key to the wooden boat. If the cabin leaked, the wooden boat would be scrapped. The cabin is made up of the keel of a wooden boat. It is divided into 3 layers, upper, middle and lower. The bottom layer is for the crew to store things. Also, if there is a water leak underneath. The plywood on the second layer can also play a waterproof role, especially the plywood in the middle, which can be used by crew members for paddling. Without the propulsion of wind, the wooden boat can only rely on manual paddling. On the second layer of the wooden boat, there is a row of small windows on the left and right. They are prepared for the crew. The crew can extend the wooden oars through these small windows so that they can swing up and down. This was used to provide power for the wooden boat, and the soldiers climbed onto the boat one after another. He Nio, the courtesan and their group felt their bodies shaking as soon as they got on the boat. Li Wang and the personal guards he brought with him had the same feeling as He Nio and the others. For primitive people, the fact that something could float on the water was already surprising to them. They were even more surprised that they could sit on it now. After Yibin came up from the deck of the cabin, he saw the people sitting on it, and he was instantly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. This cannot be blamed on them. After all, wooden boats are too unfamiliar to He Nio and the others. It is already great that they can get on the boat. Yibin stood in the middle of the deck and immediately said to everyone, "Now I order you all to stand on the planks." When the soldiers heard the city lord's order, although they were all very scared, the military regulations were still more terrifying than the military regulations of the tribe. The people on the splint also stood up one after another. He Nio, Li Wang and others, although feeling a little dizzy, still chose to obey Yibin's orders. In the Huaxia tribe, obeying orders is the first priority. Yibin looked at them. Although he was not quite used to it, he still chose to stand up. Training a navy would take more than a day or two. Ordinary soldiers would immediately feel dizzy once they boarded the wooden boat. It took the soldiers some time to adapt to the wobbly wooden boat, and they couldn't stand at all. Then someone would ask why Yibin could stand. This was because Yibin's hometown on Earth was next to a large reservoir. So, Yibin could drive a small wooden boat when he was very young. As for whether he would get seasick, I think Yibin would not get seasick. Looking at the people who were barely standing up, Yibin began his brainwashing. "You are all warriors of the Huaxia tribe. You can't lie down like a weak shrimp just because of a little fear. This thing under your feet is called a warship. In the future, the Huaxia tribe will have its own navy. The navy's mission is to fight on the water. Naval combat is generally divided into several types. The first is bow and arrow shooting, and the second is landing combat. The navy has many advantages. They can fish in the rivers and help the tribes transport supplies. Warships can also save a lot of manpower and material resources. With warships and navy, they can go to farther places. You can also sail along the waterways and trade with different tribes along the way. The Huaxia tribe will have many more warships like this in the future. As the third branch of the Huaxia tribe, the navy also has strong combat effectiveness. Later, the navy of the Huaxia tribe was divided into 2 types. The first was naval combat, and the second was fishing in the river. If a war broke out in the tribe, they would immediately switch to naval combat. After listening to it, He Nio and the others felt that this navy was extremely powerful, especially the landing operation, which sounded very powerful. Soldiers, after drinking the chicken blood, everyone wanted to become a water army in their hearts. This water army sounds a bit high-sounding. Chapter 256 Warship Initial Training. Yibin instructed everyone, "Now I will teach you how to drive a warship. Li Wang, and all of you come here." The people named by Yibin quickly came to Yibin. "Now start pulling the sail." After Yibin finished speaking, he found that they all looked confused, and Li Wang and the others asked, "Chief, what is a sail?" Yibin slapped his forehead and said, "How could I forget this?" Then he preached to a few people. The sail is a large piece of animal skin hanging on the main beam of the wooden boat. It is pulled by several ropes. When we pull up the sail will be pushed by the wind direction to propel the wooden boat forward. Li Wang and the people around him were all completely confused. To primitive people like Li Wang, what were sails, wind direction, and ropes? It was like listening to a book written in heaven. After Yibin finished explaining, he found that they were like wooden sticks, and suddenly he had an urge to hit someone. He quickly walked to the sail, and then untied the rope of the sail in front of everyone. Li Wang and the others saw that their leader was taking action personally. They also followed suit and untied the ropes. There were 5 ropes at the top of the sail for traction. It was like raising a national flag. As long as someone below pulled the ropes tight, the sail would slowly rise. After the sails are raised, the strong wind will blow the sails, and the sails will be fixed in one place under the pull of several ropes. When the strong wind blows into the sails will immediately bulge in one direction. Yi Bin and others pulled up the sail on the wooden boat with force. The moment the sail was raised, a strong wind from the river blew over instantly. The sail was pushed by the wind and the wooden boat quickly started to move. When He Nio and others on the boat saw that the wooden boat started to move by itself, the soldiers immediately squatted down. Li Oren, Li Wang and others all held on tightly to the handrails on the splint. I was afraid that if I wasn't careful, everyone would be thrown out. Yi Bin immediately came to the cockpit of the wooden boat, which is where the boat is controlled. There is a main pole in the cockpit, which is connected to the shaft of the rudder. There is a movable wooden bearing at the bottom of the pole. The captain can control the direction of the wooden boat by simply swinging the wooden pole left and right. No matter what kind of water surface it is sailing on, the captain can control the wooden boat well. Then someone will ask, if the wooden boat wants to stop in the middle of the river, how can we prevent it from moving around? There is actually a solution to the problem of stopping the boat. If the wooden boat wants to stop in the middle of the river, how can we prevent it from moving around? There is an anchor made of an iron hook at the bow. If the crew wants to stop the wooden boat in the middle of the river, they just need to untie the anchor. Then a thick rope is used to pull the anchor. After the anchor falls to the bottom of the water, it will pull the wooden boat to achieve the purpose of stopping the boat. The wooden boat began to move forward slowly under the push of the sails. After experiencing the initial panic, the soldiers began to adapt. Many of the braver ones stood on the planks. The courtesan and He Nio and the others walked quickly to the cockpit of the wooden boat. At this time, Yi Bin was operating the wooden pole. Seeing He Nio and the others coming, Yi Bin explained to everyone that this was the cockpit of the wooden boat. The entire wooden boat is steered by this wooden pole. The captain can steer the boat to any place on the river by simply manipulating the pole. The premise is that you can only travel on flat water. Places like dams and cliffs with flowing water at high altitudes must not be approached. Once the wooden boat falls down, there will be no trace of the body left. After hearing Yi Bin's words, He Nio and the others all broke out in cold sweats. It was their first time on a boat, and now the city lord was talking so scary. Wasn't this going to cost them their lives? The people on the riverbank watched the wooden boat slowly go away, and many of them became anxious. The city lord was still on that wooden boat. If something happened, then the entire Chinese tribe. Many people don't dare to think about it anymore. There were even some people who started crying directly on the riverbank, saying, "Hurry up and tell the city lord that he has been swallowed by the river." The people on the riverbank began to spread the news in increasingly bizarre ways, and before long, everyone in Longqing knew about it. When Black Panther and his men heard about it, they immediately gathered their soldiers and quickly headed towards the river. Now the whole Longqing is spreading the news that the city lord and his men were eaten by the river. Those tribesmen who cared about Yi Bin burst into tears instantly. "City lord! I'm going to save the city lord." The tribesmen said all kinds of things, but no one gloated over other people's misfortunes. The current Chinese tribes still focus on the collective interests, and the tribesmen are all very simple. When Black Panther brought his soldiers to the river, there was still a small shadow of a wooden boat on the river. At this time, Black Panther and his soldiers were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Black Panther and his men had never seen anything that could walk in the river. Both Black Panther and the warriors believed that the river would eat people. Some of the tribesmen were so scared that they immediately left the river. The city lord and his men were all swallowed up by the river. If they still stood by the river, they would be swallowed up as well. As long as one person took the lead, others would follow suit. In a short while, everyone left the river. He Nio held the wooden pole with both hands and slowly pushed it to the right, but the wooden boat moved to the left. This brings up a problem. If the wooden pole is pushed to the left, the wooden boat will move to the right. This wooden joystick is completely opposite to the direction of the wooden boat's travel. As long as the captain masters this rule, it is very easy to drive a wooden boat. The Oiran and Li Wang were watching attentively. Yi Bin had just told them that they would have to operate it themselves soon. In the future, the Chinese tribe would have to train a group of captains. The soldiers on the deck were all lost in thought for a moment, as they looked at the scenery on both sides of the river. They had never dared to dream of a scene like today's, and many of them came to both sides of the wooden boat. Since there were wooden railings on both sides of the wooden boat, the soldiers held the railings while watching the situation under the boat. If they hadn't looked, they wouldn't have known what was happening, but when they saw it, everyone was shocked. Ah! I was scared to death. Many soldiers were so frightened that they didn't know where to put their hands and feet. For a moment, they dared not look down anymore. Yi Bin was still very satisfied with He Nio's talent. He looked at the Oiran, Li Wang and others. After He Nio has learned it, you two will take over. All the people at the group leader level must learn to drive a wooden boat. From now on, technical work like these will be handled by you senior people. Don't worry, City Lord. We must study hard. Recently many people have been saying that there were few people in primitive society, and that what I wrote was too exaggerated. I just want to say one thing, I don't blame you for not reading enough, but can you check it on your mobile phone? When Emperor Xianyuan went to war, the population had already exceeded 20 million. These can all be checked. If you don't understand, don't try to lead the discussion. For those who like to read original books about a dozen people, I advise you to finish reading as soon as possible. It is normal for my book to include hundreds of thousands of people. As for that kind of petty-minded writing style, I'm sorry, Beichen can't do it. Chapter 257 Yi Bin travels around the old city. Probably, after more than 2 hours, the soldiers had adapted to the speed of the wooden boat. Li Wang was also driving the boat seriously, while the courtesan next to him was holding a bamboo telescope in his hand. Suddenly, the courtesan let out a cry of surprise. There seemed to be a large tribe at that location. Yi Bin, He Nio and a few others were immediately attracted by the words of the courtesan, especially Yi Bin himself. He had suspected a long time ago that there must be other tribes on the other side of the river. Let me see it quickly. Yi Bin snatched the telescope from the courtesan's hand and immediately placed it in front of his left eye. Through the image in the telescope, Yi Bin could clearly see that there was a large group of people. At this time, the wooden boat had been traveling for more than 2 hours. At its current speed, it was about 60 kilometers per hour. In other words, Yi Bin and his team have traveled more than 120 kilometers to their current location. If they had walked, it would be equivalent to 30 hours of walking. In other words, the wooden boat completed the journey in about 2 hours, which is more than a day's journey for humans. At this speed, it would take about 4 hours to travel from Longqing to the old city. The courtesan asked Yi Bin, "City Lord, what should we do now?" After Yi Bin finished looking, he handed the telescope to He Nio and said, "We still have troubles to deal with now. As for the tribe we just discovered, we will go and visit those people when we have more warships in the future." The Oiran and He Nio nodded in agreement, and Li Wang also said in agreement. "Chief, we have too few people now. I just took a quick look and the tribe opposite is similar to our Huaxia tribe. Our biggest enemy now is the people of the giant scorpion tribe. As for the Taoai alliance and the Xuanwu tribe, we will deal with them when we have time. I estimate that if we wait for another 5 or 6 days, those people from the giant scorpion tribe will be here soon. By then, we can set up an ambush along the way and catch them off guard." I agree with the city lord's opinion. Li Wang and the courtesan also immediately agreed with Yi Bin's opinion. When it comes to setting up an ambush, as long as the city lord says second, no one dares to say first. One of the soldiers shouted hurriedly, "City Lord, we seem to have arrived at the old city?" Yi Bin and several others immediately walked out of the cabin. He Nio said in surprise, "City Lord, we have really arrived in the old city. How come there is such a big city not far from the old city?" Li Wang, it was like seeing a new world. Although the warriors were all very surprised, all the tribesmen in Longqing knew about the reconstruction of the old city. Except for those who didn't care, Li Wang happened to be among this group of people. On the wall of the old city, Captain Jixing, a strange thing came up from the water. The soldiers defending the city shouted anxiously. Some of the soldiers defending the city even blew the ram horns at their waists. Woo 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 woo. The sound resounded throughout the old city. Jixing quickly gathered his men, and soon a soldier said, "Captain Jixing, something bad has happened. The river." Jixing pushed the warriors away and left another 100 warriors to guard the slaves. The remaining 400 warriors were all taken away by Jixing. "Shan, take 200 people to defend the old city. Mu, you take 100 people to support us at any time. The remaining 100 people all follow me." "Yes, yes. Battalion Commander." The two people named by Jixing immediately agreed. Jixing brought more than 100 people and quickly came to the river bank. Each of them held a double-blade bow in his hand. She was walking at the front of the team, and the soldiers behind him quickly caught up. The wooden boat was about 200 meters away from the river bank. Yi Bin shouted to the soldiers. Set sail. As Yi Bin finished speaking, the soldiers untied the rope that was pulling the sail. As the rope was slowly lowered, the sail also slowly fell down. After the sail was completely lowered, Yi Bin ordered the soldiers to get off the deck. After receiving the order, the soldiers quickly came to the second floor deck, which was where the oars were placed. It was also the only place on the wooden boat that could provide power besides wind propulsion. Everyone, open the small windows on both sides of the wooden boat. The soldiers quickly opened the small windows. They had received training from Yi Bin when they were on the river. Now, after receiving the order, everyone immediately took up their posts. On the second deck of the wooden boat, rows of small windows were opened by the soldiers, and long oars stretched out directly from the small windows. The soldiers quickly got into the state, and the wooden boat lost the propulsion of the sails, and its speed gradually slowed down. Battalion commander, look quickly, what is falling down? Jixing also looked confused. It was the first time he saw this thing. Asking them to call it by a name would be embarrassing for primitive people, wouldn't it? Give the order and have all the soldiers get ready. A guard beside him immediately nodded and agreed. Yes. Battalion commander. Everyone is ready to start shooting arrows. The soldiers received the order from the flag bearer and immediately pulled the bowstrings in their hands. The sharp arrows emitted a cold light under the sunlight, and they could pierce the enemy's heart at any time. Jixing and his companions saw from a distance that the wooden boat looked like a large centipede, especially on both sides of the boat, where the oars stretched out by the soldiers were swinging back and forth and up and down. All of Jixing's group on the river bank were frightened to the point of pale faces. This ugly thing was really too terrifying. Although Jixing and his group were very scared in their hearts, no one retreated. Seeing that the soldiers were getting into shape, Yi Bin came up to the splint. As soon as he came up, he heard Li Wang's loud shout. I am the king of power of the Huaxia tribe. We came from Longqing. Did you all hear that? We are from the Huaxia tribe, and the person sitting on the wooden boat is the city lord. Did you hear that? Battalion commander, it seems like someone is shouting from above that thing. It's true. I heard that too. Soldiers, there was a chaotic noise. One soldier had good hearing and he spoke to Jixing and the others. Battalion commander. The city lord is sitting on that thing. Quickly let the soldiers lay down their weapons. Hearing the soldiers shout, Jixing immediately ordered the soldiers. Everyone, lay down your weapons. Hear the battalion commander's order. The warriors immediately laid down their weapons. Disobeying orders in the Huaxia tribe would be a very serious crime. At the very least, one would be exiled to a slavery for a few years. At the worst, one would receive a slave medal, and it would be for life. Once someone received it, they could never take it back in their lifetime. When the wooden boat approached, Jixing and the others all shouted loudly. City Lord. He really is the city lord. The division commander and others were also there, and the soldiers were dancing with joy. Yi Bin shouted to Jixing and the others. Soldiers, you have all worked hard. We are not working hard, but the city lord and the commander are working hard. After the wooden boat docked, Yi Bin shouted loudly at it. Get off the boat. Recently many people have been saying that there were few people in primitive society, and that what I wrote was too exaggerated. I just want to say one thing, I don't blame you for not reading enough, but can you check it on your mobile phone? When Emperor Xianyuan went to war, the population had already exceeded 20 million. These can all be checked. If you don't understand, don't try to lead the discussion. For those who like to read original books about a dozen people, I advise you to finish reading as soon as possible. It is normal for my book to include hundreds of thousands of people. As for that kind of petty-minded writing style, I'm sorry, Beichin can't do it. Chapter 258 Naval Base. After Hang Yo tied the ropes of the wooden boat, he took the guards back to the old city. At this time, Yi Bin was visiting this new city. The new city is located not far downstream from the old city. The old city was originally located here because it was the highest piece of land. But now it is different. The new city is built directly not far from the river. Jixing, you have done a very good job in the past month. The scale of the new city is the same as that of Longqing, and it can accommodate more than 1,000 houses. As for the moat, Yi Bin did not design it at that time. The exit in front of the old city was Longqing. Even if the enemy attacked, Longqing had to be destroyed first, otherwise the enemy would not be able to come to the old city. There is a big river behind the old city. With the current level of civilization in today's society, there is no tribe that can attack from the water. Therefore, building a moat in the old city is purely unnecessary. Jixing brought Yi Bin to the top of the new city wall. More than 1,000 slaves in the city were working hard at manual labor. They used to be members of the Blood Wolf tribe, but were later captured by Yi Bin and his men. When the slaves saw the young man coming, they were all trembling with fear. Yi Bin left a deep impression on them. At the beginning, when the Blood Wolf tribe was destroyed, this young man didn't even blink. The houses built in the new city were all built according to the model of Dragon City, and the houses in the city were all in rows. Jixing spoke from the side. City Lord, the new city will be completed in a few days. So when can we return to Longqing? As long as you want, you can return to Dragon City anytime. At that time, I will send someone else to take over the shift. Yi Bin can understand the tribesmen's thoughts. No matter who has been away for a long time, they will miss their original place. That's right. City Lord. What is the name of this new city? Yi Bin thought about it. Now we already have Longqing and Shenwu City. What should this new city be called? Yi Bin thought hard for a long time and finally came up with a nice name. Water City. Let's call it Water City from now on. Everyone was muttering softly. Water City. As soon as the courtesan heard the name, she immediately fell in love with Shuiqing. Yi Bin named it Shuiqing out of nostalgia. Their previous tribe was called the Luoshui tribe, but it was later changed by Yi Bin and his people. From that day on, there was no longer any Luoshui tribe. From now on, we will call it Shuiqing, the courtesan said happily to everyone. Perhaps only they will understand the meaning of the word water in Shuiqing. At this time, He Niu and the others also came over and just heard the name Shuiqing. Perhaps they were all from the Luoshui tribe, so they felt that the name Shuiqing was very familiar. Yi Bin suddenly asked. Why don't I see a single woman? Where have they all gone? Jixing answered immediately. City Lord. The women all went to fertilize the crops. Yi Bin finally realized that it was almost the same now. It was already around April, and it had been a month since the last time. Yi Bin said to He Niu again. The Water City will be handed over to Black Panther for management in the future. Old Man Bear and the others will also be transferred here to start building warships. The Water City will be the naval base of our Dragon City in the future. Let Black Panther bring a regiment here, and then bring Black Snake's regiment here as well. After Old Bear and the others arrive, have them build wooden boats quickly and get me a few naval corps as soon as possible. Okay. City Lord. When we get back to Longqing, I'll ask Black Panther, Old Man Bear and the others to come over. I am very confident in leaving this matter to you. From now on, Longqing will be divided into 3 branches of the military. The first branch of the military is the army, the second branch of the military is the navy, and the third branch of the military is the cavalry. The courtesans asked in confusion. City Lord, why are there so many types of troops? Li Wang also looked puzzled. He Niu, Jixing and the others were also very confused. Seeing everyone's confusion, I had to explain to them that the Navy's biggest advantage is that it can fight on the sea. When we have artillery in the future, it will be even more powerful. What is a cannon? Everyone has a question mark on their face? Yi Bin casually explained that artillery is a very powerful thing, and you will know it when the time comes. In a word, the Navy is more powerful than any other branch of the military. As for the cavalry, I don't need to say much, right? Li Wang is the captain of the cavalry team. You have all witnessed their performance on the battlefield. If a tribe wants to be strong, it must have multiple types of troops to fight. Each branch of the military has its own role. The army is more suitable for fighting on plains and mountain warfare. These are the strengths of land forces. Everyone seemed to understand what was said. In the minds of He Niu and the others, no matter what kind of soldiers they were, as long as they were in the hands of the city lord, they would be very powerful. Jixing, send a pigeon back to Longqing immediately and tell Black Panther and the others that we have arrived in Water City. I forgot to tell you that Water City is the original old city. Yes. City Lord. I'll send a pigeon message now. After Jixing answered, he quickly walked towards a room where the pigeons should be fed. When Black Panther and the others received the news from the old city, everyone couldn't believe it. How long had it been? The city lord and his men have arrived at the old city? No. It can't be called that now, it should be called Water City. After Yi Bin finished the arrangements, he prepared to set off back to Longqing. Before leaving, he asked Jixing and the others for their opinions. Those of you who want to stay, just say hello to Black Panther when the time comes. Okay. City Lord. Jixing agreed excitedly. I'll discuss it with the soldiers. The warriors in Water City were also very happy. Everyone had different ideas. Some people liked to live in Dragon City, while others liked to stay in Water City. Anyway, they were all from the Huaxia tribe, so this requirement could be met. On the return journey, we relied on human power to row the boat, and for a period of time, we used wind power to propel it. After all, the strong winds on this river don't always blow in one direction. Only when the wind blows against us can we use the sails for propulsion. On the waterway back to Longqing, the wooden boat was driven in turns by He Niu, Hua Kui and Li Wang, in order to better train them. As for the soldiers on the deck, Yi Bin asked them to practice running to improve their proficiency so that they can get familiar with the warship faster. The soldiers kept running on the deck, and the wooden boat kept shaking. Many soldiers were staggering, but none of them gave up. For the warriors, giving up means admitting defeat, and admitting defeat means bringing shame to the Chinese tribe. The Oiran shouted excitedly. Dragon City. We are back to Dragon City. Chapter 259 Pre-War Deployment. The soldiers of Longqing have been guarding the bank of the river for almost the whole day. The moment Black Panther, Luoxi and the others saw the wooden boat, their hearts, which had been hanging in the air, finally settled down. Yi Bin and his group disappeared for the entire day, and everyone in Longqing was like eggplants hit by frost. Many soldiers shouted loudly. The city lord is back. The city lord and his men are back. There were also many warriors who all cried with excitement. The city lord was their backbone and their faith. Once the city lord was gone, where would the Huaxia tribe go? After the wooden boat reached the shore, the soldiers hurriedly jumped off. This trip to the water city was really tiring for the soldiers. Especially those who were seasick, they all vomited all the way back. After all, they were the first men to eat crabs. Luoxi pushed away the crowd around her, and quickly came to Yi Bin. Her eyes were red and swollen, obviously she had just cried. I thought you… Woo woo woo. Why are you crying, silly girl? Am I not fine? After Yi Bin finished speaking, he turned around arrogantly. Everyone came up to him with concerned looks on their faces, and the soldiers said all kinds of things. City Lord, I'm so glad that you're okay. City Lord, you scared us to death. Seeing the true feelings expressed by his fellow tribesmen, Yi Bin felt warm in his heart. It turned out that there were so many people who cared about him in places where he could not see. Thank you for your concern, my fellow tribesmen. I will never put myself in danger. I haven't led you out of this chaotic society yet. Yi Bin shouted to everyone. Return to Longqing. He Niu glanced at the wooden boat, then at Yi Bin who was walking away. He immediately shouted anxiously. City Lord, what should we do with this wooden boat? For He Niu and the others, this was the treasure of the Huaxia tribe. How could they just leave it here? The courtesan and Li Wang also became anxious. Chief, what wooden boat do you want anymore? Yi Bin didn't even turn his head, but just said, just leave it here. After Yi Bin returned to Longqing, he began to arrange the work. There were more than a dozen people sitting in an empty room. These people were all high-level executives of Longqing, including Old Man Xiong and others. I called you all here today because I have something very important to say. The first thing is that there will be a big battle a few days later. The slaves who were released have almost returned to the giant scorpion tribe. The patriarch of the giant scorpion tribe will definitely come to rescue his son. I now make the following arrangements. Jinhua, you and your regiment will ambush around Coal Hill. I will use fire as my command. As soon as you see the fire rising into the sky, you must stop them immediately. Then I gave everyone a telescope. This is our tribe's telescope. With it, we can observe the enemy from a distance so that you can prepare in advance. Remember this, you must use your brain more when fighting, and don't just rush forward like a reckless man. The group leaders all took the binoculars and touched their heads awkwardly. If anyone else dared to say that, they would have been beaten into pieces. But the person who spoke was Yi Bin, the city lord of the Huaxia tribe. Even if they had 10,000 guts, they would not dare to be presumptuous in front of Yi Bin. Seeing that no one responded, Yi Bin spoke loudly again. I'm talking to you, did you hear me? Yes. City Lord. Black Panther, you lead 2 regiments to Water City. Water City will be handed over to you in the future. You must learn how to use talents, especially those smart tribesmen. You must give them opportunities and let them serve China well. Don't worry, City Lord, I will definitely keep your words in mind. Yi Bin nodded with satisfaction, and then spoke to Black Snake and the others. Black Snake, you take a group and go to Water City with Black Panther and the others. Old Bear, you leave a few trustworthy people in Dragon City, and you take some people to Water City yourself. Our Huaxia tribe's naval base will be located in Water City in the future. As for Longqing, you can arrange for the people in the Ministry of Industry to build a few warships. By then, we will be able to communicate with the Water City, and it will be very convenient to transport materials by water. Okay. City Lord. Old Man Xiong and Black Snake also agreed immediately. Old Man Xiong and the others would naturally do their best to do what the City Lord arranged. Very good, I hope to see the warships of our Water City in a month. Don't worry, City Lord. After a month, I will definitely build 10 warships. Old Man Bear assured with full confidence. In Old Man Xiong's mind, as long as I have enough manpower, I can build not only 10 warships, but even 100 warships. Old Man Xiong did not disappoint him. This was a very difficult task, but Old Man Xiong and his men had no intention of backing down. Now, I will arrange the combat mission. Your group will be responsible for guarding Longqing. After we all go out to fight, this warship in Longqing will be handed over to you for training. Alternatively, you can bring some members of the fishing team to let the tribesmen become familiar with the performance of the warships. When the time is right, you can set up a fishing department and let them take over the fishing team. Okay. City Lord. The courtesan readily agreed. Ever since she boarded the warship, she fell in love with the feeling. The wooden boat that did not require human propulsion and could run on its own was really exciting. Langia, take your men and ambush on the left side of the canyon. Eagle, take your men and ambush on the right side of the canyon. Ah Shui, your regiment is responsible for the frontal attack, but you must pretend to fail and lure the enemy into the canyon. When you see the fire rising into the sky, you can lead your men to fight back. Yes. Heichin, you take your men and ambush them halfway. After their army passes, your regiment will let them pass. When the herds of cattle and sheep arrive behind them, you will take them back for me. Okay. City Lord. Heichin immediately stood up and agreed. The current situation is that Huakui leads 2 regiments to guard Longqing, Mu Zhan leads 1,000 people to the market, Jixing takes 500 people to Shuiqing, and the Black Panther and Black Snake regiments also go to Shuiqing. The remaining 5 regiments have all been deployed. China has a total of 10 reorganized regiments. The only troops that can be mobilized now are Li Wang's cavalry team and Li Wang's 1st Battalion. Yibin spoke to everyone seriously. Groups that are not participating in this mission can now take their people and set off. Yes. Old Bear, Black Panther, and Black Snake all nodded in agreement. Now let me tell you the sequence of the battle. When the giant Scorpion tribe marched forward, they would definitely pass by our Coal Mountain, but a regiment led by Jinhua let them pass directly. Wait for them to take a round of fire first, and then your group will block their retreat. Ah Shui and his men will camp at the foot of Coal Mountain. When you discover the people from the giant Scorpion tribe, you will pretend to be defeated and run back in fear, leading the enemy directly into the canyon. When the canyon is on fire, you will bring your men back to kill them. Eagle and Wolf Fang, your 2 regiments will be responsible for the left and right canyons. When the time comes, I will use fire as my command. When you see the canyon on fire, start throwing alcohol bombs immediately. Heichin is leading a regiment to ambush at the mountain pass in front of Meishan. We must let their army in. Your task is to move their food. Li Wang, you lead the cavalry and be ready to charge at any time. Then transfer Li Hu to the Royal Guard Battalion and let him be the battalion commander of the Royal Guard Battalion. The Imperial Guard Battalion, just stay with me, right? Li Wang and Li Hu, you 2 have no objections, right? Brothers and sisters who like to read this, please give more instructions for updates. Ha! Chapter 260 Rushing to Coal Mountain Canyon. No problem. The 2 of them answered immediately. Yibin nodded with satisfaction and asked the other team leaders? Did you all remember the combat missions I assigned just now? Everyone immediately stood up and responded. Don't worry, City Lord, we have remembered everything. A soldier rushed in, shouting loudly. Oh no. City Lord. The soldier calmed down after he slowly told what happened. Yibin did not blame the soldier. He was doing it for the Huaxia tribe. How could he blame those who cared about the tribe so much? The soldier took out a small piece of animal skin after receiving the news. Yibin took the skin and took a look at it. He immediately took a breath of cold air. There were many numbers written on the skin and many small black dots drawn on it. The general meaning is that the black dots in a small circle represent a large number of enemies, and there are some numbers on the small circle. Among the spies sent out this time, there is one who has good math grades, and this person was given to him by Luoshi. Seeing Yibin's frown, everyone dared not breathe. The Oiran asked curiously. City Lord, what's wrong? The latest news is that those people from the giant scorpion tribe have come here with a large group of people. According to the information on the small animal skin, the enemies coming this time are probably not just from the giant scorpion tribe, and the number of people they have coming this time is at least 18,000 to 19,000 people. King Li asked with a confused look on his face. Chief, how many are these more than 19,000 people? Yi Bin was speechless. I told you to study hard, but you didn't listen. Now at this time, you don't even know about the 19,000 people. These 19,000 people are more than our 10 Chinese regiments. Ah! Everyone exclaimed in surprise. What kind of tribe is this giant scorpion tribe? How could they send out so many people at once? The courtesan asked a little anxiously. City Lord, should we bring a few more people this time? Everyone nodded repeatedly. Yi Bin thought about it, and decided to act according to the plan. After all, a battle involving tens of thousands of people cannot be changed at will. Need not. Just act according to my plan just now. Although the enemy is large in numbers, we have the advantage of advanced preparation. No matter how many people they send this time, I will make sure they never return. Langya and Xionging, you go to the Ministry of War now. Each regiment will receive 1,000 cans of alcohol bombs, and each person will receive 30 arrows. Then go to the canteen to collect 3 days of dry food. After collecting everything, set off for Coal Mountain Canyon immediately. Yes, yes. Each of your other regiments will also receive 30 arrows. When the canyon fire starts, except for Heichin's regiment, the other 4 regiments will all use bows and arrows to shoot and deplete the enemy's numbers. The team leaders' faces were all flushed with excitement. For them, this was also a large-scale battle. From what the City Lord said, he wanted to annihilate them all here. Don't worry, City Lord. The regiment leaders were as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood, to ensure that the enemy would not return. Yi Bin said to everyone with a serious face. I'm counting on you all. The group leaders all had serious expressions on their faces. For the sake of the Huaxia tribe, we are willing to die in battle. Okay. You are all good sons and daughters of China. It is because of you that the Chinese tribe has become so powerful today. You are all great. I'm here to wish you a great victory in advance. For the Chinese tribe, we are willing to die in battle. For the Chinese tribe, we are willing to die in battle. Yi Bin was also very heroic. He waved his hand towards everyone. Set off. The group leaders' voices were deafening, and they all responded excitedly. Yes. After everyone left, Yi Bin came to the Ministry of Justice again. Taishan saw Yi Bin from a distance, and came to greet him with excitement. City Lord, I don't want to stay in the Ministry of Justice anymore. Why? Aren't you doing well? Ha. Yi Bin knew Taishan's character. He was the same as Li Wang, both men who could not sit still. In the current Huaxia tribe, there were basically no crimes or violations of the law. The tribesmen really cherished this hard-earned life. Taishan stayed in the Ministry of Justice every day, and his sword was almost rusted. If Yi Bin hadn't told him before, the sword needed to be wiped with grease. Otherwise, it would have turned into a piece of rusty iron long ago. City Lord, this Ministry of Justice seems useless. It's been so long, and they've only arrested one person. We, the people in the Ministry of Justice, have nothing else to do except training every day. Yi Bin thought about it. How about this? You guys are going to fight with me this time. As for whether you don't want to stay in the Ministry of Justice, we can talk about it after we come back from the war? Taishan has a big mouth, and his smile is like a chrysanthemum. Thank you, City Lord. I'll go gather the clansmen from the Ministry of Justice right now. Taishan has been feeling very frustrated for a while now. He's a military general, but he has to stay in the Ministry of Justice every day. Isn't this like forcing Zhang Fei to embroider? After Taishan left, Yi Bin smiled helplessly. He was so anxious to set up a school in order to cultivate some talents. The Huaxia tribe had no shortage of warriors, but it lacked wise people. As for the candidate for the Minister of Justice, Yi Bin already has his own candidate in mind. After the war is over, Taishan will be replaced. Why? There are still too few talents. Seeing the City Lord sighing there, Bijou also walked over curiously. City Lord, are you worried about a war? Green bamboo? Yi Bin said with a smile. Haven't seen you for a long time? He was still deeply impressed by this charming woman. Since he gave her the position, Yi Bin rarely saw her. How did you know about the war? Bijou let out a sweet laugh, and everyone in the Huaxia tribe knew about it. Minister Xiong and his men were working overtime to make arrows, and Captain Zhu and his men were also cutting down large amounts of bamboo. Do you see? Bijou pointed behind her again. These are the ones we brought back. Yibin took a look and was shocked. Oh my goodness! These more than 100 ox carts were all filled with finger-sized bamboos. Who told you to cut this? Seeing Yibin's surprised expression, Bijou couldn't help laughing. This was an order from the head of the Oiran. She said that a war would start in 2 days, and asked us women to cut more bamboo for arrows. The head of the Oiran also told us not to hold you back. Yibin was very touched. The courtesan was really a good wife. Pity. Never mind. Yibin immediately shook his head and asked, What am I thinking about? The top priority now is to make preparations for the war. Then you guys go and get busy first. Okay. City Lord. After saying that, she turned around and returned to the team. Bijou said to the women, These are the materials required by the Ministry of War, so sisters, please hurry up. Looking at Bijou and the others going away, Yibin felt a little helpless. It turned out that he, the City Lord of China, had less things to take care of than the courtesan. He hadn't even thought of this, but the courtesan had thought of it. One morning 3 days later, Yibin took Li Wang, Taishan and others and quickly rushed to Maishan Canyon. As for the other 5 regiments, they had already arrived at the designated location. I heard that urging for more updates is very helpful. Brothers and sisters, please help Beijing by clicking on more. If the number of updates exceeds 300, Beijing will definitely add one more chapter tomorrow. Chapter 261, Ambush in Advance. City Lord, are you here? Yibin nodded to Langia. He came to Langia first because the terrain there was higher. If any enemy appeared, they would be able to spot them immediately. How about it? Have you found any trace of the enemy? Langia replied immediately. City Lord, we have been guarding here for a whole day and haven't seen even a bird. The people of the giant scorpion tribe are really too slow in moving. Why don't we take the initiative? Yibin was also speechless. There was one thing not so good about the leaders of the Huaxia tribe, that is, they did things without thinking, especially the Golden Fire Black Snake and the others, and now there was also a wolf fawn. In their perception, war is about charging head-on. Things like ambushes and scheming against others are not important. They all have one thing in common. That is, strong limbs but simple mind. Listen to me carefully, war involves human lives. Since you have taken on this position, you must consider the people of the tribe. I hope that the same number of people will return as when you go out. Did you understand? Seeing the City Lord's serious face, Langia also became serious and said, Don't worry, City Lord, we will definitely obey your orders. One of the guards shouted softly. City Lord. The enemy is coming. Yibin immediately put on the telescope and observed through it that the enemy should be more than 1,000 meters away. The strong man in the lead should be their tribe leader. This man looks somewhat similar to the blood scorpion. Langia also picked up the telescope. Through the image inside the telescope, he saw the strong man at a glance. This man was walking in front of the crowd and was obviously a patriarch-level figure. Yibin said to the people around him, Everyone hide. When the enemy arrives, follow my orders. If anyone disobeys orders and allows the enemy to be prepared, he will be killed on the spot. Okay. City Lord. Everyone agreed immediately. Taishan asked the soldiers to prepare alcohol bombs, and Li Hu asked the Royal Guard Battalion to prepare for battle. Langia asked the soldiers to look at my signal. Yes, yes, yes. 3 voices agreed at the same time. Yibin roughly calculated that a normal person's walking speed is about 70 meters per minute, which means that it would take about 15 minutes to walk from the enemy to the middle of the canyon. Warriors, the Huaxia tribe is ahead. Once you get there, charge right in, kill their men, rob their women, and then take back all their cattle and sheep. The warriors of the giant scorpion tribe all shouted loudly. Kill men, rob women, and steal cattle and sheep. Kill men, rob women, and steal cattle and sheep. Yibin clearly saw them shouting through the telescope. Although they were still more than 700 to 800 meters away, everyone could still hear the shouts of 10,000 to 20,000 people, Langia said angrily. City Lord, these people are too arrogant. I can't help it. Yibin let out a small laugh. Don't worry, no matter how arrogant they are now, they will be in a mess later. They are just a bunch of clowns, but they really think they are human beings. Probably, about 10 minutes passed. The warriors of the giant scorpion tribe have slowly approached the canyon. When primitive people fought, they fought in groups, just like they are now. There is no marching formation at all. The warriors of the giant scorpion tribe are all crowded together. Suddenly, a man appeared in everyone's sight. Yibin was surprised. He actually knew this man. He was the leader of the Black Bear tribe. Yibin remembered his name was White Tiger. Why is he here too? Oh, how could I have forgotten this? Baihu's Black Bear tribe seems to be a subordinate tribe of the Xuanwu tribe. The market they run also has the shadow of the Xuanwu tribe. Baihu came to a strong man and asked him, Chief of the Giant Scorpion tribe, why do you want to attack the Huaxia tribe? The Giant Scorpion said indifferently, Your son has been captured. Won't you seek revenge? Seeing the Giant Scorpion with a sour face, Baihu suddenly lost interest in talking. Since the Giant Scorpion chief insists, I can only accompany you on this trip. Baihu cursed in his heart, if the Xuanwu tribe hadn't spoken, I wouldn't have come here to interfere. That Huaxia tribe doesn't seem to be easy to mess with. The Giant Scorpion leader said sarcastically. If you are afraid, just stand back and watch how we defeat the Huaxia tribe, said a dark-skinned man at this time. Giant Scorpion chief, what are you talking about? We are all subordinate tribes of the Xuanwu tribe. This time when we come to attack the Huaxia tribe, my Dashan tribe will definitely be at the forefront, said the Giant Scorpion chief with a laugh. Brother Mountain Wolf, it has to be your Dashan tribe. If it was Chief White Tiger, he would be the same as you, Brother Mountain Wolf. It's just the Huaxia tribe, but we can easily defeat it. Baihu didn't say anything. He led his guards to the back of the team. Although they were an affiliated group, the relationship between them was not so harmonious. This time when attacking the Huaxia tribe, the Giant Scorpion tribe asked for help from the Xuanwu tribe. After discussion, the top leaders of the Xuanwu tribe decided to send the Black Bear tribe and the Dashan tribe to reinforce. The Giant Scorpion chief said, After passing this mountain, the Huaxia tribe is in front. Let all the warriors hurry up. The captain of the guard immediately agreed. He came to the middle of the team and shouted loudly. After the patriarch said this, everyone started walking quickly. Seeing the enemy entering the canyon, Yibin said to the people around him, Everyone start getting ready. Each soldier holds an alcohol bomb the size of a human head in his hand. Baihu looked around, and he always had a bad feeling. Giant Scorpion was arrogant, and would never listen to other people's opinions. If the Xuanwu tribe hadn't spoken, Baihu really didn't want to get involved in this mess. In this attack on the Huaxia tribe, the Black Bear tribe dispatched 5,000 people, and the Mountain tribe also sent 5,000 people. This was all requested by the Xuanwu tribe. The Giant Scorpion tribe leader led more than 10,000 people and walked at the front of the entire team. The Giant Scorpion leader looked around. Although this was a large canyon, for primitive people like them, the word ambush was simply unthinkable. Moreover, the Giant Scorpion brought more than 20,000 people with him, and there were more than 10,000 people from the Giant Scorpion tribe alone. In the Giant Scorpion's mind, the Huaxia tribe is just a small tribe, and he doesn't take it seriously at all. As for the primitive people's thinking and cognition, as long as I bring enough people, all the means will be reduced to ashes. In the middle of the canyon, there is a road that is not a highway. In primitive society, the mountains, forests and canyons are all overgrown with weeds and branches. If the warriors led by the Giant Scorpion want to pass through the canyon in front of them, they must artificially trample out a path. The canyon was packed with people, and the warriors were like ants, slowly advancing forward. Although the Giant Scorpion tribe had a large number of people, they had no discipline in marching and fighting. The warriors were talking and laughing in groups of thousands. Yibin raised his big hand. His face looked very serious. Prepare. I heard that urging for more updates is very helpful. Brothers and sisters, please help Beiqing by clicking on more. If the number of updates exceeds 300, Beiqing will definitely add one more chapter tomorrow. Chapter 262, Giant Scorpion Chieftain Ambushed. The tinderboxes were lit in rows, and the soldiers only needed an order. Looking at the dense crowds of people in the canyon, the soldiers on top of the canyon were all waiting for a signal. At this time, there were almost 20,000 people in the canyon. The Giant Scorpion chief looked at the team behind him with an evil smile on his face. We are here, Huaxia tribe. How dare you hurt my son? I will kill all your men and take back all your women. Let them give birth to children for the men of our tribe. Ha 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 ha. The Giant Scorpion was thinking. Suddenly, he let out a wild laugh. The warriors saw the patriarch laughing wildly, and many of them started laughing too. Ha! The canyon was filled with laughter, and many warriors were shouting. Kill the men of the Huaxia tribe, rob the women of the Huaxia tribe, and let the women of the Huaxia tribe give birth to children for the men of our Giant Scorpion tribe. Langya cursed angrily. I will kill their men and rob their women. I will make the women of their tribe bear children for the men of our Huaxia tribe. The hidden warriors immediately followed suit. We will kill their men and rob their women, and let the women from their tribe give birth to children for the men from our Huaxia tribe. Yibin was also troubled by the soldiers' insults. It seemed that men in primitive society also liked to beat their parents and curse them. At this time, the more than 20,000 people led by the giant scorpion had all entered the canyon. The entire canyon was filled with the roars of enemy soldiers. Seeing that the time was ripe, Yibin immediately lit the alcohol bomb in his hand. The alcohol cotton burned very quickly and a big fire started in an instant. Yibin seized the opportunity and threw it directly to a crowded place. An alcohol bomb the size of a human head fell directly into the enemy crowd. The pottery jar shattered and the alcohol exploded instantly with a loud bang. Boom! When the soldiers above the canyon saw the signals sent by the city lord, they immediately ignited the alcohol bombs. After about 10 seconds, densely packed pottery jars appeared on the surface of the canyon, and there was a ball of fire in front of each pottery jar. The moment the alcohol bomb exploded, a huge fire started to shoot up into the sky. The area within a radius of 2 meters was completely covered by the fire. The enemy soldiers screamed in terror. Ah! Fire, fire! What a big fire! Ah! The burning soldiers fled everywhere in the crowd. No matter how they beat off the flames, they stuck to their bodies like glue. At the moment when the enemy soldiers were stunned, 1,000 or 2,000 alcohol bombs were dropped over the canyon. The moment all the alcohol jars fell to the ground, the entire canyon seemed to be swallowed by a giant flame monster, especially the low-lying areas in the middle of the canyon, which were all covered by the flames. Inside the canyon, the screams of tens of thousands of people were heard. This situation was more like a purgatory on earth. A fire fell from the sky and tens of thousands of people were reduced to ashes in an instant. Hearing the screams in the canyon, a regiment led by Ah Shui immediately surrounded the front exit of the canyon. According to the plot, the group led by Ah Shui was responsible for leading the wolves into the canyon, but the warriors of the enemy tribe did not discover them at all. This is also because the chief of the giant scorpion tribe is too arrogant. In the eyes of the giant scorpion chief, the Huaxia tribe is as fragile as a piece of paper. The flames burned for several kilometers long. The entire canyon was in the mouth of the fire monster. The warriors led by the giant scorpion chief were all jumping in the mouth of the fire monster. The soldiers were wrapped in flames, their flesh and blood were burning and sizzling. This kind of pain is not something that ordinary people can endure. Help me! Ah! Fire, it's all fire. I'm dying, this is a punishment from the gods. This must be a punishment from God. At this time, the entire canyon was in complete chaos. The canyon was filled with the soldiers' pleas, screams, and confessions. The giant scorpion chief and the mountain wolf chief were both surrounded by flames. Why is there such a big fire? The mountain wolf was in great pain from the burning, and he roared at the giant scorpion beside him. Didn't you say that the Huaxia tribe is a small tribe? Why would the gods punish us? I want to go out, where is the exit? Ah! It hurts so much, someone come and save us! As the canyon caught fire, the 5 regiment leaders all received the signal. Jinhua shouted to the guards. Block the back of the canyon! Don't let anyone escape! The guard agreed immediately. Everyone go block the exit, and those behind should catch up quickly. If anyone lets an enemy escape, I will skin you alive. Those behind also followed immediately. Hurry up! Enemies kept coming out of the canyon's exit. Ah Shui immediately gave the order. 1st Battalion, sword and shield soldiers, hold on. 2nd Battalion, spearmen, hold on. 3rd Battalion, if any enemy comes out, shoot them. Yes, yes, yes. The sword and shield soldiers directly blocked the exit of the canyon. The iron armor on their bodies rattled, and the iron swords in their hands emitted a cold light. The spearmen followed closely behind, with 2-meter-long iron spears pointed directly in front of the sword and shield soldiers. The archers stared at the valley entrance, and would shoot immediately if any enemy came out. The exit is in front, everyone rushed forward, a commander-level figure shouted loudly to the soldiers around him. The soldiers in the canyon heard the commander-in-chief screaming desperately. Although the soldiers were in the fire, their desire to survive made them see hope. All of a sudden, thousands of warriors rushed out from the canyon entrance. Ah Shui immediately began to give orders. All archers, shoot! Shoot! The archery battalion immediately drew their bows and shot arrows, and arrows shot densely towards the valley entrance. After several rounds of arrows were shot, the giant scorpion warriors who had just walked out of the valley entrance were immediately shot to the ground by the arrows. Ah! Don't kill us, we are all willing to submit to the Huaxia tribe. Hearing that someone was willing to surrender, Ah Shui immediately gave orders to the soldiers. Anyone who drops their weapons will be tied up, and those who refuse to surrender will be shot by archers immediately. Yes. Head of the group. The tribesman led by Bai Hu suffered the least damage in the entire team. When Jinhua saw a large number of troops coming out, he immediately began to give orders. 1st Battalion, sword and shield soldiers, push forward. 2nd Battalion, spearmen, push forward. 3rd Battalion, archers, take turns shooting arrows. Jinhua gave orders in an orderly manner. As soon as Bai Hu and his men rushed out, they saw a large number of soldiers blocking the exit behind the canyon. The guards around Bai Hu immediately became anxious. Chief, someone is blocking the exit ahead. What should we do now? Bai Hu is also a decisive person. He looked at the tribesmen behind him and shouted to them loudly. Tribesmen, charge out! The more than 2,000 people behind him immediately rushed towards Jinhua and the others. Bai Hu originally brought more than 5,000 people. In the fire just now, Bai Hu and his men had lost more than 2,000 people. If Bai Hu had not reacted quickly, the remaining 2,000 people would have all died here. Brothers and sisters, please give Beiqing a 5-star review after watching this. You can also help Beiqing and urge for more updates. Chapter 263 Dog Bites Dog. When Eagle saw the fire, he immediately gave orders to his guards. Pass on my order, all the troops throw clay pot alcohol bombs. Whoever delays the city lord's important business, I will skin him alive. The guards immediately began to convey the order. Everyone obeyed the order and threw out the alcohol bombs in their hands immediately. Whoever delays the city lord's important business, the captain will fucking skin you alive. After receiving the order, the soldiers immediately lit the alcohol bombs in their hands and threw them down. The flames on the bodies of more than 20,000 people in the canyon had not yet been extinguished when another round of clay pot alcohol bombs was thrown down, and a huge fire immediately shot up into the sky in the middle of the canyon. Ah! Fire, all fire. Where is the exit? Take us out quickly, there is a huge fire in here, and we are all going to die. Chief, save us. At this time, the chief of the giant scorpion tribe was also surrounded by fire. He kept slapping the flames all over his body, but the flames of alcohol only grew bigger and bigger. The mountain wolf chief beside him also screamed in pain because of the burns. What kind of flame is this? Why is the fire getting bigger and bigger? The giant scorpion clan leader cursed. How should I know what kind of flame this is? Let the soldiers rush out quickly. If we don't find a way to rush out, all our soldiers will die here. Mountain Wolf endured the burning pain on his body and immediately shouted to the soldiers. Everyone, follow me and rush to the canyon entrance ahead. Soldiers, charge forward with me. The Mountain Wolf and Giant Scorpion chiefs, both of whom are chief-level figures, simply would not believe that the fire in the canyon was a punishment from the gods. Words like, gods, can only deceive the tribesmen in the tribe. Tribal leaders like them will never believe that there are any gods. The cliffs on both sides of the canyon are covered with dense enemies. Those enemies who are engulfed by the fire will try every means to save themselves, especially the enemies close to the mountain. The first thing they think of is to climb up the cliffs on both sides. Yibin was the first to discover it, and he immediately shouted to everyone. The enemy is climbing up the cliff! Everyone, shoot with bows and arrows! The eagle also heard Yibin's cry. He looked at both sides of the cliff. He didn't know what was happening until he saw it. He was really shocked. Oh my God! Everyone, shoot the enemies on both sides of the cliff. If anyone lets anyone up, I will skin you alive. Upon hearing the commander's order, the soldiers immediately began drawing their bows and shooting arrows. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Dense rows of arrows were continuously shot towards both sides of the cliff. The enemies clinging to both sides of the cliff fell like dumplings. At this point in the battle, there was no possibility of a comeback. Whether it is the front and back exits of the canyon, or both sides of the cliffs of the canyon, there is a regiment guarding them. Under normal circumstances, the number of people arranged by Yibin might not be able to hold on. The fire lasted for more than half an hour, and the warriors in the canyon had stopped making much noise. The chief of the giant scorpion tribe and the chief of the mountain tribe both came to the front entrance of the canyon. At this time, all of them had traces of being burned by alcohol. Alcohol is not as powerful as gunpowder. It takes a large amount of alcohol liquid to burn a person to death, while it only takes a moment for gunpowder to kill a person. Looking at the enemies in front of the valley entrance, the giant scorpion chief and the mountain wolf chief both swallowed their saliva. The enemy's formation was something Giant Scorpion had never seen before. The warriors behind Giant Scorpion all became anxious. Although they rushed out, the flames in the canyon were still very huge. Although the alcohol bombs were burned out, the trees in the middle of the canyon and the dead wood and weeds on the ground were all flammable. Behind the giant scorpion chieftain, there are about 3,000 to 4,000 people, and the warriors brought by the mountain wolf are about 2,000 people. If they were the same as before, they would certainly not be afraid of this regiment. When Ashui saw so many people coming out, he instantly became nervous, but as a regimental commander, he would never show it. If the regimental commander was afraid, the soldiers under him would definitely turn around and run away. The two sides stared at each other, and the mountain wolf looked at the giant scorpion leader. "Brother Giant Scorpion, what should we do next?" The giant scorpion leader glanced behind him, gritted his teeth, and shouted to the warriors behind him. "If these warriors want to go home, defeat them. Kill, kill, kill." The mountain wolf chief also gritted his teeth and looked at the warriors of the giant scorpion tribe. He shouted to them, "Warriors, rush out with me! Kill! Kill, kill!" The warriors behind him all rushed towards the valley entrance in front. More than 3,000 people from the giant scorpion tribe and 2,000 people from the mountain tribe, holding stone spears and stone axes in their hands, rushed quickly towards the sword and shield soldiers. Ashui shouted loudly, "Release! Release!" Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 3 or 4 rows of arrows were shot out in an instant. After the archers finished shooting a round of arrows, they immediately drew their bows and shot arrows again. After several rounds of arrows, more than 1,000 corpses were lying at the exit of the canyon. This scene scared the giant scorpion tribe chief and the mountain tribe chief back. Yubin saw that no one was climbing the cliff anymore, so he immediately shouted to the eagle opposite. "Eagle, you take the men to support in front of the valley entrance. Langya, you take the men to support in the back of the valley entrance, and everyone else stay with me." Eagle Langya agreed immediately. "City Lord, we will send reinforcements immediately." The personal guard battalion led by Li Hu and the criminal squad led by Tai Shan all followed Yibin. Giant Scorpion discussed the matter with Mountain Wolf. He decided to lead his men out first. At this moment, Xiongying arrived with a regiment. He immediately asked Shui, Captain Shui, are you all okay?" Shui felt more confident when he saw the reinforcements coming. He immediately responded with a smile. "Captain Eagle, you guys are here just in time." The eagle let out a loud laugh. "Ha ha ha ha. It seems that we are not too late," Eagle immediately said to the guard. "Let the sword and shield soldiers hold the front, the spearmen follow behind, and the archers shoot as hard as they can. If you let an enemy go, I will fucking skin you alive." The soldiers were already accustomed to the regiment commander's catchphrases, but no one dared to be careless when they saw another regiment coming from the opposite side. At this moment, Giant Scorpion, Mountain Wolf and the others became anxious. "Brother Giant Scorpion, what should we do now?" The Giant Scorpion clan leader cursed. "How should I know what to do?" The Mountain Wolf also lost his temper and cursed at the Giant Scorpion tribe leader. "If it weren't for your son, how could our mountain tribe become like this? I call you Brother Giant Scorpion only for the sake of the Xuanwu tribe. Do you really think of yourself as a human being? Mountain Wolf, how dare you speak to me like that?" The Mountain Wolf laughed loudly. "It's already this time. Why shouldn't I dare to talk to you like this? Good, good, good. After I get out this time, I will definitely tell the Xuanwu tribe that you, a small subordinate tribe, dare to speak in front of a large subordinate tribe." The Mountain Wolf sneered. "I'm afraid you won't have a chance. Look what they have." The Giant Scorpion chief turned his head and saw a murderous look in the Mountain Wolf's eyes. He pulled out a bone knife and stabbed it through the Giant Scorpion's heart. Looking at the bone knife on his chest, the Giant Scorpion turned his head with difficulty. He pointed at the Mountain Wolf but could not utter a complete sentence. You should die." Brothers and sisters, please give Beiqing a 5-star review after watching this. You can also help Beiqing and urge for more updates. Chapter 264, Subduing the White Tiger. Shui and the others were all stunned. What is this operation? Aren't they together? Xiongying was also confused. He had been the clan leader for so many years, but this was the first time he encountered such a situation. This? What's going on? Shui also has a face full of question marks. I don't know either. When the warriors of the Giant Scorpion tribe saw their chief being killed, they immediately panicked. Primitive people had no concept of revenge, and besides, in the current situation, they could hardly protect themselves. Mountain Wolf shouted at Shui and the others. "Don't kill us. I am willing to become your subordinate tribe." Shui and Xiongxian looked at each other. The eagle immediately said, "Don't look at me. I don't know what to do with this kind of thing. Ah Shui thought about it, and decided to bring them back to the tribe first, and then hand them over to the city lord for processing. You put down your weapons first, and then come over one by one. We regard anyone holding a weapon as an enemy. The mountain wolf was delighted. As long as he could get out alive, all other things were no longer important. Okay. We laid down our weapons immediately. Mountain wolf's expression changed instantly. He said to the soldiers behind him, If you don't want to die, lay down your weapons. Otherwise, don't blame me for taking action. The warriors looked at each other, but no one laid down their weapons. At this moment, the mountain wolf winked at his tribesmen. Because the more than 1,000 people who died just now were all warriors of the giant scorpion tribe, and now half of the people in the valley are from the Dashan tribe. Seeing the chief's wink, some smart warriors immediately dropped their weapons. This is how it is on the battlefield. As long as one person takes the lead, others will follow suit. About 10 minutes later, all the soldiers dropped their weapons. Ah Shui saw that the situation was almost over, so he immediately waved his hand and tied them all up. The soldiers took out ropes, rushed into the crowd immediately, and tied them up one by one. Baihu lost hundreds of soldiers after just one round of attack. This was only half the charge, so Baihu ordered a retreat, otherwise the losses would be even greater. At this moment, Langya arrived with a regiment. Jinhua saw that they were reinforcements, and he immediately laughed out loud. Captain Langya came so quickly. Langya also laughed out loud. Thanks to the city lord who was in charge personally, otherwise we would still be in the canyon. Ha ha. What time is it now? Are you kidding me? Seeing Yi Bin and his men coming, Jinhua and Langya immediately stepped forward to greet them. City lord. Mayor, why are you here? Yi Bin smiled and said to them, Why can't I be here? Jinhua smiled foolishly and scratched his hairless head again. I know that person. Yi Bin pointed at the white tiger opposite. The white tiger also saw Yi Bin at this time, and the two of them just looked at each other. Yi Bin came to the front of the soldiers, and Jinhua, Li Hu and others all surrounded Yi Bin. Taishan immediately called Yi Bin. City lord, it's too dangerous ahead. Yi Bin smiled and waved his hand. I want to say a few words to the white tiger chief. Seeing that Yi Bin was very persistent, Taishan and the others made way for him. Chief White Tiger, I really didn't expect that we would meet here. Yes. Chief Yi Bin, I never thought that we would meet in this way. Why do you want to attack the Huaxia tribe? Baihu sighed. Why? In fact, we didn't want to come here, but the Xuanwu tribe spoke. Our Black Bear tribe is a subordinate tribe of the Xuanwu tribe, and we have no other choice. White Tiger Chief, what are your thoughts now? Baihu hesitated and asked. Will you kill us all? Yi Bin smiled and shook his head. I can give you two choices. The first choice is to bring your people and join our Huaxia tribe. The second choice is to be a slave of our Huaxia tribe. Baihu was very angry. Since they were forced to become slaves, there was no other way in the current situation. Baihu hesitated for a long time, and Yi Bin did not urge him. If it is possible to take down an entire tribe without bloodshed, Yi Bin is still willing to wait. How about it? Has the White Tiger Chief figured it out? The thousands of people behind you can't even get close to us. I hope that Chief White Tiger can make the most correct choice. Baihu's teeth were chattering as he looked at the corpses on the ground. These soldiers had all died on the way to the charge. Just as Yi Bin said, they couldn't get close to each other at all. Baihu moved his mouth, but no sound came out. He opened his mouth again with difficulty and said, We are willing to be your subordinate tribe. Yi Bin waved his hand and said, I don't want you to be a subordinate tribe. I want you to join China. Do you want your entire tribe to join? Baihu roared angrily. The Xuanwu tribe will not let you go. Yi Bin suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha. You come to attack us, does that mean you're letting us go? Or are you here to make friends? Since the Xuanwu tribe has already taken action, why should I still be afraid of him? If it weren't for the fact that Chief White Tiger was a good person, you would have already been our Chinese slaves by now. Leader of the White Tiger clan, you were the ones who attacked us first, not us who attacked you. Now that things have been done, you have to pay a price for it. Jinhua looked really anxious. City Lord, with just this small number of people, I can wipe them out with just one group. Langya refused to do it when he heard that. City Lord, can our group also destroy them? Looking at the warriors of the Huaxia tribe, each of them was wearing something strange. Although Baihu didn't know what it was, his feeling told him that this thing must be very powerful. White Tiger Clan leader, Have I given you enough time? I was really surprised. I originally thought that the Huaxia tribe was just a small tribe, but I didn't expect that when we met again today, Chief Yi Bin is no longer the same as before? Bai Hu sighed again. We do. I joined the Huaxia tribe and hope that the tribe leader can treat my people well. This time we came here with a large number of warriors. There are still many women and children in our tribe, as well as so many warriors. Bai Hu pointed behind him. Meaning? There are probably still so many warriors in the tribe now. Yi Bin nodded and said to Bai Hu again, I will let a group go back with you, and you bring all your people here. Since you have broken off relations with the Xuanwu tribe, let's see who's the winner. Bai Hu wanted to say something, but didn't say it in the end. Don't worry, those soldiers behind you, from now on, they are my China's people. Thank you, Chief. Call me City Lord from now on. In our Huaxia tribe, there is no such title as Patriarch. Bai Hu nodded. Yes. City Lord. Yi Bin looked at Xiang Jinhua. Jinhua immediately smiled and said, Don't worry, City Lord, I will go back with the White Tiger clan leader. Be careful on the road. Okay. City Lord. Brothers and sisters, please give Beiqing a 5-star review after watching this. You can also help Beiqing and urge for more updates. Chapter 265, Judgment of the Blood Scorpion. Gear, gear, gear. The sound of war horses' hooves was so loud that the soldiers knew who it was as soon as they heard it. Langius said with a smile. City Lord. Captain Li Wang and his men have returned. Bai Hu is also shocked. Is this dong 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 sound also coming from the Huaxia tribe? After a while, Li Wang appeared. Seeing the City Lord here, Li Wang immediately jumped off his horse with a pair of big hammers in his hands, which scared Bai Hu and the others so much that their hearts were beating wildly. This bald man is even more powerful than the bald Jinhua. City Lord. What is this? Bai Hu stuttered when he spoke. Logically speaking, he had also seen Li Wang, but the Li Wang at that time was not as domineering as he is now. Yi Bin introduced him with a smile. He is King Li, the captain of my personal guard. After introducing Li Wang, I introduced Bai Hu. He is the leader of the Bai Hu tribe and will be the leader of our Huaxia tribe in the future. Everyone nodded to each other. Li Wang said happily, Chief, we have a lot of cattle and sheep this time. Captain He Qin and his men were driving back a lot of cattle and sheep, and they had also captured more than 1,000 slaves. When Bai Hu heard this, his legs trembled a little. How come another ball appeared? How many groups are there in this Chinese tribe? When we fought with Jinhua before, Jinhua led a regiment. Afterwards, Langye brought another regiment. And Yi Bin himself also brought 600 or 700 people with him. Right in front of him, there was also Li Wang's cavalry. From what they had just said, there seemed to be another regiment behind them. Bai Hu almost fainted. If this one regiment was so powerful, how powerful would so many regiments be? Looking at the pensive Bai Hu, Yi Bin interrupted his thoughts and asked, Why don't you go back to the tribe with Captain Jinhua now? As for your tribesmen, why don't they go back to Longqing with us for the time being? Dragon City? Bai Hu was shocked again. Li Wang spoke first. Longqing is our base camp. Oh. All right. Shall you set off now? Bai Hu immediately agreed and said. He looked at the warriors behind him and said, We have joined the Huaxia tribe. Now follow the City Lord back. The soldiers agreed immediately. Yes, Chief. Yi Bin waved his hand to everyone. Return to Dragon City. Captain Jinhua, what exactly does this Dragon City that the City Lord mentioned look like? In response to Bai Hu's curiosity, Jinhua also spoke with a smile. Dragon City. It is our largest city. There are many houses and many soldiers in Longqing. The walls of Longqing are very high and are all made of cement. Bai Hu was completely dumbfounded. He immediately interrupted Jinhua and asked, What kind of city are you talking about? Besides, what is that thing called a city wall? Jinhua was stunned by the question. All he knew was what he heard from his teachers at school. How could he explain this problem? Jinhua really couldn't answer this question for a while. This? Well, once you arrive in Dragon City, you will naturally know everything. In short, it's just one sentence. Our Huaxia tribe is very powerful. As for how powerful we are, you will know after you go to Longqing. Let's hurry up, shall we? On the training ground of Longqing. On the training ground, more than 4,000 slaves were tied up. These people were brought back by Shui and his men. This time they could be easily captured, thanks to the mountain wolves of the Dashan tribe. Shui and his men had certain rules for tying people up. All the slaves of the giant scorpion tribe were tied up tightly. On the contrary, Shui and Xiongning did not tie up the warriors of the Dashan tribe, but each of them was guarded by a Chinese warrior. Today is an important day. Our Huaxia tribe has just experienced a great battle. In this battle, the warriors of our Huaxia tribe have demonstrated amazing combat effectiveness. No matter which group you are from, you have performed very well. I would like to tell you that the Huaxia tribe is honored to have you. You are all the pride of the Huaxia tribe. He Niu took the lead and shouted. The city lord is mighty. China is mighty. Hearing He Niu's shout, the regiment commander and soldiers below immediately started shouting. The city lord is mighty. China is mighty. The city lord is mighty. China is mighty. I know that our city lord will win. Before the city lord left the city, I knew he would definitely defeat the enemy. The city lord is a god. As long as the city lord is here in the Huaxia tribe, we will become stronger and stronger. The people on the training ground said all kinds of things. No matter what era it is, things like hindsight do exist. Listening to the noise of the tribesmen, Yibin kept a smile on his face. Yibin was also immortal. If someone praised him, he would let them talk for a while. After about 10 minutes, the training ground gradually quieted down. The tribesmen all knew the city lord. The last time the city lord got angry on the training ground was because the people below were too noisy. Yibin cleared his throat and then spoke to everyone. These tied-up people are the slaves we captured. As for the people on my left, they used to be from the Black Bear tribe, but from now on, they are all men of China. And there are these people on the right, they are all from the Mountain tribe. This time they were able to destroy the giant scorpion chieftain, all thanks to the Mountain Wolf chieftain. Mountain Wolf, come and stand next to me. Yes, city lord. Mountain Wolf cautiously agreed. For Mountain Wolf, this Huaxia tribe is too terrifying. Although Yibin had a smile on his face, he was cursing in his heart. People like Shanlang were cruel and ruthless. They could sacrifice anyone's life to achieve their goals. Yibin was extremely cautious about this kind of person, but he couldn't kill him now, otherwise the more than 2,000 people brought by Shanlang would immediately start to rebel. Mountain Wolf, you have made the greatest contribution this time, and I must reward you well. Yibin looked at the Mountain Wolf with a lewd smile on his face. Mountain Wolf's eyes rolled, and he immediately began his acting. City Lord, Giant Scorpion? What do you think? City Lord, the thing is, the Giant Scorpion tribe leader relied on the fact that they were a big tribe and didn't take us seriously at all. Originally, this attack on the Huaxia tribe was the Giant Scorpion tribe's own business. Who knew that bastard Giant Scorpion would ask the Xuanwu tribe to put pressure on us, and there was nothing we could do. Thank you, City Lord, for giving us a chance to survive. Yibin expressed his full understanding. I think I have understood what happened. The City Lord will avenge you now. Yibin glanced at the courtesan. Bring all of Blood Scorpion and the others to me. Yibin even winked at the Oiran. Although the courtesan was a little confused, she still ordered Hua Yun and the others to pick up the person. Go and bring Blood Scorpion and the others over. Okay, Captain. Brothers and sisters, please give Beiqing a 5-star review after watching this. You can also help Beiqing and urge for more updates. Chapter 266, Estrangement. Hua Yun took Shui Xie and several others directly to the training ground. City Lord, they are coming. Back off. Okay, City Lord. Hua Yun brought the female guards and came behind the courtesan. What was the leader and the City Lord going to do? The courtesan only said one sentence. Have no idea. Looking at the Blood Scorpion kneeling on the ground, Yibin had a plan in his mind. Blood Scorpion, do you know him? Yibin pointed at Shanlang, but he already had an idea in his mind. Shanlang is now the leader of my Huaxia tribe, and your father was also killed by leader Shanlang. This time, the victory over the Giant Scorpion tribe was all thanks to Captain Mountain Wolf. The other leaders of the Huaxia tribe were instantly unhappy. This time, the victory over the Giant Scorpion tribe was all thanks to Huaxia. Even if the Mountain Wolf did not take action, the small number of people in the Giant Scorpion tribe could still be defeated with one round of attack. Unexpectedly, in the eyes of the City Lord, Mountain Wolf was the greatest contributor. The faces of the group leaders below instantly became aggrieved. What? My father is dead? No, that's absolutely impossible. Blood Scorpion. His eyes were red, he had never hated someone so much. Mountain Wolf, you killed my father. The Xuanwu tribe will not let you go. The warriors of our giant scorpion tribe will definitely destroy your Dashan tribe. Shanlang, not only did you kill your own people, you also betrayed the Xuanwu tribe. Do you know what the consequences will be? The Mountain Wolf sneered. But he didn't think so in his heart. Only the people of the Huaxia tribe knew about the death of the giant scorpion chief, and the warriors who came this time all became slaves of Huaxia. When he escapes back in the future, no one will know about this anymore. Blood Scorpion? Your father's attack on the Huaxia tribe was against the will of heaven. His actions angered the gods, so the gods will punish you. Look at your warriors, they are all punished by the gods. Blood Scorpion took a look and saw that the hair of the warriors of the giant scorpion tribe was all burned off, and the animal skins on their bodies were also burned black by the fire in the canyon. All the warriors of the giant scorpion tribe began to get scared. It turned out that the chief had offended the gods. Primitive people feared the gods the most, especially those ignorant and low-class people. People like Shanlang don't believe in gods at all. For those in power, who wouldn't make inflammatory remarks? Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Shanlang immediately said to the crowd, "Warriors, the Huaxia tribe is protected by the gods. Only by joining the Huaxia tribe can you survive." Mountain Wolf shouted loudly to the crowd. "Join the Huaxia tribe! Join the Huaxia tribe!" When the warriors of the mountain tribe saw that their chief had joined the Huaxia tribe, they immediately shouted loudly, "Join the Huaxia tribe! Join the Huaxia tribe!" Blood Scorpion spat out a mouthful of blood, gritting his teeth and cursing. "Mountain Wolf, I must kill you! Mountain Wolf, I must kill you!" Yi Bin, this is exactly the effect he wants. This can be considered as making the best use of people and things. Shanlang personally brainwashes his tribesmen, which is better than Yi Bin saying 10,000 words. Shanlang wants to survive, so he will do his best. This is exactly what Yi Bin wants. In this way, the people of the giant scorpion tribe will only hate the Dashan tribe. Someone will ask, the warriors of the giant scorpion tribe have all been captured by the Huaxia tribe. What's the point of them hating the mountain wolves now? Yi Bin will tell you an anecdote, that is Zhou Yu fighting Huang Gai. One is willing to fight and the other is willing to be beaten. Ha ha! Sometimes a spy can be as effective as 100,000 troops. Shanlang is a primitive man, no matter how clever he is, he can't be as smart as Yi Bin who has modern knowledge. The current situation is that one wants to survive well, and the other wants to squeeze out the value of the other. It depends on them who has the better skills. Seeing that the time was almost up, Yi Bin shouted to everyone, "Captain Mountain Wolf is right. I can give you a chance. As long as you join the Huaxia tribe, we in the Huaxia tribe will definitely forgive your previous behavior." "There is one," the warrior of the giant scorpion tribe shouted. "Lord City Lord, can we join us?" That man stared at the mountain wolf without blinking, as if he wanted to eat the wolf alive. The other warriors also stared at the mountain wolf on the stage with murderous looks on their faces. Yi Bin smiled and nodded. "As long as you sincerely join the Huaxia tribe, I welcome you on behalf of the Huaxia tribe. If I discover something that I shouldn't discover, don't blame me for being cruel." When Yi Bin spoke, his eyes were full of murderous intent. This made Shanlang and his group feel a chill on their backs. "City Lord, don't worry, we will be loyal to you and the Huaxia tribe." Shanlang immediately began to show his loyalty, and the other warriors below immediately followed suit. "Don't worry, City Lord, we will be loyal to you." "Very good. Mountain Wolf, come here. You killed Blood Scorpion's father, do you still want to keep Blood Scorpion?" Yi Bin whispered in the wolf's ear. "All right. The rest of the matter you can handle it yourself?" After hearing Yi Bin's words, Mountain Wolf stared at Blood Scorpion. They would not leak the news about these warriors who joined China. As for those who did not join, they all became slaves of the Huaxia tribe. The person who poses the greatest threat to him now is the Blood Scorpion in front of him. Shanlang said to Yi Bin, "City Lord, can you give me a weapon?" Yi Bin glanced at Li Wang, who immediately understood what his leader meant. He took out an iron knife from his waist and handed it directly to Shanlang. "Captain Mountain Wolf, this is the weapon you want." When Shanlang took the iron knife, he was suddenly shocked. What kind of weapon was this? Why had he never seen it before? The Mountain Wolf made up his mind and decided to deal with the Blood Scorpion first. Seeing the Mountain Wolf approaching step by step, the Blood Scorpion immediately became nervous. "Mountain Wolf leader, what are you going to do? What are you doing? If it weren't for your giant scorpion tribe, how could I have ended up like this? All of this is caused by your giant scorpion tribe. I have already killed your father, so I don't care about you anymore." Ha 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 ha! No, don't kill me! Ah! Mountain Wolf stabbed the blood scorpion's heart with a knife, and blood instantly sprayed on Mountain Wolf's face. The other giant scorpion warriors in the training ground immediately rioted, and the Chinese warriors immediately began to suppress them. Mountain Wolf, we are going to kill you. You killed our chief and now you have killed our commander-in-chief. Mountain Wolf, we will definitely tell the Xuanwu tribe. You did all of this. When the warriors of the Dacian tribe saw someone insulting their leader, they immediately started to fight back, hoping that all the people from the giant scorpion tribe would die. Our Mountain Wolf chieftain killed your chieftain, so what? It's all your giant scorpion tribe's fault. Someone in the crowd shouted loudly. Kill the people of the giant scorpion tribe. Kill them all, kill them all. A wicked smile appeared on Yubin's lips. The fun begins now. Brothers and sisters, please give Beiqing a 5-star review after watching this. You can also help Beiqing and urge for more updates. Chapter 267-36 Strategies to Attack the Heart. Yubin pretended to be angry and shouted at everyone again. Separate them all from me. The Wolf Fang and Eagle regiments immediately separated the two groups on the field. Although these people were fighting fiercely, they had no weapons in their hands, so the Chinese soldiers separated them easily. Yubin's heart was filled with joy at this moment, and he immediately said to the crowd, Well, today is a good day for China. Now, I will announce the battle situation to my fellow tribesmen. Last time, we captured more than 1,000 people in the orchard. This time, in the Battle of Coal Mountain Canyon, we captured more than 2,000 people. The Bear tribe also had more than 2,000 people, and the Mountain tribe also had more than 2,000 people. The White Tiger tribe leader has already returned to the tribe to migrate. It is estimated that it won't be long before the Black Bear tribe will arrive in Dragon City. By then, our Huaxia tribe will take another big step forward. The soldiers of Dragon City immediately shouted excitedly. The city lord is mighty. The city lord is mighty. Yubin pressed his hands and the soldiers immediately quieted down. This scene stunned Shanlang and the others. This young and somewhat unbelievable city lord actually has such a high prestige in the tribe. Shanlang originally thought that this city lord was just a superficial person. Captain Mountain Wolf, since you have chosen to join our Huaxia tribe, you must abide by our Huaxia rules, which is the first military regulation of our Huaxia tribe. That's right, strictly obey the orders of your superiors. Mountain Wolf's forehead was wet with cold sweat. He felt that the city lord was different. The city lord just now was humble, but the city lord now seemed like a completely different person. We must obey orders. Very good. Yubin was very satisfied with Shanlang's current attitude. As for asking him to reuse Shanlang, that was absolutely impossible. Who would dare to trust a man who even killed his own people? From now on, the more than 2,000 people from the Dacian tribe will be divided into groups of 500 and directly assigned to the 4 regiments in Longqing. The warriors of the Dacian tribe immediately became anxious, and Mountain Wolf panicked all of a sudden, as he was still counting on these warriors to escape. Mountain Wolf immediately stood up and said, City Lord, Yubin looked at Shanlang coldly. Captain Shanlang had forgotten so quickly that the first military rule of the Huaxia tribe was to obey orders. I haven't forgotten. The Mountain Wolf could hardly speak clearly. Seeing that the Mountain Wolf didn't dare to speak, Yubin started speaking loudly again. Hey Neo, I'll leave these people to you. Introduce them to the military regulations and discipline of the Huaxia tribe. Okay, City Lord. Hey Neo agreed and had someone take the people of the Dacian tribe away. If he wanted to completely subdue them, the first step was to disintegrate their troops. Yubin ordered again, and several warriors from the giant scorpion tribe came up. There were 5 people together, and their eyes never left Mountain Wolf. These giant scorpion tribe warriors had long hated Mountain Wolf for killing their chief and their commander-in-chief. Everyone was confused by Yubin's behavior. Yubin! Regardless of what others think, he never needs to explain what he does. What did you see today? The 5 men gnashed their teeth and said, Mountain Wolf, you killed our chief and our commander-in-chief. I will definitely tell the Xuanwu tribe all this news. The Mountain Wolf's face turned pale. Yubin laughed and asked, What would you do if I gave you a chance? The 5 giant scorpion tribe warriors immediately became excited. As long as the city lord could let us go back, we would definitely call our tribesmen and go together to destroy the Dacian tribe. Li Wang, please let them go. Okay, chief. After these 5 people left, Yubin talked to himself again. If the people of the Xuanwu tribe knew what happened, would the Dacian tribe be destroyed? After hearing Yi Bin's words, the mountain wolf lost all his strength, his legs immediately went limp, and his lips kept trembling. Now the tribesmen around him have been separated by the Huaxia tribe. At this moment, Shanlang is the only one left in the entire training ground. What did Shanlang realize? It seems that he is calculating against others, and others are also calculating against him. Mountain Wolf, you have no way out. If you want to survive in my Huaxia tribe, don't play any tricks on me. I will give you two choices now. The first choice is to bring all your people here. The second option is that the Xuanwu tribe will not let you go, and the members of the giant scorpion tribe will not let you go either. You only have one way to go now, and that is to bring all your tribesmen here. That's right. Those 5 people are already on their way back. With their hatred for you, it won't be long before the Xuanwu tribe finds out. But you are the leader of our Huaxia. How do you think the Xuanwu tribe will deal with the traitor? City Lord, I don't want to die yet. City Lord, what should I do now? The mountain wolf finally became afraid. When the Xuanwu tribe found out, they would definitely destroy the Dashan tribe. He also killed the leader of the giant scorpion tribe. Too many people knew about this. As long as you submit to me, the Xuanwu tribe cannot harm you. After I destroy the Xuanwu tribe, who can still harm you? City Lord, how can I go back alone? Yi Bin patted Mountain Wolf on the shoulder and said, Don't worry. I'll give you a regiment. You must get here before those people do and bring your entire tribe here. Good, good, good. Mountain Wolf said several good words in a row. Yi Bin called He Qin and whispered a few words into He Qin's ear. Okay, you guys go and come back quickly, right? Yes, City Lord. Yes, City Lord. He Qin and Shanlang both agreed immediately. He Qin said to Shanlang with a smile, Captain Mountain Wolf, shall we go and come back quickly? The Mountain Wolf was furious in his heart, but he still looked very polite. Okay, let's go now. The Mountain Wolf looks anxious. How can he not be anxious? If those 5 people returned to the tribe first, their Dashan tribe would be in danger. The way the Xuanwu tribe dealt with traitors was to make them disappear completely. After they all left, Yi Bin looked at the mountains again. Are you willing to join our Huaxia tribe? Dashan nodded immediately. The way the blood scorpion was killed just now scared Dashan silly. He was timid and afraid of things to begin with, and after seeing the blood scorpion's tragic death with his own eyes, Dashan's legs had already gone weak. City Lord. What can I do for you? There are more than 1,000 people from your giant scorpion tribe who are willing to join us. I would like to hear your advice on how to make them join sincerely. Dashan thought about it for a moment. City Lord, I have a solution? Tell me about it. City Lord. Let these newly joined warriors take care of these slaves. Dashan pointed at Dashi and the others, as well as the slaves on the training ground. These were all warriors of the giant scorpion tribe. Okay, I'll add one more. Next time, when we go to war with the Xuanwu tribe, these warriors must rush to the front. Only when both sides have shed blood will I treat you with confidence. Okay, City Lord. Do I know what to do? Brothers and sisters, please give Beiqing a 5-star review after watching this. You can also help Beiqing and urge for more updates. Chapter 268 Digesting New Warriors. City Lord. Can you give me a knife? Tarzan, give him a knife. Okay, City Lord. Taishan immediately handed Dashan a knife and said, This is the weapon you want. Dashan took Taishan's weapon. He knew very well that if he wanted to gain the trust of the City Lord, he had to be like a mountain wolf. Dashi cursed Dashan. Dashan, you're a traitor. The giant scorpion tribe will never let you go, you traitor. Looking at the tied-up Dashi, Dashan walked over step by step and said, Dashi, don't blame me. It is better for one person to die than 2 people. Just as Dashi was about to speak, Dashan cut his neck with a knife, and a stream of warm blood sprayed directly on Dashan's face. Many people were scolding Dashan, saying that you are a traitor and the giant scorpion tribe will kill you. After about a minute, Dashi was completely dead. Dashan threw away the iron knife in his hand and came directly to Yi Bin. City Lord, this is my sincerity. Yi Bin nodded to Dashan, and he liked Dashan more and more in his heart. After Dashan's knife, he could never go back. The tribesmen would not accept someone who killed someone from their tribe with his own hands. This knife is a token of my loyalty. The Oiran, the blood scorpion, is dead, and your revenge has been taken. You will send someone to escort 1,000 slaves to Shuiqing tomorrow, and the remaining 3,000 slaves will go to Shenwu City with me in 2 days. Okay, City Lord. The courtesan happily agreed. She was very satisfied with the City Lord's arrangement. In this battle, we cut off their flocks and harvested more than 20,000 sheep and more than 500 cattle. When primitive people went out to fight, the food they brought with them was cattle, sheep, and other things, as well as dried meat, but those things could only last for 1 or 2 days. The most important thing was the herds of cattle and sheep, which was their source of food. One person eats 15 kilograms of meat a day, and 20,000 people will eat 300,000 kilograms of meat a day. A sheep weighs about 300 kilograms, and there are more than 20,000 sheep, which means about 6 million kilograms of meat. Add to that 500 blue cattle. An adult blue cattle weighs about 1,500 kilograms, and 500 blue cattle means 750,000 kilograms of meat. The giant scorpion brought 20,000 people with him. Each person ate 15 kilograms of meat a day. Those 20,000 people would eat 300,000 kilograms of meat a day. That is to say, they brought about 23 or 24 days of rations. Together with the dried meat carried by the soldiers, it would take at most 25 days. It takes about 7 or 8 days to travel from the giant scorpion tribe to the Huaxia tribe. If you fight back and forth, it will take at least 16 days. The remaining 8 or 9 days are left for the soldiers to fight. You've been called again, you. I will take all the spoils of this battle to Shimu City, and you should also send 20,000 sheep to Shuiqing. Yu immediately agreed. Okay, city lord. You've been pointed at a warrior. These warriors were all members of the White Tiger tribe. May I have your name? City lord, they all call me Black Bear. The White Tiger clan leader is my brother. Yibin said to himself. Black Bear, what a nice name. Since you have joined the Huaxia tribe, you must abide by the rules of our Huaxia tribe. Black Bear agreed immediately without any hesitation. City lord, you just arrange it? Yibin was still very satisfied with Black Bear's attitude. Tomorrow you will take 500 people and go to Water City with the Oiran and the others. You will take over as the leader of the Black Snake and let the Black Snake lead 500 people back to Dragon City. Let Black Snake be the leader of the remaining 1,500 of you. Do you have any other questions? Everyone shook their heads. Their clan leader had joined the Huaxia tribe. What qualifications did they have to complain? Yibin estimated in his mind that the previous number of people in the tribe seemed to be more than 27,000, and this time there were more than 5,000 more people. There were more than 2,000 people from the Mountain Wolf group, more than 1,000 people from the Dashan group, and more than 2,000 people from the Black Bear group. All these people added together, there are probably more than 32,000 people, and there are also 3,000 slaves, who are all not counted. To sum up, the total population of the Huaxia tribe has almost exceeded 40,000. As for the total number of slaves, Yibin estimated in his mind that there were more than 1,000 slaves in Shuiqing, more than 500 slaves in Longqing, and more than 1,500 slaves in Shenwu City, not including the 1,500 slaves captured by Zhuifeng. Also, in this canyon battle, more than 4,000 people from the giant scorpion tribe were captured, but more than 1,000 of them chose to join the Huaxia tribe. That is to say, there are still more than 3,500 slaves in Dragon City. To sum up, the number of slaves in China is approximately 7,500. Yibin thought of another question. There are twice as many men as women in the Huaxia tribe. Now there are more than 20,000 men in the Huaxia tribe, and more than 10,000 women. If this continues for a long time, the yin and yang of the Huaxia tribe will be unbalanced. As it was getting dark in the afternoon, the streets of Longqing were filled with densely packed shacks. There were no extra rooms left in Longqing, so the soldiers who joined today had to stay outside for one night. As for being assigned to the other two cities, Yibin had also thought about this issue. These people had just joined China, and they knew nothing about the rules of China. Only after training can they be better distributed. Knowledge about schools and hospitals is all in Longqing. As for the other two cities, this model has not yet been formed. This is like the difference between first-tier cities and fourth- and fifth-tier cities. If you want to develop quickly, you have to deal with these people's problems. Some things can only be done one step at a time. If you move too fast, the Huaxia tribe will fall apart. Only by completely winning over the hearts of the people will the Huaxia tribe avoid problems. In the morning, the sound of the ox horn was heard in Longqing. It was the first time for the newly joined warriors to hear this sound. Many of them were curious. What happened in the Huaxia tribe? Yibin also came to the training ground early. He wanted to use these few days to train these newcomers well. As a modern person, brainwashing is the most important thing, just like the pyramid schemes on Earth. As long as you draw a big enough pie, people below will naturally believe it. After the horn sounded, all the Chinese soldiers had arrived. Those soldiers sleeping on the road were all at a loss. After all, People need a period of adaptation when they change their environment. Yi Bin stood on the high platform and shouted loudly to Hein Yo. Hein Yo, take a regiment outside and bring all those newcomers in. Starting from tomorrow morning, I want to see them form a formation. If you can't do it, you will receive 50 military sticks tomorrow. Hein Yo immediately agreed. Don't worry, City Lord. They will definitely show up at the training ground tomorrow morning. Very good, can you do it now? Yes. Hein Yo came to Ah Shui. Your group, please follow me out of the city, and everyone should run forward now. Okay, Commander. Ah Shui agreed. Everyone runs forward, making sure the teams maintain formation. Run faster. When the soldiers started running, the ground was filled with the sound of orderly footsteps. Tramp, 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 tramp. Brothers and sisters, please give Beiqing a 5-star review after watching this. You can also help Beiqing and urge for more updates. Chapter 269. If you don't plan for the future, you will have immediate worries. About half an hour later, all 4,500 newcomers arrived. Why 4,500 people? Yesterday, Yi Bin gave the order to let Black Bear take 500 people and go to Water City with the people arranged by the courtesan. Just when Hein Yo and Shui were leaving the city, Hua Yun brought the guards and found Black Bear directly. Now they have set off for half an hour. Looking at the newcomers in the training ground, Yi Bin called the courtesan again. The Weiren. Let me first explain the rules of the tribe. For Yi Bin, rules are more important than people. If people are gone, they can be exchanged for slaves, but if the rules are gone, the Huaxia tribe will be over. Okay, City Lord. The courtesan walked onto the stage and immediately began to read out the military regulations. The first rule of the Huaxia tribe was equality between men and women. Regardless of whether they were men or women, everyone had the same status in the tribe. The second rule of the tribe is that men and women who are under the age of 16 are not allowed to sleep together. Only when they reach the age of 16 can they find a woman as a spouse. As for what 16 years old is, you can ask the Chinese warriors. If someone forces himself to have sex with a woman, it constitutes rape. The punishment for rape is to be demoted to a slave and banned from becoming a Hui citizen for life. Article 3, Article 4. The courtesan spoke for a full hour. Every Chinese warrior knew the rules of the tribe. Yi Bin had issued an order before that the soldiers had to read out the military rules in the morning and evening during training. This is also to reduce the occurrence of crime. This propaganda is like advertising. If you say it every day and every night, even a fool can remember it. If you want to improve the quality of your people, it is necessary to read the military regulations every day. After the courtesan finished saying the last sentence, she came to Yi Bin. Report to the city lord. The morning military regulations have been read out. Should we start training next? Back off. Yes. After the courtesan retreated, Yi Bin cleared his throat again and said, Hello, warriors! It's an honor for you to join the Huaxia tribe. Many of you have been dragged into this battle without knowing what is happening. Many people have lost their lives because of this. I am very angry about this. Some people, for their own selfish desires, completely disregard the lives of their tribesmen. They launch a large-scale battle as if it were a game. You are all human beings. What are human beings? People have their own thoughts. People can control wild beasts. People can live in peace. And people can build an orderly and civilized society so that all people in the world can live in peace. However, you need a leader, a wise leader. Only a saint can lead you to the light. Our Chinese tribe has our own civilization and the most advanced technology. And the most important question. China will not let you be cannon fodder. In the Chinese tribe, everyone is equal. Everyone eats the same food and lives in the same houses. As long as you can kill an enemy, Huaxia will give you a wife. In the future, men and women in the Huaxia tribe will live in the same room. As long as you are a member of the Chinese people, no matter how high your position is, as long as you kill the enemy, you can enjoy the best treatment in China. I ask you again, are you really willing to join China? The soldiers on the training ground immediately responded loudly. We do. The reason why people are divided into different classes is because there is no fairness. Yi Bin gave them fairness. It is with this kind of fairness that the soldiers feel like human beings, the same as others. Very good. Use the actions of all of you to prove your own value. An orderly civilization requires us to work together. From now on, someone will take you for training. They will teach you to become stronger, teach you to read and write, and become a cultured primitive man. The city lord is mighty and domineering. The city lord is mighty and domineering. I don't know who took the lead, but the training ground immediately became filled with deafening shouts. People are like this. As long as there is someone taking the lead, others will follow. The idea that Yibin instilled in them was that everyone can be equal, everyone can have enough food to eat, everyone can have a woman, and everyone can have their own house. As for what Yibin said, only the Huaxia tribe can do it, not even the Xuanwu tribe can do it. After Yibin was brainwashed, he handed this place over to He Nio and the others. As for how is he going to lead the troops? As for how to train these people, He Nio was already familiar with it. As a division commander, he had trained more than 5,000 soldiers, even if not more than 10,000. After Yibin returned to the room, he went directly to the second floor. In the hall on the second floor, there was a sandbox as big as a wooden bed. This is the location of Dragon City, this side is the location of the Old City, and this place is Shenwu City. Yibin took a rough look and found that behind Dragon City is Water City, and behind Water City is a big river. As for the area in front of Longqing, there is currently only one Shenwu City. According to the position analysis on the sand table, Shenwu City is in front of Longqing, and it is in a straight line. According to Yibin's calculations, the Python Plain should be close to the north, and the direction behind Dragon City should be the south, which means that the Taoai Alliance is in the north. The location of the Firebird tribe should be in the east, close to the coastal area, where there are rich sea salt resources. Every time I see Qingwan and the others going back, they are heading east. As for the direction of the Stone tribe, it should be the west. Why do I say that? When the courtesan went mining last time, he brought back several thousand people. According to those people at that time, they were all from Baiwan Dashan. According to theoretical analysis, there are many mountains in the west, and they are all famous mountains. If the inference is true, then Longqing needs to build 2 more cities. One city in the west is to prevent the millions of mountains. This city in the east can connect with the Firebird tribe. As the territory expands, there will be less and less land in the future. When everyone has their own territory, we can only rob it. At least now these lands belong to the entire planet. As long as Yibin acts quickly enough, he can grab enough land. As long as the 5 cities are built, he can form an internal and external cooperation. At that time, no matter which city is at war, Longqing can provide quick support. There is also a very important thing. After the 5 cities are built, we can clear out the small tribes inside. When that time really comes, the territories within the 5 cities will all belong to the Huaxia tribe, and the tribesmen can go out to farm. At that time, land can be distributed to the slaves, and they can be paired with a woman. These slaves will have to pay taxes once a year, which is a 37 tax. The slaves will get 70% and the tribe will get 30%. As for the taxes collected, they are all used to support the army. In the future, the Chinese tribes will all adopt a family model, which is the same as on Earth. Every household will be allocated land and pay taxes once a year. In this way, the slaves can be used to support the tribe's army, and the tribe will have a large number of troops. It can be renamed as a country. Only through this reform can the country afford to support the army and pay the soldiers. Brothers and sisters, please give Beiqing a 5-star review after watching this. You can also help Beiqing and urge for more updates. Chapter 270 Sundial and Soap. The large collective model of primitive society will eventually be destroyed in the long river of history. From ancient times to the present, no tribe has always been powerful. This is their problem. Large collective models can never be powerful. When they reach a certain level of civilization, they will begin to perish. Then, many small tribes were divided and gradually became stronger. The final outcome was still the same. Unless they broke away from the large collective model, the cycle would continue. In the end, the top tribes all had problems with food. How much food does a top tribe need to consume in a day? Most of the food sources of primitive people are animals. They don't have any breeding technology and can't plant on a large scale. This limits their upper limit. Without stable food, the tribe will eventually fall apart. No matter how powerful they are, there will only be 40,000 to 50,000 people. The Huaxia tribe is now having a hard time. The amount of food consumed by the tribe every day is an astronomical figure. Fortunately, they still have a fishing team. If they ate beef and mutton every day, the pastures of the Huaxia tribe would have been eaten up by the tribesmen long ago. Yibin was sure that the same was true for other tribes. After Yibin thought of the plan, he started drawing on a piece of animal skin. About 5 hours later, Yibin had drawn 2 pieces of skin, and there was a city drawn on each piece of skin. There is also the location where the city will be built. Yibin has marked all these things. In about 2 months, the crops in Longqing will be harvested. At that time, the crops in Shuiqing and the farm will be harvested together. This is also the first batch of grain for the Huaxia tribe. With this batch of grain, it can be planted on a large scale. Longqing is about 8 days away from the Python Plain. The distance mentioned here is the normal walking distance, not the distance for marching and fighting. To the east is the Firebird tribe, the tribe closest to Dragon City, which is the flying bird tribe that Yi Bin had seen. That time, in order to help Qingwan, Yi Bin also deployed an alcohol bomb, but the two of them were just angry with each other. Yi Bin named the city in the east Sun City. There is a line in a song that goes, "The sun rises in the east and sets in the west. Since the east represents the sun, let's name it Sun City." As for the city in the west, Yi Bin named it Tianshan City. The west is mountainous and all of them are big mountains. Every peak is level with the sky, so Yi Bin named it Tianshan City. Yi Bin asked to himself, "Who should I send?" Black Panther went to Water City, Juifeng went to Xinwu City, and the Oiran has to stay in Dragon City. Got it. Yi Bin had his own plans for letting Ashui build Tianshan City and Hua Yun build Sun City. Tianshan City was more dangerous, but Sun City was close to the Firebird tribe, so there shouldn't be any danger, right? As for himself, he needs to leave behind a few regiments. These new warriors must fight a battle with the Xuanwu tribe. Only when the hands of these warriors are stained with the blood of the Xuanwu tribe can they be truly tied together. Yi Bin will not believe them before seeing blood. If they rebelled on the battlefield, Yi Bin would decisively order them to be shot to death. It's not that Yi Bin is suspicious, but one must always be on guard against others. Only when everyone is tied together in the same boat can they be truly digested, and only then can he dare to use them with confidence and boldness. Apart from this, Yi Bin will keep them by his side. Yi Bin disrupted their arrangements in order to allow them to integrate faster. By then, each group would be assigned 400 to 500 people. As long as time passed, these newcomers would be completely at ease. On the third day, Baihu, Heichin and others came back. Baihu brought all his tribesmen with him. There were more than 3,000 men and more than 5,000 women. As for the elderly, there are only about 30 or 40 of them. Yi Bin didn't know why either. There were quite a lot of children, about 300 or so. Baihu also brought 50,000 cattle and sheep, including 2,000 blue cattle and more than 48,000 goats. Baihu's explanation was that the Black Bear tribe ran a market, so having a few cattle and sheep was not too much, right? Yi Bin waited for several more days and made a sundial in the meantime. This was something Yi Bin had wanted to make for a long time, but he just had no time. Around the 8th day, Yi Bin made soap. Making soap is also very simple. The first step is to prepare some animal fats, and the second step is to make water. To make water reduction, you need wood ash and shells. Longqing is close to a big river, and there are many varieties of shells. As long as they have shells, they can be used. Wood ash is even simpler, you can just burn the weeds directly. Some people will ask, how does the Huaxia tribe filter without gauze? Yi Bin will tell you that he uses cotton to filter it. Grind the burnt wood ash and the burnt shells into powder, put them into hot water together, stir for more than 10 minutes, and wait for about an hour, and you will get a pot of reduced water. In order to add fragrance to the soap, Yi Bin collected a lot of flower petals. He used 3 pottery jars as tools. He added water to the first pottery jar and then used a bamboo tube to connect it to the second pottery jar. Put some collected flower petals into the second clay pot, and then prepare a small bamboo tube and connect it to the third clay pot. Then, fire the first pottery pot. After the water boils, steam will come to the second pottery pot. Through steam distillation, the essential oil with floral fragrance will flow into the third pottery pot. After the essential oil is extracted, put it in a small ceramic jar and prepare it for use in the next step. Yi Bin asked Hong to bring a piece of fat. After cutting the fat, he prepared to put it in the pot to refine it. After the oil was refined, he put the refined oil in a large basin. The last step is to shape the soap. Yi Bin called Li Wang and Taishan and asked them to each hold a ceramic jar. Li Wang held the purified water, while Taishan held the essential oil. Li Wang, you slowly add the water. Taishan, you add a small amount of essential oil, and Old Man Lu, you start stirring now. Old Man Lu is recommended by Old Man Xiong. Now Old Man Bear has gone to Water City, and Dragon City is temporarily managed by Old Man Deer. Old Man Deer is from the same tribe as King Li, and he used to be a witch in the tribe. The 3 people cooperated in this way, and Yi Bin directed them from the side. After the water was reduced and poured into the lard, and some essential oil was added, the whole basin was filled with fragrance. Old Man Lu stirred it vigorously. After about 5 or 6 minutes, the reduced water and lard had a chemical reaction, and the liquid state at the beginning slowly turned into a muddy state. This scene shocked everyone. King Li asked curiously, "Chief, how did it turn white?" Yibin said with a smile. This is the soap I told you about. Taishan, go and prepare the bamboo tube. After the bamboo tube was brought over, the four of them started filling it up immediately. After about an hour, the bamboo tube was completely filled up. Yibin also reminded everyone that this thing needed to be air-dried for more than 20 hours. Yibin was afraid that they didn't understand, so he added to them that the soap could be used normally by this time tomorrow. Suddenly, a soldier shouted loudly, "City Lord!" Good news. Brothers and sisters, please give Beiqing a 5-star review after watching this. You can also help Beiqing and urge for more updates. Please! Chapter 271, The Return of the Black Wolf. What news? The soldier smiled and replied, Captain Heichin has returned, as has Captain Shanlang. They both brought many people back with them. Forehead. Today is the 14th day. It seems that the wolves are scared. Under normal circumstances, they need to walk for 16 days. With a modern soul, it would be easy for him to deal with a primitive man. A smile appeared on Yibin's lips. He said to the soldier, Lead the way, let's go and take a look together. At this time, the mountain wolves were like a group of wandering savages. Each of them carried a few pieces of animal skins on his back. If you got closer, you could smell an unpleasant odor. Primitive people don't like taking baths. For them, having a full stomach every day is much more comfortable than taking a bath. The most exaggerated thing is that some people lie on the ground catching lice, and there are more than a dozen of them gathered together. As soon as Yibin arrived at the training ground, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. Is this person still human? The men had disheveled hair, the women were naked, and each of them exuded a foul odor. They were not people from a large tribe at all. They are simply refugees fleeing. The corners of Yibin's mouth twitched. He really wanted to throw all these people out. It was a miracle that so many people could survive in such a living environment. Seeing the city lord coming, Shanlang and Heichin walked over immediately, their eyes full of excitement. Heichin immediately reported, City Lord, on our way back, we encountered pursuers from the Xuanwu tribe. There were so many of them. Heichin gestured with his hands. Although the Huaxia tribe had a school, the cultural level of each person was still very limited. The soldiers all know the numbers below 500, but as for the numbers above 500, very few people know them. Yibin roughly estimated that there should be more than 5,000 people from the Xuanwu tribe. It seems that the Xuanwu tribe is really angry. The people that Yibin released were really fast. Yibin's original plan was to fight a quick battle. If the mountain wolves refused to migrate their tribe, the Xuanwu tribe would definitely destroy them. No matter which super tribe it would not tolerate betrayal from its subordinate tribes. Heichin became more and more excited as he spoke. The Xuanwu tribe was beaten back by us. We first shot with bows and arrows and interrupted the enemy's offensive formation. In about 10 minutes, 600 or 700 enemies were killed. Finally, the enemy surrounded us. We used a square battle formation. After several hours of fighting, the enemy was defeated. Yibin nodded repeatedly after listening. It seemed that their knowledge was not learned in vain. As the city lord, he would of course be happy for their progress. Very good, you didn't bring shame to China. Heichin laughed foolishly again. City lord, we lost 10 people and more than 50 soldiers were injured. When he said this, Heichin showed a sad expression. Those who died in the battle were all soldiers of their regiment. As a regimental commander, he would naturally feel sad. The soldiers trained together every day and had already developed a deep relationship with them. Heichin seemed to have remembered something. Don't worry, city lord, we have already retrieved the bodies of the soldiers. Heichin knew in his heart that the soldiers were wearing iron armor. If they were snatched away by the enemy, it would definitely bring disaster to the Huaxia tribe. Send the injured to the hospital for treatment first. Those tribesmen who died fighting for the tribe were buried in the mountains near Longqing so that they could always watch Longqing. No matter how Longqing developed, China would never forget them. Okay, city lord. Heichin agreed immediately. Yibin suddenly thought of something, and he immediately asked Heichin, How did they kill our soldiers? Heichin recalled the situation at that time. The city lord and his men have an earth dragon, the same as Princess Jingwan's. It was their earth dragon that broke through our formation. The deaths of these soldiers were caused by the earth dragon. If we hadn't brought alcohol bombs, the earth dragon would have killed more people. The city lord has one more thing to say. The earth dragon was very afraid of fire. We used the alcohol bomb to seriously injure the earth dragon. Did you kill the earth dragon? Heichin immediately explained. We didn't kill it. We shot its eyes blind with bows and arrows. Yibin! I'm so shocked I can't speak. How did you do it? After Heichin's explanation, Yi Bin finally understood the reason. It turned out that he took advantage of the characteristics of fire and attacked the Earth Dragon's eyes when the Earth Dragon was at a loss, and thus drove away the Xuanwu tribe. It's such a pity that the lives of more than a dozen soldiers were exchanged for a disabled Earth Dragon. What Yi Bin didn't know was that being able to exchange 10 lives for an Earth Dragon was already a huge profit. Qingwan's Earth Dragon killed hundreds of people from the Taogai Alliance. In the end, without even a scratch on its skin, after the enemy retreated, the Earth Dragon was still alive and well. Even in a super tribe like that, there are only 1 or 2 Earth Dragons. From this aspect, we can see how important Earth Dragons are to a tribe. Heichin and his crew only had a small number of people, but they killed an adult Earth Dragon. For Heichin and his team, this was already a remarkable achievement. But Yi Bin now looks like he has suffered a great loss. To Yi Bin himself, the soldiers are his treasures. Even if one person is injured or killed, he will be very heartbroken. This is the first time that so many people from the Huaxia tribe have died in battle, Yi Bin repeated, saying that this will also allow the soldiers to see how much he loves his people. They must be buried properly. They are all heroes of the Huaxia tribe. The tribe will support their wives, children and the elderly for the rest of their lives. After hearing what the city lord said, all the soldiers in the training ground became excited. For the soldiers, the first thing was to be able to eat their fill. The second is one's spouse. No matter what era, both are the most important. What Yi Bin said was a promise to the soldiers. You can die in battle, and the tribe will raise your wives and children. This is the confidence the tribe gives you. Once the warriors have this guarantee, they will fight hard to kill the enemy on the battlefield. After feeling sad, Yi Bin looked at Shanlang and the others again. Seeing them with such a heartless look, Yi Bin was immediately furious. How could these people be so calm? Seeing Yi Bin was about to get angry, Shanlang immediately said, City Lord, many of us have died too. There are too many people coming from the Xuanwu tribe. After the mountain wolf finished speaking, he said, You still look so sad. How many of you died? Heichin immediately replied, City Lord, Captain Shanlang and his men have lost over 500 men. Yi Bin got angry again. Are all your soldiers useless? Seeing that the city lord was really angry, Shanlang immediately felt aggrieved. In Shanlang's heart, if you hadn't let those people go back, would so many of us have died? Of course, he could only think about such things in his heart. If he really said them out loud, Yi Bin would skin him alive. Brothers and sisters, please give Beiqing a 5-star review after watching this. You can also help Beiqing and urge for more updates. Please. Chapter 272 Rewarding According to Merit. Make them all stand still. Yes, City Lord. Hei Nio immediately led his men to reorganize the team. The previous soldiers had already been training for half a month, and they were no longer the same as before. Some people may say that Yi Bin employed the warriors of the giant scorpion tribe, so isn't he afraid that they will rebel? Yi Bin also has his own thoughts on this issue. Dashan killed Dashi of the giant scorpion tribe in front of everyone. In a sense, Dashan has stood against the tribe members. If Dashan wants to survive, he must rely on Yi Bin, otherwise the tribesmen will tear him to pieces. There is another important issue. Dashan will gather a group of his own forces to fight against those who have rebellious intentions. If Yi Bin is really dead, Dashan will not be able to survive either. As the saying goes, traitors can better manage traitors. Whether it's from ancient times to the present, or from one dynasty to another, those who attack their own people are the most cruel. So, Yi Bin is not afraid of the mountains rebelling at all. Instead, he is worried about the mountain wolves. This person is cruel and ruthless. It's okay when the tribe is in peacetime, but when the danger comes, the mountain wolf is a time bomb. The first step Yi Bin had to take was to slowly absorb his tribesmen and then arrange Shanlang to a not very important position. As time goes by, the tribesmen like Shanlang will slowly forget their leader, and at this time, they will only accept Yi Bin as the city lord in their hearts. Yi Bin would always be wary of unstable people. In ancient times, every failure in a battle was closely related to traitors. Yi Bin asked them to stand in 4 formations. The men stood in 1 formation, the women stood in 1 formation, the elderly stood in 1 formation, and the children stood in 1 formation. Hei Nio worked for more than half an hour and finally divided them all up. Hei Nio took a piece of animal skin with numbers on it and came directly to Yi Bin. City Lord, I've counted the number of people. Yi Bin nodded slightly. He liked Hei Nio's ability to do things more and more. Speak up. There are more than 3,000 men, about 5,200 women, only about 30 elderly people, and more than 260 children. Yi Bin is also helpless about the reason why there are so few elderly people. This is how primitive society is. Once people lose their abilities, they will be abandoned by the tribe. This is also the sadness of this era. Black Bull. Take them to the river to wash. Those who are not washed clean are not allowed to return to the tribe. Those with tangled hair should have their hair cut off with a knife. Also, wash all the animal skins they wear for me. Stop by the Ministry of Industry to pick up some soap. The city lord's soap is very precious. How can it be given to them for use? Hey Neo really doesn't want to obey Yi Bin's condition. The soap was made in the past few days and is currently only supplied to people above the rank of battalion commander. As soon as the soap came out, Luoshi and the others couldn't put it down. They are also members of the Huaxia tribe. Is there any problem with giving them the power? Although He Neo was reluctant, he still nodded and agreed. Okay, City Lord. All of you come with me to the river. He Neo also instructed a few guards to go to the Ministry of Works to get soap. The Ministry of Works is now managed by Old Man Lu. After Old Man Xiong left, he elected Old Man Lu. About an hour later, the mountain wolf returned with his tribesmen. Many of them had their hair cut off, their hides washed, and their complexions became fair. Yi Bin nodded with satisfaction. Is this what a group of people look like? He Neo blew the horn and asked everyone to gather at the training ground. Yes, City Lord. He Neo immediately ordered the guards to blow the horn. Woo-woo, woo-woo. After hearing the noise, the soldiers immediately gathered at the training ground. The new soldier said, "They've been here for half a month already. During this time, they've been training and undergoing brainwashing in the school every day." The task that Yi Bin taught Luoshi was actually very simple. It was to let them talk about the good things about the Huaxia tribe, how everyone was equal in the Huaxia tribe, how everyone could have enough food and clothing, and that the tribe could also distribute women. In a word, just say whatever is best. In addition, during training, the soldiers completed tasks together and experienced hardships together, which made them all become one. Many people have already adapted to life in Dragon City. On the training ground, the soldiers stood in neat rows. Except for Mountain Wolf and his companions, these people had just arrived. The tribesmen led by Mountain Wolf were all trembling with fear at the soldiers' formation. Yi Bin didn't make things difficult for them. He said to Shanlang and the others, "Tell the women, children, and the elderly to retreat outside the training ground." The Mountain Wolf took action immediately. It only took Shanlang a few minutes to evacuate the crowd, which Yi Bin was very satisfied with. Everyone has his strengths. Although Shanlang is cruel, he is really good at doing things. This reminded Yi Bin of a TV series, which was about Wei Yan in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Wei Yan killed his master and let Guan Yu and others enter the city. When Zhuge Liang found out, he wanted to kill Wei Yan in his heart, but was stopped by everyone in the end. After Wei Yan returned to train Liu Bei, he made great contributions to Liu Bei. Zhuge Liang went to Mount Qishan 6 times, and Wei Yan helped him. Wei Yan also proposed a plan, but Zhuge Liang did not adopt it at that time. Otherwise, it is hard to say who will unify the three kingdoms. Although the Mountain Wolf is ferocious, I believe that as long as I am in charge, the Mountain Wolf will not go too far. As long as I make good use of this chess piece, he will definitely show his due value. Doesn't Yi Bin often say that people should be used to their full potential and things should be used to their full potential? Whether good or bad, everyone has his own value, and the same goes for Mountain Wolf. Soldiers, many new members of our Chinese tribe have joined us. The first rule of China's military regulations is that everyone is equal in the tribe. Here, everyone is treated equally, without any distinction of high or low. The city lord is mighty. The city lord is mighty. All the soldiers were excited. What they liked to listen to most was the city lord preaching. He believed that the city lord would treat them as human beings, would feed them well, and would not discriminate against them. Yi Bin pressed it with his hand, and the training ground immediately became quiet. This time, the Huaxia tribe gained a lot of people, with more than 10,000 men. Before Baihu was captured, he had more than 2,000 people around him. A few days later, the entire tribe moved here. There were more than 3,000 men and more than 5,000 women, plus more than 1,000 people led by Dashan and 2,000 people led by Shanlang. Now, the Mountain Wolf has brought his tribesmen here as well. There are more than 3,000 men and more than 5,200 women. To sum up, the number of men in the Huaxia tribe has increased by more than 11,000, and the number of women has increased by more than 10,200. Now I will assign you duties. White Tiger. Baihu stood up immediately. White Tiger here. Brothers and sisters, please give Beiqing a 5-star review after watching this. You can also help Beiqing and urge for more updates. Please. Chapter 273 Departure to Shenwu City. You've been divided out 1,500 people. These people used to be from the Dashan tribe, but now they are all from the Huaxia tribe. White Tiger. From today on, you will be their leader. Although Baihu was not happy in his heart, he could still guess the purpose of the city lords doing this. The city lord did not want them to stick together. This is also a powerful method. Okay, city lord. Shanlang, Black Snake, Taishan, Huayan, Lihu, and Dashan, the 6 of you will lead a regiment. Wait until this time tomorrow to go to the Ministry of Works to receive the Avenue flag. The Avenue flag is the symbol of your regiment leader. This time, more than 11,000 new people have joined. I have arranged 7 regiments for you. As for the remaining 500 people, hand them over to Li Wang's battalion. Xixing, you will be the Minister of Justice from now on. Xixing came back with Huayun and the others. The last time Yubin went to Shuiqing, Xixing told Yubin that he didn't want to stay in Shuiqing anymore, so Yubin agreed. Isn't it just perfect? Taishan doesn't want to work in the Ministry of Justice anymore, so now is the perfect time for Xixing to take over. Xixing agreed immediately. He likes to use his brain, and Xixing is really not very interested in fighting and killing. The other group leaders all happily agreed. The standard Yubin gave them was that they could not choose people they knew, that is, Baihu and his group must choose people from Shanlang and his group, and Shanlang and his group must choose people from Dashan and his group. In short, just one sentence: separate and shuffle them, and then separate and shuffle them again. The current Huaxia tribes have a total of 17 groups. Yibin is assigning tasks now. Huayun Ashui, you 2 groups, go here and build a city. Yibin gave them a piece of animal skin with the location marked on it. Bring another 1,500 slaves with you. If you need anything, let the courtesan cooperate with you. Pick up another 1,000 green cattle and go over. Okay, city lord. Yibin nodded in satisfaction. You guys should take your men and set off now. Yes, yes. City lord. After the 2 agreed, they immediately went to prepare things. Yibin called out the name again. Lihu, Langya, you 2 groups go to this location. Yibin also took out a piece of animal skin with the location marked on it. You also need to bring 1,500 slaves with you. If there are any problems, let the courtesan cooperate with you. You also bring 1,000 blue cattle. Okay. City lord. You guys go get ready now. The 2 nodded and immediately began to prepare. Taishan, the regiment you lead will set off for Shuiqing this afternoon. After arriving in Shuiqing, you must obey Black Panther in everything and let Black Panther choose another person to replace him as the regiment leader. There are 3 regiments in Shuiqing. As a brigade commander, Black Panther only needs to be in charge, and you regimental commanders will be able to take charge. You regimental commanders just need to manage the battalion commanders, and the battalion commanders will manage the company commanders, and the company commanders will manage the soldiers. You must convey what I just said to Black Panther and ask him to quickly train a navy. Our Huaxia tribe needs a navy of our own. Okay, city lord. You team leaders must also remember what I just said. The leaders immediately nodded and agreed. Taishan, why don't you take your men out now? After Taishan agreed, he immediately took his men and set off. Yibin said to the courtesans again. You, the courtesan, will select another 1,500 people from these women, and appoint 3 group leaders yourself. From today on, you are the brigade commander in Dragon City. The courtesan cursed in her heart. You have poached all my deputy generals, and now you want me to appoint 3 more captains. You only know how to take advantage of what is available. Although the courtesan felt uncomfortable, she agreed immediately. According to what the city lord said just now, after she, the courtesan, becomes the brigade commander, she will directly be in charge of the 3 regiments. The regiment commander will then be in charge of the battalion commander, and the battalion commander will be in charge of the company commander. This is indeed a lot easier. Black Snake. You lead a regiment to stay in Longqing. If support is needed in any direction, you will immediately lead people there. You are the reserve regiment of Longqing. Okay, city lord. Black Snake agreed immediately. As long as it was something arranged by the city lord, he would carry it out immediately. Hein Yo, Li Wang, and your remaining 6 regiments, come with me to Xinjishi tomorrow morning. Li Wang now has 1,150 people under his command, more than 1,000 of whom are infantry, and the remaining 150 are cavalry. During this month, together with the stock left by Old Man Xiong, there were almost more than 10,000 sets of bamboo armor. As for why they were not given iron armor, Yibin felt that it was not time yet. Only after they have fought with the Xuanwu tribe will he give these warriors iron armor. Some people will say, isn't the defense of bamboo armor also very high? Yes, bamboo armor does have high defense, and it is soaked in glue, but it is afraid of fire. Those who understand will naturally understand that no matter what time it is, people must leave a way out for themselves. After we leave, you must pay more attention to carrier pigeons. Every team going out of Longqing will bring some pigeons in bird cages. These pigeons are used to deliver messages. This can be considered as leaving a way out for myself. After all, Longqing still has 4 regiments. No matter which direction they go, Longqing can also provide quick support. Okay, City Lord. Yibin added. Now the sundial has been made. The soldiers trained from 7 a.m. to around 11 p.m. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the training lasted until about 7 o'clock in the evening. Longqing sent a regiment out for patrol every day. According to the current situation, there should be no danger. After all, Longqing is in the middle of the 4 cities. No matter which direction the enemy attacks Longqing from, they need to pass through these 4 cities. Even if they want to fight the enemy, they will attack the 4 surrounding cities first. Longqing is the safest city among the 5 cities. In a sense, the 4 surrounding cities have important strategic significance. Longqing is like Jingzhou, and Longqing has access to all directions. If Longqing is taken down by others, the 4 surrounding cities will be completely isolated and helpless, and will be taken down one by one. Therefore, Longqing must be heavily guarded, and it must be guarded by trustworthy people. In Yibin's heart, the Oiran and Luoxi are both his most important women. The importance between the two is not what you think. At dawn the next morning, every team that set out brought a fishing team and tens of thousands of sheep, which were the rations for each group. When the Dashing tribe migrated here, they also brought more than 40,000 cattle and sheep. These were all food for the mountain wolves, so they naturally would not leave them for the Xuanwu tribe. They have now completely turned against them. When the mountain wolves were migrating, they had a bloody battle with the Xuanwu tribe, and more than 500 people died. The wounded brought back by He Qin are now recuperating in the hospital. After Yibin finished the breakfast that Luoxi brought him, he kissed the little girl on the mouth. As for why it is on the mouth, it is not convenient to explain in detail. Ha ha! When Yibin arrived at the training ground, it was filled with densely packed figures. These were the 6 regiments of the Huaxia tribe: Golden Fire, Black Diligence, Eagle, White Tiger, Mountain Wolf, and Big Mountain. There are also more than 1,000 people from Heinyo and Li Wang. Yibin waved his hand at the soldiers. Set off. Brothers and sisters, please give Beiqing a 5-star review after watching this. You can also help Beiqing and urge for more updates. Please! Chapter 274 Xinwu City is in danger. Lord Zhuifeng, the enemy is attacking the city again? Mu Zhan yelled loudly. I'm going to kill all of these bastards in the mountains. Zhui Feng immediately stopped Mu Zhan. Don't worry, I think the city lord and the others will be here soon. Let the soldiers use bows and arrows to shoot, and when there are more enemies under the city wall, throw a few alcohol bombs at them. Let the soldiers be a little frugal, and there won't be many alcohol bombs left. Mu Zhan immediately agreed. Don't worry! I will go and command the soldiers to fight back. Be careful. A psychic wizard was commanding from behind, constantly giving orders to the soldiers. Fortunately, they were not on the plains, otherwise he could control the poisonous snakes to attack the enemy. The wall of Xinwu City is about 5 or 6 meters high. The soldiers of Baiwan Dashan could not climb up the wall at all. They actually used the most primitive method and pushed the soil up directly. Although the method is a bit stupid, the effect is very good. There are probably more than 20,000 people coming to the Million Mountains this time. Maybe many people have no idea what 20,000 people mean. 20,000 people can fill a football field. In the eyes of Zhuifeng and the others, the walls of Xinwu City were full of people, and everywhere they looked were human figures. When they first came here, they were a little nervous, but now everyone in Xinwu City has already gotten used to it. The psychic wizard kept shouting, Everyone, hurry up! Those people at the back, push forward! Looking at the enemies below the city wall, Mu Zhan gave his orders in an orderly manner. Everyone, divide into 2 teams and start taking turns shooting at the enemy. The second team, keep your formation. If there is any chaos again, I will skin you alive. Do you hear me? Mu Zhan is cursing on the city wall. Wherever Mu Zhan passed, the soldiers would shoot desperately. Mu Zhan's behavior was to tell the soldiers that the commander would always stand by their side. The enemies below the city wall made earth-shaking sounds of fighting. Their goal this time was to destroy the city. The soldiers on the city wall fired round after round of arrows. Each round of arrows made a dense sound of breaking wind. The enemies under the city wall fell down one after another like wheat. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Ah! It hurts so much, but I don't want to die. Who come to save me? Who is blind? You stepped on my wound. Ah! It hurts so much. There were screams from under the city wall. There were also the soldiers' curses. The ground had been dyed red with blood. Many enemies who were shot to death were used as mud mats. Their teammates climbed up directly on the corpses. The psychic wizard had an evil smile on his face. Their purpose was very simple, which was to use the bodies of the soldiers to push forward so that the people behind could rush forward. Zhuifeng also saw their purpose, but he didn't care at all. At this time, there were thousands of corpses lying under the city wall, and the blood had dyed the dry moat red. If the fighting continued like this, the moat would almost be big enough to raise fish. Although it is a little exaggerated, the blood of thousands of people gathered together is indeed terrifying. Looking at the city that has not been conquered for a long time, the psychic wizard is also a little anxious. Although there are many people in Baiwan Dashan, they can't withstand such a way of death. Master Wizard, many of us have already lost many lives. Should we? No! I must destroy this place today. So many people have died. If I start to retreat now, won't all the soldiers' deaths be in vain? Pull up all the remaining soldiers to fight. Looking at the human ladder under the city wall, the psychic wizard gritted his teeth. Today, no matter what the cost, he must take over this market. This was also the death order given by that person. As the psychic wizard's order was issued, the soldiers charged forward desperately. At this time, the area under the city wall was filled with corpses, and the soldiers commanded by Mu Zhan were already engaged in close combat with the enemy. Everyone, come over to me, and Zhuifeng will personally lead the battle. Wood war! Immediately use the alcohol bomb and push the spearmen in front directly down. The injured soldiers should pay attention to filling in the positions. Everyone should maintain formation. If anyone puts an enemy up, get out of the Huaxia tribe. As Zhuifeng finished speaking, the soldiers immediately roared. Kill! Kill these snake people! Brothers, the time has come to die for China. The iron spears in the soldiers' hands were pierced directly, leaving after images. Wherever the iron spears passed, the enemies fell down one after another. Blood and screams. The psychic wizard appeared on the battlefield at the same time, his face flushed red. A quarter of the more than 20,000 people he led had been killed or injured. But the psychic wizard wasn't sad at all. Instead, a smile of victory appeared on his face. The current number of casualties was anticipated by the great wizard Jishuan, and it was also an acceptable result after discussion among the top leaders. Suddenly, the soldiers on the city wall launched a fierce attack. The psychic wizard watched his soldiers fall down one after another. Only then did he notice that the thing on the enemy could withstand the attacks of the soldiers. At this moment, a guard beside him fell down, and as luck would have it, his forehead hit a stone. The guard fainted immediately, and the psychic wizard was instantly inspired. Go and inform the soldiers quickly to let them attack the city with stones in their arms. Iron armor can defend against stone spears, but it cannot defend against flying stones. The guards immediately went to convey the order. At the wizard's order, everyone immediately picked up stones and attacked. Those soldiers who had not yet climbed up the city wall immediately picked up the stones on the ground, and quickly stepped on the corpses to walk up, waiting for their comrades in front to fall. Those people holding stones threw them directly at the soldiers of Shengwu City, and soon a large area was knocked down. This scene stunned Zhuifeng and the others. Mu Zhan saw that things were going badly, so he asked Zhuifeng, "What should we do now?" Zhuifeng was also anxious. He had never experienced this situation before. For a moment, Zhuifeng was at a loss. Seeing that Zhuifeng didn't say anything, Mu Zhan shouted, "Soldiers, beat the enemy back! Kill! Ah! My head was hit by a stone, ah! My nose was also hit by a stone." For a while, the two sides were fighting hard, and soldiers on both sides fell. The soldiers of Shengwu City were at most seriously injured and temporarily lost their combat effectiveness. And every time the enemy soldiers were attacked by iron spears, they would suffer fatal casualties. If the fighting continues like this, Shengwu City will not be able to hold out for long. Although the soldiers are all injured, as time goes by, the number of seriously injured people will increase, and the number of people who can fight will decrease, until the last moment, when Shengwu City will be completely breached. Zhuifeng feels sad inside. City Lord, I tried my best. Brothers and sisters, please give Beiqing a 5-star review after watching this. You can also help Beiqing and urge for more updates. Please. Chapter 275 The Psychic Escapes. Mu Zhan stood in front of the crowd. The iron spear in his hand was like a silver snake, shuttling back and forth among the enemies. Anyone who was pierced by the iron spear would die soon, and blood would splatter everywhere. In a short while, Mu Zhan was hit by several stones, and blood was flowing from his forehead. No matter how powerful the iron armor was, it could not withstand the damage caused by the stones. At this time, Black Shark and Hanyu appeared. They quickly came to Xuefeng. Master Xuefeng said, "Should we retreat first? There are too many enemies. We can't hold on any longer." The psychic wizard in the distance looked at the soldiers on the city wall, who were becoming more and more numerous. He was extremely happy. The psychic wizard laughed loudly. "Ha ha 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 ha. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Now you have no chance anymore. The psychic wizard has already decided in his heart that they will win this battle." Just when the people in Shenwu City were about to despair, a cavalry team rushed over. They shot and killed indiscriminately on the battlefield. Behind the cavalry team were 6 flags. There is a large Chinese character written on each flag, and only Chinese people can recognize the Chinese characters on these flags. "Lord Xuefeng, look, the city lord and others are here to rescue us. We are all saved. Warriors, the city lord and his men are here. Take up your weapons and drive the enemy away. Kill them all." Mu Zhan shouted with all his might. "The city lord and his men are finally here. Everyone here can survive now." The soldiers all shed tears. The feeling of surviving a disaster was truly wonderful. Yi Bin and his group saw from a distance that Shenwu City was under attack, which made him very angry. The Xuanwu tribe was really too bullying. Once he had the chance in the future, he would definitely destroy the Xuanwu tribe. "Li Wang, you lead the cavalry and charge forward. Kill all those who can be killed." Yi Bin pointed at the old man again and grabbed him as well. "I want to chop him off with my own hands." "Okay, Chief. Charge forward with me, and prepare the Warhorse Iron Chain formation. Group 1, charge this way, Group 2, charge that way, Group 3, Group 4, charge forward with me, and the people behind you, prepare to start shooting." "Yes." "Kill. Charge." The cavalry immediately began to charge, and the horses also ran quickly. Wherever the cavalry passed, the enemies fell one after another. The guards behind them picked up the compound bows and fired a burst of shots. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Ah! 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 The enemies on the battlefield also discovered the existence of the cavalry. Many people shouted, "Enemy is coming, kill those people first." After receiving the order, the enemy soldiers immediately rushed towards Li Wang and his men. Yi Bin gave orders to the people around him. "Mountain Wolf, White Tiger, you 2 regiments, start charging from the front. Xiongying, Dashan, you 2 regiments, follow me to encircle them from behind. Jinhua, Heiqing, you 2 regiments, go to the battlefield and capture the lone prisoners." The 6 group leaders all agreed immediately. "Yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes, yes. Kill. Charge forward head on. If anyone lets an enemy go, I'll fucking skin you alive." Watching the 6 regiments attacking the enemy from the front and back, Yi Bin immediately took out his telescope. He could clearly see every part of the battlefield. As a leader, he only needed to command the battle. Standing behind Yi Bin were 2 battalions trained by Li Wang. They were all Yi Bin's personal guards. It was estimated that it would not be long before they would become a personal guard regiment. Mountain Wolf and his men ran the fastest. It took them about 10 minutes to rush into the battlefield. Mountain Wolf's flag was used to charge back and forth on the battlefield. The regiment led by Baihu also joined the battle. His soldiers hacked at the enemy indiscriminately. Baihu was also a fierce general. Every time he chopped, several enemies would fall down. Yi Bin looked at everything on the battlefield, and his heart, which had been hanging in the air, finally settled down. As long as they took action, there would be no turning back. The Xuanwu tribe is such a proud tribe that they will not accept traitors. As for Yi Bin, why should he use them? That's because the Huaxia tribe is still developing. If you can use the enemy to fight the enemy, why not do it? This is called making the best use of people and things. Li Wang and his men circled back and forth on the battlefield. Every time the cavalry turned around, a large number of enemy troops fell down, and the psychic wizard's face turned pale with fright. This Huaxia tribe is really too scary. Why do they have so many people? This Huaxia tribe is really not simple. The psychic wizard knew that he had been defeated, and without hesitation, he immediately took his guards and ran towards the distant plain. At this time, there were still about 7,000 or 8,000 enemy troops on the battlefield. The psychic wizard took away more than 2,000 or 3,000 people. More than 5,000 or 6,000 people died during the previous siege. There is also Li Wang and his men, charging back and forth on the battlefield. Finally, the soldiers from 6 regiments also killed about 3,000 to 4,000 people. The number of enemies attacking this time was about 20,000. If Yi Bin had not arrived with his men in time, Shenwu City would have fallen long ago. This Xuanwu tribe is really too petty. What's wrong with opening 2 big markets in such a big place? Is it necessary to fight a life-and-death battle? The high priest whispered in Yi Bin's ear. City Lord, isn't our market a little bit uneasy? Yi Bin smiled and waved his hands. What's the big deal? Can we also harass the Xuanwu tribe? He is making life difficult for us Chinese, so his Xuanwu tribe won't have an easy time either. Now that. If I can't do business, then no one should do it either. Yi Bin's idea was very simple. He sent 2 regiments and Li Wang and others to continuously harass the Xuanwu tribe. As long as they went there a few more times, it was estimated that not many people would dare to go there to trade. In this way, both sides' markets will not be able to open for business. This is exactly the result Yi Bin wants. When neither side can do anything to the other, it is time to enter the negotiation stage. About 2 hours later, the battlefield was finally cleaned up. He Niu counted the data, then came to Yi Bin and spoke happily. City Lord! The statistical results are out. We captured more than 4,000 enemies, stones, spears and bone weapons, too many to count, and many corpses. That's right. The old man ran away with several thousand people. After we defeated them, there was no trace of the people led by the old man. Yi Bin waved his hand indifferently. It's okay. There will be plenty of opportunities to catch him in the future. First, let these slaves transport all the bodies to the distant mountains, then dig a few large pits and bury the bodies directly in them. Okay, City Lord. Black Shark and Hunyu came over crying. City Lord! We almost never saw you again. Woo 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 woo. Brothers and sisters, please give Beiqing a 5-star review after watching this. You can also help Beiqing and urge for more updates. Please. Chapter 276 Huaxiao Wholesale Market. City Lord! City Lord! Zhuifeng and Muzhan also came over covered in blood. They had just led the soldiers to charge out, and the blood on their bodies was all from the enemy. You guys are doing great. I was right about you guys. Thank you, City Lord. Yi Bin said to everyone. Let's go! Let's go back to the city first. Yes. Everyone agreed in unison, as if they were one voice. Mountain Wolf, your group will keep an eye on those slaves. After all the bodies are buried, bring them all into the city. Yes, City Lord. As soon as Yi Bin arrived, he won a great victory. He was already very proud of himself. I am indeed the man of destiny. Ha 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 ha. After returning to the city, Yi Bin came to the training ground. The buildings here were the same as those in Longqing. Shenwu City was much larger than Longqing. Yi Bin wanted to build a commercial city here. Yi Bin saw another incredible thing and pointed at the people tied up in rows. This? What is going on? Zhuifeng immediately replied. City Lord, they are all slaves. When the war came, I was afraid they would cause trouble, so I tied them up. Yi Bin didn't care about them anymore. He came to the stage of the training ground and looked at the soldiers who had just experienced a great battle. Yi Bin was really satisfied. The warriors of his Huaxia tribe should have this kind of bloodiness. You all have worked hard. Huaxia will always remember you for everything you have done for the Huaxia tribe. If it weren't for your efforts, this place would have been conquered by the enemy long ago. You are all good warriors of Huaxia. The soldiers immediately shouted loudly. Thank you for your hard work, City Lord. For the Huaxia tribe. We are willing to die in battle. Yi Bin's blood boiled after hearing this. With such a group of people in China, there was no need to worry about the Chinese tribe not becoming stronger, and the world not being at peace forever. Yi Bin pressed his hands and started to speak loudly. He said that this place would become Shenwu City in the future, and would also be the first market in China. The market is a very important thing for a tribe. It can make huge profits from it to feed our people. No matter what troubles we encounter, it will not stop the opening of our market. Jinhua, Baihu, and Liwang, your 2 regiments plus a cavalry team will go to the Xuanwu tribe to cause trouble, but there is one thing you must remember, you must ensure your own safety. If the Xuanwu tribe sends troops, you fight and retreat at the same time. If they stop chasing you, you chase them back and continue fighting. If they chase you, you retreat backwards. In short, the Xuanwu tribe cannot have an easy time. Yes, yes, yes. The three of them immediately agreed to come. No one in China dared to disobey as long as it was the city lord's order. Xuefeng, you will be the brigade commander in the future. A brigade commander can command 3 regiments. If you have any questions, you can go and ask He Niu at night. Thank you, city lord. Everyone else, please disband. Xuefeng, accompany me for a walk in Shenwu City. The storefronts here are all designed according to the market in the previous life. The storefronts are all 2-story. The houses are also arranged in rows, and there are several intersections in the middle of each row of shops to make it convenient for merchants to select items. Yibin spent more than an hour on the tour and was very satisfied with it. Xuefeng was very reliable, but it seemed like something was missing. Yibin couldn't remember what was missing for a while. I know what it is. There seems to be no water in Shenwu City. No wonder the moat is dry. So this is the reason. How do you get water? Xuefeng immediately explained the reason. City Lord, we have to walk for several hours to get water. The water source here is too far away. The soldiers have to walk a long way every day to get water. Yibin called He Niu and took out a piece of painted animal skin with some locations marked on it. These were the locations of the wells. You arrange some slaves to dig a well at the location I have marked. The faster the better, and we should try to get water out of the well tomorrow. Okay, City Lord. Xuefeng asked curiously. City Lord, what is this water well? What is that water well? When Longqing was digging a well, Xuefeng and the others were still in Shenwu City. Yibin patiently explained to Xuefeng that a well is a hole dug in the ground. As long as you dig deep enough, there will be water in the well. After listening to it, Xuefeng felt that what the city lord said was amazing. What kind of well is this? Can it really produce water from underground? Yibin interrupted Xuefeng and pointed at the 4 city gates on the animal skin. These 4 storefronts were the best locations in Shenwu City. Convert all these 4 storefronts into banks. What is a bank? This? Let the high priest explain it to you in the evening. Also, all the storefronts at the intersection are for our own use, and we only sell one kind of item in each storefront. For example, white salt, candles, tinder, stone spears, bone tools, cured fish, cured meat, pottery, coal balls, soap, hourglass, animal skins, straw sandals, lime powder, single-piece bows, fruit wine, tables, and benches. In addition, each storefront will be given a coal stove, which is free to use, and coal briquettes are also free. After a month, 1 goat can be exchanged for 15 coal briquettes. After 1 year, 10 coal briquettes can be exchanged for a goat. Chasing the wind is like listening to a book from heaven. What is all this? There is one more thing. Anyone who comes to Shenwu City to do business will be given a storefront to live in for free for a year, and can also do business in the storefront. From now on, our Shenwu City will be called Huaxia Wholesale Market. All of our storefronts have the word Huaxia hung on them. Also, you need to form a sanitation team and have them guide others to the toilet. Anyone who urinates or defecates anywhere will have their business closed down. In the future, the Huaxia Wholesale Market must be clean, tidy and sanitary. The Huaxia Wholesale Market also provides them with free baths and free toilets. We will build a water conservancy system in a few days. Xuefeng was dumbfounded. He hadn't been with the city lord for a while and didn't understand a word he said. Xuefeng asked quickly. What is a water system? Yibin smiled slightly. By then, you will all know everything. Xuefeng was sweating in his heart. The city lord knows too much, and he still needs to learn hard. Okay, city lord. Yibin continued. We also need to arrange for soldiers to go on patrol every day. Heavy troops will be stationed to guard the city walls, and a regiment will be arranged to patrol outside the city. Free accommodation will be provided to everyone entering the city. There are already 10,000 question marks in Xuefeng's heart. But he still remained quiet. The city lord would definitely lead them to carry out the task personally, so he just had to write down all of Yibin's words. Yibin wants to use this model to attract a large number of primitive people. Once they have tasted the sweetness, China's wholesale market will become famous. This model is the common trick used in the shopping malls of Yibin's hometown in his previous life. The shopping mall uses other people's brands to attract people and provides free storefronts. Of course, this storefront also has a time limit. As long as the mall becomes more famous, the cost of this storefront will also increase rapidly. This can be considered a win-win situation. Brothers and sisters, please give Beiqing a 5-star review after watching this. You can also help Beiqing and urge for more updates. Please. Chapter 277 Renovation Bank. Starting tomorrow, Shinwu City will officially begin decorating its facade. Then let the slaves dig a 2-meter deep sewage channel from Shinwu City to the river. Zhuifeng wants to ask something else. Yibin said it in advance that this canal was used to drain sewage, and they would rely on this canal to conquer Shinwu City in the future. Okay, City Lord. Zhuifeng immediately ordered people to do it. The things arranged by the City Lord must be very important. No matter whether he can understand them or not, obeying orders is the first priority. Yibin came to the center of Shinwu City. Looking at the shops around him, Yibin felt a lot in his heart. He was too familiar with these things, but this was still a primitive society after all. Looking at the wooden door of the storefront, Yibin went forward to try it out personally. The storefront used a long-groove wooden door, which means the wooden board was placed into the slot. This type of door was more commonly used in ancient times. Moreover, they are all commercial doors, which are very convenient. People just need to install the wooden boards one by one, and then remove them one by one when opening the door in the morning. However, the walls inside the storefront were all exposed bricks, which was actually very good. If Yibin hadn't been possessed by a soul, he would have been speechless. Yibin walked through more than a dozen houses before finally choosing a row of storefronts. He then said to Zhuifeng, "Turn this into a school, a hospital, a ministry of industry, and some buildings like kilns. That is to say, everything in Dragon City must be copied. The things and buildings that Dragon City has must also be available in the other cities. We cannot give up the development of the other 4 cities just because Dragon City is the main city. Of course, this does not include ironware. In Yibin's heart, no matter which city in China, they must be treated equally. The Chinese tribe is a whole and there can be no discrimination." After Yibin finished the arrangements, he then said to Zhuifeng, "The soldiers injured this time must be allowed to rest properly. We must not let their hearts be chilled." "Okay, City Lord." Zhuifeng remembered everything Yibin said. He watched the Huaxia tribe grow stronger step by step. Zhuifeng could be considered a half-veteran. Suddenly, a hurried voice called him. "City Lord, City Lord." Yibin turned around and saw that it was the old man who was the high priest. "High priest, why are you so anxious?" The high priest said a little embarrassedly. "City Lord, when do we start building the bank you mentioned?" Yibin felt amused. This old high priest was too impatient. Before his men even landed, the high priest was already impatient. Seeing that Yibin didn't say anything, the high priest immediately became nervous. Was the City Lord lying to him? "City." Just as the high priest was about to speak, Yibin immediately stopped him and said, "Look how anxious you are." "All right. Shall we go and see it now?" "Zhuifeng, call over 100 slaves. Also, call over all the craftsmen I brought with me, and let's go renovate the bank now." "Okay." Zhuifeng agreed and immediately took people to prepare. He was also very curious about what this bank was. Yibin brought the high priest and others directly to the east gate. The first storefront here was used as a bank. When foreign merchants wanted to do business, the first thing they had to do when they entered was to pass by the bank door. Bank. It is a place for them to exchange iron coins. Yibin will give some discounts to those who can come to exchange in the early stage. This is equivalent to an event. As long as they are given a taste of the sweetness, the sales of iron coins will probably be in short supply. For primitive society, iron coins are a completely new thing, and primitive people have never been exposed to currency. In the future, when there are more people in Shinwu City, Yibin will change the policy. Only merchants with storefronts in the Huaxia wholesale market will be allowed to live in Shinwu City. Those merchants who did not have storefronts either had to stay in hotels in Shinwu City, or be driven out directly. If you don't have money to stay in the hotel, the soldiers will kick you out and tell you to wait until tomorrow morning to enter the city. This is also a means of attraction. Spending the night in Shinwu City is definitely much safer than outside. The hotel that Yibin wants to build is not the kind on Earth. The hotel here only has 1 bed. It was a very long bed that could accommodate 10 people in 1 room. Primitive people didn't have any particular requirements for sleeping. They wouldn't mind no matter how many people slept together, as long as there was a place to live. By then, there will be not only hotels but also restaurants. All the storefronts in Shinwu City will collect rent after 1 year, which is now a benefit for merchants. At the east gate, after the first storefront is opened, there is nothing inside except 4 walls. If you want the storefront to look good, you need to scrape a layer of cement and finally a layer of lime powder. This can be considered a simple decoration. But even this kind of storefront is thousands of times better than a shack for primitive people. Although the storefront is simple, it can at least shelter them from wind and rain. After Yibin entered the shop, He was holding a piece of animal skin in his left hand and a piece of chalk in his right hand. The chalk here was made of lime. Don't let any stubborn person come and ask, when did the Huaxia tribe have chalk? Yibin took a piece of chalk and started drawing on the animal skin. He designed a cabinet, which was placed across the middle of the bank. Merchants who came to exchange iron coins could only wait outside the cabinet. Every bank is equipped with 2 armed soldiers to prevent people with ulterior motives. This can be considered a form of security. The high priest walked back and forth in the storefront. For the high priest, this storefront was already very good. They used to live in shacks, but since they came to the Huaxia tribe, they lived in this kind of red brick house. After Yibin finished drawing, he gave the drawings to the people in the Ministry of Industry. These people were brought here by him, and were also old man Xiong's apprentices. They could make simple tables and stools like these. Juifeng brought his men over, still shouting loudly. City Lord! City Lord! I have brought all the 100 slaves you requested. Among these slaves, there are some relatively smart ones. These houses were built by them. What do you think, City Lord? Very good. For people like them, the treatment could be a little better. Yibin also gave Juifeng a wink. Juifeng immediately understood that the City Lord meant that slaves with better skills could be trained well. At that time, after they have been brainwashed, the slaves will immediately join the Huaxia tribe. Yibin pointed at a few slaves and said, Mix the cement dust and then scrape it onto the wall. Yibin even demonstrated to them, fearing that they might not scrape it evenly. These slaves were originally the smartest group of people, and with Yibin's personal guidance, the slaves got the hang of it in no time. Yibin asked them all to try it. After they have learned it, they can decorate the house on their own. All the shops of the Huaxia tribe must use the highest-end decoration. They must not lose the reputation of the Huaxia tribe. Brothers and sisters, please give Beiqing a 5-star review after watching this. You can also help Beiqing and urge for more updates. Please! Chapter 278 The First Batch of Merchants. Yibin was directing from the side. This part is not smooth, apply some cement and scrape it again. This part is not smooth either, apply some cement and fix it. The 4 walls of the bank were quickly scraped by the slaves. The scraped cement walls needed 2 to 3 days to dry before any further action could be taken. Yibin asked the carpenters to make 4 large wooden signs. On each of the signs was written the words, Huaxia Bank. Some people may ask, could primitive people recognize words? Yibin had already thought of the answer to this question. Primitive people did not know how to read, but they could remember the appearance of those words. As long as they had contact with banks for a long time, they would naturally recognize them. Just like an old lady at a tourist attraction, the old lady had not read much, but in order to make a living, the old lady finally learned English and can communicate with foreign friends without any obstacles. So, I'm not afraid that you don't know each other, I'm just afraid that no one will come to exchange iron coins. As long as someone comes to the Huaxia wholesale market, Yibin is sure to make them stay. Since all 4 banks were being renovated, that is, the 4 storefronts in the east, west, south and north, the counters and advertising signs were also produced in the Ministry of Industry. Yibin also ordered the slaves to scrape a layer of cement slurry on each storefront. City Lord! City Lord! A soldier shouted hurriedly. Outside, there are a lot of people coming outside. They said they came here to do a deal. The soldier wanted to say something, but Yibin had already walked away. City Lord! Wait for me. Yibin had no mood to care about him. These were the first group of merchants in Shenwu City, and he had to keep them. Yibin quickly walked to the city gate. There were indeed hundreds of primitive people standing. They brought cattle, sheep, animal skins and women, but they all seemed to be afraid. After all, Shenwu City was too big. It would be abnormal for anyone who came here for the first time not to be afraid. On the opposite side, a primitive man shouted loudly. Is this the market of the Huaxia tribe? There were people nearby, mumbling something. Could this be some evil tribe? What is this thing? Why does it look like a mountain, and there are so many people on it? What kind of Huaxia tribe is this? Will they come to rob us? People were saying all sorts of things. After all, there were too many people on the city wall. No matter who it was, when they came to a strange place, they would be cautious, and the other side was large in number. Yibin smiled and agreed. Yes, we are the Huaxia tribe, and this is our market. No matter what you want to exchange, we can exchange it with you. When the primitive man heard this, he immediately jumped up happily. This is the market of the Huaxia tribe. We finally found it. Primitive people are very easy to trust others, because in primitive society, there are not so many twists and turns. If someone wants to rob you, they will not say so much nonsense. Those primitive people would still be a little afraid. After all, this was someone else's territory. The number of people standing on the city wall alone was more than 30 times theirs. If they said they were not afraid, they would definitely be deceiving themselves. Yibin said to the primitive man, "The market is inside, come in all of you." Seeing that they still didn't move, Yibin smiled again and said, "You can rest assured, the market of our Huaxia tribe is definitely the safest." The group of primitive people looked at each other, and after about 10 minutes, they slowly walked over. When Yibin saw them coming, he suddenly became excited, because these were their first batch of customers. "Is this really a market?" the primitive man asked with some confidence. "After all, this concerns their lives, so it's definitely not wrong to be careful." "Yes. This is the market of the Huaxia tribe. It also has another name, Huaxia Wholesale Market, which means that there are all kinds of things here. As long as you want to exchange something, you can exchange it here." When the primitive man heard this, he immediately became happy. He said to Yibin, "My name is Mu," and pointed to the man behind him, whose name is D. "Hello, my name is Yibin. You are the mayor of the Huaxia tribe. The Huaxia Wholesale Market welcomes you. Let's go inside and take a look." Mu nodded. When they all entered the city, they were immediately dumbfounded. What on earth was this place? Why did the market look like this? Seeing their confusion, Yibin immediately explained that the closed shops here were all used for exchanging things. "I will open 2 shops now, please wait for me for a while." Mu and the others agreed readily. This place was indeed a little different. The markets they had visited before were all open air. Many people didn't know what an open air market was. The open air mode is to set up a stall on a flat ground without any buildings, just like the market in the 1980s. You just put the things you want to exchange on the ground. Yibin called a few soldiers and asked them to open the 2 storefronts. They were shocked and thought that Yibin was sending people to arrest them. Seeing their nervousness, Yibin gave a gentle smile. "Don't worry. We are all legitimate businessmen and will not do anything bad." No matter what era it is, a smile always puts people at ease. "City Lord Yibin, we all believe in you," Mu said firmly. He feels that City Lord Yibin doesn't seem like a bad person. After a while, the storefront was opened and Yibin pointed at it and said, "This storefront is your stall. Whatever you want to exchange, just put it on the ground. Those storefronts with animal skins on them are all our storefronts. You can go out and choose what you want to exchange. You can live in this room for free for a year." After hearing Yibin's words, everyone became happy. The Huaxia tribe was really nice and even gave them houses for free. He asked in confusion, "City Lord Yibin, what is a year?" Yibin's face was filled with black lines. These primitive people were too backward, but he still explained with a smile that a year referred to a winter and summer. He smiled and nodded. "City Lord Yibin, you are so kind." Yibin immediately started to promote his product. "We have a lot of good stuff in our Huaxia wholesale market. You can ask for help yourself if you encounter any problems. You can go find them directly." Yibin pointed at the people on patrol. No matter which market it is, there will be a large number of soldiers guarding it, which also shows the strength of a market. Mu looked around again and asked in confusion, "Why aren't those houses open?" Yibin immediately smiled and said, "Many people haven't come yet. Our market is different from other markets. Our market is open every day, and you can exchange things in it every day. Wait a minute, I'll have someone send you something." Yibin smiled secretly in his heart, "Let you enjoy it first." Yibin wants to send them a stove, finished coal briquettes, and a ceramic pot. When they go back, it will be a perfect advertisement. Yibin was very happy just thinking about it. Ha 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 ha. Brothers and sisters, please give Beiqing a 5-star review after watching this. You can also help Beiqing and urge for more updates. Chapter 279 Renovation of all storefronts. Yibin gave them 4 storefronts. These people were composed of 4 tribes. Each of their leaders brought 20 or 30 people with him, which is what people often say, that they were doing business together. Yibin got to know them better. The Mu tribe exchanged animal skins and some other things, the D tribe exchanged some goats, and the remaining 2 tribes also exchanged some animal skins and a few women. It is already very remarkable that a small tribe can exchange such things, and it can be considered to be quite wealthy. In ordinary small tribes, goats are rare. In the afternoon, Yibin arranged for someone to bring them a stove and more than 20 coal briquettes. He also taught them how to use the coal stove and gave them 4 candles. These things left them dumbfounded. Finally, they were given a set of pottery, including pots, bowls, basins, and some chopsticks. At night, people from the 4 tribes all squeezed into 4 houses. Although it was a little crowded, they all felt very happy. At least it was protected from the wind and rain, and there was a stove at night. They also lit a candle, and many people watched it all night. These things are something they have never seen before. This Huaxia tribe is really too mysterious. In the morning, Yi Bin asked someone to send them breakfast. Yi Bin's idea was to let them stay here to increase popularity so that more outsiders would know about the Huaxia wholesale market. After Yi Bin finished his breakfast, he arranged for the slaves to decorate each storefront. During this period, merchants would slowly move in. This was exactly the effect he wanted. City Lord, City Lord! A soldier hurriedly shouted. A lot of people have come from outside the city, and they have also brought a lot of salt rocks. When Yi Bin heard this, he disappeared immediately. City Lord! Wait for me. It was the same plot as yesterday. After Yi Bin talked with them, he invited them into Shenwu City. After entering the city, those people were all dumbfounded. What on earth was this Huaxia tribe doing? Is this also everyone's question? At this moment, Mu and the others all came over. What Yi Bin didn't expect was that they all knew each other. After Mu explained to them, they finally felt relieved. Yi Bin also allocated 4 storefronts to them. What Yi Bin didn't expect was that Mu and his family had already arranged everything. As for their cattle and sheep, they were kept in the livestock house. Huaxia Wholesale Market is a clean and tidy city. Things like feces and urine must be taken care of in the toilet. As long as there are strangers entering Shenwu City, the patrol team will tell them. There are many public toilets in Shenwu City, which are prepared for merchants. In the future, there will be more and more people in the Huaxia Wholesale Market. The high priest walked around the city and found that all the banks that Yi Bin had renovated for him were no longer operational. How could the high priest understand that it would take several days for the renovated walls to be open for business? Yi Bin was still talking to them when the high priest immediately shouted anxiously. He had been looking for Yi Bin all morning and finally saw Yi Bin here. City Lord! City Lord! Hearing someone calling him, Yi Bin turned his head and saw that it was the high priest calling him. Yi Bin knew what he was thinking. It must be about those 4 banks. Yi Bin said to Mu and the others, You guys go ahead and get busy. When you have nothing to do, you can go to the wholesale market. Okay. Thank you, City Lord Yi Bin. After expressing their gratitude, they returned to their own shops. What's wrong? Yi Bin asked with a smile. The high priest came over panting and asked, When will the City Lord's bank be repaired? Yi Bin knew he was going to ask this. So, he said to the high priest helplessly, Bank, we have to wait a few more days. You can go to the Ministry of Industry and see if the counters have been made. When the high priest heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. Okay, City Lord. I'll go to the Ministry of Industry now, and then he disappeared in a flash. Yi Bin wanted to say something, but the high priest had already disappeared. Yi Bin was so scared. City Lord! City Lord! Black Shark and Hun Yu hurried over. Seeing the 2 old men panting, Yi Bin felt amused. What happened today? How come these old antiques are becoming more and more unstable? Yi Bin had no idea. He had carried out large-scale renovations in Shenwu City, which made the 2 old men heartbroken. How much cement and sand would be needed to renovate so many storefronts at once? This is the Python Plain, not those mountains. Materials for making cement like this have to be brought back from far away. The 2 old men could be said to be the stewards of Shenwu City. They had managed to save some cement, but it was immediately spent by Yi Bin. Do you think they will be anxious? What happened to you two? City Lord, those storefronts are already very good, why waste cement? Yi Bin was also confused by the questions asked by the 2 old men. It seemed that these 2 people were heartbroken. Yi Bin sorted out his thoughts and immediately said to the 2 old men, Our Huaxia wholesale market has its own style, which is completely different from the markets of other tribes. You have all seen that the decoration of Huaxia wholesale market meets the requirements of the market. Only if we are willing to invest can we make more money. Both old men have question marks on their faces. What are the market requirements, and what does it mean to be willing to invest? The 2 of them immediately looked at each other, both in a state of confusion. Black Shark was the first to react. He thought of the cement, and immediately became anxious again. Lord, our market is already very good compared to theirs. We are. For a moment, Black Shark was at a loss for words, and Hun Yu immediately added that what Black Shark meant was that it couldn't be any better. Yi Bin comforted the 2 of them, saying that we can make more products with cement, and as long as the Huaxia wholesale market is developed, there will be endless profits in the future. By then, we will also open a cement plant that can produce a large amount of cement in a day. Cement plant? City Lord, what is a cement factory? It sounds very impressive. Yi Bin's words successfully led the two old men astray, and he no longer talked about cement when he met the two old men. Yi Bin immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't that Yi Bin was afraid of them. After all, they were also doing it for the tribe, but everyone had a different perspective. A cement factory is a place where cement is produced. Cement. You can also take it out for exchange, as long as they can afford the price. When the two old men heard that cement could also be exchanged, they immediately became nervous. City Lord, cement cannot be exchanged. This is a valuable resource for the tribe. If they exchange cement, they can also build their own market. Black Shark also added that cement can also be used to build city walls. Seeing how anxious the two were, Yi Bin had no choice but to use his ultimate move. You can all rest assured. I have something even more powerful than cement. The most important thing at the moment is to vigorously develop the wholesale market. Only when we make profits can we make many good things in the future. The two old men immediately became happy when they thought about the good stuff. City Lord, what should we do now? Go decorate. Brothers and sisters, please give Beiqing a 5-star review after watching this. You can also help Beiqing and urge for more updates. Chapter 280, Business Must Be Promoted. Inside Chengwu City, there were ping-pong sounds. Yi Bin brought two old men and walked down every street. In every storefront, there were 3 or 4 people doing renovations. The renovation here was just a simple scraping of a layer of cement slurry. Outside the city, Juifeng was digging a very long canal with 5,000 slaves. This was also the task assigned to him by Yi Bin. It took about several hours to walk from Chengwu City to the nearest river. Someone will ask, why did Yi Bin ask them to dig a canal? In fact, this is not a canal, but a sewage channel. Yi Bin will ask them to build it with bricks and cement, and then fill it back with soil after it is completed. In this way, a complete sewage channel was completely built. Then someone would ask, isn't Yi Bin going to discharge all the feces into the river? In principle, it is, but not entirely. Yi Bin will build a large septic tank not far from Chengwu City. The septic tank is divided into 3 stages, that is, 2:1:3. The height shall not exceed 2 meters, the manure liquid shall not exceed 1.7 meters, and the total volume shall be 20 cubic meters. It can be emptied once every 6 months. Generally, the first pool of a septic tank is connected to a pipe. However, Yi Bin did not have a pipe here, so he chose to paint one out of cement. In other words, build a pipe with cement and then connect it to the pool. The pipe of the first pool is 1/3 away from the bottom of the pool. The pipe of the second pool is connected to the first pool and the second pool. The pipes are designed from low to high. When the pipe is in the first pool, it should be lower than the water inlet pipe of the first pool, and the outlet of the second pool should be about 1.7 meters higher. The second pool also has 2 pipes, and the installation of the 2 pipes is the same, all with the bottom low and the top high. After the pipes are installed in the second pool and the third pool can be connected. After fermentation in the first 2 pools, the feces will remain in the first pool. Even if not all of it is fermented, there is still a second pool where it can ferment. When the water flows out of the second pool, it will be clean water. When we say clean here, it just means that there is no feces in it. Don't be so stubborn and say, didn't you say it's clear? If you want to drink, go ahead, you stubborn people. Ha ha. If you are not stubborn, just pretend I didn't say this. Yi Bin is still in the city now. He came to a row of storefronts and directed the soldiers to help transport things. This row of storefronts are all shops of the Huaxia tribe. Yi Bin is asking them to load the goods onto the shelves. The so-called container is a rectangular table, which is used to place things. The first shop of the Huaxia tribe is the white salt shop, and the only thing sold in the entire shop is white salt. The second storefront sells various kinds of animal skins, the third storefront sells various kinds of pottery, and the fourth storefront sells finished coal briquettes. In this way, one storefront after another was arranged, and in the end, Yi Bin occupied more than 40 storefronts. The storefronts here were only 20 square meters in size. In the future, the Huaxia wholesale market will be a place where every inch of land is worth a lot of money. There are about 4,000 storefronts in Chengwu City. If each storefront collects 1 sheep, then with more than 4,000 storefronts, they will collect more than 4,000 goats, which can be considered a huge profit. In a normal market, one stall would sell 1 goat, and the market would only last for 2 or 3 days. Like the market before Baihu, it would usually be open once a month, but China's wholesale market was different. China's wholesale markets are open every day. Not only do they sell things, they also have restaurants, hotels, and shops. At that time, Yibin will also build a theater, that is, to perform some simple shows, but these will require tickets. In the early stage, it will be free for everyone to watch, and after they become addicted to it, he will start charging admission. Yibin's purpose can be summed up in one sentence: make money by any means possible. As long as it is a formal way, Yibin will develop it one by one. After everything was done, Yibin, along with the high priest, Black Shark and Hun Yu, started wandering around the streets. The three of them had not walked far when they could no longer move. The row of storefronts in front of them immediately refreshed their cognition. There was a product displayed on the counter of each storefront. The first storefront displays white salt, including white salt in bamboo tubes, white salt in ceramic jars, and white salt in cans of various sizes. The first storefront opposite is a saltstone shop, which is also a shop of the Huaxia tribe. They not only buy saltstones, but also resell them. For example, I bought saltstone for 1 iron coin and sold it for 2 iron coins, while the white salt in the shop opposite cost 10 iron coins per can. No matter what, Yibin made a lot of money. He is definitely a profiteer. Ha ha. In front of every storefront, there was a soldier shouting that the white salt shop was open for business, and a small jar of white salt cost only 10 goats, or a number 2 iron coin. The animal hide shop is open for business. 5 hides can be exchanged for a goat, and 10 hides can be exchanged for 2 goats. Come and have a look. The bow and arrow shop is open for business. 1 bow and arrow can be exchanged for 5 goats, or 5 number 1 iron coins. Don't miss it if you pass by. Opportunities are fleeting. The 3 old men all had black lines on their faces. They felt goosebumps all over their bodies. What kind of monsters were these? Yibin looked at the 3 old men and asked in a very arrogant tone. How about it? I trained them for a whole morning, and this is my latest model. There is a salesperson in front of each store, and they are responsible for selling their products. As long as someone wants to buy something, they will naturally run over after hearing the sales calls. The high priest said awkwardly. City Lord, isn't this a bit? It's a bit too difficult to talk about. Seeing the high priest's expression, Yibin couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Is it embarrassing? The 3 asked suspiciously. City Lord, what is embarrassment? Yibin thought for a moment. Was this embarrassing? He just felt uncomfortable and embarrassed. He just wanted to leave as soon as possible. The high priest nodded immediately. This is the feeling. I feel uncomfortable all over. Is it really okay for the city lord to do this? This? I think it should work. After hearing what the 3 of them said, Yibin himself was at a loss. After all, his model was indeed a bit too advanced. Yibin quickly adjusted his mentality. He said to the 3 old men, Maybe you are not used to it. It will be fine once you get used to it. Besides, this is just a soft opening. Maybe others can accept it? At the beginning, it will indeed be a little awkward, but as time goes by, everyone will probably get used to it. After all, they are here to sell things, not to experience embarrassment, right? The 3 old men rolled their eyes, wondering what nonsense the city lord was talking about. I guess the city lord himself wouldn't believe it, right? Brothers and sisters, please give Beiqing a 5-star review after watching this. You can also help Beiqing and urge for more updates. Chapter 281. The market begins to operate. Let's go. Shall we go for a walk? The 3 old men's faces were burning with anger. This was really too embarrassing. How dare the city lord do that? Yibin has become very shameless. He experienced this kind of scene every day in his previous life. Every time he went to the vegetable market, there would be people hawking their wares there, and many vendors would ask you what you want to buy. The soldiers also felt embarrassed, but this was an order from the city lord, so they could only obey it. The noise here is very loud, with more than 40 shops hawking their wares at the same time, and people far away can hear them. According to Yibin himself, this is to practice in advance so that there will be no problems when the time comes. Just at this time, Mu, Di and the others came over. When they first arrived here, they also felt very embarrassed, but they saw 3 people walking around in the shop. Mu and the others also bravely walked over. The white salt shop opened, and a small can of white salt could be exchanged for 10 goats, or a number 2 iron coin. Hearing these strange words, they all had question marks on their faces. Suddenly, he shouted, Salt? The people around him all looked over at the same time, picked up a little and put it in their mouths. Their eyes suddenly lit up. Is this really salt? Wood also stuck a little in his mouth. His face suddenly became happy. Salt. The bow and arrow shop is now open. One bow and arrow can be exchanged for 5 goats. You can shoot and kill animals within 30 meters. You can try it first, and then exchange it. Don't miss it if you pass by. Moo, when he heard that he could shoot animals, he ran over immediately. This? Can you give it a try? The warrior handed Moo a bow and arrow, and then handed him an arrow, and then taught him how to shoot arrows. These bows and arrows were single-piece bows with an effective killing range of between 30 and 50 meters. The warrior drew his bow and shot, and an arrow shot out quickly. Call out. The arrow was stuck firmly in the wooden target, and the tail was still trembling. Many people said, after seeing the bow and arrow, couldn't they make it themselves? The making of bows and arrows is not as simple as you might think. The single-piece bows sold here are not made of bamboo, and bowstringing is also a technical job. Not really, any straw rope can be used to make bowstrings. The bowstrings of the Huaxia tribe are made of 3 or 4 wool ropes, which are then tightly tied together using a hand-operated machine. Only this kind of tight bowstring can really kill the prey. It is not like what some people say, that you can kill the prey by just hanging a straw rope on it. The bow and arrow made by a child can be shot out in a standard way, but is the bow and arrow powerful? So, primitive people could learn to make bows and arrows at a glance, but their attempts were always ineffective. Without professional tools, it was impossible to make a good bow. Don't bother explaining, you stubborn ones. He would say to some people. The bows and arrows I make can also shoot very far. What I want to say is that you are all using modern ropes. Even a piece of wool is 1,000 times better than a straw rope. The most primitive people could do was to weave straw ropes, which were used to make bowstrings. Abnormal people would not do such a thing. Moo looked at the arrow and was completely confused. He really liked this bow and arrow. Moo said happily, I want this bow and arrow. I'll go back and get the sheep. The soldier nodded in agreement. Then, he added to Moo, you can go to the bank at the city gate and exchange it for 5 number 1 iron coins. Moo nodded and agreed. D also tried it excitedly. The moment the arrow shot out, he also fell in love with the bow and arrow. D said to the warrior, I want this one too. Wait for me to go back and bring the sheep over. The soldier nodded and agreed. Then, he added to D, you can go to the bank at the city gate and exchange it for 5 number 1 iron coins. He hesitated for a moment, but nodded. This scene happened to be seen by Yi Bin and the other two. Yi Bin sighed in his heart, this is the benefit of having a market. Moo, the goats they brought are all raised in the sheepfold. Any merchants who come to Shenwu City can leave their animals here for free. This is also for the sake of hygiene in Shenwu City. Let's go. Yi Bin asked the 3 to follow him. He wanted to see how the bank exchanged money. The high priest knew what the city lord wanted to see. He trained the people under him almost every day. Ever since they knew the function of the iron coins, they had been practicing every day. They led 10 goats and came directly to a bank. After all, it was the first shop at the city gate, and it was easy to find. At this time, the bank had just put up the counter. After Moo and his men came in, they asked the people inside. What is this iron coin? How do we exchange it? The clerk patiently explained that our iron coins are divided into 5 types. Number 1 iron coin can be exchanged for a goat. Number 2 iron coin can be exchanged for 10 goats. Number 3 iron coin can be exchanged for 20 goats. Number 4 iron coin can be exchanged for 30 goats. And number 5 iron coin can be exchanged for 40 goats. Each type of iron coin represents a value. Anything that can be exchanged by goats can be exchanged for iron coins. The iron coins must be wiped with animal fat every day. Why wipe it again? The clerk patiently explained. Preventing iron coins from rusting is something we learn in school. Moo asked another question. What is this iron coin? What should we do if we haven't used it all? If you haven't used up your iron coins, you can come to our bank to return them, the clerk said patiently. Yi Bin was very satisfied watching from the side. He looked at the high priest again and said, The people you lead are very good. I will leave the bank to you from now on. The high priest immediately agreed and said, City Lord, I will never let you down. This is the time to show your loyalty. How could the high priest let it go? I am still very confident in your work. Yi Bin praised the high priest and looked at Black Shark Soul Yu. From today on, you will be responsible for all merchants coming to Shenwu City. The future of the Huaxia wholesale market will depend entirely on you. When the 3 old men heard this, their blood began to boil. It was an honor for them to be valued so much by the city lord, so they immediately promised. City Lord, we will definitely complete the mission. Another soldier ran over. There were many people coming outside the city lord. They also brought a lot of cattle and sheep? Okay. You go down first. Yibin agreed and let the soldier go. Why don't you two go out and greet them? Okay, city lord. Outside Shenwu City, is this the market of the Huaxia tribe? Why is it so special? A man who looked like a leader spoke up. I have never heard of this Huaxia tribe. And there is this strange thing. Why is it as big as a mountain? This is the first time we've seen it, and it's so huge. A lot of people said all kinds of things, and many people were dumbfounded. This mountain is really too big. Just at this moment, two old men came out with smiles on their faces. Everyone had worked hard along the way. I'll take you into the city right now. Hun Yu made a gesture of invitation, and the big man in the lead shouted, since everyone is here, why not go in and take a look first? There was one person leading the way, and everyone behind followed. Black Shark and Hun Yu couldn't hide the smiles on their faces. These people are here to deliver sheep. Brothers and sisters, please give Beiqing a 5-star review after watching this. You can also help Beiqing and urge for more updates. Chapter 282 Repairing Sewage Channels. What is this? Come and take a look. At this time, the shops were shouting loudly, and the people there were exchanging something. Suddenly, the patrolling soldiers came over, and the leader said, Hello? You can keep the cattle and sheep here for now. The captain pointed to the cowshed again. Shenwu City has 4 gates, and next to each gate there is a large cowshed and sheep pen. This is also to prevent cattle and sheep from defecating everywhere. The captain also kindly explained that you can leave a few of you here to guard. And if you want to, there are special toilets here. Shenwu City does not allow pooping randomly. There is someone next to each toilet to teach you. A few big men looked unhappy. What kind of Chinese tribe is this? You even interfere with other people's shit. This is the first time I've encountered this. After discussing it, a few people decided to leave a few people here to guard the cattle and sheep. At this moment, Black Shark came over with a smile. He came to these big men and explained these storefronts. When everyone heard that these storefronts were free, they could live there for free for a whole winter and summer, which means a whole year. Their group formed an alliance of more than a dozen tribes, which also prevented them from encountering danger on the road. Many small tribes chose to travel together. After they checked in, many people couldn't resist their curiosity, and came directly to the commercial street of the Huaxia tribe. The warriors in every shop were shouting loudly. The white salt shop opened today. A small can of white salt only costs 10 goats, or can be exchanged for a number 2 iron coin. Don't miss it if you pass by. Everyone was dumbfounded. A bearded leader said, What is going on? A man was also confused and said, I don't know either. This is the first time I've seen it too. Suddenly, the bearded man was shocked. That seemed to be salt. A dozen people walked over quickly, and each of them tasted a little. Very salty. It's really salt. How did they do that? There were patrolling soldiers on the streets, and each team had hundreds of people passing by. They were all wearing iron armor and holding long iron spears in their hands. They looked like people who were not easy to mess with. Some people started chatting in a low voice. This Huaxia tribe seems very strong to me. Look at their warriors. They all wear the same animal skins, but their skins are very strange. And their weapons are all the same length, even the spear tips are the same size. This is the most powerful tribe I have ever seen. Yes, this Chinese tribe is indeed very strong. The tinder shop is open. 1 tinder can burn for a whole day. It only takes 5 goats to exchange for 1, or you can use 5 number 1 iron coins to exchange for a tinder. The soap shop is now open. It only costs 5 goats to make a bar of soap. Your whole body will smell nice after washing. You can also use 5 number 1 iron coins to exchange for a brand new bar of soap. Don't miss it if you pass by, opportunity never comes again. Come and have a look. There is a soldier standing in front of each stall in the doors of more than 40 shops. These people were all trained by Yibin. At the beginning, the soldiers were also very embarrassed. This is how business works. As soon as someone comes to buy, you won't feel embarrassed anymore. At this time, the soldiers are working harder than each other. Those men who came to exchange things directly became shopping experts. Each of them stood in front of a stall, and the entire commercial street immediately became lively. I want this thing too. What? You want iron coins? What is an iron coin? You have to go to the bank to exchange iron coins. What is a bank and what is an iron coin? Why is everything so strange in this Chinese tribe? There were all kinds of things said in the crowd. People are just like that. They will feel scared and terrified when faced with unfamiliar things, especially primitive people like them. The soldiers at the shop counter patiently explained to them that they could exchange iron coins at the bank, and that iron coins could be used to exchange things. Their function was the same as the value of a goat. It's just more convenient to carry. Iron coins allow you to exchange things better. You can also ask the patrol to take you to the bank or the Huaxiao wholesale market. If you have any questions, you can find the patrol. After hearing the soldier's explanation, the crowd responded. Many people immediately found the patrol. We need to go to the bank to exchange iron coins. Can you take us there? The patrol leader smiled and said, It's my pleasure to serve you. Please come with me to the bank. These warriors were all trained in advance by Yi Bin. He wanted China's wholesale market to leave a deep impression on all foreign primitives. Yi Bin stood on the street and watched everything that happened in the Huaxiao wholesale market. He was still very satisfied. These soldiers all showed good qualities. Black Shark and his men at the city gate brought in many more merchants. At first glance, these people seemed to be those who liked to hang out at the market all year round. They were holding goats, camels, and blue cattle in their hands, and carrying a large amount of salt stones. Black Shark immediately arranged storefronts and shops for everyone, and then taught them how to display their belongings. He also explained the iron coins to them and pointed out the direction of the bank. Before leaving, he told a group of people that if they had any problems, they could find the patrol soldiers. The patrol personnel of Shenwu City were almost always shuttling back and forth, and patrol personnel could be seen everywhere on the streets. Shenwu City has 4 gates. Black Shark is responsible for guarding the east gate, Han Yu is responsible for guarding the south gate, the high priest is responsible for guarding the west gate, and Yi Bin himself is responsible for guarding the north gate. At this time, at the north gate, Xuefeng was leading more than 10,000 people to dig a sewage channel. The group of merchants who had entered the city before had all entered from the east gate. Besides, it was normal for a large number of slaves to appear in the market. As for making slaves work, it is even more not surprising. A tribe has a large number of slaves, who are either sent to fight or do hard labor. They will never let the slaves rest, right? The team of more than 10,000 people was as long as a giant python, and one could not see the end at a glance. Yi Bin estimated that the sewage channel could be dug in about 3 days. Yi Bin was watching in a trance when Xuefeng came running over in a hurry. A large stone was dug out not far in front of the city lord, and the slaves didn't know what to do. Big rock? Yi Bin muttered to himself, then said to Xuefeng, Take me over there and take a look. Yi Bin thought to himself, What kind of big rock is this? Wouldn't it be better to just go around it? When he arrived in front of the long stone, Yi Bin was stunned. The huge stone in front of him just blocked the sewage channel, and the stone was very long. It is impossible to go around it because this big rock is too long. The only way to open up this sewage channel is to go through this big rock in front of you. Brothers and sisters, please give Beiqing a 5-star review after watching this. You can also help Beiqing and urge for more updates. Chapter 283, Burning the Rock with Fire. City Lord, what should we do? Xuefeng spoke cautiously, fearing that the city lord would say they were useless and couldn't even dig a sewage channel. He knew that this sewage channel would be of great use to Shenwu City. Yi Bin recalled several methods of breaking stones in his previous life. The first method was to use explosives to blast the stones. The current Chinese tribe obviously does not have the conditions for this. The second method is to chisel the stone manually. This method takes a long time and requires iron tools, and the effect is extremely slow. That's right, I have a solution. Xuefeng, please bring more coal here. You must bring more. That's right. Yi Bin wanted to burn the stones. He wanted to use this method to quickly evaporate the moisture from the stones. Once the stones were free of moisture, they would begin to crackle and the rock layers above would fall off layer by layer. Yi Bin ordered the slaves to continue digging behind the rock. From here to the river, there are about 12,000 meters. According to the normal walking speed of a normal person, it will take about 3 hours. This sewage channel is of paramount importance to Shenwu City. Without it, Shenwu City would be filled with stench. This is not what Yi Bin wants to see. He also wants to build a civilized city. Yi Bin planned another location, which is where the septic tank is located. This location is not far from Shenwu City, about 50 meters away. He wants to build a large septic tank here. There are 3 pools in a septic tank, which is 2:1:3. The middle pool is the smallest, and the third pool is the largest. The first pool is the water inlet, which is where the sewage enters. The sewage channel is divided into 2 systems, that is, 2 waterways are built in one canal, the middle of the canal is separated by bricks, and finally finished with cement. There are 2 canals, one connecting to the public toilets in Shenwu City, and the other connecting to the drainage system. The two canals each have their own functions, otherwise when it rains in Shunwu City, one canal will not be able to drain the water. Yibin was personally directing the work, and the slaves were digging the soil diligently. There was one good thing about primitive society, that is, manpower was available for free use, and as long as they were provided with 2 meals a day, nothing else would be a problem. At this time, Shunwu City was already crowded with people. Perhaps it was because the two old men, Black Shark and Solyu, did a very good job in publicity. Before the end of the month, the number of people had exceeded several thousand. There are more than 4,000 storefronts in Shunwu City, and each storefront is closely connected to each other. Black Shark and Hunyu are so busy that they have arranged more than 1,000 storefronts in one afternoon. The two old men were so happy that they couldn't stop smiling. The more people came, the more money they could make. Seeing so many people coming, the high priest had already returned to his own bank. If anything goes wrong, the city lord will not dare to use him in the future. His task is to supervise the bank and the issuance of the number of iron coins. Every link in the process is very important. Thousands of stalls have been set up in the Huaxia wholesale market. According to Yibin's request, as long as they are from a tribe, they will be given a storefront. The learning ability of primitive people is still very terrifying. Many people saw that the shops of the Huaxia tribe displayed independent products, and they immediately followed suit. The current Huaxia wholesale market already has some of the shadow of modern people. Yibin didn't know all this yet. He was leading the slaves, working hard to dig a pond for grains and cereals. This was a major project. Juefeng and the others were also burning the boulders. Everyone in Shunwu City was busy with their own work. This was also a perfect arrangement by Yibin. Digging a canal of more than 10,000 meters is not an easy task. The bricks used in the canal are huge amounts of cement. These are the foundation of a tribe. If it weren't for the capable subordinates, Shunwu City would have stopped operating long ago. Shunwu City has a cement processing point, and more than a dozen brick kilns in production. These buildings are all outside the city. Those dozen or so huge chimneys emitting black smoke are like cigarettes, filling the entire sky with smoke. For the times to develop and technology to advance, these costs are indispensable. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Yibin came to the boulder. The boulder made a loud explosion from time to time. Every time it exploded, some stones would fly out. There were also soldiers holding shovels nearby, hitting the boulder from time to time. The huge rocks that had been calcined by the fire were as brittle as paper. As long as the soldiers hit them with shovels, the rocks would fall off layer by layer. Yibin looked at the soldiers and said to Juefeng and the others, "That's it for today. Leave some slaves here to forge the weapons, and arrange for some soldiers to patrol." "Okay, city lord." Everyone nodded in agreement immediately. Yibin then shouted loudly, "Back to the city." Juefeng brought his guard team and followed Yibin all the time. The soldiers took their work tools and lined up in a long queue and walked into the city. It was time for dinner, and Shunwu City also had a large cafeteria. Shunwu City is several times larger than Longqing. Whether it is a training ground or houses, they are incomparable to Longqing, especially the cafeteria in Shunwu City, which is built in a high-end and grand manner. Suddenly, a team of ox carts came over. Juefeng whispered in Yibin's ear, "City Lord, this is our Shunwu City's fishing team. They go out every morning and come back in the afternoon." Yibin nodded and agreed. He walked over curiously again, and Juefeng and the others followed immediately. When the members of the fishing team saw that it was the city lord coming, they immediately stepped forward to greet him with a smile. "City Lord! City Lord!" The members called out, "City Lord," one by one, which was also a kind of respect for Yibin. A team leader came over and said, "City Lord, this is the fish we caught today." The team leader opened the animal skin on the ox cart. Suddenly, a cart full of big white silver carp appeared in front of everyone. The silver carp in this world is much larger than those on Earth. A silver carp here weighs at least 30 or 40 kilograms. In the Huaxia tribe, silver carp is usually eaten as fish meat and drunk as fish soup. The canteen's method of cooking silver carp is to remove the gills and scales, clean the internal organs in the silver carp's belly, cut the silver carp into pieces, and finally put it into a ceramic jar and cook it over high heat. After the fish soup is cooked until white, you need to add edible white salt and some wild vegetables, then it can be given to the soldiers. In the canteen of the Huaxia tribe, most of the food is fish and soup, which can be considered a staple food. In this primitive society, being able to eat and drink enough every day is already a great happiness. Yibin patted the team leader on the shoulder and asked, "How many fish can your team catch every day?" The team leader immediately replied, "We can fill more than 20 ox carts like this in a day." If we are lucky, we can even fill more. You guys go back to the city first. The team leader agreed and immediately shouted loudly to the team. Back to the city. Brothers and sisters, please give Beiqing a 5-star review after watching this. You can also help Beiqing and urge for more updates. Chapter 284 Iron Coins successfully issued. In the cafeteria, everyone please make way. A large number of soldiers gathered in front of the cafeteria. Juefeng and his guards were leading the way for Yi Bin. Previously, there were only 1,200 people led by Juefeng in Shenwu City. Later, Mu Zhan brought another 1,000 people. Together with the 1,500 slaves, even if they came to the cafeteria to eat, it would not be too crowded. But now it's different. Yi Bin brought 6 regiments here, each with more than 1,500 people. The 6 regiments plus Li Wang's more than 1,000 people total more than 10,000 people. A few days ago, Yi Bin sent Jinhua, Baihu, and Li Wang's cavalry to harass the Xuanwu tribe. The Xuanwu tribe had attacked Shenwu City several times, and Yi Bin had long wanted to teach them a lesson. The current Huaxia tribe is no longer the dozen or so people it once was. Yi Bin now has 17 regiments. Even if he sends a few regiments out, it will not be without the ability to protect itself. There are still 6 regiments of troops in Shenwu City. These 6 regiments include Juefeng, Mu Zhan, Heiqin, Dashan, Xiongning, Shanlang, and Li Wang's 2 battalions. Altogether, there are probably more than 10,000 people. The canteen in Shenwu City can accommodate more than 3,000 people at a time. Many soldiers get their food and then go back to their rooms to eat. Juefeng arranged a seat for Yi Bin. People at the level of group leaders like them all have an independent small square table, which is considered a privilege. Everyone has different abilities, so naturally their treatment will be different. After one batch of soldiers finishes eating, another batch comes. This also ensures that those who come later to eat will have a place to sit. After Yi Bin and the others sat down, the food came up quickly. The food they had today was stewed mutton and boiled fish. Juefeng served Yi Bin a bowl of mutton and placed 2 red fruits next to Yi Bin. This is the food for one person. Being able to eat meat every day in primitive society was considered rich. Even in a super tribe, it was impossible to eat meat every day. Yi Bin took a bite of the mutton and felt that it tasted good. After adding white salt, the mutton immediately became delicious. Seeing Juefeng and the others looking at him, Yi Bin immediately invited them to eat together. Are you guys eating too? Yi Bin said while eating. Juefeng, you arrange some people tomorrow and build a large canteen. I want to open a restaurant in Shenwu City. Juefeng was confused by what he heard. He asked in confusion. City Lord, what is a restaurant? Yi Bin slapped his head and thought. How could I forget this? Juefeng and the others are primitive people. Saying the word restaurant to them, isn't that bullying them? Yi Bin explained that the restaurant was a place for the soldiers to eat. It could not only provide meals for the soldiers, but also for the merchants outside. Juefeng became anxious when he heard this. City Lord, the soldiers are all our own people, so eating and other things don't matter to us, but those merchants outside have nothing to do with us, right? Seeing Juefeng's anxious look, Yi Bin knew that he had misunderstood. I opened the restaurant to earn iron coins. If they want to come and eat, they have to pay an iron coin. One person pays 1 iron coin, and they can have 3 meals in the cafeteria. Every meal was enough to fill them up, and 1 iron coin was worth a sheep. A normal man can eat up to 10 kilograms of meat at one time, which means 30 kilograms of meat for 3 meals a day. We put salt and spices in our mutton, and we also provide them with bowls and chopsticks when they eat. The main focus is on service. If you add up all the above things, 1 iron coin can buy 3 meals. I think they are still acceptable. After hearing what the city lord said, Juefeng was dumbfounded. A mutton sheep is almost 300 kilograms. Even if the internal organs are removed, a mutton sheep still has more than 200 kilograms of meat, right? The city lord only provides 3 meals and charges them an iron coin. Isn't this bullying the primitive people? How could Juefeng know that in Yi Bin's previous life on Earth, people could make 50 times the money from a meal, but a meal like this only made about 7 or 8 times the money? City Lord. Will they come over for dinner? Yi Bin said confidently. Don't worry, no matter what era it is, there will always be a shortage of wealthy people. Okay, City Lord. Early tomorrow morning, I will immediately arrange for people to build a canteen. The scale of the canteen will be based on the standards of this canteen. Do you have any other instructions, City Lord? Starting tomorrow, a regiment will be left in Shenwu City to patrol. Each patrol team will be composed of 100 soldiers. If any situation occurs, the soldiers will immediately blow the horns at their waists. Okay, City Lord. The high priest came over happily. He only found out after asking others that the city lord and the commander of the wind-chasing brigade were eating in the cafeteria. The high priest's mouth was almost stretched to the back of his head. City lord, do you know how many sheep we earned today? Yibin and Juifeng were both very curious, and they stared at the high priest closely. Yibin couldn't help but ask, how much did you earn? Stop keeping us in suspense. The high priest said excitedly, City lord, we earned more than 2,000 sheep today. So much? Uh-huh. The high priest's face was full of excitement, because he was in charge of the bank. During dinner in the evening, all 4 banks came to him to reconcile their accounts. He didn't know whether they were reconciled or not, and when they reconciled the accounts, the high priest was shocked. Juifeng immediately said, Could your bank have made a mistake in the calculation? Hearing Juifeng talking about the bank, the high priest immediately became unhappy. Brigade Commander Juifeng, you can doubt that I made a mistake in the calculation, but you absolutely cannot doubt our bank? Yibin was quite confident about the character of the high priest. The high priest was indeed a bit ambitious, but he was quite reliable in his work and would not deliberately say nonsense in order to elevate himself. City lord, the bank doesn't have many iron coins left. Today, 1,000 number 1 iron coins were issued, more than 100 number 2 iron coins were issued, and as for number 345 iron coins, not a single one was issued. Do you mean that there are not many number 1 iron coins left? Yes, City lord. Yibin thought about it, and was about to talk to the high priest. City lord. The 2 old men, Black Shark and Hunyu, came over in a hurry. City lord, I'm here to report the situation to you. City lord, I'm here to report the situation to you too. Yibin interrupted them and said, You 2 come one by one. Black Shark immediately said, City lord, I'll go first. Brother Hunyu and I will manage the shop separately. He manages the recycling shop, and I manage the selling shop. Yibin looked at them with a high look. The 2 old men were quite smart. They knew to manage the shops separately, otherwise it would be easy to get them mixed up. Black Shark, you go first. Okay, City lord. Today, the White Salt shop harvested 500 number 1 iron coins. There is also a bow and arrow shop, which harvested more than 50 number 2 iron coins. There are also animal hide shops, fire starter shops, soap shops, pottery shops, bacon shops, candle shops. Black Shark mentioned more than a dozen shops. The total revenue of these shops added up to 1,000 number 1 iron coins and more than 100 number 2 iron coins. Yibin nodded and sighed in his heart. Finally, everything matched up. Not a single iron coin was left in the hands of these merchants. They are afraid that the iron coins will fall into their hands. Brothers and sisters, please give Beiqing a 5-star review after watching this. You can also help Beiqing and urge for more updates. Chapter 285 All Good News. Very good. Yibin smiled and praised. Black Shark, you manage the shop very well. From now on, the general ledger of each day must be recorded on the animal skin. Okay, City lord. Oh. By the way, you should hand over those iron coins directly to the bank for management. The bank is almost out of number 1 iron coins now. Juifeng, please send a pigeon back to Longqing and ask the Ministry of War to mint more iron coins. Yes, City lord. Hunyu also said excitedly. City lord, the saltstone shop received 200 bags of saltstone today. I have already delivered the saltstone to the cafeteria. Is there anyone in the cafeteria who can refine white salt now? Juifeng immediately replied. City lord, the canteen can refine white salt. This technology is kept secret, and there are only 1 or 2 people who can refine white salt. Very good. You must strictly control these core things of the tribe, and the tribesmen you select must be extremely loyal people. The technology must not be leaked. After Yibin finished instructing everyone, he said to Old Man Hunyu, The shop will collect salt rocks and send them directly to the cafeteria. After they are processed, they will be sold by the White Salt shop. The shops recycle iron coins for saltstones, and you can go to the bank to collect them, but you must record the amount of saltstones collected and the number of iron coins issued every day using animal skins. I will come and check your account books from time to time. If there are any problems, you will all be punished. So I said, Everyone, you must work hard, the Huaxia tribe will not forget you. Don't worry, City Lord, we will do our job well, for the Huaxia tribe and for all of us. Seeing how excited they were, Yibin still praised them a few words. High Priest, your bank did a very good job today. Black Shark and Hunyu also performed very well today. Juifeng is also worthy of praise. Shinwu City is also in good order under your management. Several people were praised by Yibin, and they all had smiles on their faces. Being praised by superiors is also a kind of recognition of you. After the meal, everyone went about their own business. Yibin, along with a dozen guards, went straight to a street of shops. Looking at the shops one by one, there were some goods displayed in front of each shop. When Yibin saw this, he was stunned. There were more than 1,000 shops in the Huaxia wholesale market, but Huaxia had only about 40 or 50 shops. How many people have come in these few days? No wonder the old men were so happy that they couldn't stop smiling. It turned out that so many people already lived in the Huaxia wholesale market, and the storefronts of the Huaxia tribe were currently being distributed for free. This is also a marketing method of Yibin. What people fear most is not things with a clear price tag, but things that are given to you for free. Once you get used to free things, you will never forget them. Yibin wants to make them accustomed to it, let them know the benefits of storefronts, and let them experience a different business model. Only when they are accustomed to it, will the Huaxia wholesale market be able to make a profit. There was a state-of-the-art cafeteria, free coal for the stove, and their own storefront. Besides paying for meals in the cafeteria, the other two were free. Shinwu City also had free public toilets, free well water, and candles to light at night. These things are enough to keep them here. In primitive society, markets were all open-air stalls where people would exchange goods. If they are provided with a place to stay, they would be willing to stay and set up stalls. Shinwu City is like this. Not only can you set up stalls every day, but you can also cook food inside the storefronts. Shinwu City also has free public toilets. Merchants live here and have everything they need, including things they shouldn't have. Shinwu City will surely become famous overnight. It is estimated that within a few months, merchants from far away will come here in large numbers. In the primitive society, a product that has existed for thousands of years appears. How can it not be attractive? The shop model, the display inside the counter, the temptation of the storefront, and the bank's iron coin system. The things here are not found in this society, including the houses that are close to each other, and the public toilets that can be found everywhere in Shinwu City. These things are not available in this era, and they are so advanced that no matter who encounters them, they will want to try them out. Shinwu City also has a rule that if you are given a storefront to set up a stall, once you leave on your own, it may no longer be there when you come back next time. People are relatively selfish. If they give up such a good storefront so easily, they will not forgive themselves. This is called trying to gain a small profit but suffering a great loss. For those large tribes, that is definitely a good thing, but for small tribes, it is definitely a very bad thing. Small tribes have no food support, and will have to go back after a long time. But it is different for large tribes. They can form their own transport teams, send the items to be exchanged to Shinwu City, and then the shops will sell each item. Yibin was thinking about what might happen in the future. The soldiers in the shops along the way kept greeting Yibin. Hello, City Lord. Thank you for your hard work, City Lord. Mayor, why are you here? The warriors in the shop had smiles on their faces like AKS who couldn't suppress their emotions. Every one of them had very good performance today. The warriors were of course very happy to be able to earn iron coins for the tribe. Listening to the greetings around him, Yibin responded with a smile. He was very happy that the soldiers loved him so much. There is a saying that goes, a city lord who is respected by others must be a good city lord. Hello everyone. Thank you for your hard work. Your white salt shop is really shining today. The soldiers asked a little embarrassedly. City lord, what do you mean by shining brightly? Forehead. Glory. It means it's very powerful. Do you have enough white salt in your shop? The soldier immediately replied. Enough to sell. We still have some in stock in our warehouse. Very good. Now more and more people are coming to the wholesale market. White salt is an important commodity and must not be out of stock. Yibin doesn't want to open the market today and then have his warehouse empty tomorrow. City Lord. Many people came to sell salt stones today. Our Chinese salt stone shops have already collected a lot of them, but Lord Hunyu gave them a price that was a bit low, so many people were unwilling to exchange, and they chose to set up their own stalls to exchange. Lowering prices? Yes, City Lord. Yibin was dumbfounded. This old man Hunyu is really a talented person. If Yibin didn't know Hunyu's background, he would have really thought that he was a time traveler. No matter which society, these old men and old ladies are all self-taught in lowering prices. Fine. If there is not enough white salt, just tell me in advance and I will find a way to solve it. Yibin sighed in his heart, salt stone. I wonder how Qingwan is doing? The Firebird tribe has a salt mine. It would be great if we could cooperate. Otherwise, we will have to find another salt mine. Brothers and sisters, please give Beiching a 5-star review after watching this. You can also help Beiching and urge for more updates. Chapter 286 Construction of Sewage Channels. Early morning. City Lord, the water is out. Yibin was still lying in bed and vaguely heard something coming out of the water. There was a loud knock on the door outside, and Yibin woke up instantly. Hearing the knock on the door outside, he thought something happened in Shenwu City. What's up? Black Bull replied loudly. City Lord, good news. Our first well has water, and the flow is very strong. Water coming out? Yibin muttered to himself. He suddenly remembered something. Oh shit! Finally out of the water. The well had been empty for 3 or 4 days. If Hei Nio hadn't reminded him, he would have forgotten about it. Yibin quickly put on his animal skin clothes, opened the door directly, and looked at Hei Nio, who was excited. How many wells are producing water? A well? Yibin couldn't wait to say. Take me to see it quickly. This is the first well in Shenwu City. The role it plays is very commemorative. Hei Nio quickly agreed. City Lord, let's go this way. The two men ran out in a hurry. When Yibin arrived at the mouth of the well, there was no one below. The slaves had already come up. Yibin picked up a stone and threw it directly into the well. Boom! There was a clear sound coming from the well. Yibin could judge the depth of the water through this sound. The water in this well was about 1 meter deep. Yes, the well is more than 10 meters deep and produces a large amount of water, but this well alone is not enough to feed the people of Shenwu City. Yibin gave another order to Hei Nio. The well is the same as in the old city. It must be sealed with cement all around and reinforced with cement inside. There must be no mistakes. The water in the well must be drained out and then covered with a layer of pebbles. Okay, City Lord. Hei Nio unconditionally carried out Yibin's words. After agreeing, Hei Nio immediately went to find someone to reinforce it. At this moment, Xuefeng ran over quickly. He said excitedly, City Lord, the slaves have almost burned the huge rock yesterday. What should we do next? It's cooked so quickly? Walk. Let's go over and take a look. The slaves worked overtime all night. Each time the fire burned for half an hour, the slaves would rub it vigorously with shovels. After the stone layers were calcined by the fire, they broke them into pieces easily. Besides, the sewage channel that Yibin requested was not particularly deep, only about 1 meter. There was about half a meter of soil on top of the boulder, so the slaves only needed to burn 1 meter. Yibin walked quickly towards the north gate, which was the direction where the sewage channel was being repaired. Xuefeng and his guards also followed quickly. After about 10 minutes, Yibin and Xuefeng arrived directly at the location of the boulder. The slaves were still hammering the stones. Yibin looked at the location of the sewage channel and then at the center of the boulder. The heights of the two were almost the same. The next step was to build a septic tank. Yibin directed the slaves to carry a large number of bricks and divided the large pool dug yesterday into 3 sections. The first pool was of medium size, the second pool was smaller, and the third pool was the largest. The septic tank had been introduced before. The size of the tank is 2:1:3. Xuefeng asked curiously. City Lord, why did you dig such a big pit? This is not an ordinary pit, it is the treasure of Shenwu City. If there were no such pit, Shenwu City would be stinking. Xuefeng took another careful look and saw that it was just a big pit. I couldn't see what was so magical about it. Is this big pit really that powerful? Yibin nodded and explained to Xuefeng and the others that this big pit is called a septic tank, which can purify human feces. The toilets in Shenwu City will flush the feces into the septic tank through this sewage channel. The first pool of the septic tank can purify feces. When the water flows to the second pool, the feces have already stayed in the first pool. When the water in the second pool flows to the third pool, it is basically clean water. This kind of water will not affect the water quality of the river when it flows into the river. If there is no septic tank, the river will be full of feces, and our fishing team will be greatly affected. I still didn't understand what the city lord said. Xuefeng scratched his head. What the city lord said was too complicated. Xuefeng listened for most of the day and felt like he was listening to a mystery. Xuefeng wondered, why could this huge pit evolve into something called excrement? What's the principle behind it? How could a primitive man like him possibly understand it? Yibin patted Xuefeng on the shoulder and said to him with a smile, you will all understand this knowledge later. Our task today is to dig through this sewage channel and build this septic tank. Okay, city lord. I will ask the slaves to dig a canal right away. After Xuefeng agreed, he immediately mobilized the men and distributed tools to the slaves. As long as they don't encounter any rocks, these 7,000 slaves, plus the 5 Chinese regiments, can complete the construction of a sewage channel in just one day. The slaves all wore iron shackles. They were grouped into groups of 10, with each person shackled on one foot. 10 people only needed 5 sets of shackles, and when they walked, all 10 of them had to move together. This is also a means of controlling slaves. The iron shackles of the Huaxia tribe are real iron tools. Even if the slaves escape, they cannot open the shackles with their current means. Some people will say that if the slaves escaped, wouldn't they throw stones at them? What I want to say is that in this primitive society, there are no stones that can break the iron fetters. Unless the slaves chose to cut off their feet, even if they had to cut off their feet, it would be impossible for them to do so without iron tools. So it is said, in primitive society, a pair of iron shackles could lock you up for life. Without professional tools, you would never be able to open the shackles. This is also why no matter how many slaves there are, they can be easily controlled. Slaves are mixed with warriors, which is also a means of prevention. Everyone works together, and a long team of tens of thousands of people gives people a strong visual impact. The slaves brought bricks and cement, and Yibin found a few smart people and taught them how to lay bricks. After the cement was mixed, they laid bricks layer by layer, and in this way, the 3 pools were slowly built. Yibin stood on top and watched, giving them some instructions from time to time. Whenever the slaves made a mistake in repairing the pond, Yibin would remind them that for physical work like this, as long as there were enough people, building a few pools would only take a few hours. Yibin kept staring at them. At lunchtime, the food was delivered by the canteen. In order to speed up the progress of the canal, the slaves finished their meal and started working quickly again. During this noon, the 2 old men picked up a lot of people, most of whom were from small tribes. They came to Shenwu City in groups of more than 10 people. When they saw Shenwu City, many of them wandered outside. Finally, a few representatives came in. They walked around the Huaxia wholesale market and then called all the people outside the city in. After everyone came in, it was like a spell was cast on them. Everyone's mouths were big enough to fit an egg. Is this the market of the Huaxia tribe? Brothers and sisters, please give Beiqing a 5-star review after watching this. You can also help Beiqing and urge for more updates. Chapter 287 Septic Tank Completion. Exchange it for 10 iron coins for me, and exchange it for 10 iron coins for me. I need 40 iron coins. I came here first, so please exchange them for me first. The bank is crowded with people, all of whom are here to exchange iron coins. The high priest was sweating profusely. While arranging people to release iron coins, he also asked people to collect cattle and sheep. One number 5 iron coin could be exchanged for 40 sheep. The man just now exchanged more than 10 sheep at one time. Looking at the chaotic crowd, the high priest immediately shouted, "Everyone, line up in a long line." The bank of our Huaxia tribe has its own rules. The bank will not issue iron coins to anyone who does not queue up. When everyone heard this, they all became anxious. If Huaxia Bank didn't issue iron coins, they would have no way to exchange things. Several khans immediately cursed. "Get in line! If anyone dares to cut in line again, I will kill you all." The 2 soldiers from the bank also discovered the situation here. Whoever dares to cause trouble in the bank, 2 soldiers came over with weapons in hand. There was no emotion in the soldiers' eyes. They were all veterans of China and were arranged here by Yibin to prevent anyone from causing trouble. The crowd who were exchanging iron coins at the bank immediately lined up obediently. Faced with the momentum of the 2 soldiers, the crowd dared not be presumptuous. After all, this was China's territory, and who would dare to step forward without risking their lives? Seeing the crowd stunned, the high priest immediately tried to smooth things over. "Everyone, if you want to exchange your coins, come one by one. This will save time and avoid damaging the harmony among us." The crowd immediately agreed. The old man was right. Everyone came here to exchange iron coins. There was no need to hurt the harmony. Yes. Let's line up first. People are like this. When there are benefits, they flock to it, and when there are no benefits, they all become gentlemen. We can't blame them for this. This is how primitive people are, otherwise they were all traveling merchants, and they would have fought in the bank a long time ago. After this incident, order was restored in the bank. Today is the 4th day that the bank has been open, and many merchants have become accustomed to the iron coins. At the beginning, many people could not accept it. With the popularity of iron coins, every shop in China has to accept iron coins. They will not sell you things without iron coins. The shops in China are full of things that are not available in this world. Many people fall in love with them after just one look. A slave suddenly shouted. City Lord, the septic tank has been built, and the cement pipes inside the tank have all been completed according to your requirements. As the slave spoke, he asked Yibin to come over and check. The septic tank has been under construction for 3 days, and Yibin has been impatient for a long time. There are more and more people in Shenwu City, which also means more feces. The sooner the septic tank is built, the sooner Shenwu City will be clean. Well done. Yibin praised the slave. Although they were all slaves, Yibin had never abused them. Apart from making them work, he also served 2 meals a day on time. Yibin looked at the septic tank and walked around it. He didn't find anything wrong. There was no problem with the cement pipe. The entire septic tank was considered to be completely completed. Good. Yibin was very satisfied with the slave's craftsmanship, and then asked the slave's name. Your craftsmanship is very good. Are you interested in joining our Huaxia tribe? The slave said excitedly. City Lord, I am willing to join the Huaxia tribe. As long as you don't despise me, I will be yours from now on. My people? Yibin immediately coughed lightly. Why did this sound so awkward? By the way, what's your name? The slave immediately replied. Lord, I don't have a name yet. No name? Yibin muttered to himself, then smiled at the slave and said, How about I help you pick a name? The slave jumped up happily and said, The city lord has helped me choose a name. Seeing the slave's happy expression, Yibin instantly thought of a name. This slave had good skills and was good at mud brick making, so he called him Niba. From now on, your name will be Mud? The slaves had little education, so when they heard the word mud, they immediately became excited. Mud, although not very grand, is better than having no name at all, right? Okay, I'll be called Niba from now on. I have a name. Primitive people are very easy to satisfy. They don't ask for much. Sometimes even a name can make them happy for several days. Thank you, City Lord. The slaves have been in Shenwu City for more than a month, and they have learned some of the conversations between the warriors and the words of thanks to each other. Fine. Since you have joined the Huaxia tribe, it is only right that you be given a name. You must work harder in the future, and help me bring out more people. I now appoint you as the team leader, managing a slave team of 100 people. You can choose these people yourself. Yibin patted Niba's shoulder again and said, Do a good job. I am very optimistic about you. As long as you can bring out a group of people, I will transfer you to the Ministry of Industry. Niba nodded quickly and said, Don't worry, City Lord. I will definitely bring a group of people with me. As long as I can help you relieve your worries, I will go anywhere you want me to. Yibin was a little surprised. Was it because Niba had such a high level of awareness, or was it because he was so charming that he could conquer Niba with just one sentence? Niba asked again, City Lord, what is this septic tank? What should we do next? You ask someone to saw some large wooden boards over, cover the pool with them, and finally cover it with soil. Right. Be sure to leave some marks on the top of the septic tank so that it will be easier to find the location when cleaning the feces in the future. Okay, City Lord. I will definitely leave a mark, and I will tell the City Lord about you when the time comes. Very good. You've been praised again and headed towards the sewage channel. Logically speaking, this sewage channel should be completed this afternoon. After all, there are more than 10,000 people involved in the labor, including soldiers and slaves. Except for going back to the city for meals, the rest of the time they are digging sewage channels here. Yibin walked towards the canal for about an hour. The slaves in front were laying bricks for the sewage canal, and some soldiers were also scraping cement on the bricks. City Lord! Hearing someone calling him, Yibin immediately turned his head and saw that it was Juefeng and Mu Zhan. Mu Zhan was still recuperating from his injuries a few days ago, but he sneaked out early this morning. The two of them walked over quickly. Seeing that Mu Zhan was fine, Yibin was relieved, but he still said sternly, Mu Zhan, your injuries haven't healed yet, why are you running around again? Mu Zhan smiled foolishly and said, City Lord, I'm fine. I was just hit by a few rocks. Those million-strong mountain snake people really hit me hard. Yibin said unhappily. How many times the armor of our Huaxia tribe can defend against all kinds of weapons, but it can't defend against big rocks. When the big rocks hit my body, all of them will be internal injuries. When we fight with them in the future, we must prepare shields in advance. We have bows and arrows to suppress them, so even if they want to get close to our bodies, they will pay a heavy price. After hearing what the city lord said, Juefeng and Mu Zhan immediately nodded and agreed. Don't worry, City Lord, I will definitely kill them all the time when I meet them next time. Mu Zhan patted his chest loudly. Cough, cough. Yibin immediately asked, Mujan, are you okay with your injuries? City Lord, I'm fine. Brothers and sisters, please give Beiching a 5-star review after watching this. You can also help Beiching and urge for more updates. Chapter 288, Profligate Merchant. In the morning, Yibin had just finished breakfast. Juefeng was the first one to come over. He walked in with a happy look on his face. At this time, Yibin was still at the table, biting a piece of meat in his mouth. Seeing that it was Juefeng who came in, Yibin immediately asked him to sit down. Juefeng, have you had breakfast? Come and sit down first. Juefeng nodded and said, Thank you, City Lord. I have already had breakfast. Mayor, the sewage channel we dug was completely completed this morning, and the channel was backfilled with soil. What should we do next? So fast? Yes. City Lord. The slaves were woken up by that mud man before daybreak. He was a small team leader appointed by the City Lord, and he worked really hard. Juefeng was apparently talking about the slave, but his implicit meaning was to praise Niba. Since he had Niba, his work had become much easier, and Niba had shared many things with him. Seeing Juefeng praising Niba so much, Yibin smiled and asked, What do you think of Niba? It's good. Niba is hardworking and not cunning. Especially in construction, Niba is a rare talent. I plan to let him join the Ministry of Industry? City Lord, Mud is a slave? Forehead. I forgot to tell you that yesterday afternoon, I let Niba join the Huaxia tribe. Now he is no longer a slave, but a member of our Huaxia tribe. The Ministry of Industry is our core. City Lord, have you really thought it through? I've thought it through. If Niba dares to have other ideas, Yibin made a gesture with his palm. Juefeng understood instantly. Don't worry, City Lord, I will send someone to keep an eye on him. If Niba dares to have other ideas, I will be the first to do so. Juefeng also made a gesture. Now that the sewage channel has been completed, you take people to open the main gate of the public toilet, and then issue an order that no matter who uses the toilet, they must flush with clean water. Once caught, they will be expelled from Shenwu City. Okay, City Lord. I would like to add one more thing. You can monitor each other when going to the toilet. As long as someone successfully reports it, she will be rewarded with a number 1 iron coin. I believe many people will be willing to do this. City Lord, you are so awesome. There is an iron coin as a reward, and there will definitely be a lot of people interested. Juefeng was thinking in his heart, why is the City Lord so smart? The City Lord must be the reincarnation of a god. Juefeng was sitting there lost in thought when Yibin woke him up. Juefeng, is there anything else you need? If you're okay, let's set off right away. Okay, City Lord. After Juefeng left, Yibin called a dozen guards and walked towards the Huaxia wholesale market. The market had been open for some time, and now there were more and more outsiders coming to the Huaxia wholesale market. Everyone, come and take a look. The live fish shop is open, and the fish are all lively and big. 5 big live fish are only 1 iron coin. Don't miss it if you pass by. Opportunities are rare and will never come back. Fish was a relatively rare food for primitive people. They had no way to catch fish, and no one was willing to do so. Instead of catching fish all day, they might as well collect some fruit. As the shop warriors shouted, the place was soon surrounded by people, many of whom were holding iron coins in their hands and shouting constantly. Give me 10 big fish. I came here first, so give me 10 big fish. What are you guys pushing for? I have already paid the iron coins. Hurry up and give me the fish first. Why should I give you the fish first? We've already paid the iron coins. Do you want to fight? If you want to fight, then fight. Who's afraid of you? The crowd started to make noise, and some people started to fight. What are you all doing? Suddenly, a voice came over. The people who came were the Chinese patrol team. There were more than 100 people in them. Each of them was holding an iron tool, and the armor on their bodies made a clanging sound when they walked. In the past few days, the patrol team has dealt with a lot of bad guys. Many people were thinking about how to resist at the beginning, but they were beaten by the patrol team. The patrol team of the Huaxia tribe is really too strong. The crowd immediately quieted down, and several businessmen came out quickly. They knew how powerful the patrol team was. The last time the patrol team beat someone up, many people saw it. 2 businessmen said immediately. We were just exchanging things and not disrupting the market rules, so the crowd immediately agreed. Yes. We are just exchanging things and not disrupting the market rules. The patrol captain snorted coldly and said, Next time when you exchange things, everyone must line up. If I see you again, I will arrest you. Yes. Everyone nodded in agreement. How could they dare to offend the patrol team? These people were all merchants from a small tribe. They just wanted to try something new and didn't want to cause any more trouble. Seeing that the crowd had a good attitude, the patrol team retreated directly. Yibin said to a guard beside him, "Who came up with this live fish shop?" The guard immediately said, "Mayor, this live fish shop was arranged by Lord Black Shark. He said that we can't finish all the live fish, so why not? Why not? Why not just sell it?" "Yes, City Lord." Yibin smiled softly. The guard thought he was angry, so he immediately continued. "One fish only weighs 30 to 40 kilograms, and 5 fish only weigh 175 kilograms. And 1 iron coin can be exchanged for a mutton." Yibin was shocked. He hadn't expected this guard to be so knowledgeable. It seemed their studies had paid off. "How do you know these things?" The guard said honestly. "These are all said by Lord Black Shark. Yesterday at the city gate, the fishing team just came back, and Lord Black Shark found them and said those words just now, which we all happened to hear." So that's how it is. That old man Black Shark is really a talented person. Let's go and take a look at the front." The guards immediately nodded in agreement. The current Huaxia wholesale market has already taken shape. There are 4 streets in Shenwu City, and each street has double storefronts. The so-called double storefronts means that there are storefronts on both sides. There are more than 4,000 shops in Shenwu City, and there are more than 1,000 shops on each street. If the shops on both sides are added together, there are more than 500 shops on each side. The current Shenwu City is comparable to the county town in the 1980s. What Yibin did not expect was that almost all of the 4,000 storefronts in Shenwu City have been arranged. It seems that the Python Plain is really a good place. Yibin walked around for more than an hour. Most of the shops in the wholesale market were engaged in food exchange, and some shops sold slaves. No matter which market it was, slaves were a must. Yibin came to a saltstone shop and asked the shop owner, "How do you exchange this saltstone?" The shop owner said, "Saltstone, 5 number 1 iron coins a bag. How much do you want in exchange?" "A bag of 5 number 1 iron coins?" "Yes, 5 number 1 iron coins in a bag." Yibin lifted the bag with his hands. This bag of saltstone weighed about 100 kilograms. According to the normal refining process, 100 kilograms of saltstone can be refined into 15 to 20 kilograms of white salt, which also depends on the concentration of the saltstone. If the concentration of saltstone is not good enough, the amount of white salt extracted will be even less. A small can of white salt from a Chinese shop can be exchanged for 10 sheep, and the white salt is about 5 kilograms. In other words, 1 bag of saltstone can be used to extract 10 kilograms of white salt. This is also calculated according to the minimum standard. When doing business, one must consider the worst-case scenario. If more white salt can be produced, everyone will be happy. According to this market price, 1 bag of saltstone can produce 10 kilograms of white salt, and 10 kilograms of white salt can be filled in 2 small cans. At the market price, 2 small cans of white salt can be exchanged for 20 muttons. After deducting the cost of 5 muttons, 1 bag of saltstone can make 15 muttons. Yibin was secretly delighted. This white salt was really violent. Chapter 289. I think I figured it out. Hey. Are you going to change it or not? The shop owner looked impatient. Yibin didn't care. To these primitive people, since you come here to ask, why don't you exchange? Aren't you just making fun of me? Boss. I forgot to bring my iron coins. Yibin wanted to say something else, but the boss started to chase him away. Walk. Why are you asking if you don't have any iron coins? The shop owner didn't give any face at all, which angered the guard next to him. He said, "You set up a stall in our Shenwu City and dare to talk to our city lord like that. I think you don't want to live anymore." When the boss heard that it was the mayor of Huaxia City, his attitude immediately became kind. "It turned out that you were the mayor of the Huaxia tribe. I was too anxious just now. I will give you this bag of saltstone." Yibin immediately waved his hand and said, No, we in the Huaxia tribe don't take anything from others. Wait for me to get the iron coins, and then I'll come over to exchange with you." Okay. The shop owner quickly nodded in agreement. This is the city lord of the Huaxia tribe, and I just offended him. The boss felt regretful when he thought about it. After Yibin left, all the shop owners around him remembered his appearance. Many people said cautiously, "How come the mayor of the Huaxia tribe is so small?" "You asked me, then who should I ask?" Everyone is chatting and gossiping. When Yibin arrived at the bank, the high priest was still issuing iron coins and didn't notice Yibin at all. There were 4 staff members in the bank and 2 soldiers at the door. There were 4 long queues inside the bank. Everyone was in good order, not as chaotic as Yi Bin had imagined. The soldier was the first to notice Yi Bin, and he immediately came to Yi Bin's side. "City Lord, how did you get here?" "I will go and inform the director right away." The so-called director is the high priest. Yi Bin immediately called him, and I can go in by myself. "That's right. Why are banks so neat?" The soldier immediately replied. "Lord, some people were causing trouble in the bank before, but after we too scolded them, they became completely obedient." "Ha ha." Yi Bin suddenly laughed. "I thought their quality had improved, but it turned out that they were scolded." "It's true. No matter what era it is, strength is the most important thing." Yi Bin walked into the bank. The staff of the 4 banks were all issuing iron coins. For every iron coin they issued, the high priest would collect the corresponding cattle and sheep. "Next. How many iron coins do you want to exchange?" The man at the counter said. "I want to exchange it for 20 number 1 iron coins." The bank staff pointed to the high priest not far away and said, "Go over there to hand over the cattle and sheep first. After the handover, come to me to collect the iron coins." "Okay." The man agreed and immediately arranged for his tribesmen to bring the sheep over. The high priest counted the sheep and said to the man in front of him, 20 sheep in total. Go to the counter and collect 20 number 1 iron coins." "Okay." The man agreed and quickly came to the counter. This was his first time exchanging iron coins. If many people had not said that iron coins could be used as cattle and sheep, he would not have come to exchange iron coins even if you beat him to death. "What is this iron coin? Can it really be exchanged for things?" The bank staff said. "Don't worry. As long as you have this iron coin, you can exchange it for anything in that shop." The man held the iron coin in his hand and walked out quickly. Next. Another voice was heard in the bank, and the staff was working. Several staff members knew Yi Bin, and they immediately stood up straight. "Hello, City Lord." The high priest looked up and saw that it was really the City Lord who had arrived, so he immediately walked over. "City Lord, there are more people coming to exchange iron coins today than in the previous few days. I have already sent a carrier pigeon back to Longqing. I estimate that the iron coins from Longqing should arrive soon." "Good. If there are not enough iron coins, let them exchange them with cattle and sheep first. We must satisfy them as much as possible. Only when they are satisfied can we make a profit." "Okay, City Lord." The high priest immediately nodded and replied, "By the way, City Lord, we have earned tens of thousands of sheep in this period of time. Our Huaxia tribe shops are so busy that the warriors can't handle it every day. Especially the white salt shop, its sales volume is currently the best, and then there is the bow and arrow shop, now the bows and arrows are almost out of stock." Yi Bin was very curious. How could this bow and arrow be sold out? It seems that there are a lot of outsiders coming to this Huaxia wholesale market? "Okay, I got it. How are your iron coins? If it is not enough, you must tell me in advance so that I can go to the market to make some changes. Whether the wholesale market can open up depends on this time. This is how business works. If you can't even open your business successfully, how can you expect anything in the future? If merchants and buyers don't have a good experience, why do you expect them to come back next time?" The high priest thought about it. Then he immediately said to Yi Bin, "City Lord, the number of iron coins has obviously decreased in the past few days. What is the reason for this? Are the iron coins decreasing?" Yi Bin muttered to himself. He smiled and said to the high priest, "There are several reasons why the iron coins have become less. The first is a sense of security, and the second is that the iron coins have been dispersed. As for the third type, iron coins are easier to keep. Many people fall in love with them after using them. They are convenient to carry and can be exchanged anytime and anywhere." The high priest said anxiously, "City Lord, what should we do? If they take all the iron coins away, our bank will have no iron coins left. How will we exchange them for other people? If our bank has no iron coins, how will we exchange them in the future?" Yi Bin's face was filled with gloom after hearing this. What was the high priest thinking? When people come to exchange iron coins, they use their own cattle and sheep. Even if they take the iron coins away, it is normal, okay? What if they take the iron coins? The high priest asked in confusion. The iron coins they exchanged for cattle and sheep should belong to them. Even if they took them back, there would be no problem, right? Yi Bin laughed as he spoke, which made the high priest beside him so anxious that he couldn't speak. Yi Bin decided not to tease him anymore. There will be fewer and fewer iron coins in the future. Each iron coin has its value. After those people take the iron coins away, they will come back next time. At present, except for our Huaxia tribe, other tribes will not recognize iron coins at all. In other words, the more iron coins are taken away, the better. Only in this way will the iron coins be recognized. What we have to do is to produce a large number of iron coins. 1 iron coin represents a sheep. The high priest always feels something is wrong, but he also thinks what the city lord said makes sense. It seems like something is missing. What went wrong? For a moment, my head turned into a mess. City lord, wait a moment. Let me think about it carefully. Yibin did not disturb him. He came to the counter by himself. Looking at the iron coins in the box on the counter, Yibin also found a pattern. That is, the exchange rate of number 1 iron coin is extremely high, followed by number 2 and number 3. As for number 4 and number 5, almost no one exchanges them. This is probably the reason why the amount is so large. Many people are still waiting and watching. Once the wholesale market has formed a certain scale, large amount iron coins like this will be more popular. City Lord. I think I figured it out. Chapter 290 King Li asks for help. The high priest said excitedly. In other words, they took the iron coins away, but the only place where the iron coins can be used is our Huaxia wholesale market. No one in other tribes will recognize the iron coins? Sure. High priest, you have become smarter. What you said is indeed correct. After they take away the iron coins, they will come to the Huaxia tribe next time. Only our Huaxia wholesale market will recognize the value of iron coins. This is also a brand new method. We are currently groping forward. If there is anything that is not done well, we still have a chance to remedy it. City Lord, I have an idea? Tell me, what are your ideas? Yibin said casually. It would be great if my subordinates could offer suggestions. The high priest said immediately. City Lord. We can also build an iron smelting room in Shenwu City, so that we don't have to run back and forth. Every time we come back from Longqing, we waste a lot of time. Yibin thought about it, and wondered who should he send if he wanted to build an iron smelting workshop in Shenwu City. Ironware was of utmost importance to China, and there couldn't be any mistakes. If it was leaked out, China would face a devastating disaster. Seeing that Yibin didn't say anything, the high priest immediately became anxious. City Lord, are you worried about something? A little bit. Yibin said bluntly. The ironware cannot be leaked out, otherwise there will be huge trouble. It's no wonder that Yibin is cautious. He will leave Shenwu City in the future. Once Shenwu City has an iron smelting house, it will be far away from the emperor. If the people below have any ulterior motives, there will definitely be a great victory in the future. There cannot be an iron smelting room in Shenwu City, and ironware can only be smelted in Longqing. There are no more than 5 people in the Huaxia tribe who can smelt iron, including Old Man Bear, Black Bull, Oren, Black Panther, and King of Power. The high priest looked disappointed. It would have been great if the city lord agreed. From his point of view, the closer the iron smelting room was, the better. But from Yibin's point of view, iron tools were equivalent to nuclear bombs. Who would take out a nuclear bomb to build one? Seeing the high priest's disappointed look, Yibin decided to explain. The most feared thing in the relationship between superiors and subordinates is disunity. It's not that I don't want to, this matter is too important. It concerns everyone's life. If it is not handled properly, the tribe will face a catastrophe. The high priest asked anxiously. City Lord, I don't quite understand. When we return to Longqing in the future, who should we take over the iron smelting room here? What if someone has ulterior motives and uses the ironworks to make swords and guns? The Huaxia tribe will suffer heavy losses. The high priest broke out in a cold sweat. Could it be that the city lord suspected that he had ulterior motives? City Lord, I definitely didn't mean that. The high priest was stuttering. This is a capital crime. Yibin looked solemn and patted the high priest on the shoulder again. I didn't doubt your intention. I just told you the seriousness of the matter. The high priest said immediately. The city lord is still thinking long term. I only thought about the bank's difficulties, but not your difficulties. It is me who has made things difficult for you. Fine. Some things can only be found in Longqing. I absolutely believe in you, and I am also considering the Chinese tribe. High priest, please don't have any random thoughts. No. The city lord is also doing this for the tribe. As long as it can make the Huaxia tribe stronger, I am willing to do anything. City lord, you come here today. Yibin smiled and said, I just came to take a look. Your bank is doing well. If you have any questions, you can always come to me. Okay, City Lord. Suddenly, a voice outside shouted. City Lord. Brigade Commander Chasing Wind wants to see you about something? Okay. Yi Bin greeted the High Priest and took his men away. City Lord. You are finally back. I just received a piece of animal skin with a message for help from Li Wang and others on it. It seems like they are in some trouble? Show it to me quickly. Zhui Feng handed over a small piece of animal skin. Yi Bin opened the skin and saw 5 words written on it. Xuanwu tribe is urgent. The general meaning was that there were too many people in the Xuanwu tribe and they were in trouble. Yi Bin immediately ordered. Notify all the team leaders immediately and have them gather at the training ground immediately. Yes. Zhui Feng agreed. He quickly went to inform all the team leaders, and soon the sound of ox horns was heard in Shenwu City. Whoa. Yi Bin said to the guards around him. Let's go to the training ground now. Yes, City Lord. Wholesale market. The patrolling soldiers are explaining to the people in the market. Don't worry, everyone. This is our Huaxia tribe training. You should just do what you should do now. It turns out to be training. What is training? You don't even know how to train? There were all kinds of discussions on the street. One businessman said, I just arrived at the Huaxia tribe today. Can anyone tell me what training is? You don't even know how to train. Are you from that small tribe? A man from a big tribe said with disdain. Everyone around immediately started laughing. It was obvious that they were from a small tribe and didn't even know how to train. It really made me laugh to death. Training ground. Yi Bin stood on the high platform. When the soldiers heard the sound of the ox horn, they all ran quickly to the training ground. Once the ox horn sounded, it meant that something had happened to the Huaxia tribe. The team leaders all shouted loudly. Hurry. Everybody, hurry up. If you delay the city lord's important matter, I will skin you alive today. The soldiers all ran quickly, and the ground of Shenwu City was shaking slightly. The soldiers' steps were not messy at all, and each step was so neat. As the sound of footsteps on the ground began to get louder and louder, the number of soldiers on the training ground gradually increased. After everyone arrived, Yi Bin began to call the roll. The situation was urgent, and no one knew what had happened to Li Wang and the others. After the team leaders received the news, they immediately became anxious. Dashan and Shanlang, although they joined the Huaxia tribe not long ago, have also experienced several wars. Besides, people are all made of flesh and blood, and the warriors have gradually developed feelings for each other after being together for a long time. Yi Bin shouted loudly. Shanlang, Dashan, Xiongying, and Heiqin, the 4 of you will set out with me. Zhuifeng, Muzhan, Haisha, Hanyu, and the High Priest, the 5 of you will guard Shenwu City. If any enemy comes to attack the city, Zhuifeng, you will lead everyone to repel the enemy. Yes. The 5 people agreed in unison. Don't worry, City Lord, we will definitely defend Shenwu City. No matter who comes to attack the city, we will make sure they never return. Everyone patted their chests and promised. Yi Bin nodded to the 5 people. Then he said to the 4 group leaders, Take 10 days worth of dry food and set off immediately. The 4 team leaders responded loudly. Yes. After the army received dry food, they immediately set out of the city. Yi Bin called Shanlang over and asked him a few questions. The 2 of them whispered a few words, and Shanlang went to lead the way. Yi Bin called Heiqin over again. After Heiqin came over, Yi Bin began to say, Keep a close eye on Shanlang. If he makes any move, immediately. Yi Bin made a gesture of wiping his neck. Okay, City Lord. After receiving the order, Heiqin immediately led his men to chase after them. Dashan saw all of this. He actually knew in his heart that if he wanted to gain the trust of the City Lord, he had to kill more enemies on the battlefield. Chapter 291 Guerrillas in Danger. The team was divided into 3 parts. The ones in the front were Shanlang and Heiqin. Their 2 regiments were leading the way, and a regiment led by Dashan was following closely behind them. Yi Bin also secretly gave Dashan a task, which was to let him keep an eye on Shanlang. This was actually a test. If Dashan colluded with Shanlang, it meant that Dashan could not be kept. As for Yi Bin himself, he brought with him a reorganized Eagle regiment and the 2 personal guard battalions left by Li Wang. Together, they formed a very strong fighting force. Xiongying came to Yi Bin and wanted to say something, but he didn't know where to start. What's wrong? Yi Bin asked casually. City Lord. That mountain wolf, why did you give him the position of team leader? He is a scourge. The eagle asked in confusion. Yi Bin glanced at the wolf in front of him, then looked at the eagle beside him. He said it again with great earnestness. In this world, there are no absolutely bad people, nor are there 100% good people. Everything depends on one word. What word? The eagle asked curiously. Prophet. Yudin pretended to be profound and said, as long as someone harms your interests,